Trump's not going to pay you. So apparently they didn't even get paid up, is what I was reading.
Sacrifice their life on this earth and the next one. They're both afterlife and this life. Like,
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. And so it didn't work with it didn't work with Iran. So obviously they were left confused. Is this working? Yeah, it's working. Okay, so I've started it again. I'm just putting
If you're Jewish,
what?
if you're I'm
Adam,
just talking
Adam,
to the
you've become a
audience.
wild card now. Like I think Adam's like this, like chilled out, relaxed guy. And Adam's been smashing so many people. It's like, now, bro, now the Jews, bro.
I'm not. I'm gonna say something nice to them. Some advice. The
I'm
Jews,
joking. I'm
bro.
joking.
And no, not gonna smash any group like that. But as advice to if you're Jewish, like you should be against Laura Loomer. Like she makes you all look so bad. The way she hides behind Jews as a human shield. She's promoting Jewish values or protecting them or pushing Israel's stuff. Like no, like she's doing so much damage. Same with Randy Fine. Same with Randy Fine. Like you should just be speaking against these two people because they're doing so much damage. Like it's unreal. Like they're making a lot of people anti-Semitic, and like not me obviously, but like I'm just saying, like I see it online. I know how information war, the information war works, and it's true. Like these people are, take your resident Nazi or whatever it is. Then they got nothing on the effect of Randy Fine and Laura Loomer in terms of making people like just like go like what the fuck, like they need to be shut down, not even from an Islamic point of view but from a Jewish point of view, in my opinion. She's just creating, she thinks she's creating hate for Muslims. Maybe she is, but only amongst people who already hate them. She's creating hate for Jews amongst people who didn't before. She's honestly, like she's some kind of psyop. Like she's just very bad for like there's nothing positive about her or Randy Fan.
I wish she was, like you said, I wish she was even a good psyop. I mean, they should have chosen another man to do the job.
Well, she is a man.
That's what I'm saying. They should have chosen another man.
Oh my god.
Kind of sounds Richard her saying like you're a fighting age male, aren't you? Like completely smash her. No response. But it's interesting the similarity
Laura
to
Luma, I'm
that
not
picture.
involved in this. Deport Adam. Listen, deport Adam. When he moves to his GCC country, deport him from that
I'm
country.
blackmailing
I'm not
Sully.
involved in all this. By the way, she'll get you deported from whichever country. If you go to
No,
one of these
GCC is
Arab
off
countries,
off
Adam,
my list.
you're gonna get deported from it.
sell, sell,
So
sell it. Leave Adam alone. Put it all on me. Put it all
Yeah,
on
it
me.
was Omar. It was
yeah, bro. No, don't blame you, bro. She'll actually get you killed. Don't try it, bro. You guys,
No,
you need
they're
to be
trying
you
leaving
gotta
already.
the.
take all the smoke.
They're trying
But
already, man.
yeah,
What's
exactly.
another man gonna do?
Exactly. Disavow, disavow, disavow. So, guys, there's a tweet in the nest. We're back on YouTube. We're live. Yeah, we're live on the YouTube, like a reset it or whatever. You can listen to it on the YouTube. So that's sorted. And let me put the tweet about following us on YouTube on the nest. Okay, sorted. So when Casey's given her instructions, it'll be there. Okay, sorted. Disavow, disavow. I'm literally in. I can't even say actually because I'm anyway. Disavow, disavow.
Are you there for the long term or
No. I spend like
okay?
50% of the time here, 50% of the time there. But
I
the
don't know. Cool.
but yeah, like I wanted to move to like you to the GCC, but the problem is it's just impossible because they're in bed with Israel. All of the like I know people try and
Yeah.
rationalize them, make it look like certain ones aren't, but they're all in bed with them, and it's just like makes it impossible to move anywhere. And the
Yeah,
thing with
UAE I
America is
think is
like
out off the
America's in bed,
list.
but at least there's some rights here. Like those countries, you don't have rights. Like they decide they want to put you in a prison, they'll just put you in a prison. Like do you know that
Yeah.
streamer Neon?
Yeah, I'm
Like
aware of
he's
him.
just a
Yeah, yeah.
streamer. He's got no kind of like he's not even in politics, and yet they put him in a prison and like only because he knew like someone they got him out. So like these people, there's no laws in these countries. Do you know what I mean?
Oh wow. Do you know how long he was in, Neon?
He was in for 24, 48 hours, and then someone I know who kind of disagrees with me a lot now on this. Well, anyways, Tam
Uh-huh.
Khan, and
Ah, yeah.
obviously
Uh-huh.
Tam Khan's kind of like very much pro UAE. So
Yeah,
he
I've seen
kind of
some fallout with him recently because everyone seems to like him, and now he's beefing a lot of people. I've realized, but I don't
yeah,
know him. Don't know
yeah.
him
So
about it.
he
Yeah.
just unfollowed me recently as well. But like we're really good friends, or we were anyway until that. So the
Oh
point is,
no.
the so he got him out because he's connected. So I say that to make this point that like the thing with the US is, and this is why I always say it's like I know people hate, but I don't hate on the
Did
US. Like,
Neon deserve it? Did
sorry,
he deserve it?
who?
Was Neon? Did he deserve it?
I don't know what he did. I don't know. He did something childish or whatever. But that's isn't that
Yeah.
what they do? But the thing is, at least with the US, you still have like a legal system. You have your rights. You know what I mean? If they infringe on your rights, you can take them to court. You can, you know what I mean? There's actually a process.
Yeah.
Uh, with these Arab countries, like if they decide, look, we want to put Adam in a like a dungeon, then you're just gonna be in the dungeon. There's nothing you can do about it.
True. True.
So like this is the issue we've got. Really, we're kind of stuck, isn't it? This is a problem. Anyway, let's go to okay, so I've reset was it okay, I've reset the space, I reset this, reset that. Okay, we're sorted. Okay, let's go to
I feel
Alex.
like, I'm sorry. I think you need to plug your stream just a little bit better. So you resetted the stream right on YouTube. So we got the new stream going on YouTube, right, Suleiman?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
exactly,
All
Casey.
right. So yeah,
What a
let's
good
come on. Like
explanation.
you're like being like, okay, sorted. This is sorted. No. All right, y'all. We got a new fresh stream.
Wait,
The links. What?
why are you using that accent?
What accent? Oh yeah, but that's how you were. You were like, it's sorted. It's sorted.
Wait,
This is
you're
sorted.
making me sound like Adam. That's Adam. Adam's got the
No, but
posh
that's how.
voice. I'm from the north.
That's how you were sounding. That's all I know. So that's why I was like, let me just pump this up,
This is
guys. We got
Anglophobia. You think we all sound the same?
I mean, y'all do, but you know I like the British accent anyway. But listen, we got a new link for the stream. People want to watch it on YouTube, be involved with, the chat and everything else. It's really fun in there too. Everybody's talking and having a good discussion. Go ahead, make sure y'all hit the like button on the stream to get that new stream to move. So we get some numbers on there, get people to the real truth. Also, subscribe to Suleiman's channel. The link is up there on top of Suleiman, me, and Adam's icon pictures or whatever. It's right up there on top. Hit the notification bell. It is imperative that you do so. And yeah, let's get it popping and keep your notification bell on for Twitter. Retweet and reshare this space. We are part of a truth movement. Let's get it going. And back to you, Suleiman.
Thank you, Casey.
That was such a good plug. It's such a good job. This is why you're a YouTube star, Casey.
I
Okay.
am not a star.
Okay, let's go to yeah, you are, bro. Okay, let's go to Alex. Alex, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts. Alex. Alex was smashing the emojis when Adam was talking. He was doing a lot of Adam. When you were talking, this guy was doing so many thumb down emojis, and now he's being brought up. Man, don't say
Come on,
nothing.
Alex. Yeah, come on.
Alex.
I'm right here.
Oh damn!
This is your moment.
He's the pressure got
He's
him,
choking.
Adam. He came to the
Yeah.
big leagues. He went one on one. He was on one on one with Adam, and he just capitulated. He couldn't deal with you, Adam. Okay, let's drop him, guys. I guess he
Stage fright.
should stick to his emojis. I mean, his name says Alex G or something. So I guess. I mean, I'm not gonna make an assumption what that means, but
See you, Alex.
I guess Alex got that. Okay, let's go to real world. Real world.
Hey, Suleiman, thank you for letting me join up. Salam alaikum and Ramadan Kareem to all participating. Yeah, I've been following the space here for a while now and great work. A lot of propaganda, a lot of anti-Islamic things happening, and definitely not by accident. Since October 7th, I'd say, up until the lead up to this. A lot of anti-Islam, copy paste propaganda. Islam allows rape. Islam does this, and it's not by accident, right? In order to get public opinion swayed, and for us to commit the atrocities that we're doing across the world, you got to dehumanize the other population. So, kind of a background. And just to give you some more background about myself, I'm coming from the perspective of an American Lebanese Alawite. So I'll give you the American perspective first. And I know Andrew went back and forth with this gentleman a couple of days ago, where he was trying to make this argument that, like, if you're American, you can't speak up against your government, or you have to be in full support, like these MAGA retards, that if Trump told them to go eat dog shit, they probably would go eat dog shit because of how low IQ they are. I think there's nothing more American than questioning your government, being able to be in spaces like this and being able to have dialogue. There's nothing more American than that. That's the First Amendment. And that's, you know, trying to find truth and justice. Because if we were just to fall in line with everything that's going on in the world, we would just be, you know, like I think the common consensus here is being, for lack of a better term, Israel's bitch, right? So, you know, when the MAGA retards come up and be like, well, you don't support the troops, you don't support this. It's not about that. I'm, you know, as an American, I support the troops 100%. And it breaks my heart as these stories start to come out that, you know, the folks that crashed in the KC, you know, they had kids, they had a family, you know, like it's so easy in a headline to say, oh, 7 people passed away or 7 people died. But then you look at it, you peel back the onion, you know, these people are humans, right? So it's sad to see that from an American perspective, that these people are going to die for nothing. And it's been a cycle, right? Since I was a kid up until now, right? You go through the Iraq War, you go look at Syria, you know, somebody was talking about sanctions. Look what the sanctions did to Syria and how that's also playing a role into this conflict, and how Israel's being able to launch because of Julani into Lebanon, right? So all these things have consequences. So, you know, the fact that, you know, the argument's weak. You know, you can be American and you can be proud. You can be proud of being an American. You can be proud of trying to make change in your country, and be against this war, right? It's not about Muslims. It's not about Christians. It's not about any type of religious group. It's about doing what's best for the world. And at the end of the day, as Americans, right, selfishly, we should be doing what's best for Americans. I don't think anything that's happening now or in the last 2, 3, 4 years has benefited us. You know, I drive by Chevron, gas is at $6. You know, what is that doing for us, right? No one can buy a house. Purchasing power is down 50, 60% since 2020. And we go throw all this money into endless wars. So, you know, I can't take too long. Got to go break my fast, but really appreciate the time. Keep up the great work, and hope to be back on here and share some more
Where
thoughts as
you
time goes
based,
on.
bro?
So, family is originally from Lebanon. I'm in California.
So
You
how are you
sound
breaking your fast right now then?
Yeah, I'm really right on the cusp. I was like, when you called me, I was like, oh, thank God. 'cause I
Oh,
gotta
right,
go
because
eat.
it's like 7 o'clock there, right? Okay, cool,
Yeah.
I was thinking, where is he, bro? This is like, okay, it makes sense. All right, bro.
he sounds like
You have family?
he's anti-Semitic. He sounds anti-Semitic to me. I'm just saying.
Andrew, I'm so offended. I'm so offended. Oh my
Andrew.
goodness.
There's no
Disavowed.
there's no anti-Semitism on this space. We're
We
all
do not
about
tolerate.
love. We're all about we're all about the love. Laura Loomer, do not get us deported.
Suleiman, we love everybody except Laura Loomer and Vivid.
No,
That's all I
disavow,
wanted to say.
disavow,
Amen.
You know what? Disavow
All right,
for
everybody.
real.
Have a
I'm
great
literally
one. Keep up the great work.
Randy Fine country. I'm in DeSantis country. I'm in Laura Loomer country. And I'm not just disavow all of that. I ain't gonna get Sammy Hamdid. I'm not gonna get Sammy Hamdid.
Yeah, that was insane.
Sorry?
Yeah, Suleiman,
That was
you
insane what
right
she did to Sami Hamdi. Like, what, he got arrested, right? He was detained?
Yeah,
What,
he
for
was
how many weeks?
arrested. He was kept in ICE facility for a while, and then he was finally deported.
That's crazy. That's crazy. That's
It's not your Sully. You said nothing. It's Omar and Adam.
I disavowed Adam.
Disavow. You disavow. It's Omar.
It was all me, Laura. You hear me? Fuck you.
And to be honest,
It's
like-
Omar and not you, Sully. It's Omar and Adam.
Yeah,
No,
it
it
is.
was
It
only
is. And
Adam.
actually, when I
Adam,
came
right
to the
here.
US, I was actually asked.
I went all the smoke.
So they like these are like for a lot of people when they come to the US, they're actually asked like what's their view on like Laura Loomer and Randy Fine and these type of people. So like you need to give the right answer, like in the sense of, you know, if you got basically Adam, you're not going to be allowed in the US if you're being honest.
No way they asked that. That'd be hilarious.
What would
Wait,
you
No,
say, Adam?
I
If they
would
said to you,
definitely fail.
what's your
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
Adam? What
that
did they
was
say?
actually
What would you say if
referenced.
they said to you, what's your thoughts on what's your thoughts on Laura Loomer?
I just said them. I just said them very
You would say
clearly.
that
You're
to the-
disavowing them.
What you would
because
say
they
that
were so
into
intense.
the customs?
Oh, to customs.
Yeah.
To customs, I would have to turn back. I'm afraid. I don't know. If I could force myself to to say anything
What? So
positive
they'd
about
ask
that
you like, oh, what you
specimen.
thought about Laura Loomer, and you'd just be like, oh, okay, I'm going back. That's crazy.
I think so. I'd be like, I refuse to comment. Like, I refuse to comment. It'd be
What
that.
if Javon?
One of
What
those
if
That's
people.
where
Javon
they
came?
tell
What if
you
Javon? What if
that
Javon came and said you need to give a one-word answer?
One would answer.
No, I'm joking.
I
I'm
would
joking.
say.
It was a lame attempt at a joke, and I realized how badly it flopped because I'm half asleep. Okay, let's go to let's go to okay, Allah, go ahead. Give us your thoughts.
Hello. Hi, Solly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. You doing good? Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't following what you guys were saying today, but I just wanted to say something.
Yeah, that was
Um,
Adam. Adam's just got a personal thing with Laura, but go ahead.
oh, okay. No. I mean, and nothing about today, but I've been following your space the whole time since October 23rd, but today I was busy with the protest in Toronto, and I was just gonna tell you about what happened. Maybe
Tell us, bro.
uh,
Tell us. Did you do some
yeah.
Did you do
It
some
was.
chanting and that?
Yeah, it was really nice. It was really inspiring to be there, honestly. Like I've attended the hundreds of protests in Toronto for Palestine, and this one was very different. If you may know that the Premier, Doug Ford of Ontario, was trying to crack down on the protest yesterday. I guess he got paid by some Zio lobbies in Toronto, and then that backfired for him because a lot of people, like thousands, attended, and they were very brave to be there. I was very happy and honored that like a lot of people, there were like children, newborns, women, elderly women with walkers. It was very, very inspiring, and I'm very proud of the community. And I want to tell you, like, before I went there, I'm from Yemen, so just from the context, I'm from Yemen. I'm first generation Canadian citizen, but before I went there, like a lot of the news, like saying this war is going bad or something like that. But when I went there was so many Iranians, and for someone living in Toronto, I know that a lot of Iranians here are Zios, but the moment I saw these Iranians there, they were very brave and standing like talking nicely to everyone, like especially Arabs, and trying to like unite the Middle Eastern or the West Asian community. And like the speech was heartwarming. Like they were talking about how to unite the region, Kurds, Turks, Armenians, Arabs, like everyone. They were saying that we should all gather and unite. And when I always attend also the protests, I try to talk to people from like whoever is suffering. For example, if it's meant for Palestinians, I'll talk to Palestinians. If it's meant for Yemenis or Lebanese, I'll talk. But this time I was trying to see the Iranians and talk to them and ask them, how's Iran? How's your family? And their answers were very, very brave, man. I can't tell you, like every time I go and ask Lebanese or Arabs, I'm an Arab myself, like they'll tell you, oh, my family's suffering, whatever. But Iranians were so different, and I know why God have chosen them to resist, and they're the only lasting people to do this. They said, we're grateful, don't worry about us. If we have to stand by ourselves, we'll just do it, don't worry. And I asked the second one, and I asked the third one, and they were all grateful. They said, we're grateful, we're on the right side of history. Like, and I was surprised. I was astonished, even though I'm from Yemen, and I was always told that we're brave and courageous, but I was also like happy to hear this. And I'm gonna tell you, after attending this protest, I cannot see the Americans or any foreign country win this war. They will not. Like, if this is happening in Toronto, thousands of people are brave coming there, even though they were cracked down. There were like security cameras everywhere. They were like trying to incite fear and tell anyone going there that you're gonna lose your job, including like myself. There were people taking pictures of us, like you feel like you're gonna lose your job next day. Anyways, I just wanted to share this. I felt it's gonna be good to say, and for everyone here to feel good and feel hopeful. And yeah, I'm just gonna tell you, stay, do whatever You can do everything counts, everything, like what do we say? Sully, you've been doing a great job with Khaleesi, Adam. Like I've been following this space for like 3 years now, man. And I know like every word you say, it doesn't go just like that. A lot of people are listening to you. I talk about this with my friends, and yeah, and thank you all. I just wanted to say this. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Allah. Appreciate it. Appreciate your thoughts. Okay, let's go to Bad. Go ahead, Bad.
But just one sec. I just wanted to point something out. So the Iran announced that they're going to hit American businesses, American factories across the region. It's a retaliation for the American Israel bombing Iranian factories and killing factory workers while they were fasting. So that's why. That's why. So that it's just their strategy of eye for an eye, which they announced previously. Anything that gets done to them, they're going to start doing it to the region against American assets. So that's I just want to point that context out. Over to you, Bad.
Hello. Hi, Suleiman. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, that girl. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Omar. Um, so I just looked into a lot of the problems that that they are facing right now internally with the military. So General Daniel Hawkinson just published a memo, and he's saying, oh, like all the soldiers, they're now rebellion and they're rebelling against like going to serve over in the war, they don't want to die and things like that. So now they're trying to paint out US soldiers as anti-Semites. That's crazy. And so yeah, that's just like so crazy. And then Larry Loomer out there, doing his little transsexual thing that Larry Luma does because and she got cooked for it today. Because she was he actually, let's pronounce that right. Larry was out there in India, and Larry thought he was going to convince people to to come on the Zionist side and to sit on the Muslims, to poop on them. But that didn't happen because they fried her like in a frying pan, first of all. And she was shocked. She was like, oh my God. Like, yeah, that's what happens. So, Larry Loomer is a big instigator. And I think Larry Loomer does not work for America. Larry Loomer is a traitor. And Larry Loomer is a Mossad asset, and I'm just gonna put it right out here. But the interesting thing, coming back to this internal memo, when you guys go um, to that purple pill and y'all click on it, there is a memo published about what's going on in the military right now. That young soldiers are rebelling and they're looking for ways not to go. So I'm sure the draft is going to be really, really soon happening. As soon as Israel is getting more and more pounded because Iran got that game on Smash. And yeah, they're not going to stop because you can't just go and attack countries and try to kill their people and and then hope that the whole world is going to cheer you on. That's just not going to happen. And especially, most of the Americans are against this war. They don't
Thanks for
want
that, Bad Bitch. Let me
this.
just quickly give some
Yeah.
breaking news. Appreciate it. Okay, so we now have another name of the person who was killed the other day via the KC tankers that were taken out. And that was, her name is Ariana Boucher, and she was a 27-year-old pilot, and she was killed for Israel. So that's the latest news in that.
Yeah, I want to
But
say something about that, Sully, actually, because it's insane what I'm seeing. These MAGA influencers saying, oh, rest in peace. Oh, is this such a tragedy? When they were the ones manufacturing the consent for this pointless war for Israel, where they died for Israel. They were the ones who were saying, yeah, let's go, let's do this. We're going to win. After betraying their base and saying, they were all saying no more wars, vote Trump to end the wars, vote Trump for no more Middle Eastern wars, and then they changed on a dime 180 saying, let's go, let's invade Iran. All these people are dying because of their propaganda push to try and convince MAGA that this is a good idea, and now they're getting like so many likes and so many retweets and so many comments from their base, when it's like the blood is on their hands as well as anyone else's, because of manufacturing consent. Being a war propagandist is like one of the lowest things you can do, and it just irks me that these other people are saying, oh, such a tragedy, why did this happen? Not even why did this happen, they just say it's a tragedy and they move on. They don't make any comment on it because they know they can't. But yeah, it's just insane. Because I saw you report on it, and like, you should report on it. Like you were against this from the beginning. You were against this pointless war, and you've been fighting to get it for it to stop, to end, to never have begun. So you can say like this is such a tragic waste of life. But these people are still banging the drum for this to continue. They're basically saying worth it. They're saying worth it. Like they're saying, "Oh, well, rest in peace," but at the same time, they're saying worth it. Let's keep going. That's what they're saying. It's insane.
Yeah, Adam, let me add on that. Bad down there was saying that this draft and stuff. You no longer it's a requirement. They're not doing it the way they used to, where you have to go register. No, people are already registered. They're pre-registered now. I don't have the information here in front of me, but there was reported last night. I think Mays was going over there. She was reading the documents, and I was surprised they've upgraded that to where you're basically, when you turn 18, every U.S. citizen, they automatically become registered, and then the notification comes out in this lottery system. And that lottery system is crazy. I saw it in Vietnam, where you pick the last date of your birth date, and then on that date, if they draw your number, you get the letter, you get notification, you got to go in for physical and stuff. And I heard people saying, oh, give your kid a passport and tell them they're a dual citizen or something, and they found a way around that. So they're really clamping down on that. It's just horrific. It's horrific what's happening here, and we got to keep speaking out against it. Thank you, Adam, and thank you. Love you all.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's just when people who are manufacturing consent for war start, acting like they give a shit about the people who die in that war, especially when it's so pointless, it's so hypocritical, in my opinion, especially when they were previously anti-war, all of them. All these accounts that you see are commenting.
Yeah.
They all acted like they were anti-neo. They were like, no more neocons, we hate the neocons. Then it became the neocons. And now they're crying over the very predictable result of neoconservatism, which is dead Americans. Not one American should die for Israel. Not one. Does that make me anti-American? A lot of people will say that. Say it does.
Yes, you are.
Not one
You
American
are,
should
Adam.
die
We're
for
not
Israel.
like
Not
you.
one.
See, we're trying to help you. We're trying to help you. See, Sully and I hurt, and we're trying to help you not to be anti-American, because we're not going to do that.
That's
You're naughty,
famous
Adam.
anti-American position. Yeah. Not one
you're an
American
Omar,
dollar
man.
should be wasted for Israel. Not one American dollar. That's another anti-American position. So I've been told by MAGA. Yeah. So we can go over to Hans.
Let me just say this real quick,
go on, Casey.
Adam.
Go on.
Real quick. First of all, you're more pro-America when you say that than a lot of people these days, and it is crazy. The point that you just made about how they were saying that they're not neocons and they're anti-war and everything else. I remember this radio station that I used to call up all the time because we were all part of this MAGA. We were fighting for Trump to get back in office. Those were my boys. Used to call them all the time, and right before like October 7th happened, the host was like, I feel bad about being so gun ho about going to war with Iraq. I call people hippies. Yo, Adam is crazy. He was like, I call people hippies for, who were protesting it. And, I said too much stuff that was like propaganda. And I was like, oh my gosh, and I remember hearing this and thinking like, wow, this is really MAGA. Like we are waking up to these kind of things, man, after October 7th, Adam, when you would have him, he was like, get Netanyahu has to get Hamas. And this is when, Israel was literally dropping indiscriminate bombs, you know what I mean? Just bombs on people. Remember the whole move to the north, bomb the north, move to the south, bomb the south, all of that's happening. So then I called the radio station and I'm like, guys, I don't think that it should be like this, and we're going to get pulled into their war. And the last thing that man ever said to me was, well, let Netanyahu do the job and get out the way, click. And it's just been gun-ho, war, Muslim bad, the whole thing. Everything changed immediately. It's terrible the way they talk. It's terrible. It's like, what happens that makes you just say, forget everything I said last week, literally last week. It's crazy to watch. But, again, I'm going to plug it. There's no way I talk and I don't plug. But again, on the space, we have real conversation. People keep their values, guys. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification bell, retweet the space, have your notifications on for Twitter. Thanks, Adam. Where'd Adam go?
Hey, thanks, Casey. Sorry, the mute button is frozen. Yeah, I'm telling you, Mossad's hacked my phone. It's hacked my phone. It's trying to stop me reporting because X is just being so heavy today. Yeah, so we can go over to Hans. I think Adriano. I think you're next.
Hi, thanks a lot. Hi, guys. Thanks for the great space. I mean, it is really a pleasure to hear you guys and the way you manage also the exchange. It's excellent. Very open-minded, very quality coverage. And I just wanted to ask you if you guys know somebody called Jacques Beau. Have you ever heard of him? Jacques Beau, Baoud.
Baud, no.
Okay, because I think he would be a great addition as to invite him in the space. He will bring a great European perspective. Jacques Beau, he's a former colonel in the Swiss Army and a strategic analyst specializing in intelligence and terrorism. And he previously worked for the Strategic Intelligence Service in Switzerland and held roles in UN and NATO, and particularly in the mine clearance and peace operation. And in December of 2020, so he had a great coverage of the Ukrainian war, exposing how the globalist Zionist mafia basically did the Maidan coup d'état, organized the Maidan coup d'état, and then they really kind of pushed Russia into defending the Russian population of Ukraine, and then the military operation and all that. So he had a great coverage of that. He's covering Iran also right now, and he was in December. He was added to. Well, he was accused by the European Union, the Freedom Zionist conquered European Union, the von der Leyen and friends. He was added to a sanction list. He was accused of spreading Russian propaganda, and he's a Swiss citizen. He's a resident in Belgium, so he was basically forbidden to cross any European territory. He was stripped out, and even the UBS, the U.S. bank, blocked his accounts. So basically, they froze all his accounts. I know the typical destruction strategies that these guys do. And so basically, even people wanting to bring him food or giving him money to pay the rent were accused and persecuted. So this is kind of the European side of freedom and democracy. And he's a really good guy. And basically, he covered and he was quoting only Ukrainian, European, NATO references. He has written books. and everything is noted and documented. And despite that, he's being persecuted. So I was just, since you sometimes, often you have great also speakers and guests coming over. This is one that I really highly recommend that you invite, Jacques Beau.
Well, he can come anytime. He can come anytime. It's I'll look out for his
Maybe
name.
you just extend an invitation, or I might just write to him and saying, and maybe recommend you.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Super,
Yeah, you can
super. Because it
DM.
would be great to extend the network.
Yeah, you can DM it over to me or Sunny as well.
Super.
Yeah. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate that.
Continue the great exchange
Yeah, we'll try. But yeah, like yeah,
and
so
resistance and resistance.
yeah, that's what it's all about. That is what it's
Yeah,
all about.
absolutely.
So knowledge, what's up?
Thank you very much,
Cool.
Mr. Adam. Long time. Nice to see you.
Cool.
Nice to see everybody. Am I audible? I think there's someone else is speaking. I'm not sure what's going on.
I thought Daniel was speaking. Why were you waiting before him? I didn't see your hand up, Daniel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, thank you, everybody. I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. I've been following you, by the way. I've been liking. I've been sending. Everyone's been doing their bit, and that's fantastic. It's just fresh of breath air, just to get an alternative to the media and what's going on. Mainstream media has lost their, mojo. Nobody's watching the BBC, ITV. All these channels are out of the way. All these little European channels. I think I don't know if you guys probably covered this, but Donald Trump said in the last couple of hours, he said all U.S. citizens should leave Iraq immediately. So I think what I wanted to talk about was the reason why I've come up was the side effects that this war is having. Obviously, say for example, you take a medication, a painkiller, for example, Israel's pain it's been causing a lot of people a lot of pain, but the side effect of which, nobody talks about, and this is what I want to talk about. And the side effect of this war has been Sudan, for example, in Africa. The Sudanese army under Burhano is winning, on all fronts. The RSF, which is a terrorist organization, which has been massacring people in Sudan, are on the back foot. That's one thing. And another thing, in Somalia right now, there is an election going on, and the last election, the UAE were caught in Mogadishu airport carrying more than, was it 14 million, planning to give to other, the opposition and cause problems and psyops and, turn the country into chaos. But right now, there's an election going on in Somalia right now as we speak, and you're not even hearing about it. The reason why you're not hearing about it is because there's no chaos. Everything seems to be going just fine. And, it's amazing the amount of positive side effects that this war is having. And the Persian people, the Iranian people, they're dying for all of us. They are the warriors of this world. The Arabs couldn't do it and weren't interested in doing it, but the Iranian peoples were able to do that. And this war is preventing, a chaotic world whereby if you are from a different background, you are subjugated. You are second class or third class citizen. Where your rights don't exist, and everyone is a goyam, regardless of your color, and it will be dreadful life to lead. And I'm just grateful to the people of Iran, what they're doing for us, and I'm really sorry about the school that got hit and all the little girls that died. The Iranian people are very intelligent people. They are high IQ people, and those girls might have invented the next AI. I don't know what they could have invented, but unfortunately, they're no longer with us. And and I think we need to spare thought and maybe have a moment of silence for the people of Iran because they're suffering quite a lot, and they're suffering on our behalf. So I just want to appreciate them and thank them for what they've done, and just say, I'm sorry about the level of suffering they're experiencing in that part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, my heart goes out to all the people that are being terrorized by the terrorists, by the Judeo-Christian terrorists of the Israel American Epstein Alliance in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Syria, in Iran. You know, so many terrorist attacks. Like Matt Walsh, that prick. You know, he was like, "Oh, there's been some there's been 2 or 3 he called them Islamic terror attacks on the West in the past 2 weeks." You know, and those were obvious false flags, including one who was literally a Fed, who literally was working with a federal operation, um, and then completely ignoring what's going on in Iran. You know, literally ignoring the holy war that's being waged, according to you know, according to recent data coming in. You know, like commanders, at least 30 commanders, at least 30 bases, talking about this being a holy Christian war, about you know Trump being chosen by Jesus to bring the light to Iran. Um, like this is, you know, Judeo-Christian terrorism slaughtering thousands over the past 2 weeks, and he just completely ignores that, you know, and it's like it doesn't register like it's like it's so like the way people think is it just doesn't register like people are suffering, people are dying from this terrorism. You know, Pete Hegseth with his Kafir tattoo and his Deus Vult Crusader tattoos, and all these soldiers talking about how that you know they're doing some kind of some form of crusades. You know, these are terrorists. These are radical Christian, Jewish terrorists that are murdering Muslims, murdering Christians as well, because there are Christians and Jews that are dying in Iran, in Lebanon, in Gaza. You know that so this is a great human cost. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy, and it doesn't register. And it's like, you know, I know me saying this has got a lot of people's backs up who are like more conservative or MAGA inclined. And it's funny because like, you know, you're uncomfortable when someone uses it against you, right? But when Matt Walsh says it, I bet you were comfortable then. I bet you were comfortable when Matt Walsh said, "Oh, Islamic terror." I bet you were just fine with that. I bet that sounded natural to you. But when the shoe was on the other foot, "Oh no, it's not all Christians. It's not all Jews." No, don't say that. They don't represent Christianity. They don't represent Judaism. They're insane. Like now you understand how to think of nuance. Like now you understand. Now you understand nuance. All of a sudden, context is important. You know, like you should analyze that hypocrisy within yourself. Where does that come from? You know, because there's terrorism everywhere. There are extremists everywhere. You know, and they're causing such chaos and carnage in our world. But the thing is, the terrorism is always greater from the west to the east. It's always going to be greater. It's always been greater. 1 million Iraqis died from Judeo-Christian terrorism. You know, 1 million Iraq like that's you know, nothing can compare to that. And now 170 school children were killed. And America and Israel arguing over whose fault it was. You know, like they were burned alive. That was a terror. Why doesn't Matt Walsh tweet about that? You know, why does he not blame that on religion? You know, why doesn't he why are we supposed to you know, blame all Muslims for the acts of some nutcase false flag set up by the deep state, by Mossad and CIA, but like actual genuine people who are, you know, say they're representing their own faith going over to the Middle East and slaughtering people. We don't. Like I don't believe in it either way. Like I don't think that any of these people on both sides are representing their own religion. I don't think they're representing their people. I think they are all extremists and all nutcases, and we shouldn't generalize. But I just point it out because I know the people do, you know, and it's like we there are all these horrors, like you just said, like so many people are dying right now. Like there are over 1 million people in Lebanon displaced, over 1 million people, you know, and they're slaughtering people in their tents, you know, and it's like if I call them Jewish terrorists, then oh, it's an emergency, then it's an emergency. Like, cancel me. You know, I'm not saying that. Like, I can't I can't even say that. I'm not saying that because I don't generalize. But it's like Matt Walsh can say Islamic terror, but I can't say Jewish terror. Who made these rules? Why the double standards? I don't believe in double standards. I don't believe in double standards. I believe in consistency. I don't believe in hypocrisy. You know, so if you're
Adam,
gonna,
can I just
yeah,
say
go
one
ahead.
more thing? I just want to make a quick correction. Is the war of terror, not war on terror.
Yeah,
You
war
know,
of terror. Yeah, you're right.
the war of terror. So the other thing I wanted to add is in example, for example, there was a research done in the UK, and they found out that the Muslim community in particular is over policed, and right now they've got this program where they call it Prevent, where children, Muslim children going to school are taken out from school, taken to a class, no other adults there. Some person from the anti-terror unit speaks to them about what they believe, and they're sent to a. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then these children, like our children are not safe, and this is very concerning, and everybody should know about this. Another thing now has happened: a large number of terrorists that have killed children, who fought along the Israeli army, are returning back to the UK, and they all carry British citizens, and these individuals are being recruited by the anti-terror unit in the United Kingdom because they have experience fighting terrorism. And these are psychopathic. These are extremely dangerous people. They've killed children. They have partaken a genocide. And the Muslim community, when they fled their countries of origin due to civil war, civil strife, they've gone right past Israel. They didn't claim asylum in Israel. They claimed asylum in the United Kingdom. That is very important point to make. And for them to be subjugated to intrusive technology, all this Pegasus, where you are watched when you're sleeping, your cameras are opened without you realizing your microphones are on all the time. This level of intrusion, they didn't sign up to it. And as I say, most of them have gone past Israel. They didn't go to Tel Aviv to claim asylum. They didn't do that. The reason why they didn't do that is because, one, they knew they wouldn't have got one. Second, they would have been tortured and murdered. But they've went to London and claimed asylum. And for Israelis to have any say in that asylum process, or to endanger these individuals, and to be recruited by the anti-terror units, to monitor Muslim. Nah, that's wrong. That's wrong in more ways than one. I think I probably have spoken longer than I should have done. I'll give it back. Thank you.
Thank you, Knowledge. I think next we can have Casey. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the first time I heard you use the term Christian terrorism, I actually laughed because my first thought was the thought process of like Pete Hegseth and these crazy weirdos is so like, and I'm just gonna use a word, it's so gay. I'm like, please, like, it's not even like, it's just so like really like, we're gonna give it this strong term, but I understand why you use it completely. I do understand why you use it, because it is terrorism, right? I mean, killing 1.5 Iraqis, and sending people out with this. I'm feeling like we got to go kill Muslims because what they did to us over, all of that it is terrorism, absolutely. And this time Adam, it's a little scary because it's in your face, and I'm not going to turn this into like a religious space, right? But it is like in your face. Some things you see and sometimes you're like, I wonder if they're doing this behind the scenes. No, they're in your face with it. So when Pete Hegseth was appointed Secretary of Department of Defense, which now they call Department of War, and all of these MAGA tools hoorah'd for it. I remember I was like, oh no, because I saw, no, Beatrix, at that time, she had put me on to this quote from one of his books where he straight up said, Americanism is Zionism. And I was like, no, the heck it's not. Like, and then I saw videos of him talking about building third temples, right? And I'm like, this guy is going to be Secretary of, Department of Defense. This guy's going to be excited to go to a war in the Middle East because he's going to think that he's doing it for some sort of religious purpose. And I remember thinking, I was like, yo, Christian Zionists are about to look really, they're going to make Christians look bad, right? Because people are just going to say it's Christians, like, especially in this country, when you get a lot of these Southern Beltway Christians, like, who are deep in the South, talking about we ought to bless Israel in order to be blessed, and all terms I never heard growing up. And I'm actually a Saturday worshiper, and I still never heard this term of we have to bless Israel in order to be blessed until 2023. And they really believe it. Like, when I was calling out Ron DeSantis for going to Jerusalem, signing hate speech laws for Florida in Jerusalem, one of the Ron DeSantis supporters was like, well, you're Christian like me, right? And I'm like, yeah, what does that have to do with what we're talking about? And he's like, well, I want you to go to heaven. And I was like, okay. And he's like, and you got to bless Israel in order to be blessed, with a straight voice like that. And I was like, no, I've never heard that in my life. No, I don't. I have to follow Christ, right? And so this thing that's taking over, and now you have these generals who are taking these kids, and that's what they are, like 21, 20, like that. You're a kid, and they're telling you, oh, you're fighting this holy war. You're fighting this holy war. Pete Hegseth is bringing Zionist pastors to the Pentagon to tell these people, like, this is a holy war. What sounds insane and bizarre is the reality. Like, this is how these people feel, and they're pushing this antichrist beast system upon the world to create damage and destruction. And this is completely against Christ. Let me just end with that. There's no Jesus in the world who would say bomb civilians. That doesn't work. And this is why, too, Tucker Carlson, with his huge platform, who gave it's all connected, who gave his voice to Palestinian Christians, because there were a lot of people who didn't believe that there's Christians in Palestine, right? Not saying that their lives are any more, valuable than any Palestinian, right? But he gave a voice to them. He does say, in Christianity, we don't believe in just killing innocent people. Like, we can't keep doing this. And now they want to attack that huge voice, that huge platform, because they don't want to show you the real Christians. It's almost, Adam, it's the same thing. Well, not the same thing, because you guys, what they've done, what they're trying, and they're still trying to do it all of the time. You guys forgot 9/11 and all of the propaganda. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong, to take another religion who's very peaceful. I've had beautiful conversations with Muslims as a Christian, and talked about both our religions and everything, and just great conversations and everything. And then they want to turn that, this religion into something that it is not. And the last thing is, they want to turn it into what they are. Because all the accusations end up being them just telling on themselves, really, to be honest. But I'll just end. It's just crazy to see. But this is why this space is important. Let me speak up against it. Don't forget, I'm going to say again, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. Make sure your notification bell is on for Twitter. Retweet and reshare this space. This is where real people are talking, not bots, not shills. Everybody's real with their real thoughts, and real facts are coming out of this space.
Thank you, Casey. And yeah, the religious aspect is insane. And for me, it's very easy. Like, it's very easy for me to be like, yeah, they're just neck cases. They don't represent you. They don't represent your religion or your people. I guess not without a second thought. But it's that kindness is not extended by these same people. It's not even a kindness. Like, it's just like straight. It's just like common sense. It's like common sense. Like, to generalize. Like, you shouldn't. It's not logical to do so. But yeah, it's useful. But people do it on the other side, and it's not even so much that it's like, oh, it's mean, hurting feelings. It's like, no, it's ruined your empire. Like, it's used to manipulate you. It's used as propaganda, to get you to hate people enough to invade them and dehumanize them to a point where you don't care about foreign policy. You don't see people as human. You don't conceptualize the human cost. You don't empathize with it, and you even think it's moral or just. And then domestically you support increasing censorship and increasing authoritarianism, in terms of, going after the scapegoat, not really realizing that your own constitutional freedoms and just general democratic freedoms are being eroded the entire time, but you've been manipulated by hate. And it all comes from that generalization, like generalizing people and scapegoating people. But anyways, I'll digress on that. We have a few hands. So let's go over to AG.
What's going on, guys? Make sure you follow the YouTube, get subscribed on there. That's a solid spot. Solomon, thanks for hosting this space. A lot of good info, a lot of eyes opening through your space. I had a question about the Strait of Hormuz, but I wanted to quickly um, acknowledge Andrew. Actually, just wanted to say thanks for your service, man. I'm from Canada, but I heard you speak for quite a few times up here, and I've heard about your son and all that type of stuff. So, shout out to you, man. Thanks for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Do you guys? I don't know if
And
this
your
is fake.
service also. And your service also.
Thank you, brother. I'm trying. Um, I thought I saw something on Facebook. I don't know how legit it is, but something about the Strait of Hormuz opening up and only allowing to sell oil with the Chinese yuan, I think, whatever their currency is, instead of the dollar. So I don't know if you guys have covered that or if it's just flat out fake news.
No, we've gone over that, and the Strait of Hormuz is only open to China and anyone that's made arrangements with the I'm sorry, the Iranian, IGRC. And here's the other thing too. That was floated. That was floated, and haven't heard anything coming back on that substantial. I don't think, unless someone can correct me on that. But that has been posted, and we have gone over that. If there's any way you could go back this afternoon and maybe get a clip, Simon, and there's 3 other financial and oil experts on here, and it was phenomenal how they went over that. But yes, bottom line, the straits are not, well, first of all, they're not open. Only Chinese vessels are being allowed to come in by the IGRC. I hope that helps, sir.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah, I thought I would just add to the conversation. I had a question.
Yeah,
Carry on, y'all.
it's the folks just don't understand what a global, not regional, a global threat every day that the straits are closed. It's causing, as we speak, an overwhelming impact on the markets. And like this one analyst said, and I'm not a financial expert, but like this one expert said, we can print dollars, to keep the economy going on our debt-based dollar, but we cannot print oil. And this oil doesn't just, people hear oil, they think, they won't have money, oil for the petrol, for the gasoline to put in their cars. No, that's part of it. But everything you can imagine, from plastics to fertilizers, and fertilizers also limited out of there, but plastics and pharmaceuticals. There are so many things that rely on oil. It's unbelievable. I knew a few things, but I was astounded by that. So this is causing a tremendous impact on the global economy, and Europe especially is going to be in a chokehold with this, and eventually in Australia they're rationing, and we won't feel the impact here. We'll see it at the gas pump already in the United States. Where I live, we've already seen it's going on a $2 spike. But I heard, I don't know, I don't really watch. To be honest with you, I go to the gas or my wife, she's the accountant, she's really complaining about it. But we're seeing a spike here. But this is nothing of what's coming. And make no mistake, this case here that Trump has gotten himself into is not just against Iran. No, it's against Iran and Russia and China. And I understand we're not seeing the United States in any kinetic relationship with the Russians or the Chinese at this point, but the Russians and Chinese have helped the Iranians tremendously in every way you can imagine, logistically, resupply technology, their satellite technology to get over, and that's looking over the shoulder technology to see every detail the American naval forces are doing. So it's quite extensive. This is not only an existential threat for the Iranians, who are fighting an existential war using asymmetrical tactics and material technology, but this is also an existential war for Russia. Now, I heard that, and when David Z made that clear, point by point, it became evident. I think ultimately it's an existential war for the West. I think we're going to see and I'm putting this together going into day 16. I've been in the space since the very beginning, and I've been on 24 hours, 7 days a week. I take cat naps, here, an hour here. I just take those cat naps. When I used to be on submarine patrols, on submarine warfare as a naval officer, we would be in certain battle situations, and I'm talking during the Cold War, and then through that, where I'd have to take I do cat naps, and it's just been the same thing I found myself doing in the midst of this, because I'm so committed to really fighting through this with us all. We all have to stick together in battling this.
I might have heard what you just said about a dozen times, Andrew, and I'll never get tired of it. Just your cat naps and everything. Um, but I wanted to
Oh,
highlight.
that's right. I hope.
But
When you repeat yourself a few times after a while, people are
no,
like,
it's good.
shut up.
No, at the end of the day, there's people coming in and out of here, and that's their first time hearing it, so it's good.
Right.
I want to highlight a point when someone made here earlier about USA and ICE killing people, and it's like, okay, they're killing their own citizens. Is that reasonable to go and bomb their leader because they're killing their people? Like I made this point earlier. Every country has corruption, and in the case of Iran, like people argue they're extremists, so their corruption is going to be extreme as well. Um, but ultimately, it is what it is. I really like that argument, and I want to. I think my voice is really powerful because I'm not going to mention the name because I don't want Solomon to keep thinking I'm promoting it. But I come from a religious group that has been oppressed in that country for a long time, and I've learned through this space that um, they're wrongfully accused of being agents for other countries, and we can all agree that every religion has a bad rap with any demographic, right? We talked about Muslims being perceived as aggressive and things along those lines. So there's definitely my stance ultimately is like I think the IRGC needs some form of reform to a certain extent, but not like this, not like starting wars, not like at the end of the day they're a sovereign country, and I don't think anything they could do anything they've done has validated what's going on right now.
Wait, so you're saying that what Iran is currently you're talking about the sanctions and the suffering for almost 50 years? Is that what you mean?
No, so there's a religious group that's been oppressed in the country of Iran. There's about, I don't know, 300,000 people who still live there, 8 million in the country, or sorry, 8 million in the world, sorry. But ultimately, I was raised through that religion, and none of the teachings to me come off as inhumane or wrong to the degree of economic apartheid, I think is the term I've learned throughout this. But I think they got a bad rap with the IRGC, and they don't want to support them practicing in their country, which is completely fair, in my opinion, if they were accused of treason and spying. And ultimately, to my understanding, I live in Canada. I see the infiltration from Israel and things like that, and um, I understand that the IRGC is protecting their people from that infiltration, and I don't think anyone really understands that. So when I see people in my city celebrating my country getting bombed, like you guys are so senseless and have no idea about universe or international laws and things along those lines that just should never be crossed politically, especially in this day and age. And yeah, I woke up to a phone call today from my friend who lives in Iran, and he's in good spirits, of course, and whatnot, but he's displaced. Fortunately, like, I guess his family's got a vacation home they've scurried off to, but he's telling me he can't go back to Tehran. I think there's warnings and speculations that there's going to be more bombs dropped and potential civilians, things along those lines, right? So this is just ridiculous. I'm anti-war, and yeah.
Yeah, well, it's heartbreaking. That's the other thing too. We're so against this. The United States never should have gotten involved in this because we have to look at the innocent Iranian lives that are lost. Of course, our men and women. It's totally senseless, and and I know there's a lot of people push against it, but Iran should have always had a nuclear weapon. If they had it, then we'd never be in this situation. Russia, correction, we wouldn't have seen Israel always trying to take them out. Because remember, the five was it 7 nations? No, 5 nations in 5 nations in 7 years, and Iran is the only one that won't topple.
Yep.
And they've been working on them and working on them. You know the whole story, yeah.
It makes me so
So,
proud to be Iranian, man. I feel like,
yeah,
like they're one of the last countries standing up to the Zios, and it's like, wow. I've never been
yeah.
more proud to be an Iranian. I can't lie. Like, this is amazing to see, but it's also heartbreaking to see that there's a war going on. But my eyes have opened up
Mm.
to the IRGC's position globally and just in general, and they're protecting their citizens to continue to be sovereign to a certain degree, in that sense. And I commend it. I commend it
We,
absolutely.
it- from if you don't mind me asking, from where do you see? How far do you see this going? How much longer do you
I
see this going before?
I think I literally think Iran's gonna keep this going until they get reparations. Like
Yeah.
they killed their leaders. They killed their leader, and then now their current leader is dealing with the trauma of losing family members, and it's just disgusting, and it just breeds so much more horror around the world, and it's just not helpful um towards just
Yeah.
global peace. I don't know, that's my goal, at least, right?
Exactly. Did you by chance get a chance to hear any of the finance this afternoon? It was early, actually late this
I don't
morning
think so.
until
It's not
about two.
ringing a bell.
Yeah, they laid it out. This is not weeks, months, for sure, not months,
Yeah, dude, I'm really
because
worried
of the
about it.
impact. Wow. So Iran has the world, well, the West has the United States by the short hairs, man, as we say, by the balls, man. They've got us, and Trump is so stupid. He, he doesn't realize that the rest of the people who are intelligent enough or even study this realize there's no option. The deeper we go into it, it's just a blood sacrifice. It's just a blood sacrifice. And from day one, I've been saying, and I'm sure you've heard me say it.
The
I
meat
don't
grinder.
repeat. Yeah. Yes, you have heard it. Wow. Okay. The
I'm on
word's
it,
getting
Andrew.
out.
I'm on it.
But
I'm
it is.
locked in. I'm tapped in with Sully G. I
Yeah,
call
man.
Suleiman Sully G. Sorry, that's my thing, I guess.
Golly gee. It's going, Zion, where's Netanyahu? Hey, would someone please, can I ask you a question? Do you have any idea where Netanyahu is? I mean, we've been trying to
Couldn't
find him,
tell you,
man. The little
man.
rat's
Couldn't
hiding.
tell you.
The little rat's hiding, man.
Yeah, yeah. But
Or
here's the thing, Andrew. Even with that rhetoric, like I understand he's done a lot of bad things. A lot of people are honestly praying for his death. I'm praying we just find peace with people. Stop, like, I want people to stop dying. Even if Netanyahu turns out to come alive at the end of this, hopefully
yeah.
he has less power, but it's one less human life lost.
Yeah, okay, I understand that, right, and
Of
I
course. I mean,
totally get that, right.
I'm being very humanitarian. I get it.
Yeah,
I'm being very spiritual and speaking from my soul. But trust me, my ego wants
yeah.
my ego wants that guy gone, you know?
I mean, is
Hey,
it really
Like,
ego? If I could just say this, Andrew, is it ego? I hate that I just cut you off, Andrew. I'll make
yeah.
it quick, but is it ego?
yeah,
I mean,
seriously, Casey, you got it done. You got it, dear heart.
I mean, at the end of the day, I do believe in the death penalty if people hurt kids or do, you know what I mean? Certain type of, you know what I mean?
I
Certain.
would disagree with the
And
death
so if I
penalty,
could
but
just, well, hold on, let me just finish the point that I'm making. You know what I mean? Certain type of atrocious acts. You have a person who, I have to be careful because I don't want to go too far in the space, but you have a person who is responsible for, I mean, a huge amount of death. I'm not saying we should throw a party,
could
but I
I think I
certainly
know where
wouldn't
you're
give them
going.
kind of sleep.
Could I respond?
I mean,
Yeah, let me
criminals.
just say something. I know what she's trying to say.
Yeah,
I don't. We don't throw him a party, but someone
of
that's
course.
done all that he's done and killed all these innocent lives and children and women and men and all over the world and Mossad. I mean, this has been going on since 1937, before the Nakba. That's when it got installed. So, since it's not his fault, but since he came into power, all he's been doing is killing, 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 killing in the most
Absolutely.
inhumane ways. So someone
Absolutely.
like that deserves, in my humble opinion, I don't care what happens or
For sure.
who or what anybody
Yeah.
says about me or who's
Yeah.
listening. He deserves to be cut up piece by piece. He deserves
So
to be tortured.
here's my argument, brother. I think instead of taking him out of his misery, he should be put in prison and like by
Prison's
himself.
too easy, brother. Prison
Sorry.
is just like locked in 4 rooms and you get food and water and you sleep.
Well, that's
I
the
mean,
yeah. So I would go deeper. Like, for someone who's committed crimes like that, I don't know, um,
there is
psychologically
no. I
play some
really know where you're
psychological
coming from.
plays, right? And like make him like play videos of all the kids dying in Gaza until he dies, so he watches what he
I
He
mean,
did. You
wouldn't
know.
care. He would not
he
care.
wouldn't care.
But
But I
I don't
mean,
want to
he's
go.
gonna
He's
be
dealing with the
stuck. Like
devil.
if he's facing the death penalty compared to what I'm suggesting, I think
Look, you're spiritual.
that's creating.
You're spiritual, and you're
Yeah,
talking from your soul.
fair enough. Yeah,
Allah, God,
yeah.
and His Subhanahu wa Taala is never gonna allow
Hmm.
for him to die a regular humanitarian death under the rubble or under a military strike. It's not.
Hmm.
It's just the way that Allah works.
Yeah, yeah.
It's you do bad, you get bad done to you 10 times worse. You
I
do
see.
good,
Yeah, yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
Understood.
That's all it
Absolutely. Yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah. I can get behind that. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, I guess, having a discussion here, kind of thing.
Yeah, I get you.
Um, I mean, my concept is a little different. I think heaven and hell is a psychological concept, and it's like what we manifest in our lives is based on our decisions. And when we die, like we really don't know. Ultimately, I think we all just go back to the Creator. I don't know if we go and live a indefinite heaven or hell for the rest of our existence as a soul or whatever it might be. So I would essentially, if he created hell for so many people, I would imply that he should experience hell while he's alive. I don't know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But just to reiterate my point, I mean, going also talking about heaven and hell, or if we don't, it's not an if, it's an actual fact. It's in all three holy books, so you cannot you cannot debate it, you cannot doubt it.
Hmm.
And I don't really know much about your faith, or I don't really want to like
No,
put
it's
you
yeah,
out there.
yeah, yeah. But no, absolutely. You
Uh,
know, at the end of the day, based on what you said, I gotta maybe read up on those books a little more because I never
Yeah,
have.
and I mean the Holy Bible and the Quran are the books you would really want to look into.
Mm-hmm.
The true Holy Bible and the Quran has never been changed since 1,400 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that you won't have a problem with
Yeah.
in all languages.
Mm-hmm.
But the Holy Bible, you'd have to find the true Holy Bible going back. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I think a couple hundred, 200 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
and at the end of the
And
day, I'll say this: the resistance right now, not to romanticize, just to move on of this guy. because I definitely want to give more attention to the people who are fighting back, the people who are fighting for their sovereignty. Like I definitely am not trying to romanticize this war and say like, oh yeah, like it's some movie. This should not be happening. People were living their lives. I'm sure if they wanted to change their government, they could have got around to changing their government. I saw some changes starting to happen in Iran. It's not my business anyway, by the way. So, you know what I mean? But this isn't how you change things or make life better for other people. Who are you to be the arbiter of what's better? You know, to say, oh, it has to be this kind of government. All the way here in America where we have our own problems. And then now, and the arrogance of Trump even saying, well, they have to go through me so I could pick their leader. What is going on?
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, like it
Yeah,
just
but
doesn't work. It
Casey,
doesn't
you
work
know
anymore.
what? You have all the right to chime in and about Iran and about any other country, because this here right here is the revolution, the resistance of speaking the truth and letting the truth out there. So you have all the right to speak your mind and think who should be in, who shouldn't. Yeah, just like any Iranian or Palestinian or any other person on the face of the earth, because we're speaking the truth and we're trying to gather this community and grow it and grow it and grow it, so the truth's out there, and no matter who wants to put it down cannot be able to do that.
Thank you. And then even to bring it, I don't want to say Netanyahu, but he did say, and he said that he is fighting an 8-front war, right? With different countries, you know, of course he said Lebanon and Iran and, you know, all these other countries. You know what the 8th front is? It's information, especially information here in America. That's literally his 8th front in his war. So this is why I keep plugging this space. Every time I get a chance, I keep plugging this YouTube.
That's awesome.
Subscribe to the YouTube.
Yeah,
And
subscribe to the YouTube, hit the
and Casey,
notification.
sorry to interrupt. Sorry. But this is where no matter what religion, where you're from, what you believe in, whatever, this is where taking the stand matters, because it can like turn your life around in a second. And if you don't take the stand now, like you know how they say, it's a quote, it's a famous quote, and I saw it on Adam's profile. If you don't believe in something, you will fall for anything. So this is the time where you got to stand up to the truth, stand up to everything that's going on. And this is where Christians and Muslims will unite, because the Prophet ﷺ said, there will come a time to my ummah where the Muslims and the Christians will unite against a certain entity. And
Inshallah, brother.
obviously, there is
Inshallah.
no entity left to fight except this Zionist, diabolical Baphomet worshiping entity. You know, so inshallah, that's gonna happen. It's already happening.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't think it's a coincidence that in Iran they put up the statue of Baal, and burned it. That was the real sacrifice that Israel had put up, and were literally sacrificing their children to that altar, and God hated it. Oh my God, over and over through it.
Andrew,
Yeah.
when I saw that video, that's when my perspective shifted. You know, because I was all about that stuff in Canada. I guess I'm just the type of media I've been attracted to. I guess you can call it, right? Because we all at the end of the day curate our own algorithms and whatnot, and we gotta be able to decipher all the BS in between and whatnot. But yeah, I was gonna make another point, but I lost my train of thought here. I'll come back if it comes to me.
It always works to think about something else, and it comes right back to
I
what we're
always
just
I always
saying.
say if you forgot it, it wasn't important enough, and if it was important enough, it'll come back to you.
That's true.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's interesting that's when it made such an impact on you. And it did me too. I really felt
Yeah.
vindicated, because for 15 years I've been my battle, and I think it's a mission from God, has been to come against Christian Zionism. I saw the damage, and I know I'm repeating myself. People heard me say it so many times. And I've studied, oh dear Lord, God knows I've studied, and I've got into it in depth. And but the ball thing, people think that the Iranians are just doing that to just, oh, your synagogue, you're worshiping Baal. When reality, it's really real. They are
Yeah,
in a state of apostasy. Yeah. So
Andrew, all the conspiracies I've been made to be a nut job for in the West seem to be the foundation of Iran's reason to wanting to fight this against who they're fighting. You know, it's ridiculous. You know, um,
wow.
do you guys kind of follow what I'm saying here? Like, or am I a bit wrong there? I don't know.
No,
Could you
I mean,
repeat
I
that?
think I'm following.
Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I think I'm following you. What you're saying is, especially when the burning of the statue to Baal was so made such an impact in your life, that's when you kind of had your epiphany there. And that tells me that you realize that that's not only just a symbolic, but a very real connection to the evil of that empire. And I'll just land it with this comment. Jesus Christ, and is Omar was saying in the holy book of the Christian religion, Jesus Christ himself clearly stated who National Zionist Israel is. And if someone says out of ignorance, they didn't even exist until in the time of Jesus. Oh, but that same spirit, that same demonic spirit has existed going all the way back to the descendants of Cain. I don't have all my studies, but what these Pharisees, these religious Pharisees really believed with all their heart that they were descendants of Abraham and he's our father. And Jesus said, no, your daddy is the devil. And so in the parable of Matthew chapter 21, the parable of the husbandman, Jesus Christ gave that, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I won't do it. It's not the space. But he went through the whole parable, and it describes national Israel in their state. And they stated, and that's where they're at. And they're saying
Amen.
that Talmudic is there. Yeah, I don't want to turn this into an eschatological study. It's not. Yeah, but
No,
we're
but
seeing it
I hear
happen
you,
there.
man. Amen to that, brother, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the thing with the ball statue getting burnt was the biggest thing for me was that it was, I don't know, it's framed as a conspiracy out here. You know, it's like not true because of the media and all this stuff out here. And then I'm like, okay, the IRGC running a whole country, like they're smart enough to figure something out. They know a lot more than everyone else in the world to a certain extent. They're running a country. Like, who are we to tell them they're wrong in this sense, right? So for me to see that was like, okay, they kind of validated my assumptions. So yeah, it was huge. And then let alone all the conversations I've heard about here, and then hopped on here and chatted a bit, and it's good stuff, man. It's really good stuff.
And all that, my point here, bro, is if we look at it this way, it's really, as Professor Morandi said in his interview with Sully, it's in Sully's YouTube archive there. Please watch that interview if you haven't watched it. Professor Morandi said this really comes down to the Epstein class versus the resistance of it's like good versus evil. The Epstein class versus the resistance of good, of what is. Now you say, no, they're evil. No, listen carefully. Their stance against all of the corrupted perversions of the West and this Epstein class. It's good versus evil. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and as an Iranian, it just makes me very proud to see that my country seems to be that the people chosen to be in place to fight the evil. It's I mean, I just hope this works out well, and I'm sure it will, because they're fighting the good fight. And yeah, God bless you all.
You as
Thank you for
well.
your
You as
comment.
well. You as well, my brother. Let's get some more speakers, some more debates, some more opinions, or is everybody just like listening?
You see, Omar, do you see the hands up, brother? We've got 2, 3
I can't.
hands.
Oh, I
I
can't see any hands
Me
or
either.
anything.
Yeah, we got some hands. I think Lion's been waiting for a while, so over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Suleiman, Casey, Andrew, Omar. I've been listening to your space for a while now. I think the first time I came to Suli's space was when the Gaza war started, and I've never looked back. I think I forgot about mainstream media. I'm actually an American, but I came to this country as a refugee, originally from Somalia. And now with this, I've never been more ashamed of being an American, unfortunately, because of the what my president has done. It's a pity. I cannot believe we had a large Muslim population that actually voted for this guy, thinking that he will never take us to war, and many of us now today regret very much. Suleiman, first of all, I think you have a great team. I cannot, I don't know what I would have done. I mean, I got to bed, come back the following day, and you guys are still on. And I think this is the only space that you can get unfiltered information, and And I am also, Andrew. Every time you speak, I gotta be honest with you that I find myself literally crying. It's just. Thank you for your service. Thank you for coming on these spaces and sharing your experiences. It's people like you, fellow Americans like you, that that's where the future is, because that's the only way we're going to save our country. Because I do believe, I support my country, America, 100%, but on this we're wrong, 100%. And I am on the side of Iran. Iran is fighting for the rest. Again, I'm a Sunni Muslim too, so it's not only an American but also a Sunni Muslim. And I think majority of the Sunni Muslims that I know actually support Iran on this fight. So the thing that I'm wondering, and I don't know if people, I don't know what you guys think of. I think they have started. I don't know if anybody told our president by killing, Ayatollah Khamenei, that they put literally a target on all Americans for the rest of our lives, including our children, because this is not something that is going to end, weeks. It is enmity that has been created for generations for us as Americans, and that really, I don't know if people understand, and if people shared this. I know he just followed Netanyahu, but I really, it's thing that I can't understand. He was not only a leader, but he was a religious leader too, and there are millions of Shia Muslims and other Muslims who support him. And by doing what they did, they creating that never-ending enmity for us. And I mean, like now I'm seeing, we've been told to leave Iraq. All Americans should leave Iraq. I'm not surprised, because that's going to be the same thing. And everywhere else in the world we're going to be, it means we're marked. And I hope my fellow Americans understand the mistakes that this government has done. And I hope we can someday we get maybe back to our senses and stop this nonsense. I'm actually in Georgia, not too far away from Marjorie Green Taylor's district, just neighboring that. And today, the Democratic Party and some of the representatives who went out there, they had a very large, really large people, and that is I think it's a Trump plus 37, almost 40% district, and you had a large, people who came out, and that shows you that the Americans are waking up. We know it's a question of right and wrong. The thing that I don't understand, for example, something I wanted to ask you guys is, I know Mancos, is it Mancos? Mancos is not here, and I don't want to talk about him when he's not here, but sometimes what I
No,
don't
I give you
understand,
permission. I give you permission. You can
you
do
give
that.
me,
It's fine.
and Adam, by
Full
the way, Adam,
permission. Full
thank you
permission.
guys. Thank you guys. And Adam, by the way, today when you were talking to that Javon, I was actually going to the mosque, and then when you were talking to that Javon guy and low IQ guy, I like that you never gave him. And this is exactly what we need to do. The other, just dismantle before, because they tend to throw a lot of disinformation. They come to these spaces thinking that people are not informed. The beauty of this space is that we are very, very informed. And I don't mind having, those guys coming in. I don't want it being an echo chamber. But the most important thing is we don't give them to throw in 7, 8 different points and then, not rebutting them. And I really, today when you're talking to that Javos guy, I don't know, Davos, I don't know, whatever, Javos, I don't know what his name was. Adam, I was cheering for you. I was really, truly cheering for you. And Casey, I don't know where Khalisi is. I used to listen to Khalisi when, I think some months back. But yeah, I really love the way you guys give these guys space. It's good that they speak. And again, I cannot overemphasize. I really, really appreciate when they come up and you allow them to speak, but dismantle them in the process. So that is one thing. And actually the main reason why I raised my hand, I've been listening to you guys all this time, is just to appreciate how much you give these guys to come up, speak, and then you dismantle. I think there was another day, I don't know when it was it Monday or Thursday, when Suleiman was debating, there was that Zayo lady, she was debating. I was actually on the road driving. It was an hour drive. And I loved the way Suleiman was dismantling her I don't know what to call it, misinformation. I don't know what misinformation, disinformation, because these people intentionally, they come to this kind of spaces thinking people are not informed and spew that kind of nonsense. So I love the way you give them space and then dismantle in the process. So the final thing I wanted to ask you guys, and maybe the panel I wanted to ask is, what the hell is wrong with people? I mean, you can't get into people, like, for example, what our country did, you go into Iran, they never attacked us. Twice they were negotiating with us, and then twice we, in the process of our negotiation, we attacked them. And then somebody like Mankos, now that you have given me, Adam, the go ahead, he was saying if they don't open up the Strait of Hormuz, the rest of the world will gang against them. And I was wondering, I said, wait a minute, but who started this? Imagine if somebody had come to America. I don't like, majority of Americans here, so many, including Muslims like me, voted for Donald Trump here. But today, because of what he has done, we're all against it. Wrong is wrong. There's right and wrong. This was a mistake. So imagine if somebody had come to this country today and attacked Donald Trump. I will still defend him because he's my president. He's my president. I will still defend. So I don't understand when people come and say, okay, wait a minute, Iran is wrong on this. Why? How is Iran wrong? On this issue particularly, they were attacked. 165 or maybe 170 little girls were killed. And I am ashamed, my president. He said, mistakes do happen. Instead of, doubling down, or, those are the times that I wonder where our humanity has gone. And you have people like this becoming leaders for us. You make a mistake. It's pretty straightforward. We made a mistake. We are very sorry. And we promise this will never happen, or we'll bring the people who did this to account. Why would you meander? My heart actually left almost literally my body when I saw my president meandering about the 170 girls or 65 girls that were killed. It's just that I just can't understand as a human being. And you have people here who are saying, oh, wait a minute, the rest of the world will fight against Iran because they're not opening the Strait of Hormuz. Why should they open? Why should they? They were attacked, not once, twice. So I think on this one, again, AG, as you said earlier, thank you for everything you stated. I think Iran is fighting for, and they're the underdog here, and they're fighting for the rest of the world. They're fighting for the moral majority of this world. And it doesn't mean that I don't support America is my country, but here we're wrong. Our president is wrong. I saw earlier, the C-13 plane that was downed in Iran, and one of the pilots, I saw there's a video going online. He had little kids. He had I think twins and 3 little kids. Very happy family. And what did he die for? He did not die fighting for us as Americans. He died for Israel. And anybody who's anybody whose heart does not break seeing that little family, he left a beautiful wife and 3 little kids behind. Barely. Then what? I don't know. They're very young kids. I'm an old man. I'm 55 years old man. I have 5 kids. And my heart breaks. So anybody whose heart does not break, that you have a father who they sent to war for another country and left a wife and 3 little kids, and their heart doesn't break, those are not human beings. They're not really human beings. So I hope and I pray that we Americans wake up and end this I don't know what to call it, this craziness. I don't even know, not craziness. I don't know what to call this inhumanity. And I believe we are. I believe we are. So finally, I just want to leave you with guys one, and thank you for these spaces. I appreciate so much. And Khaleesi, Casey, Beatrice, I don't know if she's not here. I really, really love the ladies, the way they really, the well also informed, the guys are well informed. And Suleiman, you have you're very lucky to have this team, honestly, because, you can't do it alone. And we have thousands of people like me it's the first time I came up to speak, who are listening and who are cheering for this team. We are a team and we're going to make this world better. Thank you, guys. And I really, really appreciate everything that you're doing.
Powerful. Thank you, brother. That was
Thank
powerful
you.
line.
Absolutely, it was. Thank you.
And thank you for remembering that. What is that?
Where's Sully so he can hear this?
Oh, wow. Is that the sirens?
Yeah.
Where's that from?
Here, Jordan.
Wow.
He hears those.
Wow.
Mar hears those several times a day. What, 10 times, 10 times a day on average?
Yeah. And yeah, Lion made a good point about they should have apologized for the Manab for the school bombing, for burning those little girls alive. They should have apologized. It'll shame America forever that, as long as you don't apologize for that. You should apologize. You should punish the people behind it. Who gave the intelligence to hit that site? Whose mistake was it? There should be an apology. There should be consequences for it. And there should be a mass movement for that, in my opinion. But yeah, that's just completely shameful. It's a black mark, black stain against America until that's figured out.
But may I add something that I think
Yeah, go ahead,
we really
Adrian.
need to make a difference between we the people and this mafia that governs us, and I think we all make that difference, honestly, because I mean this cruel this gang that is keeping us in this system with lies and psyops, and I mean they're it's normal, they fool us, we have fallen into traps, we've woken up, many people more are waking up, but we shouldn't feel like the very strong comment that was made. Who spoke? Who just spoke? And just a few minutes ago, because that was really touching. But what I'm trying to say is that I really encourage not to self-flagellate ourselves too much. Let's resist. Let's fight on. We are awakened now, and let's fight on. But we have been trapped. We've been fooled. We've been lied. And these tactics are very powerful. Are military tactics, are psychological tactics. So let's just let's be together. Let's keep the truth on, and let's fight on. And just maybe some encouraging news in Europe, because I thought foolishly. I thought that Trump was the savior of Europe, because here in Europe we're seeing the same issues that you guys that in the States you're having. Of course, not the same issues that in the Middle East, the people in the Middle East are facing, or in Africa where the wars are. But in terms of non-democracy and being trapped, being suffering the flag operations, the COVID type of ops and stuff like that, and it being taken away liberties. I mean, Europe is exactly the same thing, and it's not Trump. I thought Trump was going to free us from this mafia that is governing us, but no, it's Iran now. I think Iran is the ultimate Armageddon that is gonna liberate us. And in fact, just some good news in Europe. I mean, Spain completely has denounced since the beginning the war. Italy just yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, Giorgia Meloni of Italy, she just significantly shifted her stance and started criticizing the U.S.-Israeli intervention. Switzerland today closed the airspace to U.S. spy military ops flying over Switzerland. So Europe, which is completely governed, also particularly France with Macron, Germany with Merck, and okay, it's not in Europe, but Starmer in the UK. I mean, they're completely globalist, Zionist rulers, and of course von der Leyen, and these dynamics that we're living are completely freeing us, also Europe, from this. I think Europe might not last long. I mean, there's very big movements against Europe, again, like Hungary, Croatia. I mentioned Spain, Italy is shifting very fast. And so there's a cascade of events that are really changing very fast. So there's hope. There's hope, I think.
Adriano, I think if you don't mind, yes, there's a lot of hope, and I couldn't agree more with you. For example, I used to, like Marjorie Green Taylor.
Oh yeah.
I used to think, some years back, I'm in the same state. She's just next. Actually, at one point, I think we were in her district, and I used to think she was, I don't know what to call it, but today, I realized we were the ones who were actually misled because of, so and
yeah, I mean, she was completely.
yeah,
I mean, she felt betrayed completely,
yes,
left
yes,
alone, and she went back.
yeah,
She just
yeah,
left Washington. I mean, I feel so sorry. I was in spaces with her in the past.
yeah,
Terrible,
yeah,
terrible. I was a big
yeah,
MAGA supporter from Europe.
excellent.
Losing friends here in Europe because everybody was against Trump, following the propaganda,
Yeah,
the deep state propaganda over here. We were just basically fighting against against everybody else, and they're trying to divide us in any way possible. And this space is great. I mean, it's incredible how many different perspectives there are, and we're trying to, we're piercing through truths, and we're getting together and hopefully motivating a lot more people to really free us. We all want
and
that.
then yes, and 100%. Because the reason why I was bringing I call her MTG is because I was 100% opposed to her, and I know a group of friends, so many group of us here in Georgia, for example, who are very much opposed to her. Today, we're cheering for her and Thomas Massey from Kentucky to run as a president, or maybe Tucker Carlson. People that we were completely 100% opposed to today are ones we are cheering, and we want them to run. And I'm telling you, and I think Andrew knows, and a lot of the fellow Americans, Casey, who are here, I'm going to tell you they're going to be shocked. The Republican Party is going to be stunned. And I am seeing things. I know over, number of Hispanics that I work with who 100%, voted for Trump or are Trumpians. And all of a sudden, they don't want anything to do with him.
But we need to vote for people, not parties. We need to get away from parties.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, in America, that's the problem we have.
Europe
we only have two parties.
But those are the smoking mirrors that they gave us. That we thought of fighting, and then the same people, they create a problem, and then they create the next party is going to solve the problem, and then it's another problem, and then it's another. It's smoking mirrors.
I agree.
If I could just real quick say, because I do agree about the people are now looking like they wish they didn't vote for him. It is a sad shame. I'm glad that I came to that decision with the help of spaces like this. Seriously, I'm not even trying to be funny. Spaces like this, Suleiman, and back then it was Suleiman Khaleesi spaces, looking at information, looking at who was donating to Trump, and hearing other political analysts say we will be in war with Iran if Trump is president. I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to just sign out of this. So, and I abstained my vote, and not to if people voted for him, it is what it is, right? At least people are waking up to it. It's not your fault. But for me, it did feel freeing to say, nah, I don't want this. I just have to move on from it. Because I know that cult feeling of Trump is going to save the day, Trump is going to save the day, and you're waiting for it. I'm glad I got out of that before seeing all of this betrayal. That's why information is so vital. Information, it can change the world. The truth is like the most important thing. The truth is the closest to God I think you can be. And I really mean that. So like I always say, please go up to the link, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. Let's get this channel moving, get the truth out to the people. Definitely hit your notification bell on Twitter. Hit the retweet the space, reshare, tell your friends about it at work. You know what I mean? At the supermarket, whatever, like, you know what I mean? Just to kind of just drop a dime real quick. That's all part of it. And, you know, and I'll just say this, because sometimes we do feel like, well, what can I do? I can't stop this war. Like, it's just me. First of all, you'd be surprised what one person can actually do to change a lot of things. But in the meantime, while you figure out that, sharing this space really is important. Sharing this channel, subscribing, because truth is so vital. It's like the best treasure, because they want to take away the truth from us so bad. So this is the movement right here. So I just wanted to make sure I dropped that off again. But back to, I'm sorry guys, I didn't mean to cut you guys off. I do love the conversation that you guys are having.
Yeah, it might be that one day we just have to completely just not not comply all together at once. That's probably the only. If it's not violent, it's not. If it's not, you know, something violent, and I don't think anybody here wants that. But maybe the only hope is that at one point in time we just say, well, we'll not comply. Finished. We're too many, then for the system to hold.
Thank you,
Diana, I think
Adriano.
for me, I agree. I think for me, it's spaces like this. You know, for example, how many different you're having people from all walks of life, all, you know, different religions, everything coming
It's
together,
incredible.
different different ages. You know, like I'm an old man. You know, this is
Me too. I
I'm
join you.
55 years old. So yeah. So you have it's, you know, sometimes some people think only, oh my, these are only young people. No, I mean we have, so it's spaces like these. This is why I have a lot of hope, and I believe we're going to change. And maybe from this midterm onwards, things are going to be very different, because what I'm seeing, even you know, one of the things I was telling you earlier, I like your spaces because you allow desires and people who have different opinions to come here and you dismantle them. I like to follow so I follow Nick Fuentes, I follow everybody, because that is how you get information. You don't want to, you know, go only to people you agree with. You want to listen to what others are saying, because that is the only way you can also become a good debater, is listening to what maybe the best of your opponents are saying. Then you learn from them and see how best you can dismantle. So I follow all these guys, Nick Fuentes, all these, whatever they're calling them. And Nick Fuentes today, I saw in one of those things, I don't know if it's true, but he was saying he is ready to vote for the, you know, Democratic Party and make sure this is dismantled. So we are seeing people who are in completely opposite ends of each other, who are coming together because of what these people are doing to us today. And that's why I believe there's hope.
And
I mean,
you still
whoever
have the
thought?
freedom to we
Yeah.
still have, you know, in the US, First Amendment, you still have that freedom. I can tell you in Europe, this is, they're squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. People go to jail for opinions. In the UK, well, I just mentioned before Jacques Beau. I mean, a Swiss citizen living in Brussels, the headquarter of the European Union, being stripped. He cannot even pay the rent and pay for his food. And he was just a senior military official, a member of UN and NATO and things like that. And just because he's not following an opinion, so it's incredible. So you still have the freedom. I mean, we won't let the freedom go here. I mean, in Switzerland, luckily, we're complete freedom. But you know, we're fighting back. We're fighting back, and it's only by talking, as you say, and exchanging views that we can really, you know, we need to hear everybody. Absolutely, that's the only way forward.
Thank you, Adriano. Over to you, Coyote. How are you doing?
Good, man. I'm fixing to send you some stuff. I am buried. It is a lot easier to talk about people of the Jewish faith than it is these Christian Zionists. Boy, I tell you what, they're vicious little things. And I got these little monarch things too. I don't even know. I caught them from over here. It's like catching crabs or something, man. Anyway, this too shall pass. I did want to tell you, I just found out something interesting while I was here. Erica Kirk is of Lebanese and Syrian descent. You can look it up on Google. That's
Oh yeah, I was aware
amazing
of
right
this.
there.
Yeah, she's of
Yeah.
and also it was on her mother's side, right?
Yeah, and her mother's with the
And
Catholic. Oh, they'll
and
love
what's
that too.
past maternally?
It's like, man, I mean, might as well go all out, man.
Yeah,
It's
because there's a
crazy.
there's a very I don't know if she's Christian after learning that. I don't know if she's if because Judaism is past maternally.
And
So
yeah, there's her cousin. I didn't even know these people were
so
still on
anyways,
this
yeah.
Candace thing, bro. It's like, damn, it's crazy how polarized this is.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot of well, it's clear to me that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. It's and Candace, she keeps releasing. So Charlie Kirk was an anti-Semite. He was an anti-Semite in the DMs and the private messages. So like he was turning against it. He was too scared to speak out against it. He only had the confidence to speak out against, Islam because, he's paid
Sorry,
to.
Adam. Should we correct that term as a anti-Israelite or anti-Zionist? Or
Yeah,
because I feel like
whatever you want. I'm just saying in the vernacular, you know,
I just want to get it right, in regards of who the real Semites are in that conversation, right?
well, yeah, I'm more anti-Semitic than most of these Ashkenazis. I don't really care about the term itself.
No,
But
I
the
just
point
wanted
is,
clarification for myself, and I figured there's a bunch of other people that might want that clarification. But
I don't really care. But what was the point?
Charlie was anti-Semitic.
No,
Candace.
yeah, but there was something else. Like, oh yeah, he was like woke to the Talmud. Like he was woke to the like he was like, oh, the Talmud has some quotes that will shock you. Like he was like, but he didn't say this publicly. He was telling Candace privately. Um, and yeah, he was saying the Jewish community was angry at him, and again, like he said again, and he was saying all these things, and there's so many facts around it. Like he had a Zionist peer pressure group of Jews and rabbis who would like coach him on talking points, and they even said that he was like pushing back against them and wasn't enjoying saying all the talking points. He was under constant pressure like this, and it's been confirmed. Like Robert Schulman pulled his funding, like in one of I think TPS USA's second largest funder. You know, he was a
He was
Jewish
going to drop
Zionist.
some too. He was dropping some too. I watched the
Yeah.
whole thing on him, bro, because I used to couldn't stand him, bro. He was big Zio and everything. But then he started like you could watch the Ben Shapiro, them kids at them schools, bro. Gen Z's lit up, and Gen Alpha, them kids are not playing, and it's declining. The support for Israel or whatnot. They're reading, they're even getting into the faith or whatever. I was honestly kind of worried about this whole thing with Iran. Like it's like, because I know what it is. I know how long they've been trying to get us in it since '92. All this bullshit, and it's like whenever it kind of came down to the wire, because I knew they were trying to pin up the Christians and the Muslims, but we've been actually kind of talking. And it's like we're not stupid with it. I don't want to be in the war, support my country, but this is the stupidest shit ever. I did want to say, for the Christian people, y'all need to revisit the word nation when you go read the Bible. Go look at what the like the biblical meaning of it is. It's not of a piece of land and dirt, like everybody has always taught us. It's a people. It really clarifies a lot of stuff right there if you go read it like that instead of reading it as in like borders and stuff, because that's all this is about land, man. It's I put it in the purple pill. But yeah, that's a big fight, Adam. And I want to tell you, and solely because y'all got a bigger voice, this CUFI, Christians United for Israel, that is a powerful, like APAC powerful, but just more grassroots lobby, bro. Like they are, and they fly under the radar, but that's this evangelical, you got the Zionists, they're over there. It is like secular, they're going to do what they do. Look at it as foreign countries, but I'm strategically kind of thinking about it. Okay, so what's not going to get the discredit? I don't give a shit about getting attacked, but it's like These are the people like they're heretical according to my faith and stuff like that. And that's the support. That's what's funding. That's what's saying it's okay to go to war and you know and allow even like the genocide, bro. Like I still can't believe this is America. Sometimes it's crazy. We used to go fix that stuff. But the big thing about it is the Christians are so passive, very, very, very passive or whatever. And it's like they'll take it and they don't want to know, they don't want to get labeled. Oh my God, they might call me a Jew. Well, so what? What is it? I mean, if you get called a Jew hater and all this other stuff, start fighting back with some of this stuff, man.
Or
I
an
don't know.
anti-Israelite, as some of the guys said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, they're not Semitic. And look at that too. Genesis 10:3, Ashkenaz is of Gomer, who's of Japheth, not of Shem. So he's kind of coming from a Gentile. But they don't like that. Yeah, man, it's the support, man. Y'all give these bigger accounts some support, man. A like, a follow, you know, like if you see their stuff, don't be timid to repost it and stuff like that. It does matter, especially like when they get grounded. Because I went extra today, Adam. I saw your name on all these fucking bot things that I can't find these little bot groups or whatever. But you know, it does help them, and whenever you look at it, because I've been really kind of struggling with that. It's like, you know, you want people to speak up for you and you know, understand that people don't want to speak. You're not, it's not time for that and stuff like that. But you don't want to, you know, say what's up to them whenever you get in the street. I don't know what's up with that, but you know, just nobody's asking for money, but just, you know, support some of the people that get their ass beat, bro. This is a lot. But yeah, man, you know, I'm glad everything's kind of going how it is. I still, this weird, man, this war is weird, bro. It doesn't feel like, you know, it's all bullshit. And I just broke down the numbers from the defense, you know, the defense budget from before 2001, September 11th, because I saw one of those videos and I was like, holy shit. And I've been seeing that like BB's little thing too, because so I've been looking at AR. Anyway, dude, it's like that's what all this is about. That it's just about money with this military industrial complex, pin us up against each other, keep us divided. You got Team Erica, Team Candace, yada yada yada. But I think we're starting to come through the bullshit. And as far as that guy, you know, what he's talking about earlier, those kind of things happen naturally in in the country. Whenever people get tired to that point to where they feel like, you know, hopelessness or whatever, there's always like a trigger. It's actually a very, very ancient theory, but that trigger sets it off, and you go from like feeling hopeless for, you know, have nothing, you know, you think you're dooming and glooming to nothing to lose, and it just kind of works to say, well, you know, itself out, because this isn't the Donald Trump that I voted for. I didn't know he was going to go to the Rebbe's gravesite on October 7th and do oh helly Jewish mysticism stuff. But anyway, man, good to see you, Adam, dude. I don't know if that girl's still up here, and everybody else, man. It's you got some people that fight and get called shit all day up here. So I'm jihadi Muslim now, evidently. I guess I pro Iranian. I've heard it all, bro.
No, I don't care what I get called. So like, yeah, I don't care about being town policed or told like, oh, it's anti-Semite, anti-Israelite. I don't care.
Oy vey.
I really don't care. It's a fake word anyway. Like, it's a fake word. Like they use the word to the point where it doesn't mean much. And also, being an anti-Israelite is just logical. Like it's called being human. Like it's called being a decent human. Like that's you know, that's what being an anti-Israelite means.
Yeah,
Like
I
it's
think
like
that's the wrong. I think that was the wrong term. I shouldn't have said Israelite, bro.
you're like, bro, of course I'm anti-Israel. Like, what the hell? Like, is that a slur now?
No, but
Like,
I
no
think
way.
Israelite. I think Israelite is like actually the actual people who they're referring to in the Bible. So I was
Oh,
completely wrong.
well,
I was
even that
completely wrong.
even that one has the same issue as anti-Semite because the Palestinians are the Israel descendants of the
Yeah.
Israelites. So it's the same
Well, I
thing.
guess
You're
Israelite would
replacing.
be referring to them in biblically. I'm not 100% certain,
That's
but
what I mean.
I
Like,
was I was wrong
biblically.
in
Mhm.
cutting you off there and trying to correct that statement, but
No,
nonetheless.
you were coming at me like some SJW blue hair there. Like you're coming to, like you're coming at me about safe spaces next. But no, that's fine. I just mean like when it comes to the Bible talking about like the Israelites, that is still the Palestinian people. It's still them. You know,
Yeah.
they're descend they just converted to Islam. They
The
converted.
Absolutely.
Ethiopian, you know what I'm saying? Like all that, the tribal, and that's the thing, because like Ashkenaz, they're literally from fucking, it's a very small percentage. That's what I'm having a hard time with lately. like the actual DNA, because they had the big mix out in the Levant, you know, back in 500 to 800 AD, which that's going to push you to 40 to 60%, you know, according to their you know, the Jewish scientist or whatever, and then you're going to say that it doesn't increase, it doesn't make any sense. So this whole fucking thing is over land, bro. It's all over land. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not in the Bible. I don't, you know, I don't think it's in the Quran. I don't think that, you know, if they wrote their book, their little book in there or whatever it is, but it's literally not biblical sound. So I don't see what the big deal is. These fucking evangelicals, bro. Like that's the issue. It's an issue. These fucking evangelicals, it's they're deep, and that lobby's powerful, man. Anyway, we got to do something on that. And boy, you post, I'll tell you right now, Adam, you post on that shit, they're coming after you. Even the monarchs come.
Thanks for that, Kurt.
Yeah, go on, Suleiman.
Yeah, thanks for Kurt. Just some breaking news. So I don't know if you saw this, Adam. You might have read it out, but the IIGC made a statement. They said, if the Zionist criminal prime minister is alive, we will continue to pursue and kill him strongly. So Oive, I'm not sure where he is, but if he is around, then they've said that they'll go for him. Also, Starlink is now available in Kuwait. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but the 27-year-old US pilot Ariana Buche was named as the person killed on the KC-135 tanker over Iraq yesterday. Another life lost for Israel. What else have we got? This is old. US is attacking Isfahan quite badly right now as well. Yeah, that's kind of... And I did see some alerts towards the UAE about 30 minutes ago as well. But I'm not sure if there are any successful hits. Okay, let's go to... Oh, Adam, did you finish? If not, we'll go to Andy.
Hey, I was going to tell you, Sully,
Yeah, I'm finished.
that Hannity BB interview, that was all AR. If you go look at it, like Trump pumped it up, everything. This shit's getting crazy. I don't know where BB is.
Yeah, we did a video on that. Where that's the $1 million question. Where is Netanyahu? Where is Netanyahu? We've been asking that for 24 hours. We're saying, where is Netanyahu? Okay, let's go to...
I've seen some people say they don't want him to be dead, like some people on a geopolitical,
That's me.
Where's Adam gone?
Yeah, you had hands. You had hands up. Let's see, line. What line came back and you got
Wait,
Matrix
can I
Red.
go?
Okay, I don't know.
Can I
Adam's
go?
gone. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted to jump in. I mean, there's just so much going on. Like, I mean, now you have this whole Tucker thing where the CIA's after him, and now you have MAGA literally saying they want to throw Tucker in jail. And this is just the danger we face. You speak out against the atrocities that Israel's committing. You, as he said, like he said, Israel's the most violent country per capita. And now you have MAGA influencers saying that they want to throw Tucker Carlson in jail. And this is the problem. Like Trump was supposed to be the guy that ended the cycle of political persecutions and purged this stuff. And now Trump's going after people in his own party that speak out against this. And it's completely ridiculous. And all the MAGA influencers are saying this and that Tucker should be in prison now. And Randy Fine said Tucker Carlson learned a lesson and quoted those who bless Israel will be blessed and those who curse it should be cursed. And it absolutely makes me want to vomit. I will vote for a Democrat in 2028 if they are genuinely against Israel. Like if Kent Uger is the Democrat nominee, I will vote for him because at least he's not some insane person that like hates me. Like I just want a Democrat to run that doesn't openly hate white people and is against Israel. Like that's all I want. Like obviously I'm not going to vote for like an Elon Omar that said white men are the greatest threat to America. Like no, I'm not going to go there. But if I can get like a
She never said that. She never
or,
said that.
or she said she said something that they're
the most dangerous or something. She said something along those lines, but
She said Zionists were, but not white. She didn't generalize and say white men, but go on.
yeah, but like Kent Uger, I would absolutely 100% vote for him over JD Vance or Marco Rubio because he could actually bridge this divide and end this stuff. But I'm praying a Tucker or a Massey runs because this Vance Rubio stuff, this needs to end. This is like whatever Orwell predicted, this is worse than even he predicted. Like, we are in very dangerous times. Like, for all the people saying Trump was Hitler, no, he's not Hitler, but he's absolutely a fascist. I mean, Nick Fuentes said it best. Trump, the liberals said Trump's Hitler. He's not Hitler, but he said that Trump is he's Nick Fuentes called Trump a Jewish fascist. No, I wouldn't say he's a Jewish fascist, but Trump is a Zionist fascist. Trump is a fascist for the Zionist interest in the Yes, Trump is a fascist for Zionist interests. He only serves those interests and he's using authoritarian tactics to pursue them. You now have the CIA going after Tucker because he spoke with some Iranians before the war started. Yeah, of course he spoke with some Iranians. He's a journalist. Is he not allowed to speak with people in other countries? Like, that's
Yeah,
his job as a journalist. You have to get everyone's perspective by that. And they're now trying to say, Foreign Agent Act. Okay, yeah, Foreign Agent Act. Let's throw Laura Loomer. Let's throw Lindsey Graham in jail. Lindsey Graham's in Israel every other week. Lindsey Graham's been to Ukraine, 9 times? Yeah, Lindsey Graham certainly should be thrown in jail for being an Israeli and a Ukrainian agent. Tucker's one of the few honest people that we have, along with Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna. Like, we have very few honest people left on either side of the aisle. I'm not pretending neither party is good. They're both broken. We have maybe Kent Uger, Ro Khanna, Massey, Tucker, Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's 5 people. There's obviously a few others, but out of people that are old enough to run, that's about it. And it's quite very disturbing. And it's just and about people saying they don't want Bibi to be dead, I mean, I do get that concern because you could always have someone worse, but I mean, like, the power vacuum is always concerning. I mean, look what happened when Iraq fell and then you got ISIS. Like, it can't always get worse. Like that. I mean, obviously it's not an apples to oranges comparison, but you can always get worse. But I mean, I just want the devil to be gone. And
thank you,
then you can
Andy.
deal with the
Same.
what?
No, thank you, Andy. Thank you for that. Yeah. On Netanyahu, I'd be happy if he's dead. I think he served his purpose. Yeah. I think it's
Yeah,
time for
he
him
What
to go.
served his
purpose?
purpose to show everyone
What
how evil
purpose?
and vile that country is. And
Yeah.
and I mean that country. I'm not saying every single person in that country's evil because we know there are some good people in that country who are not against it. That country, I mean that government is pure vile evil.
Yeah. True. And
But you
it's
think he's served his purpose?
yeah. I don't think he's the colony's going to like elect
What's up,
someone
Adam?
who. Hey, Maverick.
I
Um.
hey,
Huh?
I think that.
Wait, could you let
Well,
Adam?
I don't think he has
I
it.
want to
Oh,
hear
sorry. Go
Adam's.
ahead.
I just want to hear
Go
Adam's
ahead.
opinion on it. Then you can go.
Like I don't think it's gonna get worse. I think it's going worse for him. Like I think he's taken it to the worst degree. You know, like he's like what they did to Gaza was beyond imagining of cruelty and evil. You know, and how they treat and he's taken Israel to the lowest. Um, yeah, like get rid of him, get rid of him. Like, what's the next person gonna do? You know, the the worst that can be is if they get rid of him and they say, oh, we're good now. Like it was all Netanyahu. Like if they try and scapegoat him, that would be the big issue, in my opinion. You know, because I've
That
seen,
is what they're gonna do. So
yeah,
for me, it's like the job isn't done. They actually still need him. Like my theory, I don't know if you heard it, but it was always that Netanyahu is merely a representative for them, but he is there to commit all of their crimes, and they've committed some of the worst horrors we've seen imaginable. That being said, he still has more to do. He still needs to murder more people, including and not limited to the people of Iran and possibly even Lebanon. Actually, yeah, and Lebanon as well. So for them, his job isn't done, and I do believe he'll become the fall guy. But they need him to They need him to finish the job. So therefore, him being dead right now, I think would put a small spanner in the works of their actual fulfillment of their plan. I'm not saying they won't be able to fulfill it. Of course they will. They'll just get another guy who can fulfill the plan, who would be an accurate representation of that, before they kind of clean the image. And I think the cleaner the image, I think the plan was always this. The plan was always, and this is why like, yeah, if you followed me, I literally predicted to the day why everything was going to happen. And the plan was that it was meant to happen by the end of this month. Because what they wanted was for him to commit all the horrors and crimes and kill Ayatollah Khamenei and take over Iran and take over Lebanon, and then he's got the job done. And then after 6 months, they might pardon him and he quietly disappears, and they'll all blame him for everything. They'll say it was Netanyahu. We didn't agree with Netanyahu. It was Netanyahu. Where obviously October the 7th happened. We disagree with it. It was a massacre, but we needed to respond, but he went too far. So it's basically the Cenk Uygur, and I like Cenk a lot. Dave Smith, Anna Kasparian, basically the big Mehdi Hassan, like the big pro-Palestinian guy's position. And that'll be the position they all say, the new regime in Israel. And they throw him under the bus. And that'll be the end of it. That'll be the way to clean the crimes, even though they were all complicit and they were all
Yeah,
responsible.
we can't let that happen.
Yeah. So I think with Netanyahu, if he has been killed, I do think it puts a kind of spanner in the works, because he was meant to get this done in the elections in November. Now, the problem they have is this, that they didn't expect Iran to smash them up so badly. They actually did not expect Iran to be dominating them in the way that happened. This has become a major spanner in the works. Iran has caused a problem to the great plan. I'm very confident in this, because the reason why I was able to predict everything was because this was not meant to happen. They were meant to win. This was the great plan. And then in November, it would have been the Israeli-American election. Trump would have lost the House. He would have probably lost a little bit of the Senate. It would have caused America into more chaos, but he would not have got impeached. Netanyahu would have lost the election. It would have been the left-wing government taking over. And then America would have weakened. They would have had a civil war and civil unrest. Israel would have been stronger, and Pax Judaica would have been in a scepter for the takeover of the New World Order. So the problem they have is that Iran has put a spanner in the works, and now they need Netanyahu to remain alive. And I think Plan B may be, and this isn't just definite because I need to just really rethink it, because I was just thinking this over the last, like, whatever. The spanner in the works, because the spanner in the works has happened, that they need Netanyahu to be alive. They need Netanyahu to fight for the next elections. No, sorry. They need the next election not to happen. So either they delay the election, or Netanyahu remains in power for one more term, because he's going to be a wartime president. So they need this war to continue. This is from the Israeli perspective. Obviously, America wants out because they've lost, but Israelis need this war to continue. And then he finishes the job and then he gets out. Do you get it? So he's the man who needs to finish the job. So I think this may happen. I just need to think it through, because I may have made not thought everything out. I just normally I just thought of it recently and I haven't really thought. But that could be so that's what I think may be happening. So if that's the plan, which is I think is possibility going to be the plan, which is the elections get delayed, Netanyahu stays in power, wartime president, or he just gets elected again because he's the wartime president. And then the next election they do it, so now they're going to delay it for the next election. Then they need Netanyahu to remain alive, or someone who's willing to take the fall with him. So maybe someone more right-wing like Ben-Gvir or Smotrich, or his deputy, someone to continue what he's doing, where they are a good representation of him and they'll continue on his legacy. So I think that's going to be the plan. So anyway, him being dead is a good thing, basically. I'm saying it will cause a spanner in the works.
No, yeah, that's what it sounds like from your analysis there, and it's compelling as well. Yeah, I mean, there's also a possibility that they get rid of the prime minister thing for now and just let the president take over. But again, yeah, they still need to continue the mission that's left half done, which will ruin their reputation anyway, because he was supposed to he's a bad scapegoat if he's gone halfway through the stuff that he's supposed to be scapegoated for.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
honestly, like Iran just they caused a big problem with the plan. They had their great plan. The reason why, like, we've been able to predict, I've been able to predict like every minutiae detail about what's going on is because their plan was just so obvious on everything. And this is why I used to get frustrated sometimes with like some people in the pro-Palestinian movement who kind of held the same opinions as these kind of guys who are going to take over Israel later. But then I just kind of just took it because I realized that people just love these celebrities and it is what it is. But this is why, because I knew, like, like, I don't hate Dave Smith. I think he's spoken out for Palestinians really good. But his position is going to be the position of the left-wing Zionist government. And this is why I was always like, oh, like, he's wrong about October 7th. He's wrong about a lot of the things he's saying about Palestinians and resistance. But he's a celebrity and people love celebrities. But why I'm saying that I don't really care about Dave
Suleiman,
Smith, I'm coming more back to the overarching issue that that's going to be the position of the new Israeli government.
Suleiman, if I could jump in,
Yeah, go for it.
I think with someone like Dave Smith, I wouldn't even call him a celebrity. Like I never heard of him until
I think
like 2 years ago.
no, that's true.
Until he started
He,
because
no, but he was
as I
small.
recall, man,
No, but Maverick, he was small
he
before
yeah,
October 7th, no doubt about it. Like, he used to come on the other spaces. He only had like a count of like 200, 3,000 followers. But obviously, through
yeah,
his constant platforming on Joe Rogan, his constant platforming on Tucker Carlson, his constant platform on Pace Morgan,
right,
he has become huge. So everyone does know who
yeah,
Dave Smith is. Remember, he debated Charlie Kirk and all these guys, and yeah, I do think he is a bit
yeah.
of a celebrity. But do continue.
No. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I'm saying he might be now, but I'm saying definitely not before 10 because I certainly didn't know who he was, and I don't think many others did. But yeah, and on his position on Palestine, yeah, I'd say he definitely has, along with a few others. I'd say in the beginning taking that left wing Zionist position, but I feel like they've kind of moved a bit more further to the left and started to become more pro resistance. Like even I saw Dave Smith recently on Piers Morgan, and it's like it seems like he's even shifted to like, oh yeah, Israel is the biggest terrorist organization in the world, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound like a left wing Zionist. It
No,
sounds
so
more
that's
like a
not the
pro
position
resistance
I've
guy.
got a
But
problem
it's
with him
obvious.
at, because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said that
No,
many.
no, I'm
He
just
said that
I'm just
many.
clear. I'm
Yeah,
just clarifying
yeah.
it.
But
Yeah,
he said that many a times. He said that right at the beginning. If you look at
I never heard of
any
him.
of his debates, he's been saying it for a very
Yeah,
long time. Where I disagree with him
but
is
yeah, yeah,
where he says that October the 7th was a massacre. He believes all the lies of October 7th. Where I disagree with him on, and
yeah.
I do believe
That
it,
I don't like.
where I also disagree with him on is the fact that he says and claims falsely that the resistance hides behind hospitals and uses people, Palestinians, as human shields. Where I disagree with him on is where he says that they commit suicide bombing and suicide attacks. Where I disagree with him on is that they are extreme and the extreme radical Muslims and how Islam is extreme. Where I disagree with him on is Islam is an extremist religion and that they throw gays off buildings uh, so those are just some. And so for example, when he debated Laura Loomer, they both were in agreement about the problems with Islam. They were both in agreement about how Islam was extreme, how Islam was, it was extreme, how terrorism came from Muslims, and then October 7th and extremism in that and extreme resistance. So they were all agreeing with that. Their disagreement was, and this is, I just feel like most people are not smart enough to realize, but his disagreement with the Israelis is just that he feels rightly, but his only thing is this, that he agrees with Israel had to do something. He just feels like Israel went too far. So his position is just that Israel went too far. Other than that, he's in agreement. And I'm not here to bash him. It's fine. Like I get it. He's a celebrity. Like everyone loves him. My point is this: that his position is gonna be the new left wing Zionist Israeli position. The ones who take over Israel. That'll be the new one when they wash the crimes of what they did. If that makes sense. But do continue.
Do you guys think there will be a Israel after this war? Is that still very possible, or
Well,
is it possible they might be gone?
that's what Iran's
Um,
pushing back on, isn't it? This is it now.
so
Hi, can
so
I? But
And
I don't
the
know
and
if
the
my hand
hold
is
on,
still up.
Well, let
But
Maverick go
hold on.
because
Let
I
me just
interrupted him.
finish.
Go ahead, Maverick.
Look, Yeah, let me just finish. No. I understand all that. I'm just saying, like, despite all that, I still appreciate those who speak up, or you
Yeah, I
know,
already said that, but I'm just explaining to you.
every now and
I
then.
know people love him,
But yeah,
but do continue.
I know. No. I heard you. I'm just saying. I'm with you, but at the same time, uh, yeah. As far as this, I mean, I don't really like people like him or even Tucker Carlson and others who tried to promote Trump as pro-war, like before the election, when many people, including myself, never really believed he was. I kind of knew, like, even from his first term, that, with him tearing up the nuclear agreement, like, he wanted war with Iran. And yeah, he listened to the likes of Lindsey Graham and, many others like him, and clearly still do. And I always thought he did. And I don't understand how people even, like, ever believed he was, like, anti-war or, like, anti-interventionist and stuff like that. Because he didn't show it in his first term. And, you know, clearly with his actions and people he appointed, to be part of the cabinet. Like, yeah, JD Vance, Marco Rubio, those guys have always, supported war in the Middle East, especially Marco Rubio, dating back to even before Trump entered into politics, has supported, Bush and Cheney and many others like him. And yeah, I'm kind of with, definitely with Andy on that. If there's any Republicans that I'd support, it would be definitely be like the likes of Thomas Massey, ones that are truly, and not just anti-war, but anti-genocide, you know, anti-apartheid, anti-APAC, all that stuff. Um, so yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, great points. Let's go to Chad.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just usually listen to the conversations you guys have. It's very interesting, the guests you bring on. I'm more of like a spectator, or like you could say devil's advocate, right? And I wanted to just kind of maybe put some points in that I consider valuable as a discussion by you guys. Maybe you might know more than me about all this. So the more I look at this, it just seems as though it's all orchestrated, right? From an outsider's perspective, I see Iran, I see Israel, I see America, and it looks like they're all at war. But I mean, if you look at what it serves at the end, I mean, they're all winning, right? Because obviously, Israeli economy is funded by defense contractors, so the currency is literally strengthening against the US dollar right now. The US dollar is still going to get a shit ton of petrodollars from GCC because it's small things that they mention in the news, right? Like, the fact that MBS urged Trump to go to war, which makes him complicit. So he's going to keep funding them. And obviously, every war that's happened in the Middle East, the people that have truly paid the price has been Europe, because they've hosted all the refugees and all the immigrants, and it's clear that Europe is paying the price completely. And this whole war with NATO and uh, Russia, and bringing in Ukraine. I mean, I'm sure you're well aware. Like, Ukraine, the leadership with Zelensky, it was openly funded and encouraged by uh, people in the United States government. So it may seem as though Russia is on a separate side with China, but they've been silenced in a way with the Ukraine war, because again, the military-industrial complex grows, and now Europe is completely tethered to Russia, right? Because they have to rely on them for gas and energy, uh, and China is right there with them. So they're never going to actually come to save Iran and any of that. And I think Iran know this. So all they're doing is just causing as much damage as possible, which a great nation would do, right, before they fall. Because the truth is that, one thing that most people don't talk about is the Samson option, because, the way that they're beating the proxies and the bases across, it seems more like a show to me that, oh, look, we're doing all of this to you, but the Samson option is there, which seems like it's serving that point. I mean, Netanyahu being absent and, missing for 6 days now. It points more towards whether he is alive or he's dead. Again, the same as Khamenei. It's not really relevant at this point, and he's disposable to them because, I mean, if they deploy the Samson option, which I strongly think they will, then they'll probably put ground troops in and make a regime change and put someone in that's going to control the Hormuz for them, which will make the GCC countries happy. Petrodollars will keep flowing into treasuries, so America keeps winning. I mean, people say American economy is going to collapse, but it doesn't appear that way on paper. So it's yes,
That
it's
scenario you
possible.
just painted is impossible. The regime change one, like that's not possible. That's an impossible thing you just described.
Nothing is impossible, right?
Uh,
Just
So
think about it,
yeah,
play it out.
yeah,
Like so let's just say
sure.
it happens the way you say it happened, right? They come in, they take out Khamenei again, they put someone in that, like you just said, can be controlled. What do you think happens to that person as soon as your team leaves? They get killed.
as soon as whose team leaves?
This little James Bond team you're describing that's going to come take out the leadership and put someone new in the puppet. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Samson option, right? I'm
No,
saying that
you said America sends in a team to Iran. Oh, wait, sorry, did I misunderstand you? Did you say they were going to
I'm
send a team to Iran and replace the leadership and put a puppet in, or did you say
I'm
to
saying,
Israel? Which one did you
of
say?
course, they have to do that,
To
and
which country?
ultimately
To which country?
to Iran
Okay, yeah,
because
that's impossible.
Oh my
Like I
God.
said, this James Bond team. Let's say it goes according to your wishes. They take out the leadership, put someone new in. That's a puppet. As soon as your team leaves, that person's dead. That person's gone. You cannot just kill people. Like, listen, you've already taken out 42 people. You took out the ex Khomeini. They elected a new guy. They elected another Khomeini, right? Like, I don't think you understand how it works. You can't just kill someone, put your person in it, and think that's the end of it. Case closed. You can go home. That's not how it works. The Islamic Republic is not people. It's a system. It's an idea. The Iranian people will replace it the next day. You can't just put someone there and walk away. Like that's I don't think you understand Iran at all, actually, but through saying that. Like
Also,
I mean
Adam,
what I'm saying.
Adam.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Also,
go on,
this
Andrew.
guy
Go on.
thinks that Russia's gonna. He also thinks Russia's just gonna walk away. So he misses the whole dynamic on that. Russia's not gonna leave and just let Iran fall.
I mean it kind of means that from what you're saying that this is a war that cannot end because all parties benefit.
Yeah, regime change is impossible. Yeah.
So if regime change is impossible, and
It always has been.
okay, so let's say regime change is impossible. So at this point in time, Russia and China are benefiting, right? The GCC countries are taking some damage, but it's oversold. I mean, they're still able to the whole supply chain and the global economy will still keep going. But with this war, if it continues and they don't have a regime change and it drags out, and the main dilemma that people are selling is that the U.S. economy will crash because obviously Israel has something to gain here. Um, even Iran because they're fighting for their existence, like you said, right? And perhaps a regime change is like a hyperbole, right? But to some degree, there has to be an end game, right? So what would you suggest that is? Because none of this can continue at the state that it's going
Yeah, I said it days
without us
ago.
having
Trump
global
Trump
warfare.
gets on his knees and begs,
Right, and Trump gets on his knees and begs,
which he's doing
and
already,
then
begging everyone to send their ships to the Strait of Hormuz, and they're all rejecting him.
so you're saying that either Trump is going to have to basically be the guy that's the fall guy in the end. Do you think that Trump is at a point where, I mean, that's a good argument because he's exposed, especially with the Epstein files and everything, right? So the question is that if there isn't a regime change and this war is continuing, I mean, they're not just going to walk away. Trump is not going to go on his knees because this is the thing, is that what you're saying sounds more ridiculous than them deploying the Samson option, which is a key point in what I'm making before they
Bro, I'm just gonna say
manage.
something, bro. Israel's not going to use a Samsung option in China and Russia's backyard. They're gonna get nuked. In fact, it was Russia that told Israel during the Cold War if they ever use nukes, they get nuked by Russia. So the whole Samsung option, and not only that, these nukes. This is why China is even looking at Israel and giving Iran up to date information about what's going on, because China wants prosperity and peace in the Middle East. This is China is not the United States. China thrives on stability, especially in places like Africa and the Middle East, so they can work with governments to have infrastructure down, trains, what have you. They don't want nukes flying everywhere. But my question was to you guys: is what do you think the end goal is for Palestine, the people in Gaza? Because as this is going on, they're still bombing Gaza. So I mean, I think they're probably going to finish off with Gaza. I don't know. I mean, I think in the end, we grew up. Personally, I grew up thinking the powers that be, the Zionist Jewish supremacists, were smarter than were smart. But after actually engaging with them, they're fucking stupid. And we're seeing this with Israel too. They're really not smart. I think we're just going from an old generation to a new generation, and these people are not apt to adapt. I mean, example, Netanyahu putting out an AI video with six fingers and missing teeth. Like, these are mistakes that you can never take back. So these people are not invincible, is what I'm saying, and they are stupid, and they do lose. Despite doing brilliant things in the beginning, I mean, that's not me saying, like, brilliant for their sick aims. Same thing with Nazi Germany. Despite coming up with rocket planes and assault rifles and the first jet fighter, people make mistakes, especially when it's centralized to a small group of people. I would say that Israel is run by a dictatorship of Epstein elites, the Rothschilds. Israel is run by the Rothschilds, without a question. If you look at Israel's history, the Rothschilds actually, set up Israel by going into synagogues in Eastern Europe and making people speak Yiddish. Speak Hebrew instead of Yiddish. In fact, the Suez Canal was funded and owned by the Rothschilds, and you even have
Yeah,
the Rothschilds on
let
is
me
on
sorry,
yeah.
let me interrupt you just on that one. Sorry, Ray, and you're making amazing points. Everything you're saying is exactly on point, except the whole thing about the Rothschilds. I mean, what the Rothschilds did since Alexander the Great, since all the wars that have been happening, they fund both sides of the wars, and
Well, the reason I
there's
mentioned the Rothschilds, not to cut you off, is because in the Epstein files, what's his name? Epstein said himself, he's like, I work for the Rothschilds. And the Rothschilds are literally of streets downtown. The Rothschilds actually built the Knesset. They funded the Knesset. They built
yeah.
it. They're on Hebrew Israeli money. They got streets named after Rothschilds. So they're the ones really behind Israel and
Yeah,
behind
yeah, but
Netanyahu.
see, that's why the Balfour Declaration was signed, it was signed in order to create a state of Israel, but not just a state of Israel. The that was to create a Zionist state of Israel. So Zionism was before the state of Israel was pre-planned like 60 years ahead. So there was since like 18, I think 87 or 1877. That's when they started working on the Zionist regime. That's when they started looking at what foods we eat, what our culture is. Like they studied us. I mean, they are stupid, but the thing is, they're united. The only problems we have as Arabs and Muslims is, first of all, the jealousy that exists all around the world. A third of it exists in the Arab world countries because we don't want the best for each other, and they knew that, and they relied on that, and they played on so many things. So, and another thing is, you can't be courageous and be a cheap person, and vice versa. You can't be a cheap person and also be courageous. Some traits just don't go together. They don't go one and one. So
Bro, you
yes.
make a good point, and I will add to since we're talking about one-liners here, you got to understand sometimes when you go when you go all in, it's hard to have a sane backup plan. I give you an example. If if I'm going all in to take you out, to
Hmm.
come to your place and take you out, I mean, what kind of backup plan can you have? So that's kind of how it is. It's like
Yeah.
usually the backup plan is pedestrian and just
I'll
it's
tell you the
immature. Like,
backup. The
yeah.
backup. Sorry to interrupt. The backup plan is one thing. Is the verses and the of the Holy Quran. they've never changed, and they've proven miracles that Scientology and scientists are now proving. So the only backup we have is they are not going to complete their 80 years. We're there in 79 years. Next March on 15th of 2027, they complete their 80 years. And then that's when total havoc and chaos reigns. So that's our backup plan. It's faith
No,
and
no, for sure. And
resistance.
what I meant by backup plan, and you make a good point too with that. I mean, look, I'm not religious, but I got faith, and I respect what you were saying there. But I'm saying, like, example, when you ask the Americans, like, why did you strike Iran? It's like immature what they're telling you. They're saying we struck Iran because they were thinking about striking Israel, and if they struck Israel, they would have struck us. You know, they were trying to build a nuke. They were beheading women and babies and cutting people in pieces. Like they were connected to October. This is the things they're saying don't make any sense. You know, sometimes that's the same. When you go all in, sometimes example, if you're trying to cause a terrorist attack, most of these guys are feds anyways. But you know, if a cop catches you with a bag full of bombs, like, what's the backup plan? That's what I'm saying. When people go all in, there is no backup plan. It's either you get to do it right or you fuck up. And these guys didn't do it right because, like someone was saying earlier, like half an hour ago, I was listening to this. You know, they were expecting this to go in happen for like 3 days. Netanyahu fooled. You know, this whole thing about Netanyahu fooling Trump. I think Trump knows what the Israelis have on him,
Of
and in the
course.
end, yeah, in the end, he's just like going along with this. And Trump,
He,
it's not black and white. That's what I'm saying. What we're trying to tell people here is things are not black and white. There's a lot of nuance here, a lot of players. But at the end of the day, like Trump is a pedophile that's compromised, without a question. Trump realizes it. He doesn't know he. I mean, think about it. Imagine if you were raping a. I mean, I mean, like we're. It's hard to imagine because obviously we're not pedophiles. But imagine if you're some sick fuck and you did something illegal on tape in someone's bedroom, and you realize after the fact that there was filming going on, and maybe you realize after like 10 years when you get into the power to take out Jeffrey Epstein, or you make it. It's Trump's all about making deals, you know. So he probably approached Epstein and said, "Look, I'm going to retire you in a beach in Israel," and this is what probably happened because Epstein's still alive. His FedEx accounts were being used. Xbox, what was it? He was playing Fortnite or something. The whole thing's a scam. So he's still alive. So
I,
Trump's
I believe,
stress,
I know what
yeah,
you mean, but I
yeah. I
mean,
think Trump's stress it comes from how far and where the blackmail starts and where it ends. Because
I know,
like
but the
if you were
thing
being
is,
blackmailed back in the '90s,
it's
you
not
probably
just
would.
about
Yeah.
Trump, you know. It's Trump, it's Biden, it's Obama, it's Bush, it's George Washington. It's all the way going back to history. I mean, they've been puppets to a regime, to the Jewish people, and then the Zionist people. So it only got worse and worse over time. And if you want to go back in history, look at what happened with Saddam Hussein. He was a dictator for his country, and every single person in Iraq loves him. No matter what anybody says or mainstream media says, he was martyred, and he was martyred in a way. I'll explain in a sec. But the thing is, he hit 39 missiles towards our occupied land, and he challenged any Arab state just to complete them to 40 because he knew they were all compromised. So even in the country that I'm in, he's compromised. Even in Saudi Arabia, the GCC, everybody's compromised, and it all ties back down to the blackmailing of Epstein. Epstein wasn't the one in control. I mean, Epstein was as an agent. He was a smart man, let's call him, in the financial markets and in the intelligent markets, because the guy that trained him in the Mossad said Trump and him were one of the best people that he's ever trained, and they learned so quick. So this is what they did. They blackmailed. They have blackmail files on people on regular civilians here in Jordan, in Palestine, and everywhere. And I mean, even look at the guy that the founder of the resistance of Hamas, one of the founders, his son Musab, the guy that's in L.A. Look, they found a lot of things on him, and they blackmailed him, and the guy succumbed. Instead of being a man and saying, "You know what? I'm human. I made a mistake. They caught me doing this." He went and he turned himself into a Jewish person and a Zionist person, and hating all Arabs, and we should all be burned, and following the Talmudic things that they do. So it's
No,
just so
100%. No,
Go ahead.
100%. And
Just some
I'll just
just some
compliment
breaking
what you.
news.
Oh,
Just some breaking news quickly. So Over the last 30 to 40 minutes, there's been a barrage of missiles that have headed towards Tel Aviv, many of which have, we've seen some fragments hit Tel Aviv and cause fires. We also had missiles and drones head towards Bahrain, Kuwait, and one other location which I forget. And then and then now there's more sirens sounding in Tel Aviv with missiles incoming from Tel Aviv. So that's the latest news. But yeah, back to you, whoever was speaking.
Yeah, you. That's why I said, "Where's Sully?" When I opened the shutters in the windows because the sirens are blaring, but you weren't here. So I was like, "Boom, boom, Tel Aviv" on my own without him.
Yeah, boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Yeah.
I do wanna
Can I?
I do wanna just
Yeah,
I do
go
I
on,
do wanna
Chad.
mention that what I said earlier. I mean, you said that I don't know much about Russia and all of this stuff, but that's not really an adequate response. And saying that Putin is going to nuke Israel if they deploy the Samson option, it sounds more ridiculous than the point that I made. I mean, you can also look up, and there's actually a U.S. agreement from 1975 that Kissinger signed, which is renewed effectively every 5 years by the U.S., which means that if there's ever any oil shortage in Israel, then the U.S. will supply the oil for Israel, even at the cost of U.S. being in a shortage themselves, right?
Do you
So,
know, Chat? Do you know in Palestine, there's a lot of there's so much energy and gas and oil that's not been drilled, and it's very rich. So that has nothing to do with what you're saying. I mean,
of
it
course it
really
does.
doesn't.
How does it
Oh,
not?
could you please explain and elaborate more?
How
No, he
much money
means,
has the
Omar,
U.S.
what he means
government?
is, I don't know what your overarching position is, because I wasn't really listening properly. But basically, what he's saying is the U.S. has Kissinger signed. This is accurate. I was looking at this earlier, quite a while ago. But basically, Kissinger signed a deal with Israel to say that basically, if there's a scenario where there's any form of energy shortage with Israel, so we're not talking about natural ability, we're talking about right now. So, for example, Venezuela, he tried to redirect oil, so they're always looking out for baby Israel. And basically, if there is a scenario where there's any shortages in Israel of any kind of energy, then Kissinger is basically guaranteeing that if it means taking it from Americans, even if they have a shortage, that Israel, they'll always send it to Israel first.
Oh,
Right.
okay,
And
okay,
in
okay.
and in
And
that
in terms of
agreement,
Russia, on the other point you made about Russia, and again, I don't know who you were debating with, I don't know what your
Yeah,
overarching
Sully,
position
his
is.
position on Iran is more ridiculous. He said that
What do you say?
America can send a team over and put in place a
you're
puppet to
putting
rule
words in my
Iran.
mouth.
American what?
I think
He
that
said,
I
Go,
think that
one
go
sec,
you're
Chad.
just
He
go ahead.
said,
Explain your
let
point,
me
Chad.
just say.
Explain
So
your point.
he said America can send a team to Iran
Right.
to install a puppet real quick like that. Just put a puppet in.
They tried to do that. I failed. That doesn't make
right.
sense. But the Russia point I was just
That's
gonna
what
make.
is that what I
So
said?
Chad, one
Is that
second.
what I
Chad, one
said?
second.
The space is recorded. Yeah, that's what
Okay,
you said.
guys, chill 1 second. So in terms of the Russia point, I agree with you. I don't see a scenario where if Israel uses the Samsung option, Russia uses it. I think there's zero chance that happens. This is I think this is again, Russia has a lot of Jewish Zionist billionaires, on oligarchs, and there's no way that happens. Now, in terms of this kind of stealth operation you're talking about, like this, I don't agree with that. That's just ridiculous. But unless you saying you didn't say that, or you want to clarify, maybe go ahead.
Okay, let me clarify. So, to continue the conversation, how much money has the U.S. given Israel in funding?
Huge amount, trillions.
It's over $300 billion,
Yeah, trillions.
right?
It's
Now,
more than that.
the key is okay. So the key is, was it given to Israel as a loan or a grant?
It was given as a grant.
Okay, so that means there are no debt for the cost of any of the shit that they've caused,
True.
right? Sorry for the language. Okay, now if you look at the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, you will see that the majority of the economy is made up of defensive military companies, correct?
Yeah.
Now, right now, it's going up, which the average Joe would think, oh yeah, it's going up because we're in war. No, this is the floor. this is during the worst possible crisis of it.
Mm-hmm.
When the war ends, it will go even more up because they will reinvest to now replace exactly the shit that they're talking about that's getting destroyed,
Okay.
which is what? They're interceptors, right?
Okay. So what's your
So
point?
so my point is that when you mentioned Palestine and when you mentioned that, oh, Iran will just not get replaced and US is not going to help them or anything, that Kissinger deal that they made, it was in exchange with Israel to give up the Suez Canal in Egypt, which is what made Egypt basically redundant to any bullshit in the Middle East because they just gave up on that, right?
Okay.
Now the only thing
Iran
left,
is Egypt, though.
Wait,
there's
can you
only
just let him finish his point? Because he spent so long and he still hasn't got to his point. I don't even get his. I don't get the
my
connection
point is
between all
this.
these, and
My
now you
point is
interrupted.
there's three choke points, right? The three choke points are the one in Turkey, the one in Egypt, and the one in Iran. Now
Okay.
they already control the one in Egypt, and
Correct.
Turkey they've been threatening for a long time. But we all know that through NATO and Larry, what's his name, Ellison, whatever his name is, they're compromised already, right? They tried to do it before, but they'll get to him.
Wait, how is Turkey compromised through Larry Ellison?
Because he owns the company that controls all the data for NATO, which Turkey is a part of.
Okay, that's a stretch, but go on, continue.
He owns Oracle, right?
I know he owns Oracle, but you're kind of lying and thinking is a stretch. But go on, continue your
Okay,
point.
I mean, even then, they've been threatening
That's like saying
that
Larry Ellison controls like everything. Like Larry Ellison controls America. He didn't control America, but he
he
controls
doesn't,
media and the data centers for sure. Anyway, but I get it. This is like a
and he
cartoon
has a
version.
close relationship with
Okay, can you just get to
Netanyahu.
your point? You've just spent so long.
My
Like,
point
okay,
is that there's three choke points. They're going to go after Turkey.
what?
They've already cut
Okay.
Egypt, and now for Iran, for Hormuz, you guys expect that
No, don't say you
basically.
guys. I want your opinion. You've spent so long explaining it. I want your point.
My opinion is that I'm not here to. I'm not. Okay, this is my opinion. My opinion
Oh
is
my
that
God,
this
bro, what is going
war.
on? You spent so long explaining, and you
Okay,
now.
let me finish my point. My point
We've been going
is.
for like 20 minutes, bro. Come on, quickly.
All right. At the end of the day, this war can't go on forever, and the US cannot lose control of what they've started. They have to get control of Hormuz, otherwise, they have nothing to gain out of all of this. So, if you
Okay.
expect that Iran is going to
Yeah, but
throw a
US
bunch
here.
of. Sorry?
You said US has got nothing to gain.
The US has nothing to gain
Okay.
if they don't
Okay.
control the Hormuz, right? So, how exactly would this scenario
Oh my
play
God,
out
bro.
and
Can
end?
you? What is all
That's my
these points
point.
you're
My
making?
question to you, my question
I don't want a
personally to
question.
you
I
is,
want your point.
I
I want your point
came
because I
in,
spent so long trying to listen and concentrate on what you had to say.
I made all of those points because if you focused on what I said initially when I joined,
I've
I
focused
said
through
I
all of
wanted
it.
to pose a question to all of you, which is how exactly does this play out?
Okay,
Because
thank you. This was just
obviously,
a complete waste of my time. I wish I
Yeah.
had my. This is why sometimes I'm just letting you know. So sometimes people say,
Bruh.
sometimes people complain like Suleiman, you switch off on spaces. I actually do. This is actually true because I actually, what I really believe, like the brain only has a certain amount of, like this should only receive a certain amount of information, and I actually think like sometimes a lot of people make a dumb point. So I do switch off when people talk a lot of times.
okay, so point
Now
out
this
what
guy,
exactly I said that's dumb.
stop talking, Chad, stop talking. So this
Right.
guy obviously made me concentrate on his point for a good 15-20 minutes, and I am so annoyed because I wish I'd just switched off. Adam, I blame you on this because you said he made. I should have just listened to you and be like, yeah, this guy's a retard.
I
Actually,
told
I'd
you,
actually.
bro. I told you his point.
I
I'm
know.
a
I take it
retard
back.
You
because
can't
you're
Sorry,
blame
my bad.
me.
responding to what I said with insults.
It's just because what happened was he made 2 points, but so what he's doing is he's making individual points that are true. So individually, the thing about Kissinger is true. So I was like, oh, he's right about that. I don't get why people are attacking him or not. And he's right individually about Russia. So I was like, okay, he's right about that. So I don't know if but now I listen to it, he just has no point. He's just like, guess what? America needs this, and Israel needs this, and this person needs this, and this
The
person needs
point is
that, and this
quite
person needs
clear,
that. And then I'm
actually.
like, okay, so what's your okay? I get that, but what's your counterpoint? Oh yeah, but then they need this, and they need that, and they need this, and then this, and that. And I'm like, okay, cool, I get it. So what's your like overarching point? Are you saying that? But they need this, and they need that, and this is gonna happen, and they need this to end moves, and they're not gonna do this, and they're not gonna do that, and this is. And I'm okay, cool, okay, but I get all those. Like you made a lot of individual points, connect them all, make me a point. Now tell me what's your position, what's going on, what's the overarching. And then there was nothing at the end. He's like, oh, by the way, there was just a question at the end.
But the overarching point is that U.S. foreign policy is designed to control oil. That's the point. And everyone is complicit from Russia, Turkey, Egypt, Iran, Israel, Palestine, like your friend mentioned. So I mean, you could insult me, but the
I'm not
point is
insulting
still.
you. I just wanted you to make your overarching point. So you're basically.
Wait,
Oh, go ahead.
My point was quite consistent with everything I said, from Kissinger to Russia to Turkey to
well,
Egypt.
bro, here. I just wanted to. I actually found the information because we were talking about Russia nuking Israel or attacking Israel if they use the nuke. I actually found the information. So during the 6 Days War, the Soviet Union actually prepared with potential. Reading it right now,
Wait,
Columbia
1 second.
University.
1 second, Ray. So your point is, I just want to try and understand it, because at least you've made a point now, finally, after I kind of had to. Okay.
You kind
So
of cornered me, so my bad, because I'm not good under pressure. But yeah,
no, no
my
problem. You
point
at
is,
least you came to it, so no problem now. So but the problem with your point is, and I just want to ask that. So you're saying U.S. foreign policy is that U.S. controls the oil, correct?
yep,
But then you said Kissinger made a deal where U.S. gives away the oil if Israel needs it. So can you see the
yes,
contradiction?
right. That is my point. That is my point. Because U.S.
No
and
problem.
Israel's relationship is, they serve as a proxy for the U.S. So to what degree are they willing to compromise
So
in
the
this war to
proxy,
take a
so
loss?
according to your position, and this is the flaw in your position. So you're saying that the US policy is that they want to control the oil, but they're willing to harm themselves and give oil to Israel, which is their proxy. So basically, your claim is that the host is willing to give away oil to their proxy and thus put their proxy ahead of them, but then their policy is to have control over oil. You've got to see that there is a contradiction in that point. If your overarching point was it demonstrates that Israel's in charge, I think that your point would kind of flow a little bit better, where US policy is to have oil, but actually the one instance they don't is actually this instance, and thus it actually represents a hierarchy where Israel's head. Then I think your point makes sense, even if some people can disagree with it. But right now there's a contradiction in your point. But that's fine. I kind of this is what I
To
do. I kind of
clarify
ask.
the language, yes, what you said is the correct way to put it, because that would indicate,
Of course, I'm here. I'm
that
like
there's
your
a
lawyer.
pivot.
I'm like your legal team. All good. But anyway,
I mean, as in it's a pivot, right?
yeah.
Because
So what's
if
this
they
got
have
to do
nothing
with
to gain,
your whole thing about America bringing their stealth team in and killing Khamenei and taking over
I
and
didn't
causing
say any
regime
of that.
change and all that?
I didn't say any of
Oh, you
that.
didn't say
I
that.
just said,
Adam,
I
how come you made
said,
that up about him?
No,
He did.
I'll tell you
I
exactly
literally
what I
had a
said.
moment where I was like, "Did you actually say that? Or were you talking about Israel?" And he was like, "No, yeah, I said, yeah, I was talking about Iran." I was like, "Did you say Iran?" He's like, "Yeah, Iran." I was like, "What?"
Okay,
I
specifically,
actually
just
heard
to
that. I
clarify
actually heard
that
that,
point,
Adam.
and then you guys
Yeah, there we
can
go.
continue, right? Roasting me, right? You guys can
Wait,
continue roasting me after I clarify this
No, it's
specific
fine.
point
We
of
got
mine.
to your point, Chad. It's fine. It's no problem. It's just
No, because you're saying that I
Chad,
think that I'm
Chad,
dumb
Chad,
enough to think
Chad,
they're
chill
going to
out,
send
chill
an
out,
army.
Chad, chill out, bro. Don't worry. My only point of annoyance was that I concentrated on your theory for like 20 minutes, and I was annoyed that it didn't make sense. But that being said, we've kind of helped you towards a kind of overarching theory that makes sense. So that's fine. Now, I need one thing from you, please. How does your theory link with this whole idea that some stealth commander team is going to come into Iran and cause a regime change and overthrow the government? And how do you even think that's going to work when it didn't?
Okay, so the longer this war continues, America will bleed, right? But not only America, the global economy will bleed. So what will happen is, right now, Hormuz is getting shut off. So they're kind of closing themselves off, even though they're winning right now. They're also kind of putting themselves in a corner where nobody wants to come to help US today, but maybe in another month, maybe in 6 months, people are going to say, hey, we can't afford the price of gas. We can't afford anything right now, and we're cooked basically. So what are we going to do? So they're going to have to pretty much use, this is the main thing I said. I said if it gets to that point, then, and Israel is getting cooked and UAE is getting cooked repeatedly by Iran, which they'll continue to do, then they would deploy strategically the Samson option, which we all know would have no legal
Okay, so they'll
repercussions
nuke
for them.
Iran. Okay, so they'll nuke Iran. Then what?
They'll nuke Iran strategically
Okay,
to the point where if they then put ground troops in Iran,
okay.
it might take 5 years. But
Uh-huh.
eventually, they will be able to beat them because militarily Iran can't beat them.
Yeah, that's
right.
ridiculous. Oh, okay, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's ridiculous. So look, nuke thing. Okay, they could use that because they lost their minds. Ground troops. I tell you now, I guarantee you, if there's ground troops in Iran, actual like ground troops going through the Iranian border, how many ground troops does America? Because you're saying America's gonna win, so how many ground troops do they send?
I think anywhere upwards of 200,000.
That's not enough. They'll die, lost.
That's hilarious.
And which is what are
According
they
to,
trying
so
to
let
do
me,
right now?
Chad, do you want me to explain to you? So according to Pentagon analysis themselves, not me, not you, and actually I'm in agreement with this. Actually, I think this might be a conservative number. I think this is wrong in the sense they said 2 less. But according to Pentagon analysis, their claim is for any chance for a ground invasion to succeed in Iran, they need a minimum of 500,000 troops.
Even with
So
a million,
that's,
they lose. Even with a million.
does that include them who are already having deployed the Samsung option though?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And also,
Okay, so my number
according
was
to you, they basically they use a nuke, and then they send troops on the ground to basically suffer from nuclear fallout. So
I mean, not to the locations that they've already nuked, obviously, but to the remaining areas where they can fight off the remaining decentralized operations that they have running
That's
across the country.
guaranteed cancer.
Okay, so you tell me how else, because we keep talking about the US losing the war, right? Now, I'm only pointing out, like I said, as a devil's advocate, if the US do win this war, how exactly do you suggest that they would? Not that I
No,
personally
I don't think
want
they
to.
win.
US
There's no
wouldn't.
winning the war.
Yeah.
It's not. They're not going to win. This ends in a deal now or a deal later. That's the
There's
only
only two
options.
ways. There's only 2 ways US could win. Actually, they're not even wins. One of them maybe. One is that they make a deal and tuck their tail between their legs and leave. The second one is, but they tried this failed. But you're talking about logical possibility as opposed to what could happen. The chances of this happening are so low, it's unbelievable. Is that they were able to pay off some people within close to the new leadership, and they managed to assassinate like hundreds of people to basically make the government fall, which is almost impossible, but logically possible, but almost impossible. So the chances of them succeeding, this is the point you're not understanding, Chad, is so low, it's unbelievable. They one shot they had, they flopped it. So I can see where your flaw in your argument now is, because in your mind you think America has to win, and you can't think of a world where they can't win. And just based on what's happening, it just doesn't. It's like there's no chance they could win.
How long do you think this would drag out for until they give up?
Who gives up?
The US.
Well, I think if it's up to US, they would go out now. I think they'd make a deal and go out now. The problem they have is because Israel controls the United States of America, they're forced to remain in the war as long as possible. And so this is an example of when Israeli interests conflict with American interests. So that's the problem.
Do you think
Yeah.
that killing Netanyahu is their out card?
No, he makes no difference. He's just an example of the. It puts a spanner in the works, but it doesn't end the Israeli government or their current plan.
And what about the tariffs that the Iranians are introducing? Because we're in Europe, right? I assume you're in Europe as well. We're basically fucked.
Yeah, you're fucked, bro.
Yeah, basically. So
Yeah.
there's no way that we come out of this in any way where it wouldn't be advisable to get out of Europe, basically.
True.
Which is what I was hoping to hear.
So you're basically living in. I get you now. Yeah, you're like hoping, like, please, don't take away my electricity. Okay, I get it.
Because right now it's like, winter time comes, all of this stuff. It's like it's crazy over here now, and it's. I mean, we all know that UK economy is a slow rug for the next 20 years. So this generation is cooked. So
Yeah.
with the added the added tariffs that they're throwing in on top of that, I mean, it seems like this is the thing that I was saying, is that there could be a possibility that all of this would end, but knowing that the US and the military industrial complex and the stock exchange and the market for Israel, they thrive off of war, right? They thrive off of conflict. If they settle the war in Iran, where do they go next? Do they go to Turkey? Do they continue in
I
Palestine?
mean, my personal view on this has always been that if they manage to defeat, what's their name again, Iran, then the next two are Turkey and Pakistan. I don't know which order. I think Turkey would be first, then Pakistan, but I don't know which order. But those would be the two.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, in terms of
I got a
Palestine,
question for
Yeah, go
Suleiman.
for it.
Yeah, brother, what's
How
up,
you
man?
doing?
No, I before I say no, I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for taking the. I always gotta thank you guys, Adam, Suleiman, Andrew, Joa. You know, all you guys out here doing your part. You know, because we definitely don't get this on the mainstream media. You know, so this is good stuff. But and you know, so here, this is a question. I was having a conversation with someone at one of these protests, the Al Quds protest, and this guy was telling me, I think he was like, he was from, I think he was from Israel, but like he was like against the government there. But he was telling me, he's like, listen to me. He's like, if Israel is willing to cause false flags, trying to hit Cyprus and the GCC countries, he was telling me essentially, and my question is, do you agree with it? He was saying that Netanyahu and this new right wing are actually taking advantage of these Iranian strikes to kill their political opponents that might be a liability or an opposition to them later on. How do you feel about that? So as Iran is striking Israel, these bastards are striking their political opponents at their houses. How do you feel about
What do you
that?
mean? Which houses? Like, explain what you mean.
Basically, Israel is killing its own people in a sense by
Who they
striking.
killed?
Like the government is. Well, I don't know. He was telling me that this is something that he's saying is happening. I don't know if you believe that or if any of the reportings corroborate or how do you feel about that theory?
Yeah, I mean, it logically makes sense, and it's what sometimes people do during war is to, in the fog of war, take out their rivals. So logically, it makes sense to me, but I don't know if it's happening or not. I've not seen it. I guess if the reports are true that the former Mossad guy's dead, if possibly Netanyahu's dead, if possibly Ben Gvir, Smotrich's son, all these are possibilities. If those are assassinations, it is a possibility. It's logically possible. I'm not sure if it's happened, but if those things have happened, I think it's a fair question to raise.
It's interesting. And do you think like higher ups like Netanyahu, Ben Gvir, Smotrich would fake their own deaths just to escape, justice in the future, or do you think they're actually dead?
I mean, I don't know if they're dead or not, and I don't think they would fake it. I think Netanyahu, what he maybe is if he's not dead, he's like hiding in a bunker in like some random country so that he doesn't die, and so he's using green screen. And the reason he can't come out is because he's in a bunker. And so when we're like, "Where's Netanyahu?" He's like, he can't prove he's alive because he's just hiding underground. So both of these things are possible, that he may be dead or he may be hiding in some kind of bunker. But quite clearly, the fact that everyone's talking about him being alive and he still hasn't made an appearance, the chances of those two is just becoming more and more likely.
That's insane. Okay, because I remember seeing one report. I forget the who had it. I could probably pull it up, but they were saying that someone came into an Israeli hospital with heavy security, and the guy was like in a coma. So they're saying it was probably Netanyahu, but I don't know where they're striking. I mean, they're saying that they
I
struck
don't know where that's
Netanyahu's
from.
house,
I don't know where
killed
that's
his.
from. One
Yeah,
second. I don't know where that's from, but again, all this is possible. But anyway, thanks for that, Ray. Do
no
stay on. Yeah,
problem.
I think we had a good conversation. Let's go to. Oh my God, guess who's here? Joe's here. How you doing, Joe? It's been a while.
Hey, what's
This
happening?
guy's a TikToker now. Like I can only get to see this guy if I go on TikTok.
No, there was something that was being said that's, I disagree with a lot, which is um, that America can't win. There is scenarios where they win. I think it's smart to look at how they would win, which is to choke. If they can stop Iran from trading oil, which they can, right? It would take a long time. It would take like a year. You would basically essentially bankrupt
How do they do that,
Iran
Joe?
You bankrupt yourself and everyone else in a year. with if their ships can't travel,
Okay, so
then
for a year they choke Iran.
yep.
And does Iran continue bombing, or do they just stop bombing Israel and the
No,
country?
they can continue bombing.
Okay, so they destroy Israel because a year of bombing Israel,
That,
Israel will cease to
that,
exist.
that would be a good. Well, I don't know. You
A
look at
year
how
of
long,
bombing Israel, bro, and they've got no defense interceptors left, and the GCC countries.
bro. They bombed Gaza for 2 years, and it's still not gone.
It's completely rubble. Like there's no infrastructure there. We've just been so desensitized. We think it's not that bad, but there's no infrastructure there. There's no buildings there. There's no houses there. To reconstruct Gaza is gonna take so many decades. It's
Oh
unbelievable.
yeah, it's going to take a decade or two.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking decades, right? So,
Yeah.
and they have no economy. So if you do that to Israel, everything collapses. The economy collapses. The country collapses. People leave the country. They escape. Israel no longer is there. And the GCC countries, the same thing. You know, you'd basically go after the oil, the desalination, like basically all of that. So in a year, so
Our
basically what
countries would
you're saying.
collapse.
So sorry.
Our countries would collapse if this goes on for
Yeah,
1 year.
everyone will collapse. So, but basically, what you're saying is America could win by murder, but that's not even winning. That's just murder suicide. That example, what you're saying.
I
Yeah,
do want
yeah.
to
Look,
point out to his
I'm not
point.
saying it's a perfect thing, but if they actually wanted to win and they want a regime change, they basically create a blockade around Iran. It would
Joe,
take like a
that would
year for
cause
them to run out
regime.
of money.
Joe, that would cause. There's more of a chance that in a year that would cause regime change in the US and Europe than there. Because just think about it, a year worth of what you're saying. Now it requires endurance, allows people to be willing to suffer. A nation that's already suffered under sanctions. You basically would have a scenario where in the UK people would be suffering, in Europe, in the United States of America, all these countries, all these places that are such a knife edge at the moment, and they live in comfort. If a year of that, you may even flip and you probably have anarchy in all these countries, and like total anarchy, like almost like Mad Max style situation. So the theory
It,
you're
it,
saying, although possible, would again it go down to what I'm saying. It'd be murder, suicide, and actually regime change throughout the world, like actual anarchy, Mad
I,
Max.
possibly. Don't forget, I'm playing devil's advocate,
No, no, I know you
but
are. I know you, but just for a smart guy
possibly.
like you, come on, you know this. This is come on. You're too
Yeah,
smart for this.
yeah, but I also
You're
know
going
that
down me and you've been doing well with these. Me and you've been batting really well at our predictions. Come on, Joe, kind of just jump off this ramp if you can.
yeah, I
Just jump
don't
off,
think
bro.
this will
Just
happen.
Joe, jump off, bro. Jump off. Like this is like,
Are you
come
playing
on.
devil's advocate, or sorry, you said you disagree that like you actually think that America can win, or which one is it that you're doing?
Oh, Adam's trying to expose you now, bro. This is no.
No, I think if you don't look at your opponent as being able to win, you leave a blind side. So I never like to do that, right? I always try to think of like, okay, how can they win? And although I understand Sully's point that we would have a revolt, I also know that the use of propaganda could change a lot of people's opinion and be like, oh, look at all the damage Iran is causing us all this suffering because they're blocking the Hormuz Strait, right? Look at the negotiations that we've done 20 times over and they refuse to open it back up. These are evil people. That'll change people's opinion. But I don't think we can wait a year. I don't think that's possible if gas prices are up, unless they do something that somehow opens up the strait, which I don't know what that would be. And that's probably their biggest calculation right now is how do we somehow open up the strait? And I'm sure they want to get to where
Currently, he's
these
begging.
weapons are
Currently,
coming
he's on
from.
his knees begging. Joe, Trump. That's what Trump's current strategy is, to beg.
I would love to see that. Trust me, I would love to see that.
Yeah, he's getting
But
rejected as well. Like he's been begging people, and France is rejecting
Trump.
him.
Why, Joe? Is that what you wanted Trump to do when you were in the Hamptons with him? Get on your knees and beg you.
I don't know. From looking at the Epstein files, he did that to Bubba. He did that to Clinton. Um, yeah, I just I like to think of what can they do to win. They're definitely going to try to win. And right now it's how do they get to what is stopping boats from being in the Hormuz Strait? And that is, the drones, the missiles. The missiles, they have a problem because they're not using traditional type launchers anymore, from what we heard, which was very intelligent of them. And then the drones, or the drones all coming from one place, they can kind of be launched from everywhere. So where do you go? So they need to figure out the storage of where these things are at. If they can figure out where the storage is, the game changes. Is the storage decentralized? I have no idea. I don't think any of us know.
Storage for what? Sorry, Joe.
For the drones and for the rockets.
Oh, they're are you
It's
talking about where
absolutely
Iran's got them?
decentralized. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they are decentralized. Basically, you've got it where they've basically got the bunkers. You're talking about where they hold the missiles and the drones, right, Joe? Yeah. So basically,
because that's what's stopping the Hormuz, right? Because if they can open the Hormuz, U.S. The game changed. Don't you agree?
Sorry, say that again.
If U.S. can get the Hormuz back opened, the narrative has changed. The game has changed.
Yeah. If the U.S. takes control of the Hormuz, the U.S. takes control of the energy war, then what would happen is Iran would need to escalate, and then they would have to target the oil fields in the GCC as well as the desalination plants, because that's, again, a way of them doing economic damage to the world.
Right, because then time gets elongated. Like now America doesn't have a time pressure without the Hormuz, but then they can go to what I said before this war started.
The time pressure would be the other component, which is so I agree with the economic time pressure, but the military time pressure is that they've actually I'm seeing reports now that Israel is almost run out of, or already have run out of, defense interceptor missiles. We know the GCCs are almost run out. So the military time pressure is that they've run out of defense interceptor missiles, and the problem is, as you know, you just can't produce them fast enough. Like, this entire mechanism is just it's like in war, it needs to be, one of the main aspects of war is like quick incursions, obviously it's fine, but actual long-term industrialized war, they just simply do not work. And so we're basically, what it's shown is that, like, this is the problem with the military industrial complex, that what has happened is because it's been monopolized so much, there's never been innovation. And so what's happened is, as missile abilities have advanced so much, actual defense of those against those missiles didn't advance. And so creating such a mechanism which is not recreatable in an industrial scale has just basically caused a massive problem.
Yeah, but where we differ, Salman. I don't think this is about Israel. I think it's America's last stance to save the global reserve currency. So I don't know if they care what happens with Israel. To a degree, of course they care, because it's an ally, and to me, it's basically a testing ground for weapons. But they can't lose if they're not able to enforce sanctions on Iran.
We disagree with
sanctions become irrelevant.
Yeah, me and you disagree with the motive of what they're trying to do. But what's happening is, in terms of the result of what they're doing, ends up being like the same. This is why, like, I think all my predictions have been right, most of yours have been right, is because the kind of steps they need to take to get to our point almost be similar, isn't it? Whereas, like, I feel like with Simon, his ones were like, all his predictions are kind of wrong because his actual motives were different and his actual steps were different as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's I mean, the result is the same with me and Simon,
right.
but the action is the same with me and you.
Right.
So it's like,
that's right.
Yeah, I just don't think they care about Israel that much. But I do think this is, if they can't enforce sanctions, the problem is.
But this is just your mezuzah talk. Joe, this
power.
is just your mezuzah talking now. That's what I'm thinking. It's your mezuzah.
Because I'm thinking about the money.
No, because you're thinking, oy vey, it's not Israel. Don't be anti. You're being a dirty anti-Semite. But no, it's
No, it's,
but yeah, this is but Joe, what do you think happens next? Actually, this is like because you've not been on Spaces for a while. What's going on? Like this has been crazy. You've not actually given your
I
analysis.
don't. Yeah, I really don't think America can stop. If America succeeds, the fact they can't impose sanctions on Iran, you have a big problem. The dollar, they lost the power, right? China won. If that happens, China won, right? And the fact that Iran was like, "Oh, you can go through the Hormuz if you trade in the yen," that was
Yeah, was
gangster.
no. What I missed the
Like
bit where you said China won. China won what?
China wins. Like if they can't impose sanctions, and now people are going to trade in whatever currency, because the sanctions mean jack all, and everyone knows how to get around them now. And why would you want the dollar? Because America can just blow up your central bank whenever it wants by saying, "Hey, you're sanctioned." Um, why would you ever take that risk as a sovereign country? It'd be the stupidest thing a leader could ever do. And the only reason why they're doing it before is because the sanctions were powerful and they would use the military and then impose sanctions. But when Iran then shows, hey, we don't give a shit about your sanctions and you're not coming in here because this is how you do warfare now, guess what? Other countries are going to build up that type of capability. US loses if they lose Iran. And
That's what's
that
going to
is a
happen.
big problem. That's why I don't think they're going to give up as easy as everyone thinks.
Yeah, I don't think they're
You know
gonna
what I
give
mean?
up. But the problem is,
It's not a
well,
case
I
of giving
mean,
up.
wouldn't it be? Go ahead, Adam.
It's not a case of giving up. It's a case of which taking the smaller L. Like when you have L's in front of you, you have one massive L and one like medium L.
Yeah, that's possible too,
Yeah,
Adam. What is the smaller L though?
I think the smaller L is making a deal sooner rather than later.
But then are they enforcing sanctions? Because if they're not able to, then
No, they're not able to enforce sanctions. The Strait of Hormuz has been open. We're going into the third week now. That's already the L. That's already an L in front of the world. Trump is on his knees begging all the other countries to come open the Strait of Hormuz. He's given up. He's basically given up. He's like, if you want your stuff to go through, go get it yourself. Go bring your
you
own
know what's
warships
crazy
and
is
get it yourself.
the one thing, as I always said, and I had this argument with Mankos before. I said war games show that we lose in Iran. He goes, those are old war games, and they can just put the ships out further, blah blah blah. And now he's kind of changing his rhetoric.
Yeah,
And this
even
was way
Mankos
before
has
this
turned
even
around.
happened.
Yeah,
Yeah, this was way before this happened. But I didn't predict the checkmate that this
we
is.
predicted this. I predicted this from day one.
Oh, I predicted the fuel. I thought they were going to attack the fuel depot, like the fuel of other countries. I didn't think they were going to attack the American bases, but I didn't play it out all the way where if you can't impose sanctions. I thought they were just going to choke them off or do a decapitation strike. If they can't impose the sanctions, which I thought was the easier of the plan of the 3-point plan, um, they're kind of screwed. Like doing this decapitation strike actually screwed them. They were better off just trying to choke them.
I agree with you, Joe.
And it was
Joe,
a
this is
stupid
why,
move.
like, if you remember, I was like, they're going to war, they're going to war, they're going to war. This was always my prediction all the way throughout, because I believe, obviously, like, Zionists are in control and obviously that kind of stuff. So I was like, I was so confident that they were going to go to war, and I was so confident it happened by the end of February. But the only bit of doubt you gave me was because actually, if I was America, I would actually do what you do. This is the problem. It shows how dumb they are, because that's actually the right move to make. So if you make the right strategic move, and this is why again it demonstrates that Israel runs things, because the right move, Ojua, was or it shows America's really incompetent, is your one where what you do is, and I believe you said this, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm wrong that you didn't say it, but basically what you do is you keep the entire armada there. You choke Iran in. You choke them so they can't trade at all. And what that does is, obviously, it's economic warfare. So now the people suffer even more. And my addition to that, I think that was your point, wasn't it, Joe? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It
then
would have
why? Then
caused
I
it would
remember
have
I
caused
added to your
unrest.
point. Sorry.
It would have caused the unrest they needed for a
Yeah, it
regime
would have
change.
caused exponential unrest. It would have took time. It would have cost a lot. It would have caused a lot more unrest. And my addition to your argument was that actually why that would work even more so is because if you look at Iran, Iran didn't want the war, but actually Iran needed the war. Iran never wanted to strike first, but they actually needed the war because the entire industry for all these decades has been to build their military, has been to build their ballistic missile program, to build their defense, to build everything. So you build all your military, and if the US had choked Iran, and this is why I was trying to not emphasize it too much, because I was like worried that they'll hear me and flip it. The man, like, this is a good move to make. But if they'd basically choked Iran, right, choked them, Iran has all this military and they're not allowed to use, that goes to waste. And over time, people suffer so much, like it causes mass starvation, mass suffering. You do end up with a color revolution. That would have been the right move to make. It would have taken longer, but you would have won. And Iran's military, which they built, which was the ace in the hole, would have been redundant.
Yeah,
That was the right move to make.
and Iran would have been the first to attack, so they would have looked like the demons of the planet.
I don't even
And
think they would have attacked as well. That's the thing. I think they would have just allowed the choke to occur.
it's possible, but they might
Yeah.
have attacked. Who knows? But
No, I think
regardless,
this is the problem they have, that they're too they're not cutthroat enough, and so. But then this goes with your theory that basically that would have been, and I've actually had this position, but I just didn't want to say it too much in public, and this is why I'm adding to your point, that would have been the right military geopolitical decision to make. They would have won. It would have been a chokehold, and Iran would have crumbled. But the reason they wanted to make the move fast is because of Israel, because Israel has the elections in November, and Israel wanted this done and dusted before basically February, March time. That's how I knew that they were going to go to war and make that decision rather than the actual right, correct, logical military slash political decision,
yeah, I
as well
mean,
as a few
look,
other things.
you don't have the sharpest knives in the drawer running the government right now, so
Well,
I
that's
should
not
I should have
well,
thought
yeah,
of
in
that
terms
even
of
more.
running, but remember, intelligence, his own intelligence, his own intelligence briefings literally said that what they're doing right now would not have caused a regime change. So he was aware of it, but he said himself that he listened to Steve Witkoff, Jewish Zionist billionaire. He listened to Kushner, Jewish Zionist. He listened to Hegseth, Christian Zionist, and he listened to Rubio, Christian Zionist. So that's the basis by why he made the decision, but it was a horrible, horrible decision.
Yeah,
This is
it's showing to be.
but yeah, this is just shows like that was so like people are asking like, oh, what would have been the victory? That actually would have been the victory, but that they can't get back anymore.
Yeah, that's played out. I mean, their only bet right now is to finding out where the weapons are coming from, which they're not going to be able to find
That's
out. So
impossible, Joe. That is
yeah,
impossible
I get it.
because there's according to their own CIA intelligence, the Iran has 67 different underground, way underground city slash bunkers where these are held. According to um other intelligence, US intelligence sources, they say there's 57 different areas or states where they have multiple these bunkers. My own sources tell me that there's actually 200. So there's 200 decentralized locations in throughout Iran where they have these missiles and drones way underground and these defense these launch pads. And so okay, why is this guy laughing? Let me drop him because he was coming up
Uh,
with the most retarded points, and then we had to help him out, and he wasted my time. So Iran basically, if they were basically able to, they've able to. What I've seen of the video is possibly taken one of them out. From what I've seen the video, I don't know if you've seen more, but I've only because I do watch all the videos. It seems like there's one that they've taken out. So that means like basically what you said, Adam. It is like, it sounds like hyperbole, but it is basically a situation where there's people are basically they have no plan. Their plan was they had plan A, they didn't have plan B. Plan A was take out the supreme leader and cause a regime change, and now they're basically winging it, and the winging it is just not working. Let's go to Leon. Maybe he might have a different thought. Leon, jump in.
Hi guys, thank you very much. Actually, I just wanted to talk just 2 minutes about something that was said before, if that's okay, about Saddam Hussein.
Okay, we'll come to you in a second then, because I don't want to. I thought we're talking about summer, and we'll talk. I'm not saying we're not going to talk about that. We'll talk about that in a bit, but like there's a strand of conversation going on, which is interesting. I thought you were Zayo and wanted to talk about how America's going to win, so I'll just hold off and just put mute your
Yeah, I
mic. We'll
thought so
come to you in a
too. That's why I brought him up.
That's funny. So this is crazy, guys. Like this is crazy. How could like it's crazy. Like how has this happened? How is the greatest military in the world being smashed up so badly? How have they got it all wrong? How have they made like so many fatal errors? Like there was so many avenues to win, and they lost. And I still think there's a few more avenues to win. I don't want to say them publicly because I do think there's one or two moves you can make and actually still win. But the thing is, I don't think they're just smart enough to figure it out.
Solomon, it's kind of like the, I don't know if you realize, but U.S. in terms of like high speed internet was way behind Europe and other countries.
Oh, was it?
And it's because, huh?
Oh, was it?
Yeah, but it was because they were like, if you ask Andrew, I don't know what cities he's in, but probably only in the last 5 years has he gotten anything over like a 100 megabytes per minute. Whereas Europe has had it for an extremely long time already, and it's because they built a technology and technology advanced, and because they weren't the first to invent the technology, they have the funds to do other technology. So, like the fact with the drones and with the missiles, that has advanced a lot, and U.S. has older stuff that
But Joe, do you agree
are
with
no
me
longer
that?
as
But
relevant
Joe,
as
do
they
you agree
used to
with
be.
me that the reasoning behind it? Because I like basically, because the corporations have been monopolizing, and it's not just in that; it's almost in every industry, and I think that's what's become the fall of America. America was the best, in my view, right? It was the most innovative because of like this concept of capitalism, but it literally was like me and Joe are going up against each other. Okay, Joe is from a rich family, I'm not, but we've both got a chance to build something that can succeed, and we can basically, that product, whoever produces the best product is going to succeed, right? But the problem is that the corporations took over the United States of America in such a manner that they monopolized, and so innovation just completely died out. And in US, you've basically got zero innovation. Even in the military industrial complex, what we're talking about, the fact that you've only got a few countries, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Elbit's more Israeli, but you've only got a few military industrial complex companies who have monopolized innovation. Even in that regard, has just completely flopped. Like, how can you have it where you've only been able to create a THAAD type system, a defense interceptor, which is meant to, you spend so much money in your military and you're not being able to get something that can be industrialized? It's ridiculous.
No, I mean the same thing's happening with
I agree.
with
I agree.
AI,
Even
for example.
that's monopolized. But sorry, do continue.
Right. Yeah, what's happening in the US with AI is America is building the best models by far, but they're also like 10 times more expensive than what China's doing. China will win the race because of the fact that it's efficient, and they can spin up multiple agents or AIs instead of just one at the cost that they're doing, and that's going to wind up hurting them. That's why 80% of the VCs right now that are getting proposals of things using AI, they're all using Chinese models because of the cost, right? And that's
But
the problem
also,
with America. America's like, it needs to be the best at all costs. Doesn't matter the cost as
but
long as it's
also,
the best.
But also,
and that's
Joe,
a
isn't
problem.
the issue with AI that, in addition to what you're saying, that the AI engineers are all Chinamen as well, like 60% something like that. When I was looking at it last, were all China.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 60%. It's not that they're all Chinamen, but 60% have worked in China and the US. 60% of all like major AI people have worked for companies on both sides
No,
of
but
the
I'm
ocean.
sure I read it was like 50% or 60% of actual AI engineers are actually Chinese as well.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not to say that I read. I just read that both
No,
of them have been on both
that's what I
sides,
read,
and there's
because
a
I was
lot of
reading up on
Chinese.
this quite a bit, like I think like a couple of months ago, and it was like I was like, what is going on here? Like all the engineers are where's my boy Inevitable? Let him go. All the like engineers are Chinese, like even the people who are advancing are Chinese. I was looking at the, as you said, it's more cheaper, it's more cost effective. Because of the cheapness and cost effective nature of it, it allows for innovation. You can, it becomes overarchingly cost effective as well. Like even Nvidia, I was looking at it, and the flipping head of Nvidia is like a Chinese guy, which I think is a national security issue in itself. Like it's like these guys are just dominating on almost all aspects in that regard.
It's funny you say that
Yeah,
because they're not
that's why I
supposed to
hate when
sell
I hear.
chips to China, but they are behind the scenes in NVIDIA.
Yeah, but that's why I hate when I hear, "Oh, China steals our technology." That used to be true. That hasn't been true for, I don't know, almost
True.
not a decade yet, but
Yeah, you're
almost a
right.
decade,
They
When
did
it comes
steal.
to
right?
There's no doubt about it, and they still
Even
have spies, without a doubt. But you're right. You're right in what you're saying.
I think Greg might have
yeah,
something interesting to say.
for example, solar panels. By the way, guys, like solar panels, American to technology. China made it 90% more efficient, where it's getting way more power from the sun than it ever did. That's not American, it's Chinese. And that's what they do. They copy something and then they
Yeah, I don't
make it
understand this
better.
copy thing.
It's
Like,
not like,
what's so wrong with copying technology? Like, that's literally called science. Like, that's literally science. Like that's science. Like, and of course, why shouldn't the country advance its own technology by reverse engineering the best and improving upon it? That's literally
and that's what
yeah.
America, that's like saying America copied all military technology
Germany.
from
Yeah,
Germany.
exactly. It's like, no, that's just how technology is done. Like I don't get it. It's such a manufactured outrage in my opinion. I think it's completely manufactured by the conservative base. But yeah, I wanted to hear what Greg had to say because he's been had his hand up since that conversation with Chad. Are you there, Greg?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, you
I
there?
just wanted to reiterate that there's literally no possibility the United States wins this war at all. You look at even Suleiman's scenario where he's like, oh well, we just choke out Iran as long as we can, then maybe Iran falls that way. And the problem is that we have this numbskull of a president, and he's blackmailed, and he only favors and is out for his own
No, but
interests.
Greg, to be
So
clear, but and I do want you to continue. That's not my
yeah.
position right now. I'm saying before.
No.
Yeah,
I'm saying that position is just done already
yeah, it's
because we
done. It's
already
over.
done
It's
the
over. That was
campaign.
only before they
Yeah.
tried what they tried. Yeah.
Yeah, even that, I mean, even that had like less than 20% chance of even working because again, Israel has like hit the fucking jackpot with this president that he's just so compromised. There's not going to be any pushback, and so far we've seen not 1% pushback of what Netanyahu wants. So you look at now the scenario. Okay, well, if we sign a fake deal, because Iran's not going to stop bombing Israel. So if we sign a deal, then our economy is literally in the toilet and we're provoking another civil war. And, and there was this other scenario earlier that I was hearing that, oh, well, the Samson option, and then we put boots on the ground. It's like you're gonna send these soldiers out like if it was like a paper shredder. Like these soldiers are not gonna last or survive that kind of battle in those kind of mountains. It's just like there's no scenario. Our US dollar is in the toilet no matter what, no matter the scenario. And that's literally the only reason why we're the only superpower. So at the end of all of this, it's going to be multipolar the countries and everything. So yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that point. I mean, I haven't heard not one time a scenario where the United States quote unquote wins. Like that is literally out the door. Right now we're just prolonging the loss. We're either taking the loss through the throat or in the ass. Like that's the only scenario that's going on
You
right now.
listen too
So
much OnlyFans, Greg, but
yeah.
thanks for your
No, chill,
thanks
chill,
for your
chill.
graphic output in terms of
No,
Yeah,
yes,
what a
but
finish!
it
What a finish
needs
that
to be
was,
said
though.
because I listen, I know there's a lot of people that like a lot of Americans that are trying to see which way out of this. And the fact of the matter is, as soon as we took out Khamenei, I mean, it's over. I mean, and Iran currently has all three objectives. Even Khamenei has said this. All three objectives they're completing right now. They're united. Regime is the same, and the regime that's another like psyop. Like there's never gonna be a regime change.
But Greg,
It's
where
too
I
deep.
disagree with you is,
And
and I'm saying this, and
yeah.
when I say this, if somebody else was to say it, I would get annoyed.
Hmm.
But that being said, I'm the host, so I get away with it. But the thing is,
Hmm.
I actually know one scenario where they could win. Obviously, I'm not going to say it publicly because I
Right.
don't want to put it out there. And not that they listen to me. I do think they listen to our spaces, but I don't want to put it out there. But there is actually a scenario
Definitely.
of them winning, but I'm very confident that they won't do it.
Um. Well, listen.
Just like this choke,
I wait
just
and
like this
see.
choke scenario, I actually the scenario that Joe said, but the entirety of it, which I'd thought of, I never said it publicly because I was like, they might actually do this, and Iran actually needs the war, so I just stayed quiet about it. So like, there is one scenario that could actually win in, but they're just too dumb. I'm very confident they won't do it.
No, of course not. I mean, we're just so compromised. I mean, it's literally Israel running all of this, and any out. I mean, literally Israel's objective to choke the United States out as like even because Israel's point is to be a hegemon, and having America like locked into this as long as possible. That's their incentive is to keep us in here as long as possible to suck us dry like they've had the last decades or so since they've started this partnership. So I mean, you know, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And I just wanted to reiterate a point. I know we weren't on that conversation when I jumped
No,
in,
we
but
kind of are. It was a good conversation. It's a good point.
yeah,
Good
totally,
point.
totally. And
So,
Yeah.
Suleiman, the one thing that I do agree that I'll change my opinion that we're simply doing this for Israel is if we put boots on the ground. Because if we put boots on the ground, that's the stupidest
it's
thing
What
gonna
about
that
boots?
America can do.
What about boots in on Courage Island, Joe?
I actually haven't analyzed that enough to have an opinion.
No, is that boots on the
I
ground
don't
for
know.
you, Mister Joe? 5,000 American soldiers. Is that boots on the ground for you?
Not on the island. I don't know. I had, like I said, I haven't analyzed it enough to give you an opinion
No,
about
I
that.
don't mean give me an opinion. I'm talking about would you then concede that Israel controls the United States of America?
If they put it on the island, no,
Okay.
I don't. I don't
Well, I
think so.
think that's what's going down next, isn't it? The Courage Island, boots on the ground, coming next.
yeah, the left is just not gonna tolerate that at all, 100%. So
That's what's going down,
That's
and
doomed to
that is
fail.
escalation. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, it's doomed to fail. Like what, 2,500? I don't think they're going to win with that. Like that's a
No,
suicide
what, you don't
intent.
think they'll take the island?
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
I don't think 2,500 troops is enough to take the island. And I
I
definitely not
disagree
hold
with
it. But I don't know. I guess I see you like it could be like an incident. Like obviously when you start killing soldiers like that, it's a red line. And I'm sure Trump's gonna make all kinds of threats. Like if you harm one her, blah blah blah, X Y Z. And maybe like you said, they're not very cutthroat, are they? So then maybe they'll like the only reason if they hold back, you know, that's the only reason that it could is
I think they
if
will. I
Iran
think they
lets
will
them.
hold back. So I'll tell you
Yeah,
what the scenarios are going to be. Right. So I do think they can take Karaj Island. I think that's kind of something they can take. I disagree with this idea that they can't take it. So I think they can take
I think
Karaj
if Iran didn't
Island.
want them to, they couldn't.
I think they could take it. They could take Haraj Island. The question mark becomes then Iran has a decision to make, right? Because what by taking Karaj Island, they can take it with the boots on the ground. But what the risk of taking Karaj Island, and this is the reason why they wouldn't go to the Hormuz Islands, is because Iran can just hit you with the drones and missiles and just kill loads of American soldiers.
Yeah,
The
that's the
problem is
main
that
thing. If they can hold it.
so the problem is that if they put the the bases or camp out at the key places like near the oil refineries or the entire oil system, what then will happen is Iran will have to make a decision. Do they want to take the oil out? I don't think they will. And actually, I'm not sure if they will, but I think it's unlikely because I just don't think they're cutthroat enough. Basically, I think they should. I think you just need to escalate. But Iran has to bomb its own oil and take out the American soldiers as well. That's the move to make. But I think Iran may try and not do that and just realign where they're removing their oil from. But then that's not all the oil, but that will be a small reduction of the drop of oil. So then it'll be like America holds the island. So that's something, but I need to think it through. But that was my
I
quick
don't know. That
thoughts.
seems a bit extreme, like cutting off 90% of their oil processing, just for that, just to take out a few soldiers. Seems a bit much of a sacrifice.
Exactly. So you're saying they wouldn't do it as well. So then you're saying America would have control of the island.
Oof. Well, not on that scenario. Yeah, I don't see them destroying their own stuff for that
So
reason.
then you agree. So you just said a different
But I
position,
don't know
right?
if that's how
Now
it's
you're
going to
saying,
shake out. I don't
sorry?
know. But I don't know if that's how it's going to shake out. Like I don't see them a lot. I don't know how these. I don't think the troops will be able to take the island. In my opinion, I don't know.
Oh, you don't even think they'll get to the island in the first place?
Yeah, like I feel
Okay.
like they could mine around it. Like they'll be sending their missiles or whatever boat approaches it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I just wanted to add until Joel gets in there. Bro, this isn't like 1944. It's not D-Day. Like the Japanese are feeding live satellite footage. If you got an amphibious invasion coming in, they're gonna know what's up. They're gonna take it out. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they'll take it out before it gets in there. Yeah,
This
maybe.
is interesting. Let's see. Let's see. This is it. I think this is the next thing. I think they're moving
Yeah,
towards that.
maybe Sangar has an opinion on this.
Well, actually, I do have a question. So I heard you guys talking about the possibility of ground invasion through Iraq, and I heard you guys talking about it last night, and I was like, completely like out of commission because I have like family live in those like states bordering with Iraq. So Solomon like mentioned that they're gonna nuke it, and then they're gonna like then put boots on the ground. So my question
Wait, I
is,
didn't say that. Where have you got that from?
I said that.
Bro, I would never come up with something dumb like that.
okay, well, I thought someone said that, but so
Bro,
like
take that back, bro. Like, why you
oh,
why you going retarded positions on my name? Blame
I'm just
Adam.
butting in,
Adam
yeah,
said it.
because
Say Adam said it. Don't blame me, bro.
Whoa,
I
whoa, whoa!
don't come out with
Relax,
dumb
bro.
stuff like that.
but okay. Well, then if that were to happen, how are they gonna like nuke somewhere and then like put boots on the ground? Wouldn't there be like crazy radiation for like years to
Yeah, as I
come?
said, that's guaranteed cancer. So yeah, you can put Adam on record saying that he was against that.
You did. I was just joking with you, Adam. Neither of us said that. Why is this guy blaming us? He's Israeling this false calculation upon us. Come on, Sanga,
Okay.
sort your life out. Don't become a Zayo, please. I beg you.
No, 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 not at all, not at all. But like I thought I heard you say it, but like if you didn't say
What?
it, well then
Bro,
It's
sort your life
Anglophobia,
out.
bro.
I
He
was
thinks Joel
literally
sounds the
ridiculing
same.
the other guy for saying that.
okay. Well, okay, let me ask the next question then. So, if they're gonna do that through Iraq, and like there are a lot of like cities like Karbala, Najaf, like Nasiriyah, Kut, and these are areas where the Hashdu Shabi, like, the Iraqi resistant group, like, is present in those areas. How's that going to, like, play a role in putting boots on the ground from those areas and, like, coming into Iran? Wouldn't they have to, like, go through these people first?
You talking about boots on the ground from Iraq? Okay,
Yes.
yeah, I think it's just not possible. Like, it is possible, but it's just the amount of people you're gonna need. I just can't see how it could even happen. But we'll deal with that issue in a second. I just want to talk about
Kog
the
Island, right? Joe is back.
Joe, you gonna answer me to it?
Yeah, look, I think we could take an island. I mean, if America can't take an island, that's a sad state. And I think Iran risks turning their people around on them if they do wind up bombing it. I'm not saying it would, but it could. It is a risk to calculate.
Well, basically, they can not. So you just mean that America would take it and just camp out on it?
Yeah,
That would reduce
I
probably. I haven't looked into this detail. Obviously, it's been a while. So, but I think that would reduce the oil production possibilities for Iran by, like, I don't know, like 50 to 70%.
yeah, but they're not able to sell any right now anyway. But from what they have in terms of cash on supply, they have a year and a half worth. So I don't think it's worth the risk because it could turn the people around on the regime.
But then what you're saying
That's
is,
interesting.
just to be clarified, is America would take the island and Iran would not respond and just let them take it and instead respond to the GCC countries, I presume, is your position.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
actually what I
How
was.
long would it take to rebuild if they destroyed
It
it?
costs millions.
Just millions? If it's just millions and it doesn't take long to rebuild, I can see them taking it out then.
I mean,
It depends
tens of
on that.
millions. It'd be like tens of millions. I don't know the exact figure, to be honest. I need to look it up. I don't know how much something like that
Yeah, I
costs.
think
Joe
that's
would know
important
better.
to
The problem
analyze.
is that
Yeah.
it's the time. It would take a decade to build back up.
Okay, if it's, then yeah, that's too much.
And remember, that's
gonna-
their main
yeah.
one. They've got others, like, they could do it through a few different means and methods. But, bro, it's going to be a severe reduction in capacity. Like, Jask's terminal will probably be their main one. What is that? That'll get them maybe 300,000 barrels a day, 500,000 barrels a day,
But
700
let's say
maybe
America
at
takes
best.
it, right?
Sorry?
Let's say America takes it, right? Then what? What are they gonna do with it? Do you really think they can operate like an oil siphoning thing right there?
No,
Like
no,
that?
I don't think they can take the actual oil. I think it would more be
Yeah.
like, oh, we've taken it, we've reduced your oil supply, you're now going to be financially harmed as well.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And so we're putting a chokehold and a squeeze on you guys.
Well, they can put a chokehold and the squeeze on those soldiers, no? Like they can siege the siege.
No, but this is the problem, because this is what we're discussing. Because according to Joa, and actually, I think he's right personally. This is what I've been thinking,
Yeah.
that Iran has to, if they want to bomb the soldiers, means bomb the oil terminal. That destroys their own oil capacity for a while, and that will get their people kind of in an uproar. So I don't think they would. I mean, I don't
Would have to
think.
be a
First
good
of all, I
ground
don't think they're
assault.
cutthroat enough to make that move. So then I think they'd have to go for the oil fields in the GCC.
Yeah, or they could do like a ground assault on Garda, take it back.
What?
Like descent. Yeah,
I don't think that's
an
I don't
option.
think that's a good idea, personally.
Yeah, it would be an international fiasco for sure.
It's also not easy once America's got their soldiers in there, and you're trying to come in through sea. That's very hard.
Well, why don't they dig themselves in then and make it very hard for the
As in, send
invaders?
soldiers there in advance.
Yeah, yeah.
Won't you guys agree that the United States is trying to create leverage? Because right now Iran has all the leverage with the Strait of Hormuz. And it seems like that they're trying to calculate multiple war fronts, either through Iraq, either through Syria, or any neighboring bordering country with Iran. I think that's the calculated risk that America is trying to take at the moment to alleviate the economic pressure that Iran is applying towards Western countries. Won't you guys agree?
In terms of going for the island.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
in terms for, and also I would say that the Strait of Hormuz is creating a huge economic. It's almost like a economic pressure point globally, And I mean, the only way I could see the United States possibly taking over the Strait of Hormuz, which I feel like will be also risky, is possibly just sending in submarines to analyze where all the just to get an idea of where all the mines are, as far as but even that's risky, to have like a marine or a submarine get possibly blown up by one of these mines. It could be extremely risky, you know. You guys there?
Yes. What was that last point?
Yeah, Adam, I got a question for you. You think
No,
Iran's gonna strike Ukraine like they were threatening to do?
No,
wait. Who's the
no,
who's the question
no, I
for?
don't think so. Freedom, did you want to reiterate your last point?
Yeah. I was saying the only way I could see the United States possibly trying to make their way into the Strait of Hormuz is possibly maybe using submarines to get an idea of where these mines are. But even that's risky. You know what I mean? It's a choke point. It's a huge risk, for the United States to try to go in. The way that I'm analyzing the war right now is like it's almost like they're trying to create
Well, you think
multiple
there's?
war
I don't
fronts.
think there's any mines there, by the way.
You don't think so?
Yeah, I don't think there's not.
But
I don't
I
think there's any mines there.
Yeah, didn't
but the
Iran
well,
say we don't need mines? We only need to scan the whole area and just bomb. Yeah.
They don't. They either. They don't. They either. I'm very confident they don't have mines there.
but then it will make the most sense for submarines to at least clear
Well,
the
they've got.
pathway
They've
for
got advanced. They've got the Russians' advanced torpedoes. Or
Iran.
yeah.
Oh, oh yeah. Then America's just chalked at this point. I mean, there's really nothing they can do. You know what I mean? It's just it seems like they're trying to alleviate the economic pressure that Iran is applying to them. And I don't see any other plan B or plan C for the United States besides trying to create a pathway through the Strait of Hormuz, because I think that's their only option. Because if they try to go in through air and try to drop troops off, that's a suicide mission. So I think right now the Strait of Hormuz is probably the only way that they can try to get to Iran without taking as much casualties. But that's just I don't see that happening either, because I mean it's a choke point. It's going to be a huge problem.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. Personally, I think that Trump needs to cut ties from Bibi, and he's probably got a ton of blackmail on Trump, which I could really care less about. But I have family and friends in the military, and even if I didn't, I'm sick to death over this because my dumb ass, and I admit it, voted for this moron. And then at the Charlie Kirk celebration of the or event of the year, as they called it, when he stood up there on stage and told the world he knew he wasn't going to heaven, I lost it for him then. And then when he said that his son in law had a hunch and it gave him a feeling and he just knew he needed to go to war, I lost it completely for him then. The only thing I can think of is Bibi, and of course, my mind's going to go to the worst place after what happened in Gaza. I feel like they are luring our troops there for another cleansing, so to speak. It's like a sacrifice, and it's like Trump doesn't care. And that's what I tweeted to him: send your son. Everybody that is an elected official ought to have skin in the game. They ought to have a kid that's going to go to war if we have to go. They are free-nilly sending everybody else's kids to war. And now they're talking about doing the draft. I'm so sick of these people, it's not even funny. And sadly, I don't even know why we even went to war. Didn't he just sign something in April of last year? No forever wars, no wars, stay out of the Middle East. He didn't get the chair warm in the Oval Office before he's freaking going to war. I mean, is it just Mississippi? We're a red state. More Democrats came out to vote last week than ever before. So I mean,
Yeah, thank you.
it's
Mhm.
just all crazy.
Yeah, it is. You're right, and that's
And it breaks
interesting to
my
hear.
heart over the kids over there, the innocence. There's innocence in Israel. There's innocence in Iran. There's innocence in every Lebanon. There's innocence everywhere. They're asking for all this. And my heart breaks for them. And I'm pissed off at our president because he was led over there and now he's putting a target on our back for something that he decided to do after promising it wouldn't be done. I just want peace.
Well said. Yeah, we all
I
do.
mean, that's all I
Adam,
want.
Hmm. Yes, Ali?
Uh,
Yeah, Robin, was there anything else?
no, that was it. I'm getting off my soapbox.
No, it's fine. I agree with everything you said, except from innocence everywhere. I mean, yeah, I can
I
agree with
mean,
that too.
there to an extent there are. I mean, there are people that have grown up away, but that's their way.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's not. I mean, I've seen more people, and I am not MAGA. I have never been MAGA, but I have seen more people saying we're going to rename that the Strait of Trump, and I'm like, what gives you the right? You don't go
Yeah, that's
over
insane.
to somebody else's land.
Hey, bro, like Trump ain't straight. He blows Clinton, you know?
And BB apparently. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. BB might be sitting at the freaking White House. I mean, he gave him the
Yeah,
key to the White House.
he is the president.
Yeah, well, you got me there. On that little laugh, I'm gonna say goodnight.
All right, good night, Robin. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for coming up. Ali, you wanted to interject? Go ahead.
go to Andy first. Give me just 2 minutes.
Yeah, Andy, all yours.
Yeah, so this Christian nationalist guy, Joel Webbin, he posted something, if Bibi's actually gone, who is in charge? So I commented, Jared Kushner is in charge. He said, if Bibi's gone, who's president of the United States? So I said Jared Kushner, because I mean, that's the guy who's basically Trump's liaison between Israel. So I mean, like that the fact that we're even discussing this just shows how gone America is at this point. Like our country is so compromised. Like the fact that we're even openly discussing this and all of the goyim know at this point is truly frightening. And then you have all of the MAGA people literally posting, "Oh, we're gonna make it the Strait of America or the American Gulf," and it's like, no, the f you're not. It's completely ridiculous. Like,
The cope is
like
insane.
like
The
like the Gulf
delusion
of
is insane.
America with like the Gulf of Mexico, like that was kind of funny, like whatever, but like yeah, our hemisphere, our choice. I kind of
It's the Strait of Broken Dreams as far as
yes,
Americans are
like I
concerned.
I
It's
get the logic of our hemisphere, our choice to an extent, but I don't get the logic of going to another country. I mean, another side of the world and bombing a bunch of Muslims. Like, have you seen that meme where It's like get angry for us, goy, and kill some Muslims, and then it's the frog, the Groiper frog, and it's saying never again, Shlomo. I'm sure you might have seen that meme on X, and that's exactly what this war is. It's literally them saying, and like they literally think this is 2003, and they can just say weapons of mass destruction again, and we're gonna believe it. And that's why it's so frustrating when I have my
Well, many did. Yeah, it did work.
well, no, but
A lot of people said yes, Shlomo. A lot of people
yes,
said, yeah,
no,
let's
but
do it.
I'm saying the majority of America doesn't go along with it like they did then. So that's why it's so frustrating when you have people like my dad or my friends saying, "Oh, you're too addicted to social media." I'm like, if it wasn't for social media, if social media didn't exist, you'd have the majority of the country not thinking there was anything wrong with what happened in Gaza. Like social media is the only reason we know about the genocide. Like, let's say this Gaza happened in 2003, it would be the mainstream media. The CNN would in 2003. You think CNN and Fox News would have told us about the genocide? No, they probably would have told us 3,000 people died in Gaza. That's probably what they would have told us. Like that's
Very
what they would
true.
have told us. They would have told us 3,000 people died in a few bombings and a little bit of firefight, and they would have told us Israel is the most moral army in the world, and we all would have believed it. But thank God for social media, we all saw the truth, and we all saw that they literally bombed women and children. They shot people that were simply going for food, and it was the most horrific thing we have seen in a long time. Absolutely horrific. And going back to the war, Trump at the same time is saying we've won, but then is saying, oh, we need an international coalition to go into the Strait of Hormuz, and that's basically Trump's way of basically saying, I know that if I bring American ships into the strait, they're going to get sunk, but I want other countries' ships to also get sunk, so I'm not the only clown in this whole thing. And I guarantee you, no other country is going to be dumb enough to actually bring any of their naval assets into that strait because they know they will get sunk too. I mean, I've said this, I don't know how many times on this space, but I'll say it again because there's obviously new people coming in. But the Millennium Exercise in 2002, 16 ships got sunk in that strait in 20 minutes and 20,000 Americans died. And that was before, and this was 2002. So it was speedboats and missiles sinking those ships. Iran did not have drones in 2002, drones barely existed. So if we redo this exercise now, Iran would basically be able to sink our entire fleet if we were dumb enough to bring that into the strait. And I pray we are not, because I do not want to see a bunch of innocent Americans get bombed and drown in the strait, because I guarantee you, them signing up for this war, they did not believe they were dying for Israel. They actually thought that they were fighting for America because they are not as educated as us on this space. So it is just horrific, and I pray Trump's not dumb enough to do something like that. I pray that this war just takes its natural course. We get a little minor economic collapse. People blame Israel, and Zionism takes its natural course and ends.
Yeah, we're all praying for the end of Zionism, and the fall of the entity, the demonic entity that's
Yes, and
plaguing.
yeah, and you know the saying, a wounded animal is most dangerous. We're seeing it with MAGA now, when you have people that were praising Tucker Carlson 2 years ago that are now literally calling for him to be thrown in prison. And these are the same people that were against all of the political persecutions against Trump. Like we all know that sleeping with a porn star is not illegal. We all know Trump didn't do anything wrong on January 6th. But now the same people that were against that are saying Tucker Carlson should be thrown in jail. Why?
Bro, Trump rapes children. Like, what are you talking about? Come
No,
on.
yeah, yes, exactly. The Epstein stuff was illegal. What I'm saying, the stuff that they tried to ring him up on before the last election were BS charges. But the Epstein stuff or some of the financial dealings he's doing now is absolutely illegal. But the same people that were, but now
No,
they're
you're right
trying
about the
to
hypocrisy there. It's disgusting. It's
exactly,
disgusting. Free
exactly.
speech warriors, you know?
Yeah,
Free speech
you either
warriors,
die the
apparently.
hero or live long enough to become the villain, and that's exactly what MAGA is,
Yeah.
which is exactly
No,
why.
both parties do it. Both parties act like they care about free speech and just freedom in general when they're outside of power. But as soon as they get into power, then they want to become authoritarian. Everyone wants to be the fascist. You know,
Exactly.
that's what and your buddy Nick Fuentes, he supports authoritarianism. You know, he just wants to be the one holding the whip or wearing the boot. You know, so it's like all these mainstream parties as well, Democrat, because just as bad. Democrats just as bad. As soon as they get into power, it's all cancel, 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 censor, censor, censor. And the right, spent so long persecuting themselves, being persecuted genuinely, and painting the martyr narrative, the victim narrative, the free speech warrior narrative, only to abandon it at the drop of a
No,
hat
that's what's so
once they got power.
hypocritical. The right were the martyrs, and then they couldn't see how stupid they were to martyr Khomeini. Like, how dumb are they?
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
agree. Like it's a whole information war that's going on, and the more you censor, the less people have access to the information that we're providing them with. You know, and that's why they're trying to push this agenda of censorship. You know, TikTok played a huge role in exposing the whole genocide. That's why they went after TikTok.
Exactly. My cousin was even telling me that he tried to send something about Epstein to multiple group chats, and he's like, wait a minute, I can only send things to one group chat at a time. Like, that's a new feature they added after Ellison bought it.
Well, yeah, and they're saying they're looking forward
Or
to owning more
you
media.
can't even like message Epstein in a message. It's like insane. Can't
They
even write.
monitor they
Yeah.
monitor every message. It's actually I actually deleted TikTok for how annoying it got. You know, it just irritated me.
You
I
know what the
look.
solution is? Like I say this often in spaces. Because Israel's got the eight front war. It's all online. The only way to do this, man, is like the woman before, if she's still in here, and everybody in here, bro, go to your city council meetings, print out some flyers, go door to door, hold signs in metro stations, speak publicly. Try to get elected, city council, mayor, school board, bro. It's about moving you over to the window. The Zionists are just not there. Like they're not doing stuff like this. I've never seen uh, Zionists hand out flyers in public places. You ever see them, bro? It's all pro-Palestine people handing out flyers at campuses. I've never seen like a Zionist hand out flyers saying, "Okay, we're this is what's happening, bro." They're shameless. They know they're bullshit. So, bro, I mean, we have to do that. Go start a business, make some money. Get your people in office or go in office yourself. Me personally, I'm thinking about I'm gonna do it. I'll be running as a independent member of parliament for Lac St. Louis in Montreal. You got to be out there. Because that's the thing. It's like if you're in the shadows, it doesn't really matter. Like you got to put your face out there and be uncancelable. If you're literally going door to door and doing things in your community, it doesn't have to be primarily this, but I mean that's how you do it is you take on issues in your community, you win them, and then you have this in the background. So it's about popularizing it, especially if you're young. You've got energy, you got charisma. This is the ultimate sacrifice. There's some religious people in here talk about Islam. That's great, but this is part of sacrifice. It's is what else are people doing? Like working so they can lease the newest car? The fuck is that? There's a genocide going on. There's a war going on. There's people dying. You know, that's
Yeah, I
that's
mean, it's easier said than done, you know, because the thing about Zionism is that it operates in the shadows. They're the ones calling shots behind the scenes. They're the ones that control the politicians, the laws, you know. So if we're gonna if there's anything we need to infiltrate, it's the same way that they infiltrated, you know, through lobbying, through laws, and trying to work our way up through the our way of through the politicians. You know what I mean? So
hundred
at the same
percent.
time,
I mean, I
at the
wouldn't
same
I wouldn't use the word infiltrate. It's just exercising your
I mean,
rights
but
and
essentially, that's what they
advocating.
did. That's what they did. They infiltrated us. You know, if anyone got invaded, it was the United States, and it was through Zionism. You
I
know,
guess so. I guess now I guess the term would be reclaiming or just getting back in there. So I don't know. I mean, I'm saying it can still be done. This isn't. Think about it, like you saw how hard things were during the Soviet Union. Imagine people back in the Soviet Union in gulags. They never thought it would. They never thought Russia would be what it is today. Uh,
yeah,
Which is why I kind
but
of
Ray,
like the two
there's
pronged approach. You have some people that are doing it publicly, and then you have some people that, as Nick says, hide their power level and infiltrate covertly.
I'm not disagreeing with Ray, but what I'm saying is it's like there's so many layers of the way that they like got into power that it'll be very hard for an average person to do it. Because what a lot of people need to understand, like like the Zionist lobby is trying to play the long game, which is why they're trying to do mass censorship. Generation Z is the most woke red pill generation there is on this issue. The Zionist lobby is looking for the future generation to censor. It's not us anymore. It's going to be our kids, our children's children. That's who they're looking at as well, you know. And a lot of people need to understand that. You know, this issue is it's a lot broader and a lot deeper than what most people are analyzing it as, if that makes sense.
Exactly. And as I've been saying, if a Democrat can, like, pretty much given up on this fantasy of mass deportations. If a Democrat can just run on an anti Israel platform, some form of economic populism, and a closed border, I'd vote for that.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
if
very
Trump can.
powerful way it's described.
Yes, and exactly. So like the saying abolish ICE, like that's a frightening concept because the way they say that, that basically is them saying like they're going to return to the Biden era and we cannot have 10, 20 million more unvetted people coming into this country because like that is just not an option. But again, as I've said, if you could have someone say like, yeah, we're gonna remove like if a Democrat runs and says we're gonna take the American embassy, kick that the heck out of Israel, we're gonna keep the border closed, and we're gonna have some form of economic populism where you get rid of the taxes on the lowest income earners and do a slight tax increase, not a crazy tax increase on the highest income earners because just just something like along those lines, that would be a winning message that America could really get behind because you would have a lot of disaffected people that voted for Trump like me that could get behind that. But if you say abolish ICE, then that's not going to be a winning message. If
Yeah,
you
and sorry to cut you off, Andy, but a perfect person that's doing that right now is the New York mayor, Mamdani. You know, so he's doing that. He showed that you can win by speaking out against Zionism and their oppression. So I totally agree with you.
Bro, I'll tell you how I did it. Like, I give you an example. I'm in Montreal, and like I was saying, I'll just to motivate people. I'm here to motivate. Like, bro, I mean, our competition ain't much. They're a bunch of pedophiles and career politicians and scumbags. You know, pro genocide motherfuckers. I mean, that's your competition. It's not much, man. If you're like a God fearing person, you'd be like, okay, like, and that's what I always tell people is, to be able to prime yourself to go out there and have the confidence, bro. Be spiritual. Stop jacking off. Stop watching porn. Stop drinking. Stop getting high. Just you gotta live. You gotta be disciplined because in the end, you see the Epstein thing. That's all about using people's vices against them. So you gotta have no vices when you go in this. But like what I did, for instance, in Montreal, is I found out some issues. Like the issue was fluoride. I single-handedly ended fluoride in the city of Montreal, saved the city $40 million. I took that and then ran in a municipal election. Unfortunately, I lost. I got 26% of the vote, which is pretty good. But I mean, my opponent cheated. So I mean, how the fuck would I have known that was gonna happen? But sometimes you have to like guess that because that's how scummy these bastards are. Anyways, the point is, I didn't feel like spending like 60,000. It probably would have been more and longer to contest the election, have it redrawn. Uh, the guy already lost anyway. So the
Okay,
whole the lawyer told me it
this
wasn't
is
worth
why
it. The point
This
is,
is why I be selective on bringing you up. This is the same story you always tell every time you come up. Like, let's just keep it to the politics, please.
Okay, yeah, I had a college class president. I mean, I had a high school class presidential election rigged against me. I've been there, but I mean, that's not the same as an actual election, but I've been there.
Okay, can I ask about Iran? Back to what we were talking about. So one thing I'm having a problem with understanding is Kharaj. Like I am finding it difficult to see how you know it's kind of flat, but isn't it? I mean, wouldn't you expect Iran to have? So let's say Americans are sending like 2,500 or whatever soldiers, they can have 5,000 or 10,000 there. before they arrived, like to defend the land. So how can that be taken so easily? Because I'm right now, like what I'm hearing is it's very easy for Americans to just take the island. I don't see how that is possible. Can somebody explain? Adam, are you there, or Suleiman?
Hey, one sec, 1 second.
The
Hey,
other
Ali,
thing
I heard
is,
your question.
yeah,
I heard your, uh-huh.
did you hear my question? No.
Yeah, yeah, you said how is it going to be easy? I don't think it's going to be easy. But if Sully's around, he can explain to you why he thinks that's hard no, or easy. I don't know if he said that though. Um, but yeah, my opinion isn't that it's going to be easy, so
So
I can't
they
really
can
answer that.
basically
I'll
what
just
I'm
get him
asking
explain.
is Iran can have and they should have people defending the land, right? Like already there. So
Yeah, so we
when
left the conversation. I said that they can put men on the land and
yeah,
be ready for an invasion. We'll see how they
and
play it. Honestly, so many
yeah,
ways this can go.
and one other thing is Trump. I think Trump has up until the midterms to do whatever. Like if this war goes on till the midterm, then he would be occupied with so many things because he will lose. Um, yeah, so he will be occupied after that.
If I
Yeah,
could,
I think he
yeah,
wants it over before then.
yes, sir. If I could weigh in on that for the past, well, my goodness, it's hard to believe we're going on day 15 here into 16. But if I could weigh in on that, sir, this has been discussed off and on. And the bottom line is the what we perceive and what we think is happening here in reality is far different from what's actually going on behind the scenes. And that's I'm not even talking about the financial and the deal. There is deal brokerage going on. They got to make a deal, meaning U.S. is now brought to our knees, honestly, militarily speaking, in the asymmetrical threat against an existential mindset. But the thing is, we would have seen a vast difference by now than we're already seeing. But in reality, Iran is winning this overwhelmingly, winning this war. I I don't know. Could you like give more specifics? Why can't they to be more specific in exactly what you're seeing? Maybe that I'm not or someone else is not seeing, sir.
So so one thing I'm seeing is it's like a chess champion playing with an idiot, right? Like they've got moves. I think Iran can take out a lot of targets, and they do have a lot of targets, but they're keeping it. Like they seem to be the only logical actor here. So and it could, they know like if they do too much, it'll be a disaster for the whole world, and they're trying to be cautious that these people might think logically, but I just think yeah these America doesn't know what's their next move. Like they just had one plan, as Suleiman said. Like I agree, like they just had one plan and they thought on the weekend it'll be over, Monday things to normal, like which is absurd. And they even came out and said we didn't expect Iran to block Strait of Hormuz. They said that that they weren't expecting Iran to do
Yeah.
that. So they didn't even you. How can you not even think about alternatives, like what can happen after your move? So, but what I was saying is that the island, the Kharaj island, it's not like Iran would have left it to, okay, America, you wanna come take it, take it. they're gonna be defending it. They're gonna be defending it with their lives, and they will be taking American lives. Is what I can see, but I don't see anybody talking about that. Like, what would happen if they're already there? Let's say they have 5,000 or 10,000 soldiers there. What happens then?
If we could talk about that for a second, I love your analogy of a chess grandmaster, okay, playing an idiot that, someone that just knows basic moves. This is exactly what we're seeing. Yeah, there's your answer right there. For example, on day 1 or 2, if you'll remember when Sully interviewed retired Colonel Daniel Davis, and when Davis said, yeah, the only mistake I believe that Iran made was they should have come in with shock and awe. They should have just come on with everything they have and just totally got the job done day one. In other words, doing American style shock and awe. And Sully responded with, I thought, a brilliant answer, and which I think, and I agree with, and the truth from my perspective. Why would Iran come on with day one showcasing everything they had and just coming on with an overwhelming force to just completely destroy Israel? The reason they didn't, which we're seeing now and witnessing, they first of all, they didn't have to win this, and they are winning, but they led the West, especially America, into a trap. They're just used a little bit. They don't have a much. They're not going to last long. And what Iran did, which we now see clearly, is a grand master chess champion playing an idiot, is they knew that if they came on with a full barrage, that the West, through satellite imagery and many things, we would be able to, the United States, would have been able to identify many rocket launching positions, okay, for intel. But they didn't. They came on with a limited strike that still did the job, because day one alone, we were still seeing a third of Iranian missiles getting in and hitting targets, yeah. And then that also lured Israel and the West, the U.S., into a false sense of supremacy and the hubris. And we're America. Look at us. We'll destroy anyone we care to. Look at the Hegseth, this idiot, walking around the stage in that humiliation ritual in Quantico, Virginia. He was talking to men far greater than he ever could achieve, that he wasn't even worthy to lick their boots. And here he is addressed, talking down to them like dogs. Then Trump telling them you will become in the MAGA cult. The military, and I'm a retired military officer, sir. And the first thing you learn to be an officer in or any military is, number one, never underestimate your enemy. To always look with dread upon the enemy with fear and trepidation, knowing that your enemy, although you may seem like you're superior, can easily defeat you. So you must go in with circumspect and with wisdom. They didn't. So what also happened is Iran, and the first day of their missile barrage, they got rid of their older inventory. They did. They didn't come out with the good stuff. They didn't come out with the good stuff, but they still did a tremendous amount of damage. Next day, as we now coming to day 16 here, each day they're using fewer, because they don't need to now because there's no missile defense, and more lethal blasts. It's like surgically bleeding out, like a great boxing champion taking on an amateur. They could kill him with one punch, but they just slowly, for humiliation purposes, number one, for the purpose of keeping the strait closed for one more day. Each day is devastating upon the world's economy. And I could go on. I don't want to elaborate too much, sir, but we're seeing they're winning, but not decisively as they could. But I believe it's for a purpose to keep the strait closed longer, to make the world suffer more. But you know what the big thing is? To allow Trump to hang himself on his own rope. And I'm sorry to elaborate or ramble too much. But does that maybe respond to your question?
Yeah.
Can
Thank
I
you.
add a
Thank
few
you, Andrew.
points to your claims, Andrew?
Yes, I'm sorry. What? There's two or three comments. What's that?
I was going to add a few points to
Oh
his.
yeah,
So,
sure.
guys, 1 second. So we've got Ryan Dawson coming on for an interview. That's happening in a couple of minutes. So I'm just gonna go live on TikTok for that. But yeah, Ryan Dawson's coming on in a couple of minutes. So if you're on what is it? If you're on YouTube, obviously we're gonna switch the thing to what's it called again? What we're gonna switch to? We're gonna switch in the video, obviously, to the video for the Ryan Dawson interview. So I'm just gonna go live. Let's change that. Ryan Dawson. Oops. Ryan Dawson interview. So he's coming on in a couple of minutes. So yeah. Yeah, if somebody wants to just chat for like 1 minute, that's fine. Go ahead. Were you gonna make a point, Freedom? Freedom?
Yeah, I was just going to touch up on what Ollie's question. Essentially, you just got to look at it like Iran is essentially taking everyone down with them. And the way they did that was closing off the Strait of Hormuz and attacking the GCC countries, which are aligned with the United States, obviously. And another key point that I like to mention is Iran has a very rigorous and treacherous terrain that it will be very hard for the United States to navigate through, which is also a huge challenge that they're realizing. I think those are just a few key points that I just wanted to add and mention.
Thanks for
Yeah,
that.
Freedom.
We got the
Yeah, go ahead.
just want to thank Suze Mega for the super chat. It says Netanyahu, where are you? Netanyahu, where are you? Where is Netanyahu? This is the search that is going on. The question is, where is Netanyahu? So for the TikTok guys, we're going live. We got an interview with Ryan Dawson coming up. He's coming on in a few seconds. So be and I think he's going to join the space as well, if I see him in a second. Oh, that's right, yeah. My God, put the volume on. Okay, we're sorted. So TikTok guys, we've got Ryan Dawson coming on. He's going to give us an update, collaboration with Ryan Dawson. Interview, update on what's happening in Iran, the Iran war. Brilliant. How you doing, Ryan? Are you able to join the space?
All right.
I'll say, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
You have no sound.
Oh, no sound. Okay. Yeah, what about now?
Join this. Do I have no sound? What's going on?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
It just came on.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that was my side. Yeah, what about now?
Good. I was just I'm in the middle of a huge thing. Anyway, I'm gonna do your show.
Okay, let's add it, Ryan.
All right.
Okay, Ryan. Well, let me record it first.
When we're off air, I got some big news. Like, good stuff.
Nice. We'll have a chat about that.
Oh, I gotta toss them in the other room.
So we've got Ryan Dawson coming on for an interview. It's going to be great. We're going to get an update. It's been a few days since we've had an update from Ryan, so this is going to be awesome. Great conversation as always. Ryan is a geopolitical expert on Iran. Well, a general geopolitical expert.
On Middle East, yeah. I did an update in your space, but those get lost in the ether.
Exactly, because they're going 24/7. But Ryan, thanks for joining us. Thanks for taking your time out. Give us... wait, let me make this big screen first.
Shout out to Scott Horton today. It was on sale.
Hilarious. Okay, we have Ryan Dawson. Ryan, give us an update on what's happening with Iran.
You can see the grin. I know you like seeing Citibank get bombed in Dubai. I'm sure a lot of customers of Citibank didn't mind that. You know, they were part of the mortgage-backed security fraud in 2008 and a number of other things, deeply tied to Trump personally. If anybody's seen Trump's Zionist ball and chain, they'll understand that. Yeah, it's just been glorious in a sick kind of way. I mean, it's a war, it's terrible, but we know when the most evil entity on earth is getting smashed, it's pretty much worth it. I wish all those school children didn't have to die and all this suffering could go away, but in the long run, it's a net positive because Israel's been murdering children basically every day since its inception anyway. And man, doesn't it just make your heart melt to know that people in Gaza can look up at the sky and just see it coming down, bam, and they're coming down at will. So let's see, so much has happened. Like, where to start? Well, okay, last time I was on, we were talking about the Hezbollah attacking across the blue line.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, that continued. Haifa is basically defunct. The port doesn't work anymore. Their eyes and ears in the north have gone dark. Even their Leviathan gas rig out in the water got hit with a drone. Their Ben Gurion's getting smashed. And a lot of IDF soldiers they've been hit by these cluster munitions, these anti-personnels. They're not releasing casualties. Bibi's missing. I asked people if they checked the sewers, probably down there with a dirty mattress.
Where's Bibi?
Where is he? I hope he's in more than one place, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that would be a dream.
I hope he's in many places.
Yeah.
As rain. Iran did issue 3 demands. So, well, this is all right, kind of. They issued 3 demands, but the IGRC is like, no, more than that. But the political arm made conditions for ending the war, but not really, because there's no way they're going to accept them. But the demands are such. So, one very quite reasonable, but Trump can't do it, is that the U.S. and Israel are going to pay reparations for all the damage they caused in Iran. Now, this is great if they even do a portion of that, because Iran does need foreign currency because their own was basically wiped useless. That's why they love started selling in yuan, Chinese currency, because their own currency is kaput, and why not get the main enemy of the U.S.? That's going to help BRICS in general. But yeah, the U.S. and Israel would have to pay in their own denomination to fix all the things they blew up. And I think that should start with rebuilding schools and hospitals, because they've hit both. Both of them have hit both.
Yeah.
Then they demand, it said, it's worded in such a way of legalese, but I'll just break it down, that Iran's allowed to forward their weapons programs. That includes ballistic missiles. That also includes their energy programs for nuclear power. So don't get off our back about that. We're doing that. You can't see anything. We have a right to defend ourselves. We have a right to arm ourselves. And the third one is that they need international guarantees that this won't happen again. Now, that one's vague because it doesn't spell out what those guarantees would be. But one has to assume that one of those has to be that the U.S. removes its military presence from the Gulf states, because that is a direct threat to Iran. Those bases have been destroyed anyway, and it's saying, look, you can't return. or in just some minimal level, maybe,
Mm.
you can't come back. And, the Gulf states are going to need reinvestment. They're going to, when this is all over, which, this can go on for a month. It could go on until September. It can go on all day, because although the U.S. has run short and they will run out of standoff munitions, and they've basically completely run out of defensive interceptors, doesn't really hurt the United States, continental United States. I mean, they can, okay, fine, our bases are blown up. Fine, the carriers are still there. We can still bomb you, but they're going to have to get in closer because they don't have enough Tomahawks and standoff munitions, glide bombs, and so on to use, which means they're vulnerable to anti-air attack. We've already seen that first with the refueler shot down over Iraq by Iraq. Iraqi militias in Iraq got it and ran. They gave them the tip of the hat for doing it. Then 5 more, they said damaged, which is, how do you damage a thing as fragile as a plane? Like, they're destroyed. 5 more on the Sultan base in Saudi Arabia. I think that was secret where it was, but whatever, I don't care. I'm kind of like Ethan on TikTok. Here's the exact coordinates if you want to bomb where their nuclear facility is. I put his tweet up and then it went viral and then he got banned. It sucks. He's got another channel and he already has more followers than his old one that's a year old. So
nice.
That's what it takes. You just got to be the right person to share your stuff. But he has the right to do that. It's not treason or anything like that. Israel's a parasite. It's showing where Israel's weapons were, not America.
Exactly.
Even if they're American-made weapons, so what? It's Israelis that have them, Israelis that use them. Israel started the war.
Exactly.
Israel is a pariah state of God's chosen lunatics. They deserve to blow up and die in hell. You know, they've got Trump over a barrel with Epstein. This is Epstein's fury. AIPAC should be illegal, should be registered under FARA, shouldn't even exist. I fully support showing where Israel's vulnerable. Why not? But so those are the demands. And now what's the U.S. is Trump a few days ago said he would only accept total surrender. He's going to have to backpedal from that. He's getting a lot of pressure from his allies, especially basically. And Kevork said this too, and you should have him on. He said closing the Strait of Hormuz was Iran's own Samson option.
Yeah.
He's kind of right. It's not instantaneous. And this explains also all these people are like, why doesn't Iran, why don't they just unleash like all the hypersonic missiles and blow Israel up in a day? Well, when you look at it, the clock's on their side, right? The U.S. and Israel are bleeding. They're getting pressure from their allies, especially out of East Asia, Japan, South Korea, China too. You know, even though they're allowing some ships, it's still reduced dramatically. And it's forced them to lift sanctions on Russia, which all the Democrats really hate. Boo-hoo. I think we should never have had sanctions on Russia. I don't think there should have been a war in Ukraine. All that was dumb, but it's supposed to be the majority of U.S. politicians think Russia is like big evil. It threatens U.S. hegemon, whatever. But you're making them richer than ever, so they love it. Russia and Azerbaijan have benefited from this war more than anyone because that's who gets to sell the most oil and liquid gas. Qatar has been completely taken off, and so has Iraq. So that basically is like Russia and Australia for gas, number 1 and 2. But Australia is so cucked, they're going to take their proceeds and help bail out the Gulf states. Unbelievable. Now you know who's banging kids. So Trump's got a lot of pressure, and he really hasn't accomplished anything. It's like, yay, you got oil up to what, $94? It was over 111 at one point. This is from 59.60 before. His big mouth has talked about several different ways of reopening the strait. Started with escorts, even the French janitor, and then an adult talked to him and said, "Sir, we can't do that." Then he's like, "We'll send in the Marines, 2,500 Marines." Like, sir, you need to add another zero. You need like 250,000 Marines, which you don't have. Even the Army would be tough to get 250, 300,000 guys.
Exactly.
And stage them where, and in the age of satellite warfare, you just can't do that without everyone seeing it coming and then being harassed and so on. Then he talked about, well, okay, we're gonna raid Crag Island, and like Iran didn't know that was coming.
So,
Yeah, that's like 4 Iwo Jimas, fun. The only way to get them there, by the way, would be those Osprey tilt rotors. I guess this kind of like a helicopter hybrid. You'd have to drop them off because you can't get into the strait aquatically. I mean, you can try, but you're going to get hit with the land batteries. So, and the little drone, it's just a mess. You'd lose everyone before they arrive. So if you're going to double it, let's say 5,000 Marines, that's a lot of air that you got to transport over. Some of them are going to blow up in the air. And when they get there, they're dug in and defended. And then what do you end up with at the end? Even if you secure the oil, you can't send it anywhere. So what's the point? Kind of low op. They're just trying to find something doable and call it a win and find an off ramp. They don't have one. I mean, they don't have one without losing face. They could admit Israel dragged us into this. We can either keep digging a hole or just say, look, we blew up the Navy. We stopped the nuclear program. That was our goals. We win. La da da. Walk off. Go ahead, because there never was a nuclear program, and the Navy was never the threat that of Iran's Navy doesn't matter. It's always been the ballistic missiles. So they can't get those.
Yeah. So I just want to go back to the Karag Island. That's been the big talking point. That's meant to be the kind of mode by which there's boots on the ground. You're right in saying that there's apparently about 5,000 troops. They're going to try and get in there via helicopter. I believe the IRGC has maybe 1,000 to 3,000 troops there.
Well, see, they're basing that on a paper from 1986. Right. So they have no clue. That's 1,000 men, 1,000 soldiers, and however many workers, say another 1,000 from the 1980s. Whatever. So that intelligence is useless.
You think there's more?
Yeah, because they've seen this war coming for a long time.
Okay.
And you have the 80s, the 90s, 2000, 2010s, 20s. I mean, yeah, I think there's more.
Okay, so they basically are going to try and land into Karaj Island via helicopter. You're going to have Iranian soldiers there, and there's going to be a battle on the ground. The reason to take the Karaj Island is because you obviously can't transport the oil, but it's to take control over Iran's oil and try and bleed them back, because a large proportion of Iranian oil goes through there. They can calibrate it, goes elsewhere, but the problem with that is that you're going to lose about 50 to 70%. So it's more about hurting Iran probably and just claiming victory. So what's your thoughts on how that plays out? And what does Iran do in response?
Before it's a ground battle, you got to land them there. You're going to lose Osprey in the air, and just bang, all of them dead. You can have suppressive fire. I mean, they already bombed the island. So what? They didn't bomb the energy, though. They left it there because they're afraid to death. If they blow that up, then kiss the Saudi oil fields goodbye. So you can't touch it. And you can't. And they could actually use that, like, they could actually fire from it because you can't fire back. Like, if you hit it, you're toast. They're dug in, and they're not going to sacrifice too many, but it's enough to take these out. Like, if you come in, and you got to get off of there too. They can easily hit you with ballistic missiles. Like, once you, like, let's say you take it and try and hold it. How are you going to hold it? They're going to pepper you. It's a dumb plan. It's some G.I. Joe Hegseth plan, it seems like. It doesn't make sense. Like, we've had all these war games before, and that is was already suggested and already countered and all the problems with it. But they don't seem to look at any of these war game exercises or all the logistical problems of sending the Marines in to take that island, especially if you can't leave from Kuwait or Iraq because those airfields have been destroyed. Then it's, the longer the trip, the more at risk you are. Now, they also were saying, well, we're going to come in from the sea. Like, from where? Can't use Bahrain. You could have to come into the strait. You can't even get oil tankers out. Like, those boats full of Marines would be the only target. Like, everything would focus on those. You're not getting in there. And you could lose them all. It's so stupid. I don't want to lose all these young men. Yesterday, like, one of the 6 on the refueler that was shot down over, basically it ran into another refueler, so really 2. He had a 2-year-old child and twin 7-month-olds. Now they don't have a dad. Like, yeah, he died for Israel, refueling planes. And it's like, well, you were refueling planes that were bombing other people and their children, so you got to look at it like that. But I feel bad. You got to look at the war like these. It's the weirdest thing. Like people, dumb order followers, like they have families. They're like otherwise good people. They just do. They think they're fighting for their country or the Constitution or that Iran was about to attack us, whatever lie they've been told.
Well, I'm not sure how
And
it is
then
in
they
the
get
US.
killed.
Well, I'm not sure how it's in the US, but in the UK, what happens is like a lot of working class kids end up joining the army or the Marines because they're like, okay, this is going to give us a good career. We'll be on a decent salary compared to in our local area where the opportunities and the pay isn't there. And so in reality, for a working class person, it becomes almost like the only choice a lot of them have.
There are a lot of FHSs that fucked up in high school, so they end up in the military because it's less indignant than flipping burgers at a fast food joint. So they just join the Army or the Marines. And of course, they don't say that. They're like, oh, I'm, all the more glorious reasons, but it's mostly welfare for screw ups. Like, yeah, you can join the Army at least. Like, but there's others that just couldn't afford college or whatever, and they go, and some because their family's in the military, so they're in the military. There's a whole bunch of different reasons. Like they're all different of why you end up in there. But there is definitely an economic incentive, and even since the second Gulf War, George Bush did this. It's a path to citizenship for illegals. Like, well, if you'll be cannon fodder, you get to cut in line, become a citizen. So there's different incentive for different groups, but a lot of it is just the highest paying job a poor person can get.
Okay, and now going back to the military situation. You mentioned that they're running out of defense interceptor missiles. A, where are they at that? And B, what's happening with Iran? Are they able to hit all these countries quite easily now?
Well, it's hard to tell because their radar was blown up. So even if they did have the interceptors, they're useless because without the radar, they don't work. So I'm not sure whether it's because they ran so low that they ran out or because they're shooting in the dark. So they want to save them until they can repair that radar. I'm talking about northern Israel in particular. Because even drones, you can hit drone, you can hit a drone with a lot of things. They're just cutting right through. Kabam, kabam, kabam. And it's a total lockdown in media, but it's getting out anyway. There's a lot of fake stuff out too, but whatever. Israel's locked down. They had a bunker collapse. The ceiling caved in. They call it a shelter. It's not a shelter. It's a bunker. It's got soldiers in it. A shelter is for civilians. They do have air raid shelters. Those are not being targeted. Those aren't very deep. If they were targeted, they'd be destroyed. They work for like the kind of like Katyusha rocket. It's not even a real missile from say Hamas or something, but it wouldn't matter if a ballistic missile hit that. They'd all die underground.
So just coming back to it. So they're struggling to defend themselves. Iran's able to hit them up. Something that happened today was the UAE. So the Karaj Island, and obviously, my view on that. You're going to be like, this guy only talks about Perez news.
Hey, it's part of the war.
Yeah. So what happened was, obviously, the Karaj Island, the foreign minister of Iran, as well as the IGC, came out and said that actually UAE has been used to directly attack Iran. They used Ras Al Khaimah, and they used a place close to Dubai. They said where they fight.
They have. In fact, I heard the UAE was saying, "Bring it on, Iran. Bring on your worst." That's what they were saying, right?
I mean, they can say that, but we know they can't back that up. But they fired from these two main locations. Exactly.
But I heard they said it.
Yeah.
Get them, Iran.
Yeah. I think they're trying to say they could take you, Iran. I think you need to show them. And they said they don't like Shia as well. Anyway, jokes. But anyway, coming back to it, so they said they fired from those two locations in densely populated areas in order to hit Iran. So Iran said, we're going to respond aggressively. We're going to hit your ports. We're going to hit your military bases, and we're going to hit the locations you fired from. What's happening with that? And what's your thoughts?
Usually when Iran says they're going to do something, they do it. So there's nothing complex there. That's what they're gonna do.
I guess I'm trying to ask, why has you, like with the other countries, they're complicit, but they're kind of trying to hide it, use a bit of our airspace, but we're not really involved. But with the UAE, so blatantly firing from their country, I mean, this is them joining the war in a kind of more progressive manner.
Well, there was an incident where a distillation plant was hit by the Israelis, which they tried to blame on the UAE. And the UAE's like, no, it wasn't us, because they don't want their own being hit. Which makes you think, what a great friend. They're trying to get your water destroyed.
Exactly.
Israel doesn't care about these Gulf Arabs. They just use them as so this reminds me.
True.
And this would suck. They are talking about mobilizing Al-Qaeda in Syria to hit Lebanon. Therefore, since the IDF, the diaper force, was getting that ass whooped, they want to get the Wahhabi Sunni Salafist types to go in there and die for them.
Yeah.
The problem there is Giuliani doesn't actually have a unified force anymore, because these are all mercenaries. They're being paid by Turkey, but then Turkey's being paid by a bunch. So really, it's a coalition of financiers. But they have divided and are fighting each other. So how well Al-Qaeda can reorganize to go into Lebanon, don't know. What would be hilarious is if they break that barrier and Hezbollah invades Syria instead, retakes a piece of Syria, because the Latakia region was never really taken. It's the only thing left. It used to be the opposite. Only Idlib was Al-Qaeda. Well, now they have everything except Latakia. And so there's still SAA there. And that's, there's no mistake why that's in Western Syria. It also has a Russian base there. The only Russian naval base on the Mediterranean, by the way. So, but that's just my dream. But that could be a problem. Hezbollah has shown it can take on the Israelis all day, every day. But if you add in, and we don't know what the force would be because they're not unified, but if you add in Al-Qaeda, what I hope they do it in a way just to show the world, look, Israel and Al-Qaeda are on the same team, always have been.
Yeah, exactly.
That they even floated the idea, which lets you know they can do such a thing, shows the partnership. Exactly. Which you and I know that's always been the case.
I agree. I had a debate with
if
someone.
People know what actually happened on 9/11, they would understand.
Exactly. No, you're totally right. In complete agreement. So coming back to what's in terms of the specifics of the war, from Iran's perspective, how much can they sustain these attacks? I mean, the attacks on them have become ferocious. I saw a video today where the U.S. fighter jets were kind of a bit more closer to Iran. I know the risk is they can be shot down, but again, Iran has the risk where they need to calculate whether they want to risk shooting down and then showing their locations as well. So it becomes a bit of a complex calculation. So what's your thoughts on that?
Economically, it's devastating, which is why I think the first demand was reparations for everything you destroy. It's a way of saying the more stuff you blow up, the more you're going to have to pay for later, because you're going to lose this war. The kind of things they're hitting aren't of strategic value battlefield wise. They're not hitting like ballistic missile salvos or something. They just you're blowing up buildings and infrastructure and whatnot. It's not that important as far as mitigating their ability to commit offense. So it's just more stuff you're gonna have to pay for later. But it is a huge bill at the end of this, because you're gonna have to rebuild everything. It does lower the standard of living for your citizens, so they're gonna have to rebuild it. And it's hilarious to do this to Trump too. Say we're gonna rebuild this and Trump's gonna pay for it. It's kind of what he was saying about Mexico.
Exactly. That's hilarious.
Get in here, Kushner. Let's build this up. You're not gonna build anything in Gaza. You're gonna rebuild Tehran.
Okay, and now my audience want to ask you this, but I gotta ask it. Where's Bibi? Where is Bibi?
I heard he was in that bunker that collapsed and got injured in his vagina.
But what is your thoughts? I mean, there's two prevailing thoughts that he actually possibly.
So the 6 fingers stuff is not true. They took a video that may or may not have been AI, but they took his video and then took frames out of it and then ran that through AI and created 6 fingers.
Right.
Because you cannot freeze frame anywhere in that video where his hands are like that. Right. So that's garbage. But often they put garbage out in front of something real to create that baby with the bathwater effect. He hasn't shown his face. He hasn't saying anything. People think he's dead. I hope not. I hope he's suffering. I hope he lost his legs, his ears, and his eyes. He's on a feeding tube somewhere. possibly going to a conscious coma like Ariel Sharon.
Yeah.
If that happened, I'd become a Shia and I'd believe in God.
So
if all that happened.
Yeah, exactly. So just obviously there is two possibilities. One is that he's either severely injured and or dead. The other one is that he's maybe in some kind of underground bunker, obviously using a green screen, and therefore he can't provide real evidence that he's alive, because anytime he does, people are going to think it's AI. He needs to be in a public situation, in a public place, amongst people, so to verify that he's still alive. But I think because he might be in a bunker in a random country, he's probably not able to produce the evidence.
Bunker in Germany. I think he can't do any kind of live stream from anywhere. He's afraid of electronic signal because he knows China or Russia will get it and give it to Iran, and he'll get targeted. He'll get a missile up the bass. He may have injured his face, so he can't show himself at all. Any kind of wound, or he could be dead. But I don't think he's dead, because if he had died, we all would have heard the angels singing outside simultaneously around the world. So he would have felt it in the force. He would just feel evil leave, you know?
Yeah.
But the Israelis, if you look, they look very nervous in their meetings, and he's not there.
Yeah.
He's not at security meetings. So he's been hit, or he's just in the corner crying. Like, he does not have a way out of this. And I'm sure Trump is like, you dragged us into war. You said blah, blah, blah. It's not going like that at all. He's still sticking to the script publicly, but behind closed doors, he's got to give him a berating, because if America walks, that's the end of Israel, because Iran was not going to stop. What I said, their plan to stop the war only meant with America.
Yeah.
There is no plan of ending the war for Israel.
But then America would never agree to it, though.
At one point, they're going to have to. Now, America would have to have some condition, like you have to stop bombing Israel. And then Iran will counteroffer with kiss my ass. Okay. You know what? They do have something. They can say, okay, lift all sanctions.
Yeah, lift all sanctions, remove the settlements in the West Bank, possibly give the Palestinians a state. These could be the demands in order to remove to stop bombing Israel. But sorry, you just mentioned sanctions, but sanctions weren't part of the 3-point plan?
No.
Well, that's weak, don't you think? That's a major issue for them.
Well, I mean, if you're making reparations for all the things they blew up, it's plenty of money. I don't think they want to sell to Europe and the U.S. I think they're moving east. They're selling everything to Asia. But yeah, the sanction, there's other, on SWIFT and on certain individuals, that's something they did not demand. So I thought they'd include that. And that may be the counter offer to stopping the violence for Israel.
Well, yeah, I think the sanctions should be the minimum. I think that's going to be a mistake if they don't have that in there.
That, I think, getting out of the Gulf too, and that's kind of done, don't you think?
Yeah, the Gulf thing is back.
They definitely can't go to Bahrain. They don't want it.
Well, I think the Gulf, you're right, the presence has been minimized. I don't think the presence will end, because you know my view on that. I think these Gulf states are subservient to the United States of America. They're such weak people. And as you know better than anyone else, Saudi, Israel, and the United States of America are so integrated and interlinked for decades that they almost won. And the second thing is, because the CIA and Mossad are so integratedly linked, someone like MBS fears that he'll get the King Faisal treatment, that he could just be assassinated at any time. And that fear
I agree with you, actually, on Saudi Arabia. I guess I'm thinking more Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Iraq. They have very weak presence in Iraq.
Yeah.
Never should have been there anyway. UAE and Saudi Arabia are so cocked.
Yeah.
But look, the investment won't return. And they can say, look, they never said we're lifting the siege on Hormuz either. They just said we'll stop the war. You want that? Well, lift sanctions. I mean, that could be an option as well. They left it quite vague. They just, here's the 3 demands, but they, when you say things like genuine guarantees, okay, what kind of things are those? Guarantees how? They left it up. I think they realize you can't negotiate with the U.S. Yeah, you can only negotiate with power. So this isn't even, this is our demand. It's not a negotiation. You're going to do this or we're going to keep bombing you.
Yeah. And this is the problem I've got, Ryan, that I can't see an end in sight because of Israel. I think the U.S. and Iran could make a deal, but I just think Israel's control over the United States of America is never going to allow a deal to be made.
It kind of depends on the reaction of the U.S. public. If it looks like they're all saying get rid of all these Republicans for the midterms, then Trump has to react to that. He's not going to react to anything moral or makes economic sense, or that doesn't matter. But he doesn't want his party to lose because then he will get impeached and he could go to prison. So he does have to worry about that. So if you live in America, you need to be making some noise like, in this war, this is stupid, we're losing soldiers, this is for Israel, we gain nothing, I'm voting Democrat. Even if you're not, just say you are, because that's how you get out of the war.
Yeah, true. Although I do, my view on this is I actually don't think he'll get impeached. I think we know the Democrats and the Republicans are bought off by Israel, and so this probably would have been some kind of assurance he was given by them that he would never get impeached, even if they lose everything.
I don't know. Like, he'll get impeached. Will that impeachment get confirmed in the Senate's the problem? Maybe not, but the Congress will impeach him.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be confirmed in the Senate because I think he's got guarantees. That's why he went to war.
Well, even if so, that's going to cost them a lot of bribe money to get the votes to not impeach him, so make him spend it.
Yeah, the Israelis, yeah.
And his party will lose power, and he won't be able to get anything else done on his agenda. So
that's true.
It's more than that.
That's true.
They'll turn on him too, and they're like, "I lost my seat because of you." Yeah. They'll turn on him.
That's true. That's true.
The other thing it does is it makes Thomas Massie like a contender for president.
I think it makes him. This war has, if anything, put him on the front.
That and Epstein. I mean, I'd vote for him. Thomas Massie and anybody. He could have a lawn chair for his running mate. I'd still vote for him.
Exactly. And I think those two issues are so important to Americans that he would basically place himself in a very important position to win. You have to remember that even the Democrats are kind of being pro-war, and so has the Republicans, and he would actually be the anti-war president or candidate, sorry. And then the big guy being behind Epstein, and then working with Ro Khanna and the Democrats, he has got a very good chance of winning. What's your thoughts?
I think he needs financing. So we'd all have to get behind him. He's got to win his race in Kentucky, stay in Congress. I think he will, even though they're spending millions and they're outspending him, 6-7-fold.
Yeah.
And only people in his district can vote in that. So and it's a super conservative area, but he can win that if he had the financial backing. He'd win. Like, he wouldn't be going up against Trump. He's term limited anyway.
Yeah.
So it would be J.D. Vance, I suppose, and he's got the machine behind him. But the longer this war goes on, the more they bleed, and the better the anti-war person looks. So this is, in a disgusting way, serendipitously, the best thing ever. It's the destruction of Israel. It's getting an anti-war candidate possible for president. It's the depletion of U.S. standoff rounds and interceptors that lowers their might and power and leverage across the globe, and without that many casualties. So it's like done in the best way possible.
Yeah, this is true. The end of the U.S. empire may be happening right now. Ryan, one last question. What do you expect to happen in the next few days?
More of what we've seen. No dramatic changes unless they really do that Marine raid. That's going to be a disaster. I think it's a bunch of talk. I think it's kind of like the escorts, but yeah, they're so dumb. You never know. Like, you can't really base these things on what makes sense. They're like, well, they don't make sense. So it's all that stuff they mouthed off is possible. You're going to see heavier missiles. With Haifa out, you might see West Jerusalem start targeting and Dimona. And they'll leave the northern Israel to Hezbollah. They got that. And there'll be more bombings in the UAE. More and more fireballs in the UAE. Look at that smile.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I'm just reading this. They're saying Massey Dawson 2028. That's the ticket they want. But just
dude, make me the Attorney General.
Yeah, exactly. So you mentioned about Dimona. That was actually one thing I was going to ask you. When do they start targeting Dimona? I know yesterday they were targeting the Negev, which is the airbase, and they've got some nuclear capability there as well. Is they going to start hitting Negev a bit more harder? Are they going to go for Dimona? What's your thoughts?
Well, their craft that can actually deliver nuclear weapons is actually in Jerusalem. Right. Dimona is where they have their power plants and their uranium-235. But It's not like you hit that and it blows up. It's
Mm.
not. I mean, well, a power plant you could cause a fission reaction. You don't
Mm.
want that. That would kill a bunch of civilians. But if you want to get rid of their capacity to hit you with bombs, you got to hit West Jerusalem.
Interesting. And
It's right there near the coast. We showed exactly where it is. You could target that. It's not with Haifa gone. That's two ports down. Ben Gurion. If you keep pressure on there, that'll become unusable and they can't resupply. Like they're going to have to capitulate. They can lie about the damage and casualties until they can't.
Exactly.
And it's a lot worse than what they're letting on.
No doubt, no doubt. Now, one last question. I know I said it before about the ground invasion. We've talked about Karaj Island. What's your actual thoughts about these two things, which is real ground invasion through Iraq, a proper 500,000, maybe even more army of a ground invasion, and or them using a nuclear bomb?
It's like, oh, we're going to send in the Kurds. That didn't happen either.
Yeah.
Going in on the ground is a logistic nightmare. It would take months to prepare. I don't even know if you could get in northern Iraq. You might have to start in Saudi Arabia. If they decide to do that, we'll all see it coming. Yeah. And they'll be harassed the whole time. And it's just that. Nah, I don't see that happen. Nukes. Oh, Israel would do it. I think America right now, like they can't justify it. They can't even justify what they're doing without a nuke. And, for Israel to start a war and lose, and so America nukes Iran, that would be the end of all non-proliferation. Everybody would be racing to get the bomb.
Yeah, they would. And
it would be, it's a real risk of clapback. Iran can build a nuke and use one on Israel. So I almost want a nuke. No, it's, I think that's off the table. Trump doesn't like the N-word. I honestly think he thought this was going to be like a 48-hour war, kill the Ayatollah, like another Venezuela. Yeah. He did not want a war. It's contained to an air war. Mouthing off about troops on the ground is Hegseth and Kushner. There's weasels in his ear. They all have no idea what they're talking about. You don't have a staging ground. You can't just put in 500,000 soldiers and go across the Zagros Mountains. Like, you can, but no, you cannot.
Yeah.
The public will isn't there. It's an unpopular war. You look how unpopular we get when you get 30,000 casualties. Forget about it. And why doesn't Israel send their Marines to the island or their army into Iraq?
Well, this is the question. Exactly. Well, this is the question that those Americans who are supporting this, are they not waking up to the fact that even if they do go to Karaj Island or they do this ground invasion, why is there no Israeli soldiers doing it?
Because they're pussies and they just their soldiers are doing it. They send in the Goy. Go die for us, Goyim. They hate you and they use you and you go anyway. You're going to lose your sons.
Exactly.
For what? Iran was not a threat to the United States at all. This is not in our national interest at all. But there's some people that just hate the Muslims. And what's the ironic thing is, like, some of the, say, like, rape and whatever in the UK and here and there and terrorist attack, almost exclusively Sunni, never from Iran. You can't just be like the Muslim because a Muslim from anywhere did a thing. So therefore we have to invade Iran. Doesn't make any sense at all. It's like blaming Christians in Sudan killing each other and saying, well, that's what Christians everywhere do. It doesn't work. But a lot of it's prejudice. They're thinking, where are they getting these missiles from? They built them themselves. What are you talking about? Like, no, they're just like sand durka, right? No, Iran has a higher average IQ than the United States. Maybe not every individual state, but higher than the average of the United States and way higher than the rest of the Middle East, including Israel.
Yeah, I agree. And you're right.
That's just a fact. There's nothing to disagree about. Like, that's a fact. The only people outpacing Iran is East Asia.
Yeah, this is true. And maybe some of these European countries as well, like the Nordic countries. But yeah,
sometimes Finland does, but Yeah, it's kind of a tie. It's really just like it's Singapore, China, Japan, Korea
That's right.
are always the top 5, and then it's like Finland, Estonia, and Iran. Like those are the other ones.
Yeah, true, true. Ryan, obviously,
The
always a
ones closest to Asia.
nah, bro, this guy, bro. This guy's got Asian supremacy. This is a problem, but I don't blame him.
Well,
Japan
you
is
know what
really
it is they had a rule against fucking your cousins, and that matters. Like not inbreeding does give better genetics.
I agree.
Not
And
a racial thing or any of that. It's just they didn't. The way they had it is they got that out first. So
That's
another
true.
big thing is if you look at it, like Norway, Finland, and Japan got rid of leaded gasoline first. Leaded gasoline did drop IQ points by about 10 points.
True. And
So
also
sometimes it's an environmental thing.
And also the East Asian countries, basically their harem system didn't basically take out the best of the female population out of the
Correct.
genetic pool as well. They had a specific edict. So there was many things that they did that over time benefited their IQ. I completely agree with that.
There's a thing, I think Andrew Tate would agree with this. Like the more feminine you are, the worse driver you are. So who are the worst drivers? Asian women. And who are the most feminine? Asian women. There you go.
That's crazy. Okay, Ryan, thank you so much for joining us as always. Really appreciate you. Guys, you need to be following this guy. Listen, even the giant alphas, you need to be following him. His website is ryandawson.org. That is the best website you need to be on. You need to be following him.
You
on
can get this shirt too, this fuck Israel with the red triangle. I got those. Antineocon.com. You can get that gear. We've got the Hamas triangle. You know those targeting videos where we go doom and put the red.
Yeah. I mean, we're on TikTok, Ryan, and their cortisol levels are going to go too high, so let's not put them through these kind of experiences. But you can check this out on his website, which is antineocon.com, and his other website, ryandawson.org. Do join his Substack. It's only $6.50 a month. It's almost free, and you support his work. You can subscribe for free, but if you want to support his work, which you should be doing, then it's only
voluntary. You can sign up for free if you miss these updates. Like this video will go on there.
Yeah.
Other updates go on there. And listen, all that Epstein, everything is on that site.
Exactly.
Stuff that's not getting out because I had to put it somewhere. There are still subpoenas. There are still hearings going on. Lutnick's been subpoenaed. The Clintons just fell in their face. So don't let this Epstein story die. Epstein Fury can go on, but never let them off the hook for this international ring of child raping and money laundering. That the biggest scandal of our era.
Yeah, brilliant. So do subscribe to. I mean, I know you can do it for free, but I'd advise you to subscribe to him. In addition to that,
if you subscribe to me, it will physically give pain to Lindsey Graham.
Okay, now you're encouraging him not.
Every time I get 10 subscribers, Randy Fine gets slapped in the face.
No, but now you're basically encouraging them not to subscribe to you because their concern is that by giving Lindsey Graham pain, he may enjoy it because he's such a freak. So I don't know. You're confusing everyone.
Well, not the hamster type of pain. The pain. It's like him watching a happy married couple. That kind of pain.
Hilarious. Okay, and guys, do follow him on his X as well. It's Rye Liberty on X. Give him a follow on his X as well. Ryan, appreciate you as always. Very close friend of mine.
I appreciate you, dude. This is why I do your spaces almost exclusively. And we'll get these war updates. We'll have another one tomorrow.
For sure.
And Ryan, I have a bunch of stuff I've been working on, but not confirmed. So I might have a big update tomorrow because we got a lot of stuff with Hezbollah.
That's awesome. And look, Ryan's a really close friend of mine, and he is an awesome person as well. So do try and support him. I'm not just saying, I know I said to all my guests, like, follow this stuff because it's the right thing to do. But with him specifically, he's actually a very close friend of mine. I rate him a lot, and I do want you guys to follow him. Thank you so much.
Come back to the land of the elves.
I'm definitely coming. Listen, Iran wins. We're celebrating in Japan or Korea, whichever one you choose, Ryan. We're going there.
When they win.
Yeah.
We're all coming. Either one is fine. Japan or Korea. Either one.
We're going Nara. We're going Nara. We're gonna go deer hunting.
All right. Yeah. You know what? We'll get Takaichi. Yeah, we'll celebrate.
We'll do it. It's going to be awesome.
All
guys.
Three of us don't drink, but we'll do that.
Exactly. Much love to you, Ryan. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll check you in a bit.
Peace.
That was Ryan Dawson. What a legend. Appreciate him. And he is a very close friend of mine, like I said. Do follow him. Do support him. And do all the things we said because this guy is awesome. and he does give you really good analysis and really good news and really good information. And he's right. We the only ones he gives these exclusive updates to, because he's a legend. He knows we're the best. We're the best place to give this information. We're the real place to give it. And he is a close friend. That's not an exaggeration. He's a legend. He knows we're the best. We're the best place to give this information. We're the real place to give it. And he is a close friend. That's not an exaggeration. He's a legend. He knows we're the best. Okay, let me mute that one. Just there we go. I'm going to mute this. Okay, I think we're sorted. Right, guys. To YouTube guys, let me know if this is fine now. Is it working? There we go. Okay, we're sorted. YouTube guys, is it working? Is it fine? Yeah, okay, awesome. TikTok guys, follow us on Suleiman Ahmed X. We're on YouTube. We're continuing the space. Appreciate you. We'll be back with another interview, so watch out for it. Follow us on TikTok. Follow us on YouTube. That's the only way you're going to get real news and real information. Okay. Let's go back to the space. Is Andrew there? No. Okay, let's bring some people up. Maybe Andrew's off. This guy up. Go ahead, jump in, Ali. Was there anything you want to add?
Suleiman, I just read something like a discussion between Ali Rajani and Sayyid Ali Khamenei. It gives a really good perspective why a lot of people are questioning why he didn't go to the bunkers or his children didn't go to bunkers. I've tagged Adam on it. If you guys can read it, I won't be able to read it because it's really. But if somebody can read it, I'll appreciate it. But otherwise, that's fine. I've tagged Adam on it, but yeah. It's really, really good. Really.
Cool. Awesome. Okay, Chad, jump in.
Hey, I was I didn't have the time to I didn't get the opportunity to get back at some of the other people that were talking about the Strait of Hormuz, and I just wanted to ask a question. Is obviously all of this is perception of power. So if if the U.S. fail and they just agree to lose the war pretty much, wouldn't the GCC agreement pretty much fail? Obviously, the petrodollar agreement has expired for a long time, but it's continuing over the perception of security, right? So if they can't provide that security, then how exactly would that continue, that arrangement that functions the global economy?
Yeah, we've gone this. We went over the space. Went over this yesterday. If you could go back, I don't know how, somehow if there was a clip of that. We had Simon and we had Simon and two at Gary Cardone and the other gentleman. They were petro experts, and we had Dark Side and Robert weighing in. It was a very, very in-depth view of the devastating global effect that the straits are causing each day. And I don't think the average person has any idea they're being dog walked into a complete disaster. I'm talking from the U.S. point of view here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I just think it's interesting because obviously the exchange between the Saudis pretty much selling their souls is that they have security from the US military, which is the intrinsic value of the United States, right? Historically. So if they fail so spectacularly, then, I mean, how would that relationship continue, especially with
Yeah.
Iran destroying all of their
Yeah,
data?
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. We're just watching a disaster. We're watching a slow-moving train wreck. For those that are really watching it, exactly. And so Saudi Arabia is looking like complete. I mean, they're obviously openly exposed. And if you could go watch that video, Sully yesterday had that interview. He in one of his video his video he did on the UAE, Iran and UAE. Now they are literally they have a simple choice. This choice is simple: remove all foreign troops intervention in from your country. Iran doesn't have problems with the GCC if they completely divest themselves from the U.S. Presence. And if and they can back it up. They're backing up what their words say. They're backing it up with results. We have the results here. Yeah, great point, sir.
I mean, there's a lot of new listeners in this space as well. So, you know, because a lot of the points that I mentioned earlier about obviously Israel is a rogue, right? So they can't really be relied on, and with the US, they're kind of fighting for their global survival as well in a way, no? Because if the perception of power is lost, then the US is done basically, which is hard to fathom how that could be a possibility. Which is why, as insane as it sounds, and obviously I'm no expert, but when Suleiman asked me earlier about how many troops he thinks the US would send, even if it takes 500,000 or 1,000,000, are they not kind of fighting for the survival at this point?
Could I interject as a veteran?
Yeah, go for it.
All right. I got kind of screwed over by the military. I was very clever, and I was getting recruited by engineering schools like MIT, MSOE, blah, blah, blah. I'm a redneck from Wisconsin, and I found out they were giving out $10,000 signing bonuses to join the Army. And then I found out you could get a $20,000 bonus if you joined the infantry. So I got a 97 on the ASVAB, hungover from partying the night before. The recruiter picked me up from the trailer that I lived at because I graduated high school early, so that was the cheapest place to live. Brought me there drunk, bought me McDonald's. I got a 97. He said I could do anything, so I joined the infantry because I like guns. I don't want the other guys like me to die for Israel, because that's what's going to happen. There's going to be a bunch of kids that were living at a trailer park that like guns, and they're going to sign up because the Army gives them $20,000. The fact that I almost lost my life for $20,000 is insane. But that was a choice I made as an 18-year-old in a fucking trailer park. And I just wanted to make that point. Ryan Dawson's right. I'm the kind of guy that's going to sign up and go and die for this. I made it out. Some guys didn't. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
I need to search. I need to jump in. Oh, if I can.
Go ahead.
You sure, Sully?
Yeah. I was just gonna say I appreciate your comments, and yeah, it's really nice to hear. I've got some questions for you, but let Andrew go first, and then I'll ask you some questions. Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you, Sully. Who was speaking? Who was that speaking? I'm sorry, I'm trying to see who that was. But
it says Don Fry.
Don Fry. Okay, for the listeners that were listening to this young man speak, to cut an ASVAB score like that. Wow. I salute you, sir. That's like that you like aced it, which is like very, very difficult for your level of intellect. And thank God that you came back okay. And God bless you, sir, for speaking up. God bless you. Please listen to what that man said. I lost my son, who was very bright also. Very, very bright, and for nothing. And I buried another young man to the funeral, and I spoke with the young man's wife, a young woman with 3 little ones, And she asked me why. I couldn't tell her the truth, so I lied. I said, "Oh, he served his country." No, I'm done. And if anyone ever accuses anyone of being un-American or unpatriotic for speaking up, you know what? Who's more patriotic? And I'll end it there. Thank you, sir.
Don, when did you you said you served? When did you have this kind of realization that a lot of these wars are for Israel? Don, you there? Okay, I think he's probably doing something else. Okay, let's go to K Doggy.
Hey, good evening, guys. I've been on this before. Think you're doing a really great job. I just want to raise some points that I think are sort of balance points that could sway the war either way. One thing that's on my mind is, if you have these bunkers where storage facilities are under a mountain, they're very hard to penetrate, even with a nuclear bomb. The research that I've done demonstrates that minimal damage would be suffered in such an attack. If the U.S. and Israel were to try and knock out Iran's missile capabilities from that front, I know, Sully, you said that they have 200 of these underground bunkers. So yeah, at this point, it's a logistical problem. Someone said it could take up to 9 years. The other problem is, how do you, maybe some of the veterans could weigh in on this. How do you transport militant the military to Iran? I know it's a big country. There's mountainous landscape, but how do you actually physically, if they're bombing every ship that gets close, they're taking out C-137s over Iraq. How do you transport logistically a million plus man army to Iran to fight a ground war? These are all important things. Right now, I think Iran's trying to possibly take out, I saw some attacks today on the Dimona area, take out Israel's nuclear capability. I don't know if they're trying to bury their bunkers in Israel and neutralize their nuclear capability to destroy their Samson option, but these are sort of flex points that I think could be important deciding factors in how the next steps play out.
Could I comment on that? What we're looking at, sir, is okay. I'm going to give you a perfect example. You asked an excellent question. How would the U.S. move a million? We'll just say 500,000 in this case, even 500,000, which still really wouldn't be enough ground forces. Okay, how that would be done would take months, plural, of a military lift that would obviously take hundreds and hundreds of commercial tankers, commercial cargo container ships, all ALL of all of the military lift command of the entire lift, Air Force lift. It would encompass all of the United States MSC, USNS lift. It would take mobilization of every reservist you could imagine to put even 500,000 troops. We don't even have that to be able to deploy right now in deployable status. I was in the first Gulf War at the Pentagon, and I fought that at the desk at the Pentagon. And the massive work that we saw was amazing. We had to take United Airlines, American Airlines. Had we turned in a time of conflict, we can take commercial air carriers, the big wide bodies, the big D, the biggest. I'm sorry, the A-10s, everything you can imagine. We took all the commercial air traffic or aircraft. They now work for Uncle Sam. They don't carry passengers anymore. They're configured for cargo and some passengers. and the military lift. So we're not seeing any of this whatsoever. So the massive move would take months, number one. Number two, where do they stage? Oh, we'll put them in Iraq. I think Ryan told that. We've said that over and over again. See how that'll go. We have no place to put him. So we'll just put him to sea for an insertion for a Marine amphibious unit. There's nothing there to do it. In other words, it's a big mess. Trump and Hegseth have led the United States of America into humiliation, into derision. It's a joke. And the true great military leaders that spoke up against it, they've been fired. My dear man, I respect, Vice Admiral Retcher, Vice Admiral Ketcher, he was fired. And he was the director of JCS. I know I've repeated this several times. Please don't let anyone, and you see these MAGA cult idiots. Oh, we could do it. Okay, show us the results. I'm laughing. I'm destroying furniture in my home, listening to the insanity. Enough is enough.
Yeah, that's a great point. And then my other question, if anyone could touch in on this, is okay, let's say America is forced into putting boots on the ground because they've played all their other cards. It's like a game of poker. You play the cards you have, and at this point, they're running out of cards to play. If they're forced into that scenario, what other options on the table do they have to eliminate? Let's say you do put boots on the ground. That's not going to stop Iran from firing missiles. 92 million people, a country the size of Western Europe. What now? Like, what have you accomplished?
Exactly. You see the absurdity of it, sir. Yes, you see the absurdity of it. If I was playing this hand, this poker hand, you know what I would do? We all play poker, maybe once we know how to play poker. Fold, man. Fold. And this would mean Trump would have to, which Suleiman has very clearly laid out. Here's the only way Trump will come out of this. The only way. Okay, we lost, but he would declare, we declared victory. We declare victory. We blew up with all of their nuclear facilities. We've had regime change. We're the victor. America will come out of this. Yeah, right. And only him and his delusional mind will believe it, just like he did in the 7-day, the 12-day war back in October. Yeah, it's a complete joke. It's a humiliation. Like I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm heartbroken. I just don't want to see American lives. No more blood for Israel. No more blood for Israel. No. And Israel, as Ryan said, yeah, man, they're being decimated. And I think personally, I think Bibi's dead. I think the boy be dead. I think the boy be dead. And Israel is going to be just complete decimated. Now, the next step, I think, is going to be worse because I think they're going to completely. We know there's no missile defense. They're just slowly, systematically just destroying everything. And Hezbollah can now, as Ryan said, I like the way Ryan said that. Ryan doesn't have to worry about the northern Israel anymore. Hezbollah, they've got it. I just wish they'd go take on Jelani, that Syrian. Can you believe Jelani? He was hacking off heads, and now Trump's loving on him. Yeah, he's just loving on him there in the White House. It's sickening.
Do you think America is going to accept being marginalized and forced to pay Iran for the damages, being forced to, or being excluded from the export of oil through that strait? If Iran says you can't have any tankers supplying you, that you'll have to pay us back until you can use the strait again, do you think America will take that lightly and just capitulate?
Yeah, but they know how they'll capitulate the same way. Peace through, well, we did it through victory. He'll word it, weasel word it, but we don't have a choice. Okay, let me give you an example. For you, all of you idiotas, los sangros, the complete idiots out there, you MAGA idiots, right? Make America great. Okay, then look at. I'm going to ask a stupid question. What happened in Afghanistan? Oh, we won that. Yeah, we sure did. We won in Afghanistan. We sure did. We won in Iraq. We won in Vietnam. Yeah. Okay. We won. We're the winners. Does someone please help me see this? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I watched in 1973, 72, 73, I watched Richard Nixon pull the same bull. Shit, it was insane. We're going to bring Vietnam to its knees. Hanoi will be bombed. We're going to bomb the hell out of Hanoi and all this. And you had that Mr. M. Mango's guy on here saying, no, 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 we didn't do that. No, America was brought to its knees in Vietnam. Its knees. And you know what we did at the Paris Peace Accord? We cut a deal. Vietnam got exactly what they wanted. Exactly what they wanted. Yeah, we came back and squeezed them economically. And in 1986, what a banker from the IMF with a pen accomplished, 57,000 American lives of American men did not accomplish what a banker with a pen did in 1986. Yeah, I'm done, folks. I am so done. I thank God that God has allowed me to live long enough to see this, to speak out. And I don't give a rip. I've lost friends of mine. I'm a retired military officer. I've had friends call me Hamas. Can you imagine that? I had some redneck in North Carolina telling me I need my ass kicked and thrown out of the country. Yeah, okay.
Just to add to what you were saying, I don't know who asked the question, but I think the point that might be going over many people's head is it's about leverage, right? So the island that they're talking about, I've been reading about it, and it says that it provides, I think, half of the fresh water in that region. So you can't go and sit at a table where you have no leverage, regardless of how small it might be. So I think right now the US is looking for leverage because the total humiliation is what they can't afford, right? And even you just mentioned Vietnam and the fact that they totally lost. But the thing that people think is that, oh, the public opinion of the US, citizens matter. It doesn't matter at all, right? The main thing that matters is leverage and how much money is being created. It's a business model. It's a capitalist country, right? So from the Vietnam War, you guys lost the war, but it also gave birth to the military industrial complex, right? So you might say that you lost in Vietnam, but it also kind of made you guys as rich as you are to be able to afford then going forward the petrodollar agreement, to be able to get rid of Bretton Woods, and all of these things and the chronology of them matter because you can't go and fund a military industrial complex and then I mean you can't rip up the Bretton Woods agreement having not created that military industrial complex to begin with, right? So now we've gotten to the point where obviously they have this superpower with Israel that has the entire MIC by the chokehold, right? So looking for leverage right now, I think that going to the island and just bombing the shit out of all the desalination plants, it's gonna ruin even more public opinion of the US, of course. But I mean, at this point, they have nothing to lose, right? So they have to starve Iran, they have to starve the GCC in order to show them that, look, without us, you will die, right? So it's almost like, cool, we'll all die together. So
Yeah, I thank you for bringing that point up, Chad. And I've been listening to you for the last couple hours, seeing you work through your ideas, which is great. Iran has stated that if infrastructure is targeted, that they'll do the same and like. Which is more of a humanitarian issue, but it is a soft point because we know Israel loves to kill civilians, not necessarily military targets, which is something they could still potentially explore further. And by explore, I mean execute. Um, that's a good point. The question is supply chains, which is what I brought up earlier. How do you maintain a supply chain of soldiers to that island? It's very difficult to put boots on the ground, not because obviously they want to, but where are the supply chains? Where are the access points? Where are the how do you get there? It's actually very high up. It's much further than the strait. It's like very far north in that little waterway. Um, And another thing is, interesting side note, I was trying to do some Chat GPT research, and Chat GPT did not want to give me any specific detailed answers regarding the impact of trying to destroy underground bunkers. They didn't want to tell me how much, TNT, how many tons it would take, how much damage it would take. The most I could get out of it is that it would make a crater. So it seems like, if you try to do some research into high level military analysis, like it censors it and it prevents you from getting any useful information out of that, which I thought was interesting. I thought I might have been scratching a sensitive area that, some people don't want us to know about.
Just to
Yeah, so
respond.
ChatGPT is
Sorry,
huge.
go on.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say the supply chain question. The thing that most people think is Iran has everyone by a chokehold, but the concept of supply and demand is it has to function both ways. So where 20% of the oil is stopped to go out globally, 80% of their food supplies are also stopped. So with the US targeting that specific location, which obviously Ali could answer better in terms of how they may be able to do that. Their whole ideology now is how can we starve them and actually make this go on as long as possible to come out of it, even if we all bleed along the way, right? That's my theory. But yeah, go on, Ali. Sorry, man.
I
Yeah,
think
but you have Iran backing up. Oh, I'm sorry. You have Iran, and I'm sorry, Iran has Russia and China both backing them up. And who suffers more, the global economy of the chokehold, or we're starving them by? They've looked at this. They have planned for this.
Just to cut you off there, the point you made about Russia and China, the reason why they're not actually real allies to Iran is because they gain benefit from the war continuing, which also starves Iran, which plays into the benefit of US, which is why it's quite tricky.
Yeah, the thing is with Iran, what I believe, like before they took Sayyid Ali Khamenei, yes, demand and supply would apply, but at this stage, they're not looking at demand and supply. That doesn't matter to them, right? Right now, they have specific demands and targets, and they are achieving. So the targets they're achieving, the demands they have laid down, even with the demands, they're not even willing to negotiate anything at the moment. They just want US out of the Middle East. That is the only thing that they're asking for, and reparations, right? So they have to pay for, the damage caused, and that's what matters. And they have the upper hand right now. They don't have to do anything. They just have to resist. They have to be there. They're not gonna. They are a nation who have suffered for 47 years, so they can suffer a bit more. That is not a problem for Iran. And as Andrew said, like Russia and China are with them. Like before, like in the 12-day war, I did have some like doubts about whether China and Russia will support Iran at these kind of um um when push comes to shove, right? But now I have no doubt, like Russia and China, and it's for their own benefit as well. It's not like they're doing it as a part of goodwill or anything.
I do
But
think
yeah,
that what you say is valid, but the issue is everyone seems to think that Iran is suddenly more militarily more powerful and sustainable than the United States, which isn't true. They are winning the war now, but the longer this goes on, their position gets weaker, which actually explains why they're being so aggressive.
Whose
Because
position? Chad? What? Iran's position gets weaker.
Iran's position would
Yeah,
get weaker the
this
longer
is ridiculous. Please explain where you're getting this
the
illogical
reason why is
theory.
because 80% of their food supplies are also brought in through the Strait of Hormuz. And if the US attack the island, which would pretty much remove about 50% of the fresh water, then they're running on a timer because they're fighting against starvation.
So not really, because if the US was to take the island, then what Iran would do is they could attack the desalination plants in the UAE, and that actually just makes it so that they cease to exist. So everyone's got the ability to escalate if the US is escalating. Actually, what's happening right now is if the situation continues, you're going to have a global financial crisis. You've got a scenario right now where Israel and the Middle East have no defense interceptor missiles. They're able to be hit at will. The US's problem is they've just run out of defense for all of the empire within that region. So as time goes on, more and more missiles will be able to hit. They've already taken out Haifa port. They've already taken out, and they're also in the process, sorry, of taking out Ben Gurion. They've taken out Fujairah in the UAE, which is again was one of their Plan B options for oil supply. They just need to cut off the Red Sea now, and they basically have total control. So this idea that Iran's getting weaker is just illogical. It's actually the other way around. Iran has built for the long-term game. Yes, they can deal with being hit. We can deal with the attrition of being hit. They can deal with all those things. They've been planning long term, and this is where they're going. This is why they don't mind it. If you look at the missile underground bunkers that they've got, there's 200 different locations. America's only been able to take out one of them. There's still 199 different locations they're able to fire missiles from. So what you're saying is completely wrong.
That's a fair point. I concede to that. I mean, I put out things that don't have to be completely correct, but yeah, I do still think that. What do you think about the supply chain of them being able to get food in, and this not turning into another humanitarian crisis in terms of them being short of food?
They've got control over the strait. They're basically allowing. They've not shut the. They've not like got. This is what Hegseth was saying, Chad. He was like, "Oh, guess what? They've not shut the Hormuz. They just fire at things that go through it. So they don't. They haven't shut off the Hormuz. What they've done is they're allowing things to go through the Hormuz. They're allowing ships and goods to go in and out of the Hormuz. What they're doing is saying that only the goods that they allow will be allowed in and out. So they're getting goods. They're getting goods in and out whenever they want. And they said actually that what you call it again? They're gonna allow goods through Hormuz and actually only allow people to pay in Chinese currency.
Oh yeah, I read about that. That is actually a good point. So they're in pretty much total control. The only question is, from like your information, how long do you think they could sustain the ammunition that they have for the missiles?
Iran.
Yeah.
Oh, brother, it's just infinite. And infinite is not the right word, obviously. So it's for a very, very long time because you have to remember they've got 200 different locations for missiles. I did a video on this before the war. I actually believe Iran's got 20,000 missiles. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's say they've got half of that. Up to now, I believe they've only used 200 or 300, I believe. And right now, they're using about 10 a day, 15 a day. They're mainly using drones. So coming back to it, they're mainly using drones, and let's say they're using 10 a day. So what's that? 10 a day is how long would it last at this 10,000 missiles?
That's like 100 years.
100 what?
100? No. 10
No.
missiles a day, did you say?
Yeah, a day, yeah.
Let me check on my calculator. 100,000.
It's 1,000 days, right?
Divided by 10. 100. It's 100. Oh, wait. Did you say 100? Wait, what did you say, sir?
10,000. 10,000 missiles.
10,000
Would
divided
be
by
1,000 days.
Add another zero. Add another zero.
Because they'll also keep restocking, which is the part.
Yeah, and they're
Yeah,
making
this is
more.
without
And drones.
restocking. So okay, let me just think. So this is without them remaking, and we've got this as evidence from the U.S. Department of Defense that actually, when it comes to the specific components required to build a missile, China actually gave it so that they can produce them during the war. So if we go with this idea that what I said was that I said they got 20,000, but let's just half that. So even if you were to half that, right now using 10 missiles a day, they could last just over 3 years. If they they could last just over 3 years, right? That's right, yeah, because I'm half asleep because you could basically last
Yeah.
1,000 days.
Yes, sir.
1,000 days. So, which is, and there's 300. Yeah, so it's about 3 years. So they could last 3 years just based on half of the supply that I'm saying they've got. If I'm right, they've got 6, almost 7 years of supply. That's not counting them reproducing it. Separate to that, drones. They've got a huge number of drones. One drone only costs them $7,000 to make. They can make about 80 to 100 drones a day. And again, drones they're firing around about when I checked last, I think it was around that. They're firing about 50 to 100 drones a day. So they're firing what they're able to produce every day anyway. So they've always got the stockpile. So they can go on for a very, very long time. The United States of America, when it comes to bombing offensively, can go on for a very long time. They've got a lot of JASSMs, they've got a lot of JDAMs. So they can bomb for a long time. They've ran out of Tomahawks, so that means they can't bomb from far away. They'll have to go get closer and bomb at the moment. So that risks their planes, their flights, the air fuel tankers. That's why you're starting to see a lot more get taken down, and that'll continue to happen. When it comes to the defense interceptor missiles, they've just completely ran out. One report I was reading today was that they're out or they're almost out. They're gonna get the things from South Korea that'll give them an extra week, and then they'll be out. So let's say they've got a month. Let's be very generous and say they've got a month, even though I think they've got nowhere near that. Maybe a week or two at best, even with the South Koreans, and then that's it. Iran could just tap them up whenever they want. And what Israel's doing, what US is doing, is just bombing infrastructure. But you've seen in Gaza, they bombed the Gazan people for 3 years, and still they survived.
Do you think
So they
it could
can.
lead to like a renegotiation with the GCC countries about how much of the petrodollars they're reinvesting into the US stock market?
Well, that's already happened, Chad. Because if you remember, do you remember when Trump went into the Middle East, and he basically they agreed to invest $5 trillion between Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. Well, where I was reading, I believe a week ago, I think I posted this as well, that they are now going to be not given that investment anymore. So they're not going to give that investment anymore. So what does that mean? That means that's just, again, a large amount of money that was going to be funding the AI development, their data centers, the big AI data center race, which is just out of the equation, and they're not going to get that investment anymore.
I reckon BRICS are going to eat that liquidity up.
No doubt, BRICS may do that. The thing with BRICS is, but what's worse is like China is developing AI and data centers as well.
It's quite interesting. I mean, it's gonna BRICS is gonna now become a real competition for the U.S. economy. So
Yeah. I mean, look, and BRICS. I don't see BRICS as one. I know you may do. I always see like China and Russia as separate entities, and I saw this as China becoming extremely dominant. And what this is actually doing is this is making Russia extremely dominant as well. Russia from a place of weakness. Russia was on its knees. It had been forced into an elongated war. They had to change their economy into a wartime economy. They had to give, and they had to give their supply to the Indians at extremely discounted rates, and now they're like the top dog. They're literally selling at premium rates. Everyone's going to them for supply. They're going to be renegotiating their contracts. Like this is basically the revival of Russia, and again the dominance of China. And India's weakened because India basically, based on being the motherland, getting effed by the fatherland, they basically reneged on the deal with the Russians because of the motherland and or the fatherland, sorry. And then after that, this is while Netanyahu knew he was gonna go to war, and then they've gone back and realized like, damn, we're stuck now. We're desperate. We've got no thingy. We're gonna have to pay more. We're gonna have to pay more for the Russian oils.
I mean, that does sound interesting. I mean, the more I've spoken here on this space tonight, it's kind of filled some of the gaps I had in my knowledge because you can understand when I came in the beginning, I was thinking more that the U.S. can't survive this, whereas they would just have to humble themselves and accept that the loss is going to be that their economy will shrink, basically.
That's true. That's true. But the
Suleiman,
problem you've
I
got
have two
is,
questions.
you're right. But the problem with that is, if this was US acting autonomously, they would pull out right now and just take the deal. Trump could still pretend he won, and everyone would be happy. The problem they've got is Israel controls the United States of America, and I just can't see a deal which Israel agrees to, because the vast majority of deals that United States of America, or sorry, the vast majority of deals that Iran is demanding would result in a very strong Iran. Just think about an Iran. You know their oil. Their oil is one of the best oils in the world. It's the bestest oil. It's
It's
very
the
thin.
best,
It's
yeah.
easy. Yeah, it's easy to refine. It's and imagine they're able to trade without sanctions. This could bring them back into a very strong economy, become a very strong actor within the region. It just opens so many things up and just weakens Israeli control in the region. So that's kind of the obstacle to any kind of deal being made.
I mean, the unfortunate thing is, obviously, Gaza still suffers, right? Because no one around them really cares for them. So, the question about where is Bibi, would you say that it's plausible that they talk about regime change, but they're planning a regime change within Israel now because they're realizing that it's not sustainable to the speed that which they're trying to fulfill their vision. Maybe they'll try again in another 20 years, but right now it doesn't seem. Because I was reading in Israel, a lot of the people in Israel are divided. Obviously, they all still want Palestinians to die. So when you say the left side of Israel, obviously take that with a grain of salt. But they do want to kind of expand their own economy and live still like regular people. Because I know we demonize them, but there's still people there that want to. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I mean, I don't agree with that. I think we demonize them because the majority of them support the Gaza genocide, which demonstrates that the majority of them should be demonized. The ones that
No,
don't,
you're
they
right.
shouldn't be
Yeah.
demonized, but they're in the minority. In terms of what they want the expansion of Israel. They want to take control of the entire land. This is the problem they got. The issue they got is Netanyahu was being meant to be the guy who delivered it all, and now it's looking like that final obstacle has made them fail. And so there's going to be one or two options. Either they're going to have to continue going with this, and therefore, if Netanyahu's still alive, he's going to try and confirm that he's going to continue going for this. If he's not alive, they'll have to bring a replacement in who's going to try and go for this. But and then I mean, I believe the left will only take over once they abandon this project, because, or they've succeeded, because then they're going to have to try and change the narrative about Israel over time. And then you're right, I think they will. If that happened, then I think they would have to just wait it out for a long time and try and work behind the shadows and then attempt again after about 10, 20 years. I agree with that last bit, what you said, for sure.
They step back because earlier you guys were talking about bombing Israel, but the like geographically Tel Aviv is like I think more than 5 times smaller than Gaza. So if Hezbollah, if the IRGC combined start actually pummeling Tel Aviv, I don't think they can afford it because it would take even it would I think they would get destroyed quicker than Gaza.
I agree with that. The only thing is they've got bunkers, and Gaza didn't have bunkers. But yeah, other than that, I agree with you. I agree with what you said there. Great conversation, actually. I thought you were annoying, but you're not. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Do come up. You're more than welcome to come up in the spaces anytime. Let's go to Ali. Ali, jump in.
Yeah, thanks. Suleiman, I wanted to ask you two questions, right? One is that you
I
posted
got a question for you first.
about.
I got a question for you first.
Sure,
Where's
sure.
Netanyahu? Where is Netanyahu,
Yeah,
guys? I'm looking for him.
yeah,
But Johnny, go continue.
yeah, I think he's dead, but I like what Ryan said in the interview, the way he portrayed it, what he wants, why he wants Netanyahu to be alive. I liked it. But anyways, so the question is, two questions. One is you posted a tweet about the Abraham Lincoln. They're putting on fire by themselves. So, question is like, do you think there could be any kind of mutiny or
Yeah,
anything?
that was a Gerald Ford.
Yeah. Oh, Jalford. Oh, okay. So that's one question. The other question is about the Houthis. So I'm pretty sure that nobody would be as eager to jump into this war than the Houthis, and I'm sure there's this very strategic reason for them to be held on, like not jumping in. And I believe it's they're using, like they mainly want them to be the last card, as if like if America somehow gets the upper hand, only then they jump in. That's my take on it, but I would like to hear your opinion. Like, why are they not jumping in yet?
Yeah. What was the first question again? Oh yeah, about the Gerald
The
Ford.
The
mutiny,
mutiny.
mutiny at
Yeah,
the
yeah,
port.
yeah. I do think that there are people on the Gerald Ford who are taking part in mutiny, and there is a number of sources saying that. I just find it weird that that specific carrier had so many strange incidences that do seem to suggest some form of mutiny. So I think there is a possibility that's happening. In terms of your second question about the Houthis already came out and said that we're joining. And they're just going to be smart about it. I believe it's going to be the next escalation. They'll shut off Bab el Mandeb, and they'll shut off the access to the Red Sea. And that's going to cause even more of a global financial crisis. I'm not sure what prices the oil will go, but I think it's going
Okay.
to go really high when it, because that's not my expertise, but I believe the prices are going to go really high.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, Babul Mandab is a big factor. Yes, I agree. Like they're letting it go for for like that's what I was saying previously, that Iran has cards, and they don't want to play all the cards at the same time. They're taking their time. They are patient, and they're winning. So they don't need to rush things. But yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it. Guys, a question for you. Where is Netanyahu? Where is Netanyahu? This is the $1 million question. And guys, by the way, do me a favor. There's a tweet in the nest. My YouTube channel is there. Give it a follow. Give it a follow. Show your boy some support. Uh, yeah, show me some support. Follow the YouTube channel. How do I? Okay, I don't know how to share on this one. But anyway, follow the YouTube channel. Follow. We've got 21 people. If they follow, we'll get to 49,200. You want to help me get to 49,200? Your boy, literally, I've been going for what? How many hours now? 18 hours? 19 hours? Something like that? 20 hours? This is what we are. I've had 2 monsters. I've had about 2 free coffees. I've had about 5, 6 water bottles. I'm just having a granola bar right now. Doing anything and everything to stay awake. Your boy is putting the effort in. Please show him some love and support and give me a follow on YouTube and get your friends, your families, your auntie and uncle, your grandmas, every person to follow me. Follow. Okay. Actually, let me just get this YouTube channel. Just thinking, actually, how do I share it? Here it is. So, here we go. We're on day 16 of the war now as well, guys. We're on day 16 of the war right now. Day 16. It's now much longer than the 12-day war. It's now 16 days. It's now 33% longer than the 12-day war. Follow. How long is this going to go? Ground invasion into Karg Island is coming. It's happening. Be ready. Andy, jump in with your thoughts.
So I don't. So when you're saying Israel's going to reset and try again in 10 to 20 years, I don't think they can do that. I think they've actually overextended and pressed their timeline because they saw the youth of America completely and utterly abandoning them. So they pressed their timeline. It's now or never for them. If they don't get Iran in this war, or maybe Iran is stupid and settles now, and then they try to come back in 6 months or 8 months or whatever, there is no next time for them. Israel has to win in the next year or two, or they're not going to win. There is no greater Israel if they don't get Iran now. It is now or never for Israel, or Zionism is dead and gone forever, and humanity is free because they don't have America. The youth are rising up. Gen Z is rising up. The millennials are rising up. Gen Alpha is rising up. The Democrats are against them. It is just some Gen Xers and boomers on the Republican side that is with them. Israel has at most 40% of support in America, and that is generous. 40% support is generous. If you took an anonymous poll in America, the majority of Americans would be rooting for Iran against this monstrosity that is known as the Nation of Israel. Sorry if I'm being too blunt, but that is the truth. The majority of Americans would be rooting against Israel, and that is the truth. You cannot call yourself a patriotic American and be rooting against. The only patriotic stance to take as an American is to be rooting for Iran.
Andy, you don't sound very patriotic. In fact, I don't even know if you're really truly an American talking like that.
I freaking love you, Andrew. I freaking love you. Your sarcasm is so great.
Yeah, man. Hey, be ready, bro. You're not even American. You be talking like that, man. I think you know what? You should be thrown out of this country, man. That's
And
the kind of push.
antiseptic as well.
I don't know who's speaking because my Twitter is a bit buggy. But regarding the whole coming back after 10 or 20 years, I think the part that you're focusing on is that they can only come back with the support of the United States. But I mean, with the globalization and other countries now growing, you can't entirely rule out Russia or China later down the line playing a game of chess and supporting them, especially Russia, because there's a long history of them having ties to Jewish and Zionist systems. So, I mean, we don't know the future, but I wouldn't
India
say
are
that.
nothing for Israel. I mean, you have Laura Loomer, like one of the biggest Zionist shills in America, literally in India today, doing something there. You had Roseanne Barr make a speech a few months ago saying, "If America abandons Israel, America will fall and we'll go to India for our support." And you had Tucker warning that the next country Israel might use is India. So if they don't have America, India is their only other possible chance. It's either America or India for them. China or Russia are not going to do it. It's America or India for them because China and Russia are with Iran. China and Russia are not going to abandon Iran and go for Israel because China and Russia actually have a sense of morals. China and Russia have something called morals. They're not going to do something called Zionism and abandon their morals.
And strategically as well, like it doesn't like it's better for them. Like everything is playing out well for Russia, even with the sanctions and everything. They might lift off sanctions as well, so it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like Russia's already like, why would Russia side with Israel against Iran in the future? Like that just doesn't really make sense for Russia to side with Israel against Iran in the future. Israel only has India as a future ally. If
There's a lot of Jewish Russians in Israel, a pretty decent population. If you look at the after the end of World War as well, the spread of Marxism. You should look into Karl Marx. There's a lot of things about Russian history which makes me not trust them at all. And I think that later down the line, this game of chess the board isn't gonna look the same way as it does now. So, you know, different players might operate differently. That's what I'm suggesting. As remember, I'm a devil's advocate, right? So, like you said, it could be India, it could be China, it could be Russia, but
I mean, Chad, I agree with you. There's a lot of Russian Jewish Zionist billionaires who have an integral part in Russia and have a large part. And if you remember historically, Israel always played the Russian and American, they played both sides. So what they would do would steal secrets from the Americans and give it to the Russians, and steal secrets from the Russians and give them to the Americans, and vice versa. And they've always done that. They don't really care. This is our whole point, that they never care about America. They would steal intelligence secrets for Russia. And so if you look at many of these rich Jewish Zionist billionaires, they're all that. Like, what's that guy's name? Kuban, and the
Abramovich, all of them,
all of them,
all the
exactly,
oligarchs, all the
exactly.
oligarchs serve the same guys. And I mean, the Russian system is even worse than America, to be honest. And I actually, the more I think about it, I think, obviously, me being a Muslim, I might throw in that, obviously I believe in end-time prophecies, whatever, right? But for them to because that's what Israel is motivated by as well. So for them to play out that game, I think that Russia might actually be the most suitable one, because their entire economy is centralized to these oligarchs. So, yeah.
Yeah, you guys are bringing up a lot of good points. One thing I want to raise is um, something I heard Scott Ritter say the other day is Iran is not trying to affect mass casualty. They're trying to go for a strategic victory. You mentioned earlier, Chad, that the U.S. is a superpower, has more arms than Iran, but Iran is not trying to hit harder. They're trying to hit the or the strategic spots. They're trying to take apart what it means to be a superpower overseas. They're stripping America's bases in the Gulf. They're also taking apart what it means to have a society in Israel. They're not trying to kill Israeli citizens. They're not trying to kill Jews. They're taking apart things that make up the fabric of their society. Things like air defense, think like electricity. They're slowly but surely making life unbearable and encouraging an exodus. So that's why, you don't have to talk about 10, 20 years from now. Israel as a occupation colony is facing an existential crisis right now, as is America as an occupation force in the Middle East. They're facing an existential crisis. So the reason there's no room for negotiation right now between the US, Israel, and Iran is because it's an existential war. Same thing for Lebanon. It's an existential war. You can't just walk out of it and postpone it. Say, "I'll do it another day." And now I'm reading today that South Korea wants to get involved. Maybe France wants to send over a warship. Like, I think the U.S. axis still has some cards to play. So does the Iran axis. So I don't think this is over yet. I don't think anyone's going to bow out gracefully. But I think that there's still some things and developments that are going to take place where you might see more parties get involved. That's
I
what
agree with
is on my mind.
I agree with everything you're saying, besides the point that Israel face a existential crisis. Iran face an existential crisis, not Israel. Israel committing a genocide and are backed by the West, and Iran is in a corner fighting for themselves. There's a big difference.
I'm glad you brought that up. You reminded me of something I almost forgot about. I don't think the GCC survives this. I think as Iran expels America from the region, they'll also replace these Arab family dictatorships with more friendly governments. And so what's holding up the American empire is these GCC countries and investing their petrodollars into high tech in the American stock market now. Once that's no longer a source, you're going to see a major hit to the American economy. I think, Chad, you're still sort of in this mindset that we've all sort of been raised up to, read mainstream media that, the US is untouchable, they're a superpower. Well, they still are, but they're sort of shrinking. And their ability to assist in the occupation of Palestine and the Middle East is dwindling. So yeah, they want to do their their fair uh, participation and help out, but their ability to assist is shrinking day by day.
Oh no, I
Yeah, and
agree with
this
you.
war has proven that, right? This war has proven that, as well as I think Iran has shown itself as a good player, good to be on their side. Mainly, like if you look at Iran, like it's been on the right side of the history, whether it's Armenia, whether it's South Africa, Russia against Ukraine, they have supported them. So I believe, like if America and Israel didn't have that much influence over Europe and all these countries, I think like most countries would like to have Iran by its side and have good trades, good relationships. And yeah, if it's just because they've made Iran sort of like sanctions and all that. That's what hurting Iran the most. But I think people's opinion and people's like countries' opinions are changing, and I see a lot. Like even I think France and uh, I think you mentioned I think France or like I think France and Germany, they have said no, we are not gonna enter the war, as in like the ships and everything, because Trump did ask for others to
Yeah,
join
because Europe is
Israel.
broke, right? And the point the other gentleman made about the GCC collapsing, that can never happen because geographically they are centered in the middle of the world and they control the most valuable commodity.
I don't think they're going to collapse in terms of the supply. I think the supply will always be there. I'm saying that the governments that are there will be replaced.
Um, I think, okay, so who's going to replace them?
So first, you need to remember that these governments are not democratic; they're autocratic. They're dictatorships, like true dictatorships. There's no checks and balances. The people are strongly opposed to them. They're not representative of the people, and they're mainly, for the most part, just holding on to wealth. So not only are they domestically unfavorable, but once there's a shift in power, there's going to be a new sort of big dog in the neighborhood who gets to decide what goes down. And I don't think Iran is going to be pro Saudi government, pro UAE government, these same governments that supported their downfall, these same governments that propped up the American hegemony and economy. So I think that they're going to be playing a large role in trying to replace them and trying to get someone who's more favorable, more reasonable to be running those governments. I think China and Russia don't have to be the best friends with Iran, but from a objective standpoint, they have strategic interests. They have their own ethnicities, different cultures, but they also have a land border in common, a lot of interests in common. So they support each other from that perspective, and they are allies strategically. So going forward, I think U.S. is out of the region, Israel's out of the region. These Gulf monarchies are going to be replaced. This could play out over months to years, and we don't know who's going to bail out and try to play a wild card and say like, let's what's my last play in this game. So I'm looking out for that to see if anyone wants to try to do something extreme.
Do you know what? To be honest, the more I listen to you, I do kind of agree with you because the other day, if you heard, Erdogan made a speech, and he said that the Shias and the Sunnis are all brothers because I mean Erdogan is a very smart. You could say he's like one of those chess grandmasters, right? So I think he senses the shift and he's picking his side, but he's indicating it very carefully because Israel is involved and we still don't know whether or not they might just nuke it or whatever. So that is an interesting theory. I agree with you.
I think, yeah, go ahead. I think Erdogan's always had to play a sort of strategic role, and right now, I think he's possibly his position, not only just individually, but there's a lot of pressure on Turkey because next to Iran, Turkey's the next obstacle for the Greater Israel Project. So Israelis have already admitted that Turkey is their next enemy. It was admitted yesterday during a television broadcast with Turkish news station. So Turkey has a sort of pivotal role between Asia, Muslim world, the Christian world, the European world. So they are hosting a NATO base. They are next on the target map on the target bank for Iran. The Insark base is not safe where U.S. is hosting its assets. They have nuclear assets there as well. So Iran, that country, that base particularly, is not necessarily safe, and it's on the target bank. So Turkey has a strategic decision to make how they want to play their cards in this one.
But Turkey are very militarily strong. I think these whole Israeli guys coming out and talking about Turkey, I feel like it's a misdirect, and the real next target will be Lebanon, because Turkey is a nightmare. Like, you can't just go into Turkey. They're also a NATO country, so it's very complicated to attack Turkey.
I think the next country actually is going to be Pakistan.
Pakistan are a nuclear power, and they're a U.S. ally.
But that's the reasoning though, is because they're the only Muslim country that holds nuclear weapons. I believe that the next country, if Iran were to collapse, that's a huge problem for Pakistan.
But history is
because
against.
it will have a huge threat on their nuclear program.
That is a good point, but history would be against you on that, because the U.S. isn't known to attack nuclear powers because they know better.
But strategically, if Israel were to attack Turkey, I mean, a lot of people don't know Turkey's like ranked, as far as like military powers go, it's ranked 9th in the world. Yep. It's not a country that they could just easily bombard with missiles and not expect a severe consequence to them doing that.
I mean, the thing is with Pakistan are also ranked quite highly, and they have a very strong military. Going against Turkey or Pakistan would be a nightmare. And I mean, I think right now because look, if they lose this war, which looks increasingly likely unless they do just go batshit crazy, then I mean, Lebanon just makes the most sense for them to keep pumping that military industrial complex, which is all they really care about, is where can we continue war, And going to Pakistan and going to Turkey, that's not just like going to Venezuela or even going to Afghanistan or going to these are very strong old nations with nuclear power and, like you said, the 9th best military in the world. And Erdogan is not just any guy. He can give a speech and get the whole country behind him. They're very patriotic people. It's people forget Turkey is the Ottoman Empire from the past. So these people are.
The problem is, Chad, with Turkey, it's like very diverse. It's split down the middle. There's been multiple attempts at coups. And the secularists are in a lot of powerful positions. So if done right, you can actually quite easily do a coup in Turkey. If done right, they've just done it really badly the last few times.
It wouldn't be militarily though. It would be more of an insider job.
Inside coup, isn't it? To put a US friendly person in there, or basically a puppet. And in terms of Pakistan, actually, I do believe that there will be a point where they will go after them because of the nuclear capability. They want to remove that. So what likely would happen in that war is it would be something like Israel. Remember, there's a Russia-Ukraine war. Russia's got nukes, and yet the US is fighting them and the whole of NATO is fighting them in a proxy war. So basically, the war with Pakistan would be India and Israel combining together to go after Pakistan as proxies for everybody else who funds it. And the goal will be to get the nuclear weapons off the map.
I mean, that is a good point. I mean,
not now though. It'll be quite a bit in the future.
Yeah, right now Israel and I believe the United States are too weak to even try or even attempt to try to tackle these countries because I mean America has just been constantly going to war with the Middle East, and the Iraq war severely hurt our economy. This war severely hurt our economy. You know, so it's going to take a while before we even try to get to Pakistan or Turkey.
Suleiman, what do you think about them going to war, but through the proxy of Afghanistan? Because historically, they've always used proxies that have no nuclear power.
Yeah, that'll work. So that's what they'll do. So they'll do what I said with Afghanistan also hitting from the other front. Uh, and yeah, that'll be the multiple fronts. If you look at it, the current Taliban are basically subservient to the United States of America, because if even now with this Iran war, they came out and supported Israel and the United States of America, whereas Pakistan supported Iran. So it kind of tells you where things are going.
Yeah, I mean, the way they left Afghanistan as well, I'm guessing they got what they wanted, which is the regime to control to the bottom, right? So, I mean, they trained all those guys anyway.
Yeah,
Wait,
the people they put in power are like definitely under them.
wait,
On
I have
the
a
note you brought up regarding Lebanon, um, they're not winning, but they are succeeding in civilian displacement. They displaced over 1 million people. But on the ground, they're suffering serious losses. So that sort of goes to show you in real time that yes, they're trying to encroach upon neighboring borders, trying to move into Syria, trying to move north into Lebanon as part of the Greater Israel Project, but facing serious resistance. And at what cost could they continue this? And are they just doing it as a distraction from their actual losses right now to Iran?
I mean, Lebanon is a problem for them because obviously they've removed Syria, they've basically controlled Palestine, and Iran front is just gonna have to be the final frontier for them. So at this point, I think they've realized their mistake and they're gonna pick apart the others. And especially Lebanon is very weak now, so they're there for the taking because obviously since Soleimani died and they took over Syria, there's no real support for Lebanon. So you know, they seem like the most realistic target for them to go after immediately.
Sully, I have a quick question um, regarding the Afghanistan war front. The question that I have is because when America withdrew, they left a whole lot of weapons behind for the Taliban and for the Afghanis, and it made a lot of sense as to why Pakistan was bombing them.
Do you
And
think
do you think that the web?
do you think they left them weapons accidentally?
No, I don't. I don't, and I find it very ironic. I find it very ironic that they left. I think they left $1 billion plus worth of weaponry, helicopters, some anti-aircraft missiles, a whole bunch. And I just find it very interesting that they left those weapons behind, and the Taliban came out and said that they support the U.S. and the United States. I just want to know your thoughts on that issue as well.
I agree with you. So, I don't believe that as per what you said, and you've accurately stated it, I don't believe those weapons were left accidentally. I think those weapons were left intentionally. I don't think any of the things that happened there were accidents. I think those weapons were given to them in order to be another front against Pakistan. If you look at a lot of the attacks that Apayan partook against Pakistan are by them. Pakistan has a good relationship with Iran. If you look at it, both of them kind of did a coordinated attack on the Balochis about a year ago. They both, right now, Pakistan came out and in support of Iran, Pakistan came out and attacked Zionists. So Pakistan's very much aligning itself away from Israel or wherever is like pro-Israel kind of position. And Afghanistan is attacking Pakistan on that position. And the Taliban came out and basically said they support Israel and the United States of America. And so I think it was you or someone quite rightly identified that when that war happens in the future, which I will, when the motherland and fatherland come after Pakistan, they'll go after each other together, and there'll be Afghanistan hitting on the other front as well. So I think that's what's going to happen. It's going to be like a multi-fronted assault on them, and the aim is going to be to essentially make them lose and take away their nuclear weapons. Now, someone on here quite accurately stated that Pakistan has one of the best armies, has one of the best militaries. They do put a lot of their budget into their military, sometimes too much in my view, because they should be helping the people. But that being said, the military is there because it needs to fight India and other actors within the region. And so I do think that war is going to come at some point, and it will be to neutralize Pakistan and take over their nuclear program, and remove the nuclear program from the country. So I think that's going to be the future or the last kind of assault or fight.
Man, I do not want Pakistan to fall. That's just going to be very devastating because it's the only Muslim country that holds some sort of like, I guess you could say, sovereignty as far as their nuclear capabilities, you know, and that would be very devastating if that were to happen.
Yeah, and we know during the last 12-day war, it was confirmed. On the last 12-day war, it was confirmed that Pakistan actually allowed Iran to use their land to hide many of their assets or some of their assets. So this is like, if anyone's heard me, I've been very critical of Pakistan, very, very critical of them. But in this issue, I think they've been on the right side.
Wouldn't you say that? Would you say that they're gonna divert their attention from Iran, or they're gonna keep going after them because they'd rather
Oh no,
them
this
not have?
happens if this only happens if they defeat Iran. They're not going to divert their attention away from Iran. So this whole thing about like Turkey, Pakistan, all these things only happens if they defeat Iran. Iran's the last stand. After that, I think the other ones are going to be a lot easier. I think Pakistan won't be able to do what Iran did. I think that they're going to be a bit easier. So I know Pakistan against India, Pakistan won, but this won't be Pakistan v India. This will be Pakistan versus India, Israel, the might of the United States of America, and Afghanistan. It may not be America, but it'll be definitely the other ones because it'll be like Pax Judaica by then, so America will be weakened. But it'll be definitely be the others. So it will. So it'll be a different story, and it will be a lot easier for those guys in terms of in the battle. So I think this
That
bodes.
makes sense.
Sorry.
That makes sense for them to go after Iran first as well because they share a border as well with Pakistan. So it just gives them another entry.
Exactly, that's a golden point. It gives them another entry. Iran is too important for them because Iran gives them, as you said, access to Pakistan. Iran also gives them access to Central Asia, and they already control Central Asia, so they'll have complete direct access to China. So it's basically, without a shadow of a doubt, like Iran is literally the final stand before like the new Pax Judaica empire takes over.
Yeah, hopefully it's not in our lifetime, man, because, I mean, we know what's happening after that. It's
Yeah,
game over.
yeah.
Yeah, no one wants Iran to fall, man. I mean, they're the last. I mean, they're not the last piece of the puzzle, but they're a huge part of the puzzle that
Oh, I
will
think they're
will
the
create
last.
a
I think
huge
they're the last piece of the puzzle. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Bro,
No,
you know
what
in
I mean.
Jewish like prophecies, like, and a lot of like you know that they believe that the Messiah is gonna come from a town in Iran. It's a city called Isfahan, which was a Jewish majority city immediately after the U.S. and British took over Iran in 1953. The first thing they did is flood a bunch of Jews into Isfahan until the revolution took over. I'm sure there's still probably Jewish people there, but
Well, yeah,
they
Isfahan. Well, they're bombing Isfahan right now. Isfahan's where they bombed, in terms of where the nuclear site was, right?
yeah, because Iran know obviously that this is where they're gonna they don't really give a shit about anything to do with the whole of Iran besides that specific region, right? That place is what they need, but they need to take all of it to have that. I mean, prophecy-wise, and the likes of Hexeth and stuff they've installed. Obviously, they're motivated by that. So, I think there was I don't know if it was AI, but Netanyahu was saying that. What did he say? That we're waiting for the Messiah. He's not going to come next week, but he's around the corner. And there was this old rabbi that was in his right hand through his political career, that basically sold to the Zionists that Netanyahu would be the final leader before the Messiah comes out and whatever, you know. So this is why Netanyahu is so motivated as well.
Yeah. Anybody else want to add to that?
No, just going back to my point, what I meant by, I mean, yeah, Iran is the last piece of the puzzle, but I'm saying, like, when you look at it geopolitically, it's gonna, if they were to collapse and fall due to regime change or due to whatever else, it will create a wider domino effect of other countries around it collapsing as well. That's what I meant. You know, it's a lot deeper when you look into it. That if they were to fall and collapse, it's gonna create a huge regional chaos within that region. Is what I meant to say.
Bro, if they get Iran, they control everything. They literally control the best oil in the world. They control China, they control GCC, they control South Asia, they control Europe, they control the pipelines. They literally are ready for the world order, the one world order that they talk about.
Yeah, and that's why I don't. I mean, me personally, I don't want Iran to collapse or fall because it's gonna be very devastating to the people in that region.
Not just that region, globally, because I don't know what religion you believe in, but it's important to know. Obviously, some people don't pay attention to this to religion, but obviously, this war is a religious war for Israel.
Oh, 100%. You know, no, I'm Muslim 100%, and I totally agree with you. You know, this is a religious war. You know, and the Jewish rabbis come out and they explain their theology behind it, and it's just with the Zionists and what they believe and how they view things is very sickening. You know, it's very sickening.
Yeah.
Because we all know who their Messiah is. You know, we all know who they want to bring. It's the Dajjal. I mean, it's simple as that. You know, they don't view Isa alayhi salam as a prophet. They don't view him as a prophet, and they never liked him, and they never cared for him. So we all know. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, the way we're going now, because, you know, the closest allies to Christians and to Muslims has always been one another, you know, which is what they've made sure to divide. So once they have that, it's time to pray, bro. So yeah, I
Uh,
came into this pretty negative because I look at this and I think, obviously, as worst case scenario, as someone logical, you always kind of look at the worst case scenario and you paint it out. And obviously, we sit here and we think, yeah, US could sit down at the table and negotiate and be pragmatic and have like logic to their reason, but if there's any fucking guy that's gonna do this shit, it's gonna be Trump, man. Like, that's the problem. The combination right now is like these guys might actually just play out the worst case scenario, you know?
yeah, I also want to add that there is no table anymore. The the U.S. has effectively broken that table, and Iran has decided to pick up what's left of it and smash the U.S. and Israel over the head with it. So there will be no further negotiations until there's complete defeat. As the way the U.S. likes to describe it is complete surrender. That's when I think Iran will move forward and stop the war. Another thing is don't get too hung up on what the Judeo sort of prophecy is, because that's just their plan. There's also God's plan. You have to kind of see it somewhere in the middle. It's not just going to be what they want to happen based on the events that we've seen so far play out, clearly not whatever they want to happen is not what actually ends up happening. It's just sort of wishful thinking.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, even according to Islamic prophecy, that we know that they will be established as the superpower at that time. What's interesting is when you look at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, it's not the Golden Dome they show you in pictures,
Right. It's the one next to it.
Right. And it's interesting because it's such a psyop. Because honestly, forgive me if I sound ignorant, but I only learned this like a couple of weeks ago, and
No, they did that on purpose. They psychologically embedded in everyone's mind.
right. And the thing is, and I mean, this is interesting because obviously we know what's buried underneath that mosque, right? And that's what they just want their hands on. Because I think if they can get their hands on that, then some people claim that the Saudis or whoever, they already moved those scriptures from underneath it and hid it, but and they've been digging for years. But I don't know, with the current Saudi regime, like they would give it for free.
Yeah, and I think there'd be a full-on pledged war for those scripts.
Yeah, and that's where obviously it gets scary because this is the reason why, I mean, this whole Iran war is super stressful. And you look around and most people still look at it like, oh, look at Afghanistan and Iraq and all these other wars. But this is like, this is scary. To me, this is scary. Just with all the prophecies and the end time.
100%, And Allah says it best in the Quran. They have a plan, but Allah is the best of planners. So we'll see.
Yeah, والله مكروا ومكر الله والله خير الماكرين.
Can someone talk a little bit more about what scriptures are there?
So are you what's your background?
Yeah, I'm Muslim and I'm Lebanese.
So are you familiar with the story of Sulaiman alayhi salam?
Yes.
So the story, I mean, I'll say this because there's people listening here. It's obviously Solomon if you're Christian. So the story of Sulaiman alayhi salam is that during his time, God sent down two angels, and those two angels were sent down as his test. And the test is that the two angels introduced magic to the people of his people basically. And as well as that, Sulaiman alayhi salam was obviously given supernatural abilities that God gave him as a prophet of God. And what had happened is I mean, some of these abilities were, controlling the wind, speaking to animals, being able to control and speak to jinns. Jinns, if you're Christian, you could picture it as like what you might read in the Bible as Anunnakis, right? So they're like smokeless beings that exist and roam in the world. Their ability is that you can communicate with them, but only the bad ones, because there's good and bad just like humans in their kind. But to communicate with the bad ones, you have to basically do the degenerate stuff that you're seeing now in the Epstein files. The core reason that the Epstein files is so abhorrent is because in order for you to access that realm, you have to do stuff like incest and eat blood and drink blood. Like all of this disgusting stuff is what brings that realm to you, right? And it's about vulnerability, which is why some people might suffer from, what's the word, when you sleep and you can see those things in your sleep.
Sleep paralysis?
Sleep paralysis, right? Sleep paralysis is scientifically described as a lack of oxygen going to your brain, but the entities are real. You could read about Hatman, which is a phenomenon that many people have seen, the same figure for over 100 years, thousands of years. So these beings exist. We know of this, and this is how they communicate with them. And to come back, the Solomon's temple was buried underneath Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Solomon buried the scriptures that he had that allowed you the ability to basically get in access to these realms, which is what they would fundamentally require for their Messiah to deceive people by pretending to be Jesus, because he would need that ability, which only when the time is right, God would provide to them. So that's really what they want when they say the Holy Land and all of this. None of that is real. The Holy Land doesn't exist, right? It's written in the Bible, but the only thing they really care about is Jerusalem and getting the scriptures from the Solomon's temple. I hope that was all.
Well, yeah, that was really well said. And do you think the actual Messiah will be there at the same time?
Well, what they say is there's different elements, right? So they would have to acquire that. They would have to also be established as a superpower, basically, right? Which you'd notice Netanyahu mentioned Israel as recently. But of course, if they control Iran, they fundamentally become not only a superpower, but the superpower. Which is why sometimes when people talk about America and Israel, I don't see them as a different country. They're just different pieces of the same thing, right? So that's what it is. It's because America has everything to lose, and it doesn't make.
Could you also add on about Al-Masih al-Dajjal?
Sorry.
Since you're speaking so eloquently, could you also add about Al-Masih al-Dajjal before the Antichrist, the Antichrist and then the Prophet Isa alayhi salam?
Right. So what we believe is that as Muslims,
Just
it's
before
quite
you go, Chad, and just make it a bit more brief because I don't want to go bring back it into the war, but I think people are interested in what you're saying. So do continue, but just make it a bit more concise. But that just want to thank Sally for the £20 super chat. He says, big thanks for Sully for the coverage. Listened to it last night. I've woken up this morning, switched on. You're still here. This is what I do. Sally, I'm such a grafter. I'm such a grafter. We don't we don't sleep. We gotta keep going. I think I've been going for like what is it now? Nearly 20 hours or something, or 22 or whatever. It's good. It's good. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. I've had what 3-4 monsters, maybe about 2-3 coffees, about loads of waters. Gotta do what you gotta do, Sally. You gotta do what you gotta do. What you say,
bro.
Omar?
How long have you been
I,
awake for?
honestly, it's just, sorry, just to say, Sully, you know how we are, and I'm not a bootlicker. I'm not someone just to praise or anything because I have nothing to gain or lose. But literally, man, I've been doing this for since we started, or a day after since you guys started, and I can't even not be able to stay up the way you stay up and not like pass out and then wake up feeling like, oh damn, what did I miss? It's crazy. Mashallah alik.
Appreciate it, brother Omar. Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate you too, Sully.
Thank
I
you, brother.
really do, man. May Allah bless you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Right, Chad, go tell everybody how the Antichrist you want to tell everybody about, right? Go ahead.
Right. So the first thing to remember is there's two distinctions. There's the Antichrist, which will be the physical person that will come, and then there's the Antichrist system, which is what we're seeing being implemented globally. So the first thing is the system needs to be in place before the person takes the throne. Now, that system can only be in place when set things are done, which is why they need Iran, which is why they need to control that specific town, which is why they need Jerusalem, because these are the requirements for them to be able to bring out their Messiah. And their belief is, well, Islamically, we believe he will be born to an old couple in Isfahan, a Jewish couple, and as he grows, he's gonna gain recognition. And by the time he's in his 20s, he's going to go on a what is it? It's a the time period. It's the first. It's going to be 40 days. He's going to rule the world for 40 days. The first day.
Wait, just a slight thing, Chad. I think it's not Isfahan, it's Khorasan, right?
No, it's Isfahan. Isfahan is the specific town. Khorasan is later in that. Khorasan is the region of Khorasan. Well, Khorasan is the region anyway, but from what I've read quite comprehensively, the specific area within Khorasan will be Isfahan.
So I think it's so what it is he emerges from Khorasan, and he'll be followed by 70,000 Jewish people from Isfahan. So I think that's what it is. So he's actually comes from Khorasan, because Khorasan, as you know, is basically modern day there's a modern day Iran, some parts of Central Asia and Afghanistan, because it was a lot bigger than it is now.
Balochistan as well.
Yeah, but do
But
continue.
yeah, so he will come. He will rule the world for 40 days. The first day will be like a year. The second day will be like a month, and the third day will be like a week, and then the remaining days will be regular days. And obviously, by the time he's come, the Israelis, the Zionist system will be set in place, and he will pretty much have access to all of these things that they've been in search for hundreds of years, like Solomon's scriptures, and having the ability to deceive people. Dajjal, the definition of it is a deceiver. So he won't be what he appears. He will mostly basically come to deceive Christians into believing that he is Jesus. And he will then have the ability, with all of these scriptures, to deceive them. And he'll be able to bring back people that are dead to life, but it won't be real. It will be his ability to show that by controlling these realms that I told you about earlier. So it might show that, oh, your parents that died 10 years ago came back to life, and they're talking to you and they sound like them, but it's not them, right? So it's a very dangerous time. It's just a test, and I know that Christians believe in the Antichrist as well. So this is what we need to be aware of, and this is what is their agenda. This is all they care about, right? So all this stuff with Epstein, the more you look into it, the more you read about how to access jinns. Read about it. Don't do it. Just read about it, and you'll see how much of it starts to make sense. But yeah, trying to keep it short. So
Thanks for that, Chad. Appreciate it. Yeah, the end of times prophecies, as you would call it, or the narrations about it used to be my favorite thing, because like whenever my mom was like, because I used to read a lot of sci-fi books, she's like, oh, why are you reading those? Read some Muslim Islamic books. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll read about the end of times. At least that's like Muslim sci-fi. So yeah, it was good. But yeah, like one important component, you guys know if you listen to my spaces, is that there's gonna be a big war. And the big war will be a Muslim Christian alliance against a third enemy. And many have tried to figure out who this third enemy is, but you know my view on who I think that third enemy is. So that is going to happen and will come. Hence why I push the Muslim Christian alliance so much, because we know got to work together if we go against the satanic, demonic Antichrist. Okay, back to the space and back to the specific conversation about the war. Let me give you some updates. And actually, I should have tweeted about being a bit tired. Okay, let's see. So we had plumes of smoke. I posted this out actually. Rising from Isa Air Base in Bahrain. Bahrain being hit hard again. What else we got? Apparently Netanyahu normally has like a meeting today, so we'll have to see if if he turns up to that meeting or not, if he actually demonstrates that he's a where's Netanyahu? Guys, where is Netanyahu? This is the $1 million questions. Okay.
Could you touch up on the Bahrain and why they're attacking Bahrain?
Yeah, sure. So obviously Bahrain is important for a few key reasons. One of those is obviously just from a political perspective rather than a geopolitical perspective. Bahrain obviously is like the sister of, first of all, it's the weakest of the GCC countries. The second thing is that it's like a sister country to Saudi Arabia, as in Saudi basically controls it. They've got their own people in power. When there was going to be a color revolution, they jumped in and tried to stop the color revolution from occurring. Bahrain is actually majority, I think it's like 50%, but people say it's majority Shia as well, and so hence why there was a bit of a rebellion. And then that's one point. And then the second thing is that they have what do you call it again? They have a U.S. military base in there, and the U.S. military base, the U.S. Fifth Fleet, is like a very important base from a naval perspective. And it's used for the US in terms of the Navy operations they do throughout the Middle East. It's also very close to the Strait of Hormuz, so it would be an easy way to get from there to the Strait of Hormuz. So it's like an important checkpoint. And so just from its political perspective, obviously I mentioned the radars, I don't know if I did already, but they had the radars, which was helping Israel as well. They had the US military there. And so putting all those together, actually, it was a key thing to hit and take out, which they managed to do quite easily, actually.
Nice. Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Shia majority, I think. So, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yes, absolutely. And those again listening, please go into Sully has a library basically archived of his on his YouTube channel. Go look at the old videos he's been. I say old. The references he has on multiple interviews of military, financial. And he goes into the depths of this many times. But if you've been listening, I've been here, by God, the grace of God, with Sully and this great team of panel here, Adam and Beatrice and all of us. I many names mentioned, but from day one, we've been laying this out very carefully. I say we, I've just chip in, but Suleiman has laid this out very carefully. How, in fact, the systematic decimation of Israel by Iran has been waged, stepped out, step by step. Now, if I would have been talking like this day one, day two, even day three, I would have been mocked, rightfully so. But I'm looking at this through now, we can see this through a rear view mirror. It's already historically documented. And Musuli, I want to say it's amazing that you were, and I came in agreement. Even Scott Ritter was saying there would never be an invasion, certainly not before the midterm elections, but you stepped out and said, no, I think they're going to do it. As I was looking at it more and listening to you, I agreed, and I said, we were saying imminent threat any day, and I said next 24 to 48 hours, and I got a lot of pushback, and certainly they did it. Now, after Suleiman made that bold statement, he's been watching this carefully. Everything he said, it would be a slow, systematic decimation. First, they'll take out the air defenses. He was mocked. We were mocked for that. And we see it now clearly. No one could come in an argument and say, oh, that's what you say, Sully. No, it's clear. So please go watch those videos that he does. I say it all the time. But the interviews he does they're diverse. He's covered every base from the Iranian point of view, from the American point of view, from military and stuff. So thank you, Sully. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Andrew. Thank you for that. Yeah, and you're right. And can you explain to the audience about the naval, why the Bahrain basically base is really important from a Navy perspective?
Yes, that's another thing we got a lot of pushback. Oh, there's no way they can close the straits. Oh, that won't happen. But yes, they did. But now let's talk about if you could imagine the Persian Gulf. Imagine this as a fish bowl. It's a very small, little. I'm looking at this in a global reference. The world, the earth, is 70% of the earth is water. That's why any nation that has a deep projecting blue water navy can project power and influence globally. If you have a navy, you have global influence. It goes all the way back to the Greeks and their stand and how they were able to stand against Persia, and how the Romans finally figured it out. But now, when we're talking about, and you said specifically, we were talking about Bahrain or Dubai, correctly, Sully? If we look at the
Bahrain.
Yeah, Bahrain. Now, why do we always keep hearing about Bahrain being hit? Oh, they hit Bahrain again and again and again. And notice, Iran made it clear they're not killing innocent civilians. I'm talking the people of Bahrain and the Arabs there in that nation. No, they said, brothers, stop supporting the enemy, the foreign, the influence of America. Stop putting their bases on your land. They are a threat. They are the ones who put these terrible, crippling sanctions on us. So they just flipped Iran off and said, "Yeah, we're standing. We've got the United States here. We have all this might and power." Well, shocking to me, going back 30 some years ago, the United States built up, we had to have a fifth fleet. In the fifth fleet, it was used to be back in the day, we had for foreign fleets, we had simply the Sixth Fleet covering the Mediterranean. We had, of course, the Second Fleet covering the Atlantic. And then on the other side, the West, we had our Third and the Seventh Fleet. But why Bahrain was so essential? Bahrain was the home base, or we call it the home port of the Fifth Fleet. Bahrain is a strategic military position to not only stockpile all of the munitions, all of the supplies, fuel, and all of the support for even refit and up to an SRA level of to repair ships. And so what Bahrain was, that was a foothold that the United States had established in the Middle East, there in the Persian Gulf. Now, from day one, when they built that fleet base there was a deep concern that Bahrain could possibly be a target, because think about it. If you could just please take a second, folks, look at it on a map. You see this little body of water compared to the rest of the ocean, and there's a choke point. The United States Navy always studies choke points. We call those either a choke point to either blockade, a choke point to set up a kill box. And so the United States Navy said, no problem, we're going to develop our littoral Navy. Littoral means brown water or very small, that's near coastal, shallow water Navy, because the U.S. Navy doctrine has always been blue water. As we were developing this, don't you think that Iran has had 30 years of watching this develop? And they were developing with the help of China, of course, with the help, of course, of Russia, and their own. People don't realize the Iranians are very, very. If you compare the number of college graduates to the U.S., it's embarrassing. They have scientists and they have great. When I had one of she was my barber, and the woman was a PhD chemist, and I was like, "What in the world?" And she's like, "Yeah, don't even get me started." But the Iranians are brilliant people, and they've been developing this. So Bahrain, I'm sorry, I got off the subject. Bahrain is where the Fifth Fleet was based. Then the unthinkable happened. I was torn. I saw this happen. To my shock, the Navy had to abandon their base there. The ships sortied. And then when Bahrain has been removed, Bahrain no longer belongs to the United States. Only a fool, I hope a fool could come in and argue with me and say, no, we still have the Fifth Fleet. Okay. We have the Fifth Fleet. We'll say that, but don't be a fool and argue against that. So the Iranians knew this, and that's why they've systematically have decimated all naval support there in Bahrain. That's why you keep hearing Bahrain. So what? They're hitting these. What's that place? Oh, it's just a Gulf state. It's not a big deal. No, that removed the United States as a military power established in the Middle East.
Yeah, appreciate that, Andrew. Let's go to Andy.
I mean, yeah, with Bahrain, I mean, I hope the Shia rise up and claim their country back from the Sunni. That would be nice to see that. And I mean, this war has just been going very well. I feel like Iran has been pitching basically in baseball terms, pretty much a no-hitter. I mean, I'd like to see them up their attack slightly on Israel, just because they are getting those new interceptors. So I'd like them to just get a few more hits in before that. And I I mean, do you think those drone interceptors that the Gulf is getting will be that much of a game changer from Ukraine, or no? I'm not an expert on the military weapons. You're more of a expert on it, Solomon. What do you think? Those drone interceptors in the Middle East that they're getting from Ukraine, do you think those will change anything or no?
No, no. Yeah,
Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Andy, as we've seen, we've been talking about this. You're absolutely correct. There's even, okay, bring in from Ukraine, whatever. That's not, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a hemorrhaging, severe wound. Throwing a Band-Aid on an artery. It won't do anything. Oh, maybe just putting that little, like trying to use a garden hose on a forest fire, but it's not going to do anything.
Okay, I hope you're right because I mean, obviously, this like people talk about it's not just existential for Iran; it's existential for humanity, as we've been saying. Because if Iran falls, the entire Middle East falls, and then the entire world falls to Zionism, as we've been saying. And can you please call on Live One? I know this guy, and he's a very good guy, and I'd like to hear him speak.
Who is he? Who is he?
Live One. I've been in spaces with him before. I trust him. He's a very good guy. He's very knowledgeable on a lot of these
Oh,
topics.
yeah.
So I'd like to hear him speak. He has his hand up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Hey, Live One. I'm sorry. I can't see hands here. Somehow. Yeah, Suli, Live One. Go ahead, Live One.
Hey, thank you. And Andy, you know what they say, flattery charges the battery. So it picks me up here late at night here in New York. You know. So I talk to Suleiman, but before I do, I thought I'd share a couple of things. You know, I used one of those death watch lists, and I put in Trump's particular when he's born and things like that. And I used Grok AI, and it came with an estimated death for Trump in 2035. And it calculated in that he has pretty good stock or DNA. His dad lived to 91, his mom into late 80s, and then it had something for his overweight or obesity and whatnot. So I thought it was kind of interesting to use Grok AI to predict that. And it didn't factor in things like assassination. It just went on statistics for other males. But the thing I wanted to say, and Andy knows what he and I have been doing, even though I'm not in Kentucky and Andy isn't, we actually have been holding spaces with just a few people. But we make phone contact and email contact with people living in District 4. And without any expectation of really trying to do much other than maybe get a few people to vote for Massey in the upcoming primary, which is 65 days away, 64 now. And so I've called like pizzerias, hardware stores. We've called dairy and beef types of facilities. And the first thing I do when I cold call, yeah, I was a bit nervous, but the first thing I do is I tell them if they don't want to talk to me, I'm going to be out of their hair. I'm gone. I'm not there to bother anybody. And nobody so far has told me to get lost. And most of them are very friendly, and it's kind of fun talking to people who are friendly in a different state. One woman didn't even know who Thomas Massey was. I said, well, he's your congressman, and he's got the whole nation, taken the whole nation's attention with what he's doing. Another person said, yeah, I already know Massey, and I'm already supporting him. And so it went like that. And we call this kind of actionable. So we take a space and we take like 10, 20 minutes out, and we say, okay, everybody, go and find a website or a business in District 4 and make contact with them. Write them an email, whatever you want, but just see if they might even talk to us, or whether we could just get some votes for Massey that aren't already there. I consider him a winner already. I mean, the guy has already been elected a few times and has a terrific record in terms of voting in line with the Constitution. And not only what he did for the Epstein file releases, but also his work with the FBI whistleblower on the pipe bomber. You know, he's really got an exceptional record, but I am concerned that these jerks, Miriam Adelson is using millions of dollars, and you never know how that might work out. And I think that they'll also work to absolutely steal the primary. So I wanted to say to Suleiman, you know, Suleiman, at a bare minimum, your spaces have thousands of people who come in them. And if it weren't for Massey, do you think, you know, you'd really be serving the whole world such a contribution if you focused with all your followers, and that would include me, and we focused on taking actionable steps to defeat Lindsey Graham? I personally, as a person who studies algorithms, and you know, and Andy and I have talked about it. The people, for example, in the district of Massey, they're not really big X users. They're more into Facebook and things like that. But with you, with your thousands of followers, if you took out time and said, okay, let's do what we can to reach out to the people in South Carolina in the different types of media, maybe 100 or 200 people in one of your spaces would join a Facebook group, because they do have these groups, you know, Republicans in South Carolina and Trump for South Carolina, and fans that, you know, we join them and we start to get in there and reasonably persuade people with reason. And in addition to bringing people into the space who might be in South Carolina, causing quite a sensation. And I just wondered, Suleiman, have you ever thought of doing that? It would be a real service to everybody in the world. I mean, it would really be great if Lindsey Graham lost. It would be really terrible if somebody like Thomas Massey loses. But have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, obviously this wasn't the topic of the space, but so I'll quickly answer your question, then I want to bring the conversation back to what the actual space is about. But in terms of what you're saying, yeah, I have thought about it, and obviously I do want Lindsey Graham to lose, and I do want Thomas Massey to win. I think me and Ryan spoke about it in the last interview we were just streaming. That being said, I have to be very careful on how I navigate the situation because I'm not American. And so I don't want to be like get any of the candidates in trouble for like interference from someone who's from the UK. So that's kind of my main concern in terms of that regard. But yeah, other than that, I'm more than happy to help people out in whichever way I
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, I was hoping that, like, by some miracle, like, Tucker Carlson's brother, who lives in South Carolina, would jump in the race against Lindsey Graham, because just the name recognition of being related to Tucker Carlson, and just the way he's been going at everyone on social media, like the way he's been going at it with Laura Loomer and completely destroying her on social media. And speak of the devil, I just got a post notification that Laura Loomer posted again. Normally, she goes on hiatus between midnight and 4 a.m. my time, but tonight she's been up all night because I guess she has a ecstasy rush because she thinks that she's gonna get Tucker Carlson in prison
Well, no,
and
I think
over that.
she's in India, remember? Okay, so just bring the conversation back to the war. Let me just give some news. Okay, cool. Let's bring this conversation back because we kind of diverted quite a bit. Let me see. Okay, so we've got Israeli bombing of Arnoon. We have okay, the Israeli media says the renewed confrontation with Hezbollah has sparked widespread bitterness among the Israeli public after its leaders sold them illusions. Will with this super chat saying, "Be louder, guys. This is the big one. Keep up the good work." Yeah, this is the big one. This is the most important war. Most important war of our time for sure. So we need to keep it going and keep it focused for sure. This is why we continue the space on. This is why we continue the space on. Okay. Let me see more news. Here we go. Siring. Oh no, this was 2 hours ago. Okay, that's mainly the news. One second, let's check this. Okay, I'll go over there 1 second. Okay, so there's protests in Cuba, more protests that have been manufactured by the United States of America, but they're happening. Iranian resistance group released drone footage of an attack on U.S. victory base near Baghdad. We mentioned about Ben Gurion, smoke plumes we mentioned. Yeah, so that's that one there. That was a good one. Okay, let's bring some people up. Who did I just bring up now? I thought I brought someone up.
So, hello?
HK? Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
you.
brilliant. Why are people dropping keep on every time I bring them up? Okay. I don't know what's going on with the space. That's strange. I brought a few people up, but they dropped. That's strange. Okay, let's get back into this conversation. Let's go to Andrew. In terms of the Karg Island, one of the discussions I had with Dawson was this notion that it would be very difficult for them to take control over it from a naval perspective. Can you explain that?
Yes, absolutely. Before a Marine Expeditionary Unit, either from the sea through LCU or from the air using Osprey or even the helicopter assault, we have to have military doctrine requires an absolute superiority over the skies. We have to have air superiority, or if at best, a substantial margin of surety that our forces won't be attacked from the opposing air force or missile threat or something that will threaten the assault, the actual establishing the beachhead. Clearly, as Ryan clearly pointed out, and what's clearly understood, we don't have that. The United States does not have any dominance whatsoever in that region. We don't have dominance in the ocean, in the sea, surface, under sea, and that's an asymmetrical four-level threat under sea that most have no idea. But what's the worst is the checkmate is Iran has absolute dominance in the air. Now, there's going to be folks that may come in here as foolish thoughts saying that, oh, we do. No, we don't. We can see it through a rearview mirror. We see clearly historically, I mean, through the past 16 days. So to answer your question, Sully, we don't have any control of the air. If we do the assault, which will be a ritualistic bloodbath, a sacrifice, a meat grinder in a kill box, if we attempt that, then I must ask this question. Why would our military generals and admirals, why would you bow down and take the knee to a madman that would do this? Why would you do that? Why have you fired the admirals or forced admirals and generals to resign and walk away and be silenced to allow this? The blood of our innocent Marines and sailors and any forces is on your hands. Their blood will be on your hands. And this I will not forgive. I will stand up against this. And I know I'll get attacked. I don't care. I saw it happen in Vietnam. I saw it happen in Iraq. I saw it happen in Afghanistan, and enough is enough. Americans, stand up, resist, say no. We will not tolerate this. Your congressmen have been sold out. And I won't get off into that, Sully, but no, we don't have any ability to establish that. Now, you can blast your way in, okay, but here's the danger, and I see Iran doing this, Sully. I see them even allowing an incursion to begin, to start to establish. They feed them in, come on in, and then the decimation would begin. Decimation I'm talking about from Iran just decimating our forces trying to establish a beachhead. It's stupid. It's insane. There's no ability for them to do that without anything. And then for someone to say, oh, we can do it, we have air superiority, or we'll blast our way in. Okay, fine. Then why is the straits closed? Why is the straits closed? And don't someone, in fact, I urge someone to come in and challenge me. The straits are closed because, yeah, why? Because Iran closed them by making a declaration. That's what did it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Andrew. Great point. Who did I just bring up? AG, thanks for coming up. What's your thoughts?
What's up, bro? Yeah, I haven't been following the conversation the last couple minutes, but yeah, I was on here and shared my thoughts. They haven't really changed. I don't really have any new questions, but just up here to add to the conversation if I see fit. Yeah.
One thing that the average American and folks just, you heard that gentleman say earlier that he was polling people by asking him questions. That dear lady said, no, I don't even know who Massey is. I mean, just as an example, that people aren't even, first of all, most people, they're worried about their, going to work and obviously, of course, taking care of their family. They're really not realizing what's going on. So what they'll do, they'll turn the radio on, in this case, or the TV. Of course, we have Fox News will pop up, and maybe CNN might push back a little bit, but they're feeding them the lies from hell. And then they've got Trump, the madman, the idiot at the switch, saying the most insane things. And then people will go, oh, everything's just fine. I'll give you a perfect example. My dear, he's like my son. He's Iranian, by the way. He's a brilliant scientist, living in grew up in Switzerland, and he's a brilliant PhD biochemist. All right. I was talking to him. We speak often, and believe me, if you say someone's going to say, "Oh, he's got Iranian contact," no, this young scientist, he's like, "What are you talking about? Iran? No, I'm Swiss. He's Swiss, okay, Swiss." I'll have to write this out for someone because we get some lame people, the very feeble-minded people that challenge me with that. But this brilliant man said to me, "Yeah, I guess we're really, the United States is really waging this, and I guess they're systematically going to just really put this regime down." I mean, I don't know really what to believe, but that's what I hear. When I send him Suleiman's space, I share Suleiman's channel out, and when he read that and he actually tuned into one of the spaces, he was shocked. He's like, "What? What?" That's what and how important that this resistance to Suleiman's space and the dedicated, beloved ones that come in and share their time and help Suleiman and stand in there, like Beatrice comes in and the many, many others come in and help. That's why this, and Adam's got a full-time job, folks. He's got a full-time job. And they come in and give, and Simon Dixon and all of them. I'm sorry if I don't mention names. Well, I got to mention Omar. He is. They come in and share and all this. But if without this, and when Suleiman says, "Hey, retweet the space," okay, no, do it, please, because and he says, "Go on my YouTube channel. Make sure you click the bell. Make sure you like. Make sure you make a comment, please." He's saying that for a reason. He's not trying to pump himself up. What he's trying to do. He couldn't care less about what many followers. No, if you go into the search engine optimization of how YouTube works, because I have a YouTube channel, they go in and they analyze how many likes you have, how many subscribers, how many comments. What are the comments? Okay. And this lifts the space as in the search engine optimization to give it relevance, to give the channel relevance to where people around the world see it, because that makes Suleiman space relevant. That's everything. So why do you think that's a big deal? Well, thank God we have a lot of smart people that listen in on this space. That means that more people hear what Suleiman's message says. That's like when I shared it with my dear son in Switzerland. He's like, "Man, people got to hear this." Do you hear me? Is someone please give? I'm speaking to the groups out there. I hope someone can figure out why this is so important. But this is why I've been here with Suleiman since day one, and even before, I've been with Suleiman for a year, listening in, chiming in once in a while. But from day one, I've been now 16 days nonstop, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I'm only doing cat naps. Now, the last time I did this was back during a very arduous submarine patrol when I was in submarines in the North Atlantic. And when literally we got ourselves into a tactical, very ugly situation where literally we were going days and days without sleep. And I mean days. I saw men literally fall standing up. I literally fell asleep standing up. And we learn to, and it's a careful, disciplined action where you learn to take cat naps. Now, a cat nap means it might be 10, 15, 20. The longest I can remember, I think I went out for about an hour, and then I was standing there holding my phone. And I was sitting on the chair, and I'd fallen asleep, and I fell off the chair. And I was like, whoa. So you get there, get a cup of coffee, you walk around, get some exercise, but we have to stay in this battle. Now, why I'm comfortably, by God's grace, I'm comfortably retired. Okay, I did well, worked very hard. I served my country for 20 years, and then I got into consulting, and then I was a teacher. So I'm comfortable. And I there's 1,000 things I could be doing, folks. There's 1,000 different things I could do. Golf is getting started up again. I love golf, and then soon I could, love my sailing. I love to do things at time. I have a family. I do things. My precious family have said, "Hey, you're in this battle. We hear you." I said, "I'm not going to be able to." I'm kind of like really locked into this. It takes a sacrifice. I've lost friends, close friends of mine, who were military professionals who told me I'm a Hamas sympathizer. And I'm even now being questioned as being patriotic. So just keep fighting, guys.
Appreciate that, Andrew. Appreciate you as always. I just want to welcome Inevitable China onto the stage. How you doing, and how is your number one influencer?
Good evening. Good evening. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Number one influencer. At this point, I would rather nominate you as a bigger influencer than I assume you were going to refer to Mr. Ghislaine's bestie, right? That guy.
Yeah, he's
Uh
China's number one
Miss
influencer.
Yeah, Mr. Hey, you're not as cool as me. I get emails from Ghislaine. What about you? Yeah, if that's a flex, then I'll give it completely to you. But no, what's up, man? No, I was just listening in, and
I got a
and I
question
and
for
I
you.
kind of just got settled in, so
So
I figured
let
I'd
me
just
give you a
come right
question. Let
up.
me give you a question. Right? Are we
Hmm.
witnessing the decline of the American Empire and the start of the Chinese Empire?
Yeah, well, this gives me an opportunity to say, most people in China that I know and in general don't have a drive or an incentive to see, the absolute, like, just demolishment of the American way of life, right? I don't know anybody, for example, that wants to see Americans starving and on the streets and not really able to, fend for themselves, or, be subjugated by even kind of the situation that's taking place now with Israel. Most people that I know in China consider it to be a disgrace, right? Most people that I know in China um, really ask themselves, like, okay, why even allow this, right? What does Netanyahu have over you? What does Israel have over you? And of course, most people aren't going to delve into it, and they're not going to look into the agree the arrangements that are decades in advance, and the blackmail and the covert operations and Mossad infiltration, and even the excuse me, oh sorry, the precursor to Mossad that existed and kind of took root in England, before they sort of established their so-called nation state, and really took a big foothold in the West, hundreds of years even before 1948, right? That is pretty much a long, that's a really long story. So anyway, that being said, of course, we're in an interesting time, because now it seems like, we're certainly at an impasse, right? We're at a sort of nexus point, I should rather say that, where you know, it seems like it's sort of, Iran is a critical choke point. It's a point in the Middle East where the Belt and Road Initiative is a matter that's been completely, spooking pretty much everybody, uh, in the power structure in the West. And this, I'm not going to say that this war is about Belt and Road, or that it's about economics, but what I will say is there is an implication to the shift to multipolarity, and there's strong resistance from the West, due to the benefits of the unipolar world order, and how the Zionist occupied governments benefit most from unipolarity, right? When they can ignore, international laws, when they can commit war crimes, when they're able to, ignore any, ICC determinations or arrest warrants. When George Bush can avoid Switzerland and never go to Europe again, when Benjamin Netanyahu can take flights and island hop essentially, and the world essentially just allows it because of the unipolarity, because of the concession to American hegemony. And it's good to see that that's coming to a change, and it's been a long time in the making, you know. But yeah, that's probably a long-winded answer. But yeah, that's figure I say that.
Inevitable. Let me weigh in on that too. If I were listening to me speak in this space, let's say I'm going to take myself and project myself as an observer, I would say, oh my God, that Andrew, she's that American. He's a traitor. He's signed up with China. God forbid. No, China obviously, honestly, is the adversary to the United States, militarily speaking, and in many ways in the race, in the geopolitical and the economic race, is who's going to have the highest number one GNP, GDP, the most powerful country on in the earth. Who's the superpower? So of course you're my adversary, and of course I will always treat China as, militarily speaking now, as an adversary. Same with the Russians. They're an adversary, and we have to establish that. However, we have to also understand, without China, even a child, I'll say a primary child in school with basic understanding, understands we, China and the United States, we are symbiotic, in a symbiotic relationship. We're connected to the hip. If China goes, we go. Our economy, we buy their stuff. China would not exist. So why would China want the United States to be completely destroyed? Their production, we buy their stuff. We made China by our buying power. And we could go on. I'm not going to go off into that. But here's the thing we have to look at. Wouldn't you, if China, now when I was in Beijing and I spent 7 years down in Vietnam, and I was up in Beijing, China, and I know some people have heard me talk about this, our very own DARPA Defense Acquisitions, who does our R&D for the military, I was attending a ballistics conference. I was not an active member because it was for scientists and people a lot smarter than me, ballistics experts and these PhDs and physics and the aspects of ballistics and how ballistics work. And here we are, a lot of American contractors are there. I'm going to repeat this because I'm sure some people didn't hear me. American contractors and engineers were in China working in a symposium with the Chinese. I'll say that again. Americans were there working with the Chinese, and our very DOD was there. And one night at a cocktail party, and I don't drink, thank God I quit drinking, but I was at the party just hanging out, and there was a lot of people talking, and I heard an American speaking, and I heard, as an American, I understand American accents, and I said, "Oh, American." He goes, "Yeah, hey, how are you?" Da-da. I shared my information with him, who I was. He says, "Oh, wow, okay, whoa, why are you here?" I shared him. I was invited from a friend, and I was here, da-da-da, and so he said, "Oh, yeah." And I said, "So what do you do?" And he looked at me and said, "Yeah, I'm with DARPA." And I went, I said, "What did you say? You're actively with DARPA?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "Of course I'm here. Our military, we have to understand how the Chinese are developing their ballistics, and I'm attending this conference and what others are sharing with China. China is getting, and the system, the the military industrial complex, the war machine, the genius, the billions, trillions and trillions of dollars that feed war. Guess what? They all feed into the same beast. It's fed in the same beast. So here, General Smedley Butler, a Marine Corps, he received 2 medals of honor, a great man. I wouldn't even be worthy to even shine General Smedley Butler's shoes. He said and wrote a book, please read it, "War is a Racket." It's a big racket. Simon Dixon said, and I will quote what Simon said. He said, "People have to understand the United States military, they don't serve the American people. They serve the military industrial complex. They serve the machine. That's what it's all about." I understand that. Okay. So moving on here, China understands that very clearly. So do the upper echelons and so does Donald Trump. So this is, let's go feed the beast. Let's go feed the beast. And so let's play the game. Let's get on that merry-go-round and have fun. Now, I've gotten off the merry-go-round because I'm getting quite sick of it. My son served and was lost in that war, buried many men, and I buried this, and I kept saying, okay, let's go feed the beast again. But then we have to stop someday, and we have to say, okay, what are we doing? We're feeding the fuel, and then we are being driven by a madman in Netanyahu in IDF. They Or they talking about feeding the beast, they survive on it. That's their lifeblood. That's what makes them. They're pressing the button full. We're on there with them and understand that. And it has to stop. We have to get this idiot out and this beast system out of our politics. That's not going to happen, by the way. And so now what do we do on this? Well, we have to push back, which we're doing right now in the resistance, and it does work because believe me, eventually they're trying to silence us. They're going to say, wow, we're getting too much pushback. Maybe we shouldn't go sacrifice 5,000 men. Let's back off a bit and try it another way. If you think I'm joking, we had the press secretary 3 days ago, Beatrice can tell you, we were, Sully's space was trending. 3 days, his space was trending. And guess what? You don't think the White House, and you don't think the White House and Trump's administration, they don't notice that? And the IDF and the Mossad, you don't think they know that? Yeah, that's why we get kicked out. Just the other day, I was kicked out. I couldn't get back in 20 attempts. And so anyway, so what happens is we were at this point, and what happens, the press secretary, a couple days ago, she was asked by a reporter, hey, what about social media, especially X? There's a lot of pushback that's completely different. Their narrative is painting a completely different picture. She went apes. She went crazy. She was like, oh, that's fake news. Don't listen to that. That's all conspiracy. So we are getting hurt. We are being hurt. That's why we keep talking the narrative. And as far as China goes, I'll close it here, inevitable. You have, you bring up so many good things and very invaluable things that we need to hear, just like David coming in for the Russian perspective. Yes, we respect each other, we keep our boundaries, but the truth is, inevitable comes up here and says, I'm going to give you the obvious. And so don't attack the messenger. He's giving you the obvious what's happening. So we have to put ourselves in a more strategic position instead of being the idiots that are dying while Russia and China watch. I mean, if I were China or Russia right now, I'd be going, get the popcorn, watch these Americans self-immolate. And I'll go ahead and land it there. Sorry to ramble.
Yeah, I know the situation monitoring, right? That is definitely happening. That's definitely happening in Russia. I know for it too.
Inevitable. You're inevitable, and you're rubber banding really, really bad, brother. I can hardly hear you.
Yeah.
Can you say it again? Can you try
Can
again?
you hear me? How about now?
Oh wow. Can't hear you. Hello, can you hear me?
You know?
It's really breaking up.
Speak again.
Is it bad for anyone else?
No, that's fine.
Okay, Andrew. It's probably you.
Andrew, it's you, I think.
No, okay. No, it sounds terrible, but no, it was going to. I couldn't hear him. Okay, sorry. Okay,
No, I
sorry.
heard it too. It was choppy.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay now though. So go ahead, China.
Yeah. So the Andrew, you're right. China watches pretty much everything, of course, right? But I remember one thing that has been referenced a few times, just in general over the last few years, and I'm pretty sure this is talked about in higher levels of the PLA and other branches, like even the MSS probably takes note. There was this. Have you ever heard of the Millennium Challenge from I think like 2003?
Yes.
Yeah, that was that was a big deal for China actually. China saw that play out and immediately started to draw up scenarios. And I guess for maybe just for brevity, it's sort of this like simulation wargaming essentially that was conducted by the United States Forces Command,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it was and it was really expensive. Like it was really all in. Like it wasn't like, okay, I think people, maybe you can explain better what war games, how important they are, but this was a war game that for one cost hundreds of millions of dollars to even facilitate, right?
It cost
And they
250 million. I've brought this up in this space a few hundred times, and
You did?
in
Okay.
2002 they brought 16 ships into Strait of Hormuz, and in 20 minutes 16 ships went down. America lost 20,000 men, and then they said, no, 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 Iran used illegal tactics. Let's refloat the ships. And then they said, Iran can't use those tactics. Let's neuter Iran so America can win. And okay, let's say we redo this simulation this time. Let's say America brings ships into the Strait of Hormuz. Want to know what Iran has in 2026 that they didn't have in 2002? Iran has drones. And I told my dad this scenario. He's 54 years old, and my dad's like, "Oh, it won't happen this time. We have better ships this time." And I'm like, I'm like, "Are you freaking delusional?" I don't think my dad's this stupid. I think my dad is just intentionally trying to be contrary to me. I mean, like, my dad's very intelligent. I just think he's intentionally being contrary just to mess with me. Like, I have a friend who's very smart and is on my side on all of these issues. He's Muslim, and he's the guy that like woke me up to all of this stuff. So like he's like analyzed, like I met him through X, and he's talked to me. Like I've not met him in person yet. He lives in Michigan. He's talked to my dad over the phone, and he's like, yeah, your dad, there's no way your dad's actually this dumb. Your dad's just messing with you. So like that's my theory. But yeah, like I know the millennium exercise. I think it,
Yeah,
like like
and
yeah,
good.
like Andrew, you've heard me mention the millennium exercise in the space, what now, 5 times at least? Andrew, you there?
Yes,
Yeah, like
Andy. Yeah, Andy. Yes, yes. Andy's brought it up several times, and he's gone over it, but he never really got to explain the full thing. But yes, those simulations have been run and looked at and looked at and looked at several times, and it hands down the only way the U.S. was able to win, as Andy said, was we had to just basically say, well, we've got it, but in honesty, there's no way the U.S. would win in that. And that's another reason why I kept questioning why the Fifth Fleet was putting their battle group or their home port in that box there. Yeah. But Andy's mentioned it. I've heard you at least twice, Andy. I don't know about five, but
Well,
I've heard you twice,
okay.
sir.
you know what people you
No,
found it
and you
perplexing. I
see
know
Trump,
it. Oh, go
and
ahead.
that's why I think Trump is asking for an international coalition to open this trade. So, like, even if they bring in an international coalition, does it really matter how many ships go in there? Even if you bring in 50 ships, isn't that just 50 ships that Iran's gonna put in the bottom of the strait, right?
Well, that's why it seems like Trump is looking to lure, the international coalition into a potential ground force, right? Which, of course, is not going to be. I don't think it's going to
Well,
be
no, Trump said he
successful. And
wants
if
an
it is,
international coalition to try to bring the strait open.
yes,
Trump said the war is
yeah, I think
over.
that's
We
that's what he's
won. We
setting out,
needed to
though.
open the strait. But I don't think
Right.
South Korea is dumb enough to bring a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Because no, Trump said that he wants China to bring a ship in to open the strait, and China's like, they're already letting our oil through. We're not going to do that. You think South Korea is dumb enough to bring a ship into the Strait of Hormuz? Hell no, they're not stupid. I don't think any country's dumb enough to do that.
Well, Trump is banking on using this. Like he's going to name countries that he feels okay. He's going to name countries that he wants the entire world to feel beholden to intervening in the strait. Right? He wants to use sort of this guilt and shame tactic, this name and shame tactic. Shame if you don't participate, right? Such as Spain, for example, and names such as say the UK, whereas he will call out the UK, and then if they acquiesce, then he'll gladly take whatever that he can get from them. And I do believe, so what I believe is that, well, first of all, the Millennium Challenge, right? That was that they didn't even name Iran. That was the thing that people found perplexing, at least in China. Like in the PLA, at least from my understanding, it was almost a running joke about how they didn't want to actually name Iran in the simulation. They just wanted to call it like red team or red state or whatever, right? And it represented the Persian Gulf specifically. And you pretty much spelled out how asymmetrical warfare was how the US ended up losing in these simulations. And they're making a lot of the same mistakes this go around that they essentially you would have thought that they prepared for. And of course what's interesting now is that there's a example, and it's a prescient example of like Iran's edge in asymmetrical conflict, but the balance really shifted in Iran's favor since that experiment over the past like what 30
No, I know
years.
that's
Um,
2002. Honestly, I don't think Iran
right.
is prepared for this war if the US didn't do that. So I think the US doing that prepared Iran for this war. So I think the US shot themselves in the foot by doing that stupid experiment. It's like, why does the US do an experiment like that and show themselves losing? So Iran's like, holy crap. The US did an experiment that shows they can't win, and then we can better prepare ourselves to defeat them by building cheap drones that are cheaper than cars, while the US has waste, fraud, and corruption, where we have to pay these military contractors that are beholden to a bunch of billionaires, where that are paying 3, 4, 5 times market value for missiles, where interceptor is $2 to $15 million, while our drone is 20 to 50,000. Like, let's say the interceptor is only 2 million, the low end, and the drone is high end 50,000. That is still a 40-to-1 ratio, which is absolutely insane, and that is the very low end. That is the low end, where you're going the high end on the drone and the low end on the interceptor.
Well, and you know, I'm a little bit split with that because I do think just from how that simulation went, quite a bit of it honestly boiled down to common sense and geographical advantage, right? Just the fact that a land invasion is so disadvantageous for Americans no matter what, and how you know Iran has had this sort of guerrilla, you know, style that they've really latched onto since the 1980s, and really even imparted it onto Hezbollah as well, training Hezbollah how to master essentially the art of guerrilla warfare, and also studying studying the Viet Cong as well. But Qasem Soleimani really studied the Viet Cong, and he probably was inspired to do this. To your point, after, or at least in part, if not after, this war game simulation played out, right? So there's it's an interesting dichotomy, and another thing too is there was this sort of it's like a resistance sort of military that I think for lack of a better term that Khomeini had really brought into effect, right? Where Khomeini had this basically fixation with self-reliance, even somewhat to the chagrin of the Russians, where the Russians were offering to sell, you know, like for example, okay, like defense systems, right, and radars. The Russians were offering to sell you know, their goods, and the Iranians were saying, well, look, you know, we might not go all in. We might rather you just maybe do limited purchases, but we may not go all the way. You know, like even on a really on a just reliance front, right? Like the Russians offered like this the what is it called, the S-300s, for example, and the Iranians made the Bavars, the Bavar 373s, and they reversed engineered it from the S-300s and had their own basically homegrown layers added to their own defense systems. Therefore, they can essentially rely on themselves. You know, even with the radar systems that they had Chinese radars from the 1980s and managed to make their own versions of the very same thing. They've had missiles and defense systems from China that they acquired, you know, after the Iran-Iraq war, and made their own versions of it in a way that was easier for them to mass produce. And that's again an advantage that bleeds into the current state, where now the U.S. military is arguably much weaker, or at least in a much more disadvantaged state relatively on the world stage, than it was in 2002. Whereas Iran has had, especially over the last year or two, an enormous expansion of its capacity for you know for just for example, for ballistic missiles and for, you know, their drone technology, to where I would put Iran in the top three as far as a drone, you know, producer on, you know, on the planet, at least for military drones at the very least. That they've clearly set themselves apart. So it's interesting. There's that juxtaposition. A weaker Iran essentially is defeating a focused U.S. in minutes, you know, within days, you know, just via the basics. Iran's real world arsenal, you know, their drones, their proxies, their, you know, air defense systems, it makes it exponentially more advantaged. I mean, in 2002, I don't think anybody could have imagined anything, you know, on the level of what is this? It's like the loitering missile, the 358 missile, right? Nobody could have possibly imagined a surface to air missile that loiters in the air and takes out drones and has had basically no answer as they annihilate Reaper drone after Reaper drone, right? It's absolutely impressive. But that on top of the advantage that already exists, now we have to lead into the current state of affairs where now they're going to send that Marine Amphibious Force. And Andrew, that force particularly, that's been another thing that was watched by China quite a bit because of where it was stationed previously, off of Okinawa. And you can I think I even mentioned this yesterday as well, where Okinawa, yeah, this was an advantageous place to put it because they had 70% of America's Marines stationed in Okinawa relative to the rest of the island chain. And so if the amphibious unit were used for any purpose, especially for its ability to deploy in a defensive stance for the island chain, they had sort of a very strong backup, essentially defending them, right? They would, it wasn't a matter of sending out this amphibious unit to the middle of the Gulf of Persia for them to essentially be slaughtered. It's something that is a bit mind-boggling, but from the when you see Trump talk, now you can understand, okay, well, he's going to send these Marines out no matter what, but he is calling and holding, essentially putting the onus upon the other nations on the planet, especially the so-called allies of the United States, to come and provide further assistance. He essentially wants to start this he wants to start this sort of landing base, if you will, making the island of I'm forgetting the name of the island, but he wants to make a landing base out of it and then build upon from there, possibly exerting pressure and forcing his allies into basically a multi-front protracted war. That's what it seems like they're looking for, at least.
Yeah, exactly. You have to remember that the Tripoli came out as a Seventh Fleet asset. That now, when we say Seventh Fleet, you have to know China. You have to know the South China Sea. Japan is the forward staging point out of Okinawa. That's our Marine rapid response. We've trained and trained. I say we, the United States Marines, have trained and trained and trained for that because between Okinawa and Guam. And of course, we get those forces in South Korea. That's a different subject. You can't count on that. But that's what keeps China, quote, I'll say, in check from infantry, from ground forces. Our fleet, the Seventh Fleet, we now are so stretched, so thin. You can't even imagine. We don't have the Navy we had during the Reagan buildup era. We don't have the Navy we had in Iraq. We don't have that Navy, but yet Trump is talking, and we had an individual come in here and push back against me and say, no, 2 carrier battle groups can accomplish the same as 6. I was freaking out. I was laughing. I was like, are you serious? But no, our fleet is so stretched thin, and that's a great point you make there. Inevitable, absolutely. And it's going to be a waste. It's a complete I don't have words other than to say it's insanity. But back and Andy has been saying this. Now, I've heard him twice come in on that Millennium Project there, the Millennium Project. But I will also add in the Pentagon, and when I was in the submarine side of the house on the staff of the Submarine Force Atlantic, we used there are many, many other battle simulations and theater simulations that that aren't discussed. We analyze everything by battle analytics and analysis and what ifs and think tanks. And now with the AI, they would run these simulation computer models of every scenario in the Persian Gulf. And again, I got a lot of hate and pushback. Oh, he's saying he's not at liberty to discuss it because he's hiding behind his. But no, I'm not at liberty to discuss the scenarios that back that up, where we've looked at this over and over again, and we can't fight that fight in there. We have to fight it out further. So again, I'm asking, why would Trump? And obviously, why? And every time I ask why, I don't have an answer other than it's insane, other than these generals have to answer for it. Now, if we all are proven wrong, and if the United States annihilates Iran and they're totally destroyed, and we make the landing and our Marines, okay, Man, that's great. I will admit I was wrong. I will say, please forgive me. I was a fool. Forgive me. You were right. I was wrong. Yeah, I'd be willing to admit it, but that's not what I'm seeing. And I never saw it in Afghanistan. I never saw it in Iraq. I never saw it in Vietnam. And I'll end it there.
Exactly. And what is really baffling about this is if they really wanted regime change in Iran, like, why the heck did they not do this in like 2002, 2003, before Iran had longer range ballistic missiles that could hit Israel, before they had these advanced cluster munitions? Like, why did they wait until now? Like, what the heck are they thinking? Like, I don't even get it. Like, if the US wanted to stop China from invading Taiwan, they could absolutely do that. But the cost of that would be multiple aircraft carriers at the bottom of the South China Sea, their bases in Japan, gone. Their bases in South Korea, gone. Could they want to know what China would lose? China would probably lose a lot of their transports and ships trying to invade Taiwan. So it would be mutually assured destruction. If I were China, want to know what my strategy is? I would build up my own ships. I would wait for the US to self destruct in on itself. I have said this multiple times on Twitter that if I were China, I would wait for the US to spend ourselves into oblivion. Why would I waste any of my own soldiers if I was China invading Taiwan when the US is going to lose the reserve currency status itself by spending itself into oblivion? China would be stupid to invade Taiwan. Do you agree, Inevitable?
Well, to be honest, I'll be completely honest. China has been preparing for over the last two, like maybe like 10 or 20 years at least, to take on the U.S. military at full capacity. It has up to this point at least hedged and trained and produced and war gamed and tested for a full capacity direct confrontation with the U.S.
I
military
think that's what
and
the
in no
Chinese
and
want, though.
complete no holds barred.
I think that's what
Well, and
I think the Chinese
well, I was
want us
just
to
gonna say
knock
like
each
the
other out. I think they want us to knock each other out. That's the frightening.
well, and it kind of there is a bit of there's quite of a historical element to it, right? Where there's a long-standing sort of under okay, Taiwan essentially okay, so most Americans see kind of Taiwan as a separate entity, but I
Know
would
that it's
compare it
part of
to
your country.
if
I know it's
Texas
part of your
branched
country,
off.
and you want it. Yada yada yada.
Fair enough, fair enough. But like the Chinese military has really focused on like developing ways to strike high value assets and really go for everything from precision guided ballistic missiles, making sure that there's no stone unturned. The margin for error is essentially zero, right? It's at rock bottom. There's no room for mistake whatsoever in the minds of the PLA, the and the PLA Navy. The precision guiding, the stealth fighting, penetration, electronic warfare, hypersonic, weapon development, sixth generation fighters, everything you can think of. And then Iran comes around and then uses basically just like conventional missiles, and hits military bases all over the Gulf basically with ease. Sends drones and has there's no answer for the drone. Sends up the 358s, and there's no answer for the 358s. They have their basically their reverse engineered radar. They have the CFIR radar system, which is like an over the horizon radar system that was developed by Iran and is like top secret. Like none of their even allies don't really know much about it. They've got like the phased array radars for more like long, I guess medium range, if you will. And they've been able to use that, and they didn't. The U.S. will always deny. But anyway, just my point with that is like it seems like China's overestimated the U.S. military capabilities. Just if we're going by again, and we have to understand the PLA Navy has the entire, even just the map of the globe itself looks different than it does in America in the eyes of someone in the PLA Navy, right? Where the Pacific is considered the entire theater is essentially like able to be touched, right? It's completely just within arm's length. The idea is that there is no target that cannot be neutralized within 30 minutes, right? And that's just, and this is not anything top secret. This is like all published stuff, right? But someone sent me this morning an article too that kind of spoke on the electronic warfare side, because I was thinking, okay, well, what could Iran do to just kind of take out that, well, for which it sounds terrible probably because those are people that would die, but what would Iran do from a defensive standpoint to, counter this oncoming incursion of the Tripoli, right? And the first thing that came to mind after like looking at that article was the electronic warfare. It was an article, and I can post it maybe somewhere. I don't know. I'll post it somewhere. But it was referencing this electronic this incident basically that took place in the South China Sea between the U.S. and Chinese forces, and this happened in 2023. And from what I recall, there was an incident where they were able to neutralize um, a U.S. a U.S. vessel, right? I think it was like a carrier-based aircraft, where China was able to like, and it was a single. Well, rather, it was on a carrier fleet, right? Um, they were able to neutralize completely through cutting-edge electronic warfare capabilities, like an entire carrier fleet that was in the area, and just thinking about that, and this was, by the way, from one cruiser, right? So I'm going to have to look up that article again, but one Chinese cruiser was able again to neutralize, from my understanding, like a carrier-based aircraft, right? So this was like completely like unprecedented levels of electronic warfare, and this was obviously it wasn't any sort of like substantial event. Obviously we would all hear about it if it was. But my point for bringing that up is Iran, as a potential countermeasure against the Tripoli, does have the ability to exploit sort of like well, first of all, could exploit the aviation centric vulnerabilities that are there everywhere. Every aviation force has them, because we understand that it is going to be sort of like an aviation attack. They're probably going to go for an air assault. You know, like the Tripoli doesn't really have, and Andrew, I think you're the one who actually brought this up yesterday. They don't have like a traditional well deck for any sort of heavy amphibious landing, so they would probably have to rely on air assets, right,
Yeah,
to
that's
project
correct.
power,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, and that's if they can get close enough in the first place. Obviously, that's its own, and Iran could obviously just use drones and use maybe the anything from like their loitering drones again, or they could use a missile. But the other idea is, well, why do they have to do that, right? Why not play a more use a more deterrent strategy to begin with? And there was this event where many ships on the Strait of Hormuz were experiencing sort of like their systems were going completely haywire. This was taking place about a month, rather a week ago, and I think the radar systems of every ship for an extended period of time, I think it was about an hour, were like unresponsive. Even Chinese ships were being affected by it. And the rumor is that Iran was testing potential electronic warfare technology that they have that may or may not have been publicly disclosed. And so really the idea is that like the Lightning carrier concept, right, which is kind of effective for rapid and over the horizon assaults, are still susceptible to electronic warfare, and that comes right back to that event that took place in 2023, where from essentially from ship, but it could also be from shore, or from afar, they were able to completely jam, a U.S. carrier-based aircraft, or at least China was. So now in this case, you know, we've been able to observe that F-35Bs require clear command and control links, and they're vulnerable to saturation if they get like torn apart and isolated from broader fleet support. Well, what fleet support is there going to be for that amphibious unit? There is none. They're waiting on other countries to provide that. They literally are. So the MEU is a small size, right? It's like 2,500 people. So, that sort of kind of limits how much it can be sustained in the first place, right? So they're using it as a tip of the spear, but if you dull, or if you, essentially like cut the blade, or dull the blade on the first, day, right? You're basically just like, what do you have to follow up with? It would be a humiliation on the highest level for the U.S.
Yeah,
Marine
exactly.
Corps. It
Yeah,
would be.
exactly. to weigh in, Inevitable, to back you up, and absolutely, the force that would be needed to do what they are supposedly trying to do is completely insane. To do what they want to do, you would have to have, realistically speaking, probably 5 times the amphibious a surge. But there again, it'll still be a failure because we don't have air superiority. It's not there. And
Yeah, no, go
yeah, yeah, and every day, one thing folks don't understand is every day, for example, the United States Navy, we are monitoring our opponents, China and Russian threats. We monitor them. We look at everything they do. We copy their signatures, their electronic signatures. Now, I'm not going to talk about submarine warfare because that's the silent service. There's areas in there that I'm not going to discuss. I can't discuss. I won't discuss. But the only thing that's really saving the United States is our submarine force. I'm talking Navy here. Our submarines, our fast attacks. Oh, believe me, Liberty discussed this. We have plans. Oh, there's laid out. Now, again, we have our SSBNs, and that's the strategic nuclear threat. But even then, shockingly, because a lot of it, I'm being honest, China has stolen through, even when I was in California, a university professor and his wife were stealing secrets from the U.S. Navy. They're working with Woods Hole, MIT, where we use it. That's our deep thinking for our technology. But the Chinese, right or wrong or indifferent, they've reverse engineered, as Inevitable said, and now their submarines have gone from a disgusting, laughable submarine force to now they're becoming a threat. Guarantee you, the Russians, we watched the Russians go from an insane, just a bunch of thugs out there in loud diesel engine and heavy laden nuclear submarines. They closed the gap. So now we are at parity. We have 3 big elephants in the room here. The United States is still number 1 on paper as a Navy, and I think we are because of our submarines, not our carriers. No. Our submarines, and I'll put our submarines, American submarines, I'll put them toe to toe with the Russians any day. I'll put the United States submarines against the Chinese any day, and the Chinese know it, and so do the Russians. However, to go around with hubris saying no, that's very dangerous. No, we take them as very credible threats, and believe me, the Chinese are closing the gap, and we have to really look at that. So yeah, absolutely, I'll close it there.
Yeah, no, and and I really wanted to, because in bringing up that incident that took place in the South China Sea, and how again that aircraft was essentially be able to be neutralized, right? That the
Yes.
carrier fleet essentially, just in bringing
Yep.
that up, that the reason why I brought that up as
Yep.
well was because that was done again through ship, right? That was done
Yep.
from particular. I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought, but that was from the done from a naval carrier, or rather that was done from a cruiser, from a Chinese cruiser
Yes.
to an
And,
American aircraft. Oh, go ahead.
yes, because the Chinese know that they have to, and they did that. I'm aware of that incident, by the way, and
Okay.
that was no one wanted to talk about that. Let's don't talk about
Oh,
that.
no
Can we
worries, no
change the
worries. Well,
subject?
but you
Yeah.
know what? Here's where I
No,
was
I'm
coming
saying
from.
no, but inevitable. Why I'm saying that is, let's move on. But no, let's be honest. Our carrier battle groups are floating targets. I'm not supposed to say that. Okay, I said it. And the Chinese has figured out. Oh yeah, and by the way, I was very alarmed when I saw that, but I wasn't surprised. I talked to an engineer at a naval base recently. This is it's been a year and a half ago now, almost 2 years ago. I talked to a naval architect. I'm sorry, naval engineer, who works on systems for anti-submarine and anti mostly submarine warfare. But he was talking about that. And do you think that we haven't been alarmed by that? You don't think that we're having to really try to play catch up with that?
Oh,
We're
okay. You
aware that.
just reminded me. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did
No,
something
no,
happen?
go ahead, because no, the United States the Navy is very, very aware of that.
Well, you just reminded me, and so the thing that was like the big takeaway was that radar that radar that was on that cruiser was AI driven. It was an AI enhanced radar. That's what gave it the advantage for the jamming capabilities over that carrier based aircraft of the United States. So in what I'm so okay, this was in 23, right? Since then, and this is
Yeah, I
not
believe
like, I
so.
don't
It was
think
a
this is
couple of years.
I don't
Yep.
I don't so and I don't think this is like a, I don't think this is anything that's like too hard to find. As all things, as all technology, the best way to make it more effective is to make it smaller, and to make it and to put it, rather to deploy it, um in
Uh,
how do
uh,
I put this?
on all,
How do I
you want
word this, Andrew?
what you're trying to say is you want to make it smaller and to put it on all surface platforms.
And particularly subterranean like platforms as well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's another area I'm not going to go into that, but yeah,
Right.
it's definitely a threat, and China is closing
Well,
that extremely fast. So
the reason why I bring this up is Iran has unmanned underwater vehicles, if you will, right?
I'm very, very, very aware of that. That's like day one. I got a lot of pushback by an individual that came on the space. When I said that, I was laughed at. I was mocked. They have nothing. We can blow them out of the water. Okay, you idiots, listen. And I don't want to call anybody names, but a fool would say they don't. We are the U.S. Navy is very, very aware of that. And so, yeah, if you could elaborate, but
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Do
So
you know what
go ahead.
they named it to? I don't know what the word is for, like, in whatever language. I'm drawing a blank on like everything today. I don't know why, but they named it the Dragon. That's what it means in their language. I'm just forgetting the name of the Iranian language, but the name of the unmanned underwater vehicle that which is a lithium powered drone. It's an autonomous drone, right? So it can be controlled by GPS, which they connect to through the Baidu satellites, and then they can also switch to um, they can basically just like switch to analog from there, right? They can, they've got sensors all over it. It can patrol for like a week. It can cover like 1,000 kilometers, maybe more. It's pretty fast. I don't, maybe like around like 30 knots.
No,
Um,
more than that, faster than that, my
yeah,
friend. We
yeah.
we would do we now this I'm at liberty to talk about. We would go down at our Autech range and we would practice against these things. And believe me, you want to drop to your knees when you've been staying up for 2 days straight in a battle scenario. Now this is true. We've done the battle scenarios when we would do an op. And then to train, and those little things scream. I mean, they scream, and to kill them is no easy feat, believe me. But now here's the other thing too. Okay, that's just one. Now we've got, I'm saying how we trained more than one against them. But let me say this: they don't just have one. And honestly, thank you. I heard you said before. I did not know it was named Dragon. We just called them, UAPs, and we just call them little mini devils running around down there. But let me say this too. There's not one inevitable, not two. There's multiple. It's just like there are multiple levels of drones. They have these underwater little
Yeah, it's a
submersible, and
whole
that's
fleet. It's a whole swarm. But yes, you're right.
yeah, they swarm, bro. They swarm,
And
and
the
you would.
idea. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, go ahead, go ahead. I'm with
Well,
you.
well,
What you're
the,
saying, people are going to say, "Get that Chinaman off of there. He's spreading fear mongering." No, people need to hear this. This is what we're dealing with here. Yes.
sorry, I double tapped. The idea of this is, right, in my view, the first time I even heard about like the deployment of the 2,500 troops and the Tripoli and the um, just the entire arrangement, my first thought was, why would Iran even allow this past the Arabian Gulf or the Arabian Sea? Why would they even allow this anywhere near the Strait of Hormuz in the first place? Now, maybe they get right on that island. Maybe they have no trouble. Maybe they have no issues. However, if I have to guess, right, like, just, and again, this is again from observations on the Chinese side, because again, this was stationed in Japan, so drop a you can't drop a nickel on the floor without the PLA seeing it. And I think that's fair to say, right? I think that's
Yes, it's more than fair to say you have an entire regiment, not a regiment, a entire not beyond a bit. I guess it's a regiment of Chinese PLA officers. That's all they do is AI, and they sit at their computers for 12-hour shifts.
Yeah, everything is monitored in that front. In my view, if you have these UUVs that are equipped, not just with, of course, resistant electronic warfare resistant, GPS through our satellite control, right, through the Baidu satellites, but they also have the ability to provide a counterinsurgency, and provide counter electronic counter jamming, right? And it's automated. It's not something that you even have to be at the helm for. That's something that Iran has shown a willingness and the ability to do. Now again, I don't know the full extent of Iran's capabilities with electronic jamming. They've, of course, fared much better than anybody would have thought, from electronic warfare being waged on them. If it were up to the United States, their fake discombobulator would have stopped every single ballistic missile from firing the way that it did in Venezuela. Which, by the way, the defense systems in Venezuela weren't even powered on. I mean, I'm not even going to get into that, right? But the last thing I'll put, because I know I'm kind of just all over the place with this, but I'm also being streamlined in kind of spelling out the numerous like ways that this can be resisted. They're using an amphibious, swarm, an amphibious fleet, if you will. They're using the Tripoli, which is something it's so documented. It is documented to death. The idea that Iran is not going to know how to counter this, or that Iran is not going to have any ability to counter this, or any other oncoming attempted naval fleets, or any sort of naval siege of the southern island of Karag, is just nonsense. Because again, it's not equipped. The Tripoli is not equipped. It's vulnerable to close range threats, especially in choke points. That was made clear. That's like documented, publicly
Yeah,
produced PLA knowledge, right?
Exactly. So, oh
exactly.
yes, they're
Did
saying the
you
ship's gonna take 2 weeks
did
to
they
come here. Oh
one?
no, a ship's taking 2 weeks to come here. Oh no, Iran, which has been preparing for this war for 30 years, and which has exercised a military masterclass against a $1 trillion army for 2 weeks, can't stop and has blockaded the Strait of Hormuz, can't stop an unarmed troop transport from coming into the Strait of Hormuz. This unarmed troop transport is going to just pierce this perfect blockade and take an island. Like, how is this ship going to get in there? Like, what's Trump going to do? Is he going to bring in a bunch of destroyers? Like
No,
Andrew and I will explain, how is this Tripoli going to get to
no,
that
it's a Tripoli. Yeah, no way. Yeah,
like,
Andy, you got
like
it.
if I were Iran, I would put that thing
Yes.
in the bottom of the fucking ocean. Sorry for
Yeah.
swearing.
Well, I think that's what their plan is. Honestly, I think they want them to come in, and there's an individual that pushed back against me and actually was yelling, "He's fear mongering. He's just no, no. It's a kill
Like, do you
box."
think
And I
Iran's
think they
gonna
want
sink
him to
that
go
thing
in the
well
kill
before it
box.
gets to Kargai? Do you think
They really
Iran's gonna
want
sink
them
that
to
thing?
go in that kill box, and they invited them in. Come on in, then boom, they'll do it. So I pray
Like,
they
you think
won't,
Iran's
but
gonna sink that well before it gets to Kargai Island? It's gonna be 2,500 Americans in the bottom of the sea.
yeah, yeah, that's what ultimately very, very, very well could happen. And I know I'm called the fear monger, but it's very well could
You
happen. But
can't exactly
yeah,
because because like think about it. Even World War II, when you had your troop transports going ashore, you had your destroyers and stuff protecting it. But if it was so easy to get destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz, why aren't our destroyers protecting the oil tankers right now? Because you can't do it because it is not possible. Because if we put our destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz, we would have 100 Shahad drones taking out a destroyer as we speak.
that's from the surface, Andy. What about
Right.
subsurface?
Can I add something
Exactly. The
here,
mines
Andy?
would take it out. And then the mini subs.
Gee, Andy,
Ye-
you are a very bright young man. I'm telling you what. No, good. You're right, Andy. You're right. You're right.
Andrew, can I say something?
And then, oh yeah, just let me just say this, please. I'll say one more
Sure,
thing.
sure,
Isn't it
sure.
ironic that the ship, the Tripoli, it's pronounced Tripoli. Guess what the Tripoli is named after? Tripoli. I'll give you some geography to figure out what that. And this was named after when the United States Marines earned their Leatherneck. And I hope a Marine can come in here and talk about that when we fought the Moors. Okay, and that was the battle when the Barbary pilots had kept pirating American merchant shipping. Our Navy went and took them on, but our Marines had to go ashore and fight the Barbary pirates, and they were very vicious foes. And our Marines developed a leather neck to prevent their necks being slashed. But anyway, the Tripoli, yeah, very ironic. Yeah. And that was they called them the Barbary pilots was the rogue. I don't know the exact tribe of those Islamic Bedouins there or whatever they were down in those tribes. I don't have the background on it, but yeah, Tripoli, yeah, interesting. And go ahead, sir. I'm sorry for rambling.
Yeah,
Whoever's
I just wanted to add to what you guys were talking about. So, we've all seen Hezbollah, right? They can be vicious. They are like one force to reckon with, right? Um, Now, Iran has been training people, right? The Axis is pretty much trained by Iranians, including Qasem Soleimani and people like that. Now, if they go into Iran, boots on the ground, it would be massacre. I mean, they have taken away their leader, like who everybody loved like a father. Like it's gonna be a massacre. They are hungry for blood. I can tell you that. Yes, you're right. They want them to come in. They are welcoming, right? So I think, yeah, it'll be a disaster. Just wanted to.
Yeah, you heard the man. No, they're ready. They want it. Like, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, you think the Iranians are? You think they're going? They're like, oh no, they're going to send in the Tripoli. What? Yeah, come on, come on, come on. And they've said that several times. And don't you think China's watching this carefully and helping them carefully? The Russia's not helping in every way possible. Let's talk about that, and I'll just leave it here. Yeah, please, people, speak out against this. Please support Suleiman Space. Please know that what he's doing makes an effort, and this resistance must be heard. It's a battle, folks. We're fighting the warfare, the psychological warfare here, and I love you all. And listen, I don't want innocent
Do you think
Iranian.
Trump sacrificing to Tripoli to then justify a nuke and say, "Oh, we lost 2,500 Americans"? Do you think he's using that to justify the nuke?
That's what
I was
Anthony
just
Aguilar
about to
says.
ask that. I was literally just about to ask that.
Really? Yeah, that's what Anthony Aguilar said, the retired Marine Corps, Green Beret Colonel Aguilar. That's what he thinks. I wouldn't. You know what I say? It's definitely possible. That's
I
how.
mean,
Yeah.
it'll be almost up there with like a Pearl Harbor style attack. You know, like, oh, look what the Iranians did
Except
to
it's not a Pearl
a
Harbor
U.S.
style
American
attack
warship.
because it's you're bringing it into
And
their theater, not the Japanese coming into our theater. So you can't call it a Pearl
No,
Harbor.
no, I know, but I'm saying like as far as like the headlines go, it's just gonna be they're just gonna spin their narrative to the American media is what I'm essentially getting
Andrew,
at.
you
You know?
should honestly post this now and say they're gonna try to sacrifice the. You should put this out there now. Solomon or someone should put this out there now to get ahead of the narrative before this happens, so we can try to
yeah,
stop it.
yeah, I'll work the language on that. It's a good idea.
Well,
But
you
what
don't
freedom?
have the
Hey,
reach.
Andy, let freedom
It
say.
needs to be. It needs to be an American with the reach because Solomon, unfortunately, they'll be like, "Oh, he's a Brit," so they won't buy it. We
Yeah,
find an
no, that's
American who
true.
has the reach.
Yeah, that's true. No, I'll put something together, and that's a good point. But hey, Andy, I want to hear what Freedom had to say. Freedom, could you explain that?
Yeah, no, I was just like touching up on what Andy was saying because he was gonna ask a very important question that me and him had a similar question. Because I was gonna say America could use the bombing and the sinking of ships going into the Strait of Hormuz because it is a vital choke point to them being sunk, and by them knowing that with all the information that you guys provided, that would be huge for them to use that as an excuse to possibly use tactical nukes on Iran. And the reason why I mentioned like the Pearl Harbor style attack is because they can essentially, the media can spin it into a narrative where, oh, look what the Iranians did to American U.S. warships, but the Americans knew all along that that would happen as well. You know, the they they knew that this will essentially happen to themselves. So I don't see any other reason as to why they wouldn't try to use that as a way to basically say, oh, this is a good enough reason to nuke Iran now.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Colonel
Which
Aguilar said.
exactly, and this is just going back. I know I've beaten this horse a bunch of times. This is exactly why they had to take Charlie Kirk off the chessboard, because I mentioned this in the space last night. He was, with the text messages Brett Weinstein released, Charlie Kirk was in the White House lobbying Trump during the 12-day war, 2 days in a war in the White House, lobbying Trump against going to war with Iran. So, I mean, yes, Charlie Kirk was a Zionist, but then we saw those text messages at the end that he got bullied by the Jewish donors because they were saying, "Oh, you have to dump Tucker Carlson," and Charlie's like, "No, I'm standing by my friend." And then he's like, "I have no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." And then 2 days later, there's a bullet in his neck or an exploding microphone or whatever it is. But whatever it was, we know it's not the official narrative that they're telling us. And then now we're in a war with Iran. And he was like the last person that Trump listened to that could have possibly in some way talked him off the ledge from this madness. And then after he was gone, there was no going back from this. Like, Charlie was our last hope to prevent us from this insanity.
Freedom, I
I 100%
disagree with you.
agree.
Like what you said about boots on the ground, and then as an excuse to nuke. They
No,
can
no,
make
I
up.
was I was regarding the ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. I think the boots on the ground will just it'll never work. It's the terrain
But
of
the thing
Iran is
is,
too
right?
challenging.
So what I would say is like, what would nuke do? Right? They cannot achieve what they want to achieve through nuke, right? Like, because they have, like, as I think Sulaiman was saying, according to him, it's 200, but let's say even 65 different cities, right? So what would a nuke do? The other thing is you're forgetting axis of resistance. So it's not just Iran, it's Iraq, it's Yemen, it's Lebanon. You can't just do what you want to do with a nuke. Sorry, man.
And Russia said that they have nuclear weapons. Russia's not going to stand by and just let that happen and
Yeah, I'm not.
do
I
nothing.
haven't even mentioned Russia and China, right?
And
Like
China,
both.
yeah, China, yeah, exactly. Yeah, wake up, folks. But you're not being told what we're saying here in the space out there. No, you're not. You're being told the opposite, the lies. They lied to us in Vietnam. You should have heard the rhetoric in Vietnam when I was 18 years old. Oh, you should have heard it. We must stop the communists. They're going to take over the world. We have to stop them. Yeah, okay, let's go get them. Yeah. And then in Iraq, well, we got to get those weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, okay, let's go find those weapons of mass destruction. And then watch tens of thousands of our young men come back, either body bags or destroyed. My own son, I know people were saying, hey, we're tired of hearing about it, old man. No, I'm not tired of telling you about it. I'm tired of it. I buried young men. But guess what? It was worth it. You know what? Why it was worth it? Because we found those weapons of mass destruction. We did. We really did. In Afghanistan, we're going to go turn them around and we're going to turn them all into believing democracy. Let's go convert them to Christianity too. Yeah, let's do that too. It was worth it. We won that war. Maybe you can wake up others that have that mentality.
Yeah, no, well, it
No, the
seems.
dumbest
Oh, go
take
ahead.
I hear is you have people literally saying that, oh, Iran, they just got conquered by Islam in 1979. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, didn't the Prophet Muhammad didn't weren't they conquered by Islam in like 700 AD? Like, what are you talking about? Like, they think that like they're acting like Iran was some Christian Persian nation until 1979, and then these horrible Muslims came in from some other country and took it over. Like, that's literally what MAGA is spinning up. Like, no, it was always a Muslim nation, and it was always an Islamic nation. Like, I don't even know what they're talking about. They literally said, oh my God, Islam took over Iran in 1979. I don't know what they were talking about. Iran became an Islamic nation in like 700 something AD. So it's completely ridiculous how MAGA tries to just make up history to justify this insane, inhumane, illegal war. And then
Yeah.
bomb a school, like they
Yeah.
literally bomb a school. Like, at a bare minimum, even if you want to justify this war, at least apologize for murdering kids. At least apologize for that. Like, do the bare minimum and say, hey, we screwed up. Like, okay, we had bad intelligence and killed kids. And at this point, I really think they killed the kids on purpose. I would not put it past them because they are that messed up in the head.
Yeah, inevitable. Yeah, I agree, Andy. But I think there's also some Israeli. We use Israeli packages. We do. The U.S. relies on Israeli targeting packages. I know it's insane, but that has to be looked at. But inevitable. What were you going to add, sir?
Oh yeah, well, the target, yeah, no, the U.S. does. They've gotten a lot of data from the genocide in Gaza, as far as their, I think like Palantir especially, they've been able to integrate that. And by the way, that's going to be a bloodbath in Lebanon for that same reason. They're going to everything that we saw in Gaza. I think Israel is planning on doing all that and more in Lebanon. And of course, it's a different ball game. Again, they're underestimating again Hezbollah's capability, and I think they've to some extent hidden and concealed what Hezbollah can do. Over the last couple of years. But no, I think just relating back to what Freedom said earlier, yeah, I think I could see a pretext that they just give themselves to drop, a nuclear bomb. Obviously it's the chance is never. I'm never going to consider a nuclear strike above like 20%, right? I'm never going to say, hey, this is highly likely, only because of how destabilizing it is. I mean, you look at the destabilization of the Gulf, they're trying to win back the Gulf nations' trust. They really are, like Saudi Arabia and and Qatar and the UAE, they are on edge. Even the UAE, even Bahrain, which, for quite a while was like a U.S. vassal, glorified U.S. outlet military base for a country. Even they are on edge, and they have tried to tickle the taint, if you will. They've tried to do their best to appease and accommodate over the last week and say, hey, well, let's go to the UN and let's look, no, look, it was so terrible what happened to you, we'll make it up to you. Look how bad Iran is, look how awful these people are. You see, this is why we have to annihilate them. See guys, let me use your let me send missiles from from your docks now, please. Okay, thank you, UAE. Thank you, UAE. They just continue to try to butter up the Gulf states in order to career and maintain their trust, because if they lose all of their trust, then that pushes them much further and closer to BRICS. And China has sent envoys, diplomatic envoys, directly to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and they've had talks with the foreign ministers in Qatar and of Kuwait as well. Just over the last week, and China has been really centered diplomatically on keeping the Gulf at bay as well, and also, of course, it's a tug of war. It's almost like it's a tug of war for the heart of the Gulf, of the bruised and battered Gulf, who is taking a shellacking from the Iranians. But the carrier, or rather the Tripoli that's being sent out there, the idea of it being a sacrifice sounds horrifying, of course, until you realize just how vulnerable they are. You know, how they can be swarmed so easily. You know, I understand that you're going to have the Tripoli, but you're going to have like a few destroyers. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going to have some destroyers that accompany it. And so they can handle like limited threats, but you know, if you deal with like saturation from like drones or just like fast attack, missiles of any kind, if you, even just the way Iran has handled ships in the Gulf in the first place, right? But that the real thing that I'm really concerned about is the 358s. I think that's going to be something that could really, really, really do some damage in a big way. And do that. It can do that from far out. They really
What are
don't
the
have to let
358s
them in the
again?
Gulf.
What is the
Those are the loitering missiles. The loitering missiles that were they were identified first in like 2019, and they only even knew that they existed from like a seizure because they found them in the Gulf of Aden. But they pretty much it's like a seek and literally. It's a literal seek and destroy drone. It kind of is what it says it is. They're able to basically just like hunt down essentially any targets, and rather than just like completely have sort of like a one-centered a lock-in. They have a lot more range of motion. I think that's the really big part, right? Is that they're able to really clamp down and just like so because it's a hybrid from my understanding. It's like a surface to air. It's like the idea is that you can launch it from the back of a truck, literally from anywhere, from underground, from the side of the highway. You'll be able to control it through GPS. It can hit, gosh, how fast is that? I think it's like what, like I don't know how fast it is, but it can hit like 200 kilometers, right? And within like 30 to 60 minutes, and probably even more so. And it's optimized for air targets, so you don't have to guide them through radar specifically like the S300s. You can just fire and forget, right? And it's loitering, so to evade detection, it can fly low as well. The U.S. relies on detection and for its obviously for its interceptions and its ability to defend any of its assets, right? But if they can fly low until the target hits the kill zone, the killing field, then you can essentially have it lock in, and just from there they've been able to take out, and these 358 missiles alone have taken out like a dozen Reaper drones. These things were like untouchable 10 years ago. And now, you're seeing like penetrated layered defense from this like missile that they didn't even know existed up until like a few years ago, in 2019, I guess technically. Um, and so they have this like figured out because the Tripoli, it's like a lightning carrier. So they don't have like what is it? I don't know the name of it's like they don't have a certain type of DAC. Um, Gosh, because it prioritizes
Well, they have
aviation, right?
well, they're an LHA, and that is they're basically like a little mini carrier. Their
Right.
primary
Yes.
mission, yeah,
Thank you
yeah,
for saying that. Yeah, that's
And
what
yeah.
I mean by like
this is
lightning
also a
carrier.
failure. Like, why did the U.S. like? Obviously, we don't want the U.S. to succeed here because we need Iran to win for the sake of humanity. But like, if I were the U.S., why did you not have like something like the Tripoli state in the region at the beginning? Like, it's actually
Yeah,
kind of embarrassing
Right.
how like. Well,
exactly.
when you have a
That's what I
guy
was thinking.
with tattoos thinking he's a
Yeah,
crusader carrying out an
yeah.
ancient fort crusade from 1,000 years ago against Muslims as a Secretary of Defense, that kind of explains everything.
It explains
Well,
everything. Real quick, I want to say
okay.
with the Tripoli, before I went submarine warfare, I served with the amphibious navy, and you will have typically, which we have here, the Tripoli. That's the main center, the big deck. We call those, like the big deck platform. But then you're going to have LPDs with that, and those are amphibious transport dock ships that actually provide watercraft. Those are those LCUs that deploy, and usually with the Tripoli, I just double checked myself. Yeah, we've got two LPDs there, San Diego, New Orleans. I'm sure they're with them somewhere, not with them directly, but they're there somewhere. But the CGs, we got of course, a Ticonderoga class guided missile destroyer cruiser with them, and then an Arleigh Burke destroyer with them for air defense, anti-surface. Now, the anti-surface and anti-submarine protection from the Arleigh Burke. Yeah, again, I'm not at liberty to go into the details of that, but they're still going into a kill box. It's insane.
Well, and they're not optimized for like really intense threat salvos, are they? I think that's the
No,
real
no
that's
air,
the issue,
exactly.
right?
No. You have to have established air superiority. That's doctrine. You can look that up.
Right.
Even yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna answer Andy because on a different space that I was speaking on, I mentioned that they that the United States and Israel both attacked Iran during the month of Ramadan, and my theory is they probably assumed that since it's the month of Ramadan, it's usually a month of peace, that the Iranians weren't going to strike back like the way that they did, and they immediately responded, and it kind of almost shell shocked the U.S. Across the whole region, and it targeted a lot of the GCC countries and a lot of the countries within the region, and I believe that the United States didn't calculate how quickly Iran was going to respond due to this. And obviously, it's just a theory of mine, but that's what I speculate and believe. Because a lot of times, a lot of people say, "Oh, why didn't the U.S. respond or didn't do this?" I think they just didn't expect Iran to attack so quickly.
Yeah, no. So, well, again, yeah, because you had mentioned nuclear, and yeah, nuclear, it would absolutely kill the trust and the stability of the Gulf in general, and really all of West Asia. The world would rush to the nuclear proliferation. The world
I
would sprint to it.
I have a question for you. The question that I was going to ask you was, do you believe that due to the United States not being able to properly defend these GCC countries, do you think that a lot of these GCC countries will eventually start to look at China as an option to basically offer it some sort of protection, maybe even Russia? Because I mean, Iran exposed how vulnerable these countries are as well.
No, that's the biggest risk. That's why they ran to the UN Security Council, last week, and tried to get sort of this illusion, this vision of I guess more not just protection but solidarity, right? In sort of doing this condemnation. But no, the GCC states, like they already lobbied, from my understanding, pretty intensely against escalation like before the war. And they do, some of them, especially the UAE, have pretty shady, Zionist ties. However, Iran struck anyway, of course, out of necessity, because the U.S. and Israel struck them, right? And the idea there is okay. There have been thousands and thousands of people stranded, alone. Like they've said, over 100,000 people have been stranded, and probably more, throughout the Gulf. You've had billions of dollars lost. You've had billions of dollars incurred in damage. You've had production and oil, not just outflows, but also just even um, critical depots and docks that have been attacked, and now that they need to be repaired. You've had insurance companies canceling deals. You've had trust completely eradicated. They canceled the F1. They, again, like, and this isn't the first time that they've had to kind of like hold the bag, or kind of wait for the US to intervene. Like in 2019, there was an incident where the US didn't, get involved. I think in 2022 there was like an incident in Abu Dhabi. There were like strikes that took place, and the US wasn't really there for them either at that point. There's not many instances in which you can even really look at um instances in which the US protected the Gulf states. From the perspective of the Gulf, they have the insight and information to know that, hey, like the US kind of triggered this war through assassinating, well, Khamenei, and maybe even before that with Soleimani, and other unprecedented strikes that they claim to be preemptive. And even just like from the economic leverage as a soft power, yeah, China definitely is considered an option, and it's already probably, I mean, it's already the biggest trading partner with the GCC as it is, like right now, right? Like the UAE has like a 28 billion trading arrangement with China, right? And that was pre-war, right? Before this all went on, the Belt and Road investments that are in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE ports, and in the infrastructure that exists. Yeah, like China's already sells like drones and allegedly missiles, but I think the jury's out. China already has deals that are based on defense, right, and protection, and I can certainly imagine. And the thing is, the best part is that China's not going to set a military base there. That's never going to happen. That's just not in China's MO. China probably has about like I don't know off the top of my head all of its military bases, but there's like one in Cambodia, and there's like
Share
one
it with
in
America.
Ethiopia. There's like one in Ethiopia, and I don't really. There's
They share
barely
it with
any.
America.
Say that again.
It's that base you're talking about. The only base that China has outside of their country is a shared base with America.
Right. Yes. There you go. And you're not going to see China set up military bases, and you're not going to see China do this sort of like
because they can't.
Imperialism. Well, there's no incentive to, right? Either. Well, and that's just more some from internal doctrine as well from China. There's no incentive to. There's no desire to, right? But there is that lack of trust that there's a chasm in trust that's going to have to be filled, and I don't see any reason for the GCC to continue. However, there is a reason through intimidation potentially. I guess now that I think about it, they could potentially through intimidation and coercion from the U.S. and allies, they could end up crawling back to their abusive master, and if that takes place, then that's just a shame. But time will tell. Honestly, I think that's a big underlying story that needs to play out, if anything.
So let me get this right. This is Iran's strategy. Let America destroy all of your air force. Let them sink all of your ships. Right? Let them take out all of your air defenses. Oh, that's a pretty bold move. I mean, I'm curious to see exactly what the strategy is here.
Well, Iran's navy, quote unquote, wasn't really like much of a factor in the first place. Just strategically speaking, there that was never going to be the primary factor, or even anything remotely pertinent in an affair with America and Israel, right? That's so that, and then you said what? That they took out what else? You said
their air force.
Well, again, yeah, like Iran has been able to pretty much do enough damage without like without any sort of like fighters or anything of that sort.
Give you that. Let me ask you: do you know what the top 5 air forces in the world are?
Sure isn't Iran.
You let me know.
He's looking at this conventional.
Number one is obviously the Air Force. Number 2 is the Navy. Number 3 is Russia, the entire country of Russia. Number 4 is going to be the United States Army, and number 5 is the Marines. So this talk about Iran's just waiting for the right moment to strike. You know what? I will give you this. They've sank at least 25 AI ships since this started.
So, okay, can I say something here? So the thing is, what Iranians, what I've heard them saying is like they have studied American warfare for 20 years, right? Like, and you have to see what it means, right? So how does America gain power, right? It's through air superiority, right? Like they go in, they bomb the whole country, and then that's it. That country is done. What they've done is they've built cities and cities of, so they have runways below the ground. Like they have everything below the ground.
Sure,
now
they do.
that is the reason America is like the Air Force isn't helping much. Yeah, they can take out the infrastructure, but they cannot take out military like
well, they took out your leader there. They took him out in a book.
Yeah, so what did it do? It did worse. Like they couldn't
took his
have
son
done
out too,
the worst
remember?
thing.
He's got like
Sorry?
one leg now.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Like that's propaganda.
Sure it is. Sure it
even
is.
Even if that
it's
happens,
all propaganda. I get it.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything because they have behind one leader, they have like 5 different leaders waiting.
That's every country you can think of.
No, that's not every country.
Yeah, it is.
That's
America
why they
has
were
the
able
same
to.
way.
That's why they were able
president.
to take Iraq. That's why they were able to take Syria and all that. That's wrong. Well, you have no idea what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You know what? I'm glad the Iranians are getting the smoke that they wanted for chanting "Death to America" all these
All right,
years.
all right,
So
all right, man.
I'm
Keep
glad you're
kanging,
getting it.
man. Keep kanging. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
I
still stuck
am.
on this whole Air Force argument. But anyway, yeah,
If I could
no,
just chime in real quick, or someone speaking.
no,
Yeah,
go ahead, go
that
ahead.
No, you're good. You're
inevitable
good.
was speaking, but yeah, go ahead.
I know this is completely off topic, and I mean, I've been hearing everybody's insight about everything related to what you guys are talking about, military aircraft powers and all this. I just want to say one thing. I mean, honestly, from what I've seen and from what we've lived, us Palestinians were too nice, and we learned our lesson, and we paid the price for that. And I think Iran, which is the topic of this whole space, I think Iran has learned our lesson within these 40 years. They weren't nice. I mean, they were just playing along with what they had to play along with, and they were also beautiful human beings. I've been there, and I mean, it's such a beautiful country, beautiful people, such great hospitality, and it's nothing like we've ever seen in the mainstream media. So whatever you guys are saying about lost a leg or this or that, I mean, I didn't really pay attention to that, because in the end, man, this is all meaningless. Iranians are gonna stick together just like us Palestinians are sticking together, and now it's not just us and them. Now it's all of us, the whole world. I mean, the whole Middle East, at least, finally, and the whole world and the West. I mean, which is something that completely baffles me, because when I was living in Miami, and I was trying to explain all these things about Islam and about the way we live and what's prohibited and what's allowed, and about Palestine and I mean, I got kicked out, expelled. I've had so many things happen to me, and I'm like, I guess this is the price you pay for being Palestinian. But you raise your high held up high, and then I think Iranians are doing the same exact thing. So it doesn't matter about anything else now. And things are going to play out the way they're going to play out. And inshallah, I mean, it's all going to be for the benefit of all humanity, because getting rid of a Zionist entity, oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. We are
Hey,
there.
hey. And, Omar, that's you. I can't see all the screen. It's really weird. Hey,
Yeah, it
Omar,
is
yeah.
weird.
If folks that don't know who's speaking, this man is he knows what he's talking about. His background, Suleiman's talked about it at length. Love you, my brother, and he's absolutely right. The world has had enough. It's really the Epstein class versus the resistance of morality, of morals. This is the battle between good and evil. And don't throw the Islamic Christianity theme. I'm a Christian, blood bought, born again, man of God, saved by the Lord Jesus Christ. My stance on that. And sir, American, you sound like you have an American accent. I don't see who you are there, but let me make this clear, sir. You're absolutely correct. Put the statistics out there, and I'll just ask you this: I'm 71. I think the Vietnamese, Viet Cong, had an inferior air force to the United States Air Force. I wonder what happened there. I wonder what happened in Iraq. I wonder what happened in Afghanistan. Yeah, we could talk about that. You're not, sir, and respect to you, I love you dearly, sir. I'm just speaking clearly. You're looking at this from conventional war. This is not a conventional war. This is an asymmetrical war fighting in an existential threat here. Iran is viewing this as an existential threat with asymmetrical warfare planning. We please do your research on that. I'm just saying we can't look at this conventionally. We cannot, sir. And believe me, I'm an American. And guess what? I don't want to see more of our men die needlessly. Oh, could we win the war ultimately? Sure. Back our forces out and then just send in massive, empty every one of our FBM submarines, empty every one of those missile silos, launch every single empty our entire nuclear stockpile. Geez, I think we could win this, but we got a problem. I think Russia might be doing something, so we're at the end of the world here. So what we need to do is understand that we're in a complete geopolitical shift, the regime shift. There is the empire of America is going to have to make a shift here. We're going to have to change. Oh, you're a globalist. Okay, fine, whatever. But And this also lines up biblically with Islamic and Christian eschatology, which I've dedicated the past 15 years of my life to study. And there won't be one great superpower anymore. It's going to be marginalized down to 10, the 10 kingdoms. I won't go into that. But bottom line is, Iran is winning this hands down. America has no way out other than to give Iran what it wants. And if you think I'm lying, we'll wait and see. If I'm wrong, I'll be the first one up here saying I'm wrong.
Beautifully said. I mean, and you couldn't have said it better, Andrew, man. And honestly, thank you for your service, and thank you for sharing some of the things that I know you wouldn't really share in general, but it's just for the help of all humanity and all the people in this space. So it really means a lot. Honestly, I do really appreciate it, man.
You
Omar,
come,
can I ask you something?
and your kids come home in body bags. When I buried my son, a great, brilliant, smart, strong young man, Second Ranger, 75th Battalion. He was a man's man, a warrior, a lion's heart. He came back after 2 combat tours, and we spent 8 hours talking nonstop. And I'll leave it there. And then I will say this. And then when he died, needlessly for that war, and then I buried one of his great sergeants. I'd ask any America, you're going to kick some ass, you MAGA cult. Go talk to these young mothers that have children when their husbands come home for what do they fight for? They're going to make America great. Well, we did find the weapons of mass destruction, so I can understand why my son's life was worth it. Wait, maybe not. But thank you.
Yeah, Omar, I
Right.
wanted to ask you something, brother. So I see a lot of like good people, like in Jordan and Egypt. The people are generally very good. So do you see any kind of? And I don't like the rulers there are terrible. And I think you would agree there. But do you see any chance of some kind of revolution or something like anything in these
I'm.
countries or not?
I mean, from what I know and what I can give on my personal opinion and insight, you're 100% right. I mean, the rulers are. I mean, let's say the ruler of Egypt is completely diabolical, and he's just completely evil. The Hashemite family is a descendant family. Supposedly, I still haven't gotten down to the roots of it. That's what they've been indoctrinating us with ever since they took us in from Palestine. But supposedly, they're the descendants of the Prophet
Yeah,
Muhammad alayhi
yeah,
salam. I
yeah.
mean, some people are 100% sure about it, but I mean, I do my due diligence all the way until the point where I'm like, it's in my gut. Yeah, okay, I'm 100% sure. So
But
yeah,
that
let's put.
doesn't matter, right, Omar? So sorry to cut you
No,
off,
no, hold
but
on. Let me just continue. So, in order, people here are so united because there is no Jordanian, there is no Palestinian, there is nothing. So, what I see happening for Jordan, once occupied Palestine is liberated, inshallah, very soon, they're gonna be. You know how the UK is, the British royal family is the British royal family, but in reality, they have no say so in what goes on in the country because the country's already built on law and order, and just like the United States is built on law and order and statutes and all these things. So they're just there as a representation of Britain. And I think in the end, Jordan will turn into the same thing, where they'll just be a representation of Jordan and not really have an actual say so about over the people, over what's allowed, what's not allowed. I mean, all these things that they do already, and calling them terrible people. I mean, they really are. I mean, like I really don't want to say terrible, and it's just, or hate. I mean, I'm really trying to spread the word love more, but some people, yeah, you can't really say that word about. And thing is that once you're compromised, and if you're not man enough to say, you know what, I'm a human being, I was compromised, I did this, I did this, I did this, people will respect the hell out of you. But fear is a killer, and fear of being humiliated is a killer. But free speech and a free soul and a free thinker would never be like. I mean, people in Gaza, some of them were infiltrators and agents for the Mossad and for the Zionists, and then they came out and they said, you know what? They had pictures of me doing lascivious acts in public, or were they talking to a girl, and if my family finds out, I'll be in trouble, and that's how they got him to get intel. You get it? And then at the end, they came and they said, "Oh, you know what? This is what happened to me exactly, step by step," and people respect the hell out of that. But rulers can't do that because they've been in training since 30 and 40 years ago. I mean, here the King Abdullah of Jordan has been in training in Britain, just as his father, just as his son. Just that it's just the things they pass on down from generation to generation, except Egypt, because Egypt, Sisi was basically in that plane that left to New York with 14 other people. When it crashed, Sisi was the only one that lived, miraculously, and he has been trained since 1991 or 1992, I think, since the 90s. I don't want to say the date, but since the 90s. So once they toppled with the Arab Spring and they toppled him, his turn came. And then what the Zionists do is they wear gloves to pick these people up after they're done with them, and they pick them up, they humiliate them, and then throw them in the closest garbage bin, and they're like, all right, on to the next one. That was their system, that was their regime, and that was their thought process, which has now completely died off. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying. So look, Omar, I understand what you're saying, that you're not sure about his ancestry and all that. But what I was gonna say is, even if and I think he might be. I wouldn't be surprised that he if he's a Hashemite. But that doesn't mean anything, and I'll tell you why. Because even in Prophet Sallallahu progeny, there were people who went astray, right? Like even in our Imam. So I'll tell you an example. So the way actually Shiism is spread in Iran is big through the Imam. So Imam, so there was Mamun Rashid, right, and his son, afterwards Harun Rashid in Iran, who were ruling Iran, right? They brought the imams, Imam Ali Raza alayhi salam, who's
Ali.
yeah.
Hey, I just want to jump in. I think this is a really good conversation, but I don't want to take it too much down the religious route,
Yeah, no, it's
sectarian religious
I'm
route.
not
Yeah.
doing religious. I'm just trying to explain one point. It'll take just 1 minute. So what I was saying, like they were both cousins. What I'm saying is that they were both cousins, but he actually, the ruler there, Mamun Rashid, he was trying to manipulate the Imam, and he knew it. So all I'm saying is, bloodline doesn't matter. A person's actions is what matters. So judge, whoever it is, it's a ruler or anybody, judge them by their decisions, their actions, how they deal with people. That was it. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that was a good point, and I agree with that point. So I'll pass it back to you, Omar.
Sorry, I'm just getting something real quick. I don't want to annoy people with the sounds in the background.
Who were you actually talking about, Ali? Who was the leader? Who was the politician you guys were discussing?
So it was Mamun Rashid and Harun Rashid. At the time, like it was Imam. It was eighth. I think it was, yeah, eighth Imam, who he brought from Medina to.
No. I'm saying who were you
Oh,
and
we were
Omar
we were talking
discussing?
about the Jordan, king of Jordan. So he was saying, oh, he
Okay.
might be bloodline, like yeah, I might be an Hashemite. I was saying, like, it doesn't matter if he's a Hashemite, if his actions are against what Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam taught us. It doesn't matter if he's of the same bloodline.
Yeah, definitely. You're 100% right. But the thing is, you would expect more from someone that comes from a bloodline like that. But I mean, the thing is, once you see the way I've seen the way they lived and been around them, and they are living in such turmoil within, where it's like when you're trying to find yourself and you have to act a certain way and you have to do what you're told and you have a handler and you have Mossad department here in Jordan, which I've been to several times. And it's just like you feel like all these people, they're living, but they're not living. Like they're dead inside, but they have to keep that face and and that smile. And then you see how the king, lately he has this tick with his eyes where he keeps blinking. And I know there's probably a medical condition here or there, but I mean, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala does these things for a certain reason, because the truth is coming out. And once the truth comes out, I mean, like no one can run away from the sins in this world and in the hereafter, because you got to pay sins for both, for everything in this life. You can't run away. Everything in this life has an invoice, and that invoice has got to be paid. So it kind of sucks to see them like that, and you'd really wish more for them and for other dictators or other leaders. I mean, it's just it's baffling, but we've lived it. It's almost done for in my case. And the only thing I'll just add about what you said about how about Jordan, the people here are really united. So they tried to do fitan and make problems between Jordanian Palestinian. They've tried that for at least 15, 20 years, and they could never do it. You know why? It's because people here are united, and they know 65% of the Palestinians here, they give jobs to every single Jordanian before they give it to a Palestinian, because they know this is a country where you guys allowed us into, and we're grateful for it. So that's like a part of like every business that's done, where hire Jordanians before you hire Palestinians or hire any nationality. And of course, a lot of expats for the big corporations. So there's a lot of unity. There's a lot of love, and it's just it's a war against evil and good, and evil is going to win for the most part. But then at the end of the day, love is going to come and just demolish evil in a second. And that's why it's nasrun min Allah wa fathan mubin. It's because it's going to come not from you, not from me, not from any person in Palestine or Iran or Jordan. It's going to come from Allah himself, and it's going to come in a miraculous way, because that's what the Quran says. And we have never been deceived by it. We've only been shown miracles by it, whether if you really got into it or you just know a little bit about it. I mean, it's going to be your companion on the day of judgment while you're in your grave, you know? So let's not, like Beatrice said, I don't want to get too spiritual with this, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't know how these people sleep at night, with all that hypocrisy and drama and everything, acting basically. But I don't know. And have you noticed, like, since the war with Iran, these politicians, you can see on their faces, they're like they have such conflicts within themselves. It's showing on their faces. But yeah, I agree. I agree.
Beatrix, it's nice to see you back. You've been gone for a while.
Good morning, Beatrice. Good morning to you.
Beatrice is too high class, and she doesn't recognize us.
I know, but no, we know you're joking, Joe. We know. Hey, Beatrice. Good morning.
Say
Okay.
Oh my
Khalees.
God, no way. Listen, I've spent every waking minute with you guys for the last 2 weeks. All right, how can I not recognize you? And I have not been got that long, Omar. I took less than Suleiman's 33 minutes, let me tell you that.
No, but for you, every minute is like an hour. So you gotta time it right. We need you here. We need you.
So Beatrice, I tell you,
I know. Do you know,
yeah, thank God you're back,
I
Beatrice.
think the toll was. Go ahead, Andrew. No, you know what it is? I do think, like, I was supposed to come back a few hours ago, but I think it took its toll on me. And I was out yesterday as well, because it's just that coming towards the end of Ramadan, and, you get invited places and stuff, and it's just been a little bit difficult. But you know what? No matter where I go, no matter whom I'm with, the only topic of conversation is this war. The only. All the things, I feel like we're just having parallel conversations that I have in the space, but around a dining table. Like, oh, do you think Netanyahu's alive? You know? what's going to happen. Like, it's exactly the same. And I feel like I'm in a space again, like we're having the same conversation.
So you basically
They're
never leave the
crazy.
space. You're always hosting.
Beatrice, I tell you, we've been talking about that. We know it's paying off, kiddo. It's paying off. We're making a difference. We talked about how we were trending for 3 days, and here the press secretary just drew a blank, was Trump's press secretary. Levitt was sitting there lying. Oh, it's fake news. Don't watch Twitter. Don't go social media. Listen to our lies. I mean, listen to our truth. Making a difference. And we need you back, Beatrice. I'm telling you, we had to endure Sully. You don't know what it's like. Thank God you're back.
But you know what, Andrew, I got to tell you, right? So, because when I'm driving or whenever I can, I'm still listening. So yesterday I was driving. When I was driving to my destination yesterday, I was listening, and it was Anas was on here talking about oil markets, and that conversation was brilliant. I have listened to Anas for a long time anyway, before this even. So that was a good conversation. And yeah, you know what? Like, he is an analyst of oil, right? That's what his job is. He's not going to start speaking about the genocide. He comes on as a professional to talk about oil. And I've always known that about him. So that was a good conversation. And then I had to drop. And then last night, when I was driving back, and I listen on YouTube, right? I don't join this space. I joined this space for a second yesterday when I was in the car, and I thought, no. I just want to listen on YouTube because it's more chill. So I was listening on YouTube, and that Javon came up, that wannabe politician from America. And I've experienced him before on spaces. And that was such a ridiculous conversation. But mic drop from Suleiman. If somebody has not listened to this speech that Suleiman gave him, you need to go back and listen to it. It was brilliant.
You're going to play a clip, or you're talking about the
No,
yesterday?
sorry. I just,
Oh,
I was just, I need to put this phone on silent or switch it off. I keep getting, like, it's really annoying because when I'm on the space, and just as I start talking, I get these messages and it just distracts me. Let me just switch this off. I don't know what this message is. I can't. Okay.
Beatrice. Oh, go ahead, Andrew.
When you're a VIP like you, Beatrice,
Yeah.
it must be terrible getting constant barrage by, oh, Beatrice. Oh, man. Over.
Yeah. Did you listen to it? Did you guys listen to that last night when Javon was on? You were both on, right?
Yeah. Well, we've been here for
Yeah.
day 16.
I mean, honestly, he's just a master debater, and with the knowledge he's put into his, and the effort he put into the getting that knowledge. I mean, it's just it's his thing. It's his calling, and he's doing it in a beautiful way. Literally it was perfectionism.
I was just listening and I was like, wow, this is the way. That mic drop, my brother Hussein called it mic drop. It was brilliant. Why America is a part of this war. That was the whole speech that Suleiman gave him.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, Beatrice, you weren't here, but when it was, I guess there was this Mossad or somebody who's dumb enough to put Mossad. Is my background noise because I'm in the car and it's raining? Is it bothering anybody?
No.
No, it's fine.
Okay, yeah. So while this dumb person just puts his name as Mossad Pump or Mossad something, trying to do some Ponzi scheme with crypto or whatever, and I instigated him because it's my thing with them, So I literally kid you not, less than maybe 2-3 minutes later, it says that your account has been suspended. You need to go through verification if you want to appeal. It was mind baffling, and then since there's certain ways to get around it with their technology that they taught us. I came back and I was like, all right, wow, this is serious. They really want this space down. Anybody in this space, they want them down. It's pretty crazy.
Good for you, Omar.
So they just took your account away.
Sorry?
They took your account away. Okay, we're not having you on this panel. Yeah, go ahead. They took your account away.
Yeah, no, they took this account. I mean, I was gaining followers. I don't know why and how, and then the followers dropped all the way down to like 2,000-3,000. I don't know how much. I don't really follow them, but they dropped a lot from what I saw that moment. And then seconds later, it said account suspended, account revoked, or something like that. And they basically took it away, basically. But there's, I mean, technology exists for a reason, and actually, just to say about technology, Iranians are some of the best people in technology and with their hacking skills, because I have a tech, not a tech team, but I work with people over there, and it's just beautiful the way they work. Since they've been suppressed and closed off from the world, they have two types of banking: one, the regular banking that we know, and their internal banking. And they have two types of internet: their internal internet and the extranet that we use. So yeah, that's just it says a lot about Iran and about what they've been going through. So that's why once oppression hits a people, indigenous people, regular people, any person. I mean, oppression has its definitely its cons, but the pros outweigh the cons for me by a lot, especially having lived it. And I mean, not like my ancestors or my grandfather, but oppression has its pros, and I think Iran took all the pros and even the cons, they turned them into pros. So it's very impressive, and I'm honestly honored to say that Iran will win this war. And honestly, the thing that I most hate, I really do hate, and I don't use this word a lot, hate. But I hate that the U.S. got dragged into this, because this is not the U.S.'s war. It's Israel's war, and then the people of the United States are some of the most beautiful, genuine, amazing people. But just like us, they were naive. We were naive, and they took over everything, and now we're paying the price. But it's coming to an end, hopefully. Not hopefully, it's coming to an end, inshallah, very soon. So let's keep praying during this beautiful month of Ramadan, and I think it's about to turn dirty for a little bit, but it's got to get real rough in order to get good.
Inshallah, Umar. It's also about leadership, right? Because the supreme leader emphasized a lot. I mean, a lot on education, on women's education, on education overall, and that's why you've got medicine and engineering and everything there, right? The other thing is, he also, like, one of the reasons there, the tag is like so accurate, is because he always emphasized on less casualties, less that's why he emphasized to be very precise in the targets. That's why their technology is in missiles
Yeah.
very good.
It's missiles, it's technology, it's the medical field, it's their infrastructure, it's their satellite, it's every single thing. Like you said, they focused on the technology, on women, on women's rights. I mean, things that they really don't, they will never ever show, and they just show, oh, this regime needs to change. In reality, I will go live in that regime right now instead of living in Jordan, because it was such a beautiful place to visit, and it was an honor for me to go visit all those beautiful touristic sites and historical sites. So it's just something that we never got to see, and then that's what they did. They played with, and I mean, like, even when you think about the word television, it's like when you separate it, it's like tell a vision, and then that's how they got the whole world basically under their spell by just making us watch TV, and feeling like, oh, well, and there was no social media then, so that was the double-edged sword that killed them. But
Yeah,
in
they used
reality,
everything for manipulation, right? For everything, whether it's television, media, education, you name it, they have used it for like manipulation. And when I remember, like, when AI initially became more public, Ayatollah Khamenei, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, he emphasized on Muslims to get into AI and get themselves skilled. And he also emphasized that don't use their AI, build your own models, build your own thing, because you can't rely on their AI. And he was right. He was right
that's
about it.
brilliant. That's brilliant, man. May he rest in peace. And I just want to ask really one question, and this is out of my ignorance. Um, uh, for the martyr Khamenei, may he rest in peace. Allah yarhamu. Why is he like prophesized to so much? Because us as humans, I mean, there's saints and there's everything, but why was he prophesized to the point where people like start hitting themselves or do certain things? I really don't understand.
No,
I
no,
would
no, no.
just really
He's
love
not
to know.
like prophesies or anything. He's like a supreme. He's a leader, as in you would call, like in Sunnis, like there's muftis and there's scholars, right? He's more
Hmm.
of a scholar, but like when you say in when you're getting education, like Islamic education, there are different levels. So you can be a mujtahid, you can be an ayatollah, you can be so there's and then the at the top is supreme leader like wilayatul faqih,
Oh,
like he's
okay.
basically, you can say, he's the representative, like in his action, in his words, in his everything. So if you read his books, you will see nothing but a reflection of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam or Quran. You wouldn't see anything like, I am something. It's all Prophet is something or Quran, everything about
Oh,
Quran. So
oh
read
yeah. No,
any of
no.
his book, that's
Yeah.
what you'll find.
Yeah, I'm sure because I mean, he was a humble man. Like, have you? I'm sure there's videos circling around. Someone must have seen where Erdogan was basically on stage, and then he made this little kid. He shook his hand, and then when the kid didn't kiss Erdogan's hand, he got pissed and he like smacked him a little, not a hard smack, but like like look out, kid. I mean, my hand's right here. Kiss it, and he made him kiss the kid by force, in a way. And then when I saw the Supreme Leader, Al Khamenei, may he rest in peace, Allah yarhamu, he was kissing the kids and he was holding the kids and he was actually treating everybody with such humility and humbleness. And that's why they say in Arabic, "Man rafa, man tawada'a lillah rafa'ah." Whoever is humble for the sake of Allah gets risen and gets more power. And I think that's exactly what he did. And he was the
Exactly,
only
like
one.
Prophet
Yeah,
would do, right? Like he's
yeah,
a role
exactly.
model. Ultimate role model is Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam for us. Then it's Imam Ali, like who's kind of the role model, and it's just role model. Like there are different sects like Alawi. I think they take Imam Ali to a different level, which we think it's really really like haram. But they are mainly role models, which who we look up to be like them, right? That's the only thing. It's not like prophesizing or anything. That's and even if like if people like people show their gratitude, their they respect him, and then if they are kissing his hands or whatever, like it's just out
I
of
mean,
respect.
that's out of respect. I grew up kissing my grandfather's hand, my father's hand, and my mother's hand. It's in our culture. It shows respect, even after, even until a day before, or the same day that my father was assassinated by Mossad. I was still kissing his hand at my age, So it's not something where it's degrading. It's something where you show your elderly, I am still your son, and I'm still respecting you, and you're still my father, my father figure, my hero. And same thing for the mother, but the mother's emphasized a lot more because the mother is everything,
You
the gender is under the mother.
have you seen, if you notice these people, especially like Ayatollah Khamenei or Imam Khomeini or these you know m- pe- public figures who a lot of like people praise them a lot, you would see their mouth always saying something. They're doing zikrullah because they don't want their nafs to say, okay, you are something. So they're always, you will see, notice when you see their videos, you will always see their mouth moving, like doing the zikr.
Indeed, they do, Ali.
Yeah.
But you know what the thing is? Our listeners don't know what dhikr is
Oh,
and they don't know what nafs
like
is, which is
praising God,
why.
basically praising God. Yes, sorry about that.
Yes,
And
yes,
I
yes.
was
Right.
looking.
No, 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 no problem at all. Listen, I love these conversations and I love the conversation. I just want to, I see we've got a hand up. I can't see anybody else's hand though, but we'll bring some more people up. But look, I don't know if you guys saw this. I don't know if Suleiman covered this, right? But this is really, this is quite concerning for me. Ali Larijani posted this. He says, and it kind of, we all kind of suspected this anyway, but he says, I've heard that the remaining members of Epstein's network have devised a conspiracy to create an incident similar to 9/11 and blame Iran for it. Iran fundamentally opposes such terrorist schemes and has no war with the American people. Um,
I mean, I would believe that with Jared Kushner being the new Epstein, that's something very, very plausible, you know, and it's very concerning. But the thing is, I think we're all just too aware now, and we do too much due diligence, and everything's just out there in the open to be like, oh wow, these people did it, or they turn people against each other, you know, unless they have some different kind of agenda because they keep playing different games. But if the people are more aware, I mean, not everybody, not everywhere, but in general, like you said, at dinner tables, that's all that's being discussed. In restaurants and cafes, in business meetings, even sometimes my business meetings get derailed and I lose track of time just because we're talking about the same thing we're talking about here. So it's like a constant spiral and an effect, a domino effect. But that is concerning. I mean, I don't know what they could do or how they could do it because it's just weird. I don't know.
May, may I comment?
Of course.
Hi, guys.
Right there.
You're incredible. I mean, you were the last thing you were on when I fell asleep, and first thing on when I woke up. Incredible. No, just about the false flag. I mean, absolutely, absolutely. And in fact, when I heard of the explosion at the Texas refinery just a couple of days ago, I mean, that's the first message I relayed. Watch out for a potential flag event, false flag event. I mean, absolutely. I mean, they're trying to pull it off again, like in 9/11 with the spree of terrorism that initiated the Iraq War and all the rest of in the Middle East. I'm sure they're so desperate they'll do it again. And Beatrix, you mentioned again back to the Epstein. We say Epstein in Europe because that's the pronunciation, the Zionist pronunciation. Epstein, I feel it's like a strategy to actually hide the connection. Epstein, the
No,
connection.
sorry to interrupt. It's like Goldstein, Weinberg. It's all the Eins. You need to pronounce the Eins so you know where
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
coming
well,
from.
we say Epstein, okay? Bernstein, the great musical director. Epstein is like Putin. I'm sure they want to kind of manipulate you again. But anyway, the devil of Epstein. Um, please, over in the U.S., don't let that go. Don't let that whole case go. Push for full disclosure of that, because in Europe it's incredible how these files, how this investigation is really revealing the breadth and the depth of that mafia. I call it the globalist Zionist mafia.
For sure.
And we need to just keep, and we're going, and we still keep on going with that in Europe. Huh? So
But
that's
you know
really,
why? You know why? I think it's because Europe's a lot weaker and a lot economically, militarily, and just strategically weaker. So I think they're really focusing on doing that and doing what they have to do. And the United States is like, all right, we control everything. We got the Zionists behind us, and who's gonna come and talk about Epstein? You want to do something? Okay, let it go to Congress. Let it go to vote. I mean, there's such a long process where it's like, okay, let these people have these Epstein lists and let these people read through the redacted things that aren't even worth reading through because the redacted things are what's worth it. So it's just a distraction to keep you going.
no,
Uh,
Omar, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think in Europe we're very much oppressed. I mean, you have no idea what the EU, von der Leyen, they pass laws against the social networks.
of course,
They,
there's so many imprisonments about people just
yeah,
posting tweets. Yeah, no, I
in
know
the
the
UK and
oppression.
all that. So,
But
so
no, I'm talking about the leaders. The leaders know, like they need to do this. It's not their duty anymore. It's their
okay, they're
it's
cornered, so they
yeah,
cannot.
they're
Yeah,
cornered. They're definitely cornered. But the United States feels like we released it, or I mean, the Zionists released it on behalf of them controlling the world, so they can keep controlling the puppet that the administration has. So they released it, and they're like, all right, whatever, do whatever you guys want. Epstein alive or not, Ghislaine, whatever her name is, alive or not. It's like
Yeah.
they don't even care that, and they put it right in there in your face. So it's just like it's really a distraction for me, and I know it's very, very disgusting, satanic. But the thing is, this has been going on since the dawn of time, where people abuse little children, people do so many different things, but the blood rituals and the Baphomet and Baal and all these things, I mean, it's
But
just
that's only a
that's
component of it. It's all the political, the financial. And I was going to say, I'm sure that there has been very high-level threats on the Trump administration among the many things that captured Trump, probably, that made him turn the way he did. They probably said, okay, by you insist on going this way, etc. Well, we're going just going to topple the U.S. We're just going to just push it off the cliff financially and economically, and then who is going to benefit? And Trump being also a businessman and the way
But
cared about the economy.
I consider him a fake businessman, because a businessman wouldn't go $2 billion in debt and then need to be rescued by the Zionists. So
Yeah,
he
no.
became,
I mean,
yeah.
now it's incredible. Now it's just completely, he's just creating a financial disaster right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, like the Zionists don't have the intent. I don't really truly believe they have the intention of completely destroying the U.S., because it's either they're gonna end up maybe this Russia-Ukraine war happened. I have that as an option where they'll end up in Ukraine and Europe and Poland and where they came back from, and wherever whoever accepts them with their dual citizen and triple citizenships. But the other thing is, other than Europe, I mean, they need the United States. I mean, first of all, to bleed the beast, which is the government, for the money, and then second of all, once they leave, just the way they came in on those boats, they're gonna leave on those boats and yachts or whatever they want to leave on, and in the planes. Once they leave, they're gonna need the United States to take them in. But what they're gonna do is, again, divide and conquer. I think states. That's what I truly believe. Like a mini civil war where people are states are gonna turn like
Oh yeah.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
probably coming. That's
Yeah, it's
probably coming.
coming, and it's already showing from like California to Miami, and then how all the stars and all the people and all the major things are in Texas, and Texas is the only place to be right now that I consider is like worth being in the United States. Other than that, I mean, I've lived in Miami like 15 years or 14 years, and I would never go back. It's a cesspool, and then California is just another cesspool, and
Yeah,
people are just.
back to
Go
your
ahead.
point, I lived in the States 6 years in Indiana, and you made some comments before.
Sorry, is that
Yeah,
Adriano
yeah,
talking? Yeah,
Adriano. This is
sorry.
Adriano.
I can't see because I can still see your hand up. No, jump in. I'm enjoying this
Yeah.
discussion. Go ahead, Adriano.
Yeah, I was going to say I lived. You made some comments about the nature of the true American people. So I lived in the Midwest in Indiana 6 years. I just couldn't believe it how nice the people are. They're just so warm. I was a foreign student in big U.S. university, Indiana University in Purdue, 40,000, 45,000 people, things I never seen before in my life. And then as a foreign student, you cannot Thanksgiving you cannot go fly back and forth. It's too expensive, so you remain in the States, and everybody is home celebrating. And they just invite you. They open their homes, and they're just saying, we can let you guys alone, and eating turkey together. I mean, it was just incredible. So yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, we need to really make a difference between the people and the governors, and who governs the people, and this freaking leaders, corrupt leadership and satanic leadership.
100% beautifully said. If anybody has I really don't see all the hands because I just see regular, just the pictures. So Beatrice, if there's hands up, let's just give other people time.
No, Omar. No, I want you to continue this discussion. I was really enjoying it. You know what it is?
Mhm.
I can see everybody's mics muted and I can see Adriano's hand up. So I'm thinking, if all the mics are muted, there's one hand up. Who the hell is talking? I was getting a bit paranoid. That's why I was like, okay, other people here I cannot see. But no, continue this discussion. It's good. And I think it's an important discussion because you know what? Like, and I'll say this and I'll pass the mic right back to you, Brother Omar. You were saying earlier about you wish that America hadn't have been dragged into this. And I was listening and I was thinking about that. And I was thinking, yeah, you know what? You're right. Because, I mean, of course, the American people are, I think they're some of the best people in the world, having traveled a lot, right? And I love America. Apart from the mosquitoes, it's the only place I found to be like home away from home. And I was thinking about that, and I was thinking, but I'm glad they got dragged into this, and I'll tell you why. It depends on the outcome. Depends on the outcome, because this war has exposed their political class and how occupied they are more than anything else. Had they not have been dragged into this war, they never would have realized. We already know how occupied we are. Like in Europe and UK, it's completely different. It's flat. Certainly in the UK, the political landscape feels flat. People have almost given up, can't even be bothered to fight, don't even have any real passion to challenge their leadership. They just know it's a lost cause. Literally, we've got these idiots in charge, and we're going to have some really bad things come to us. The things that you guys are talking about now in terms of culture, class wars, civil wars, that's coming to Europe. It's already started. It's definitely coming to the UK. But I think this had to happen
Yeah.
in America. So I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Beatrix,
yeah.
we're in Europe, we're living exactly the same thing as the US. I mean, it's a global thing. It's a global thing. So we're living exactly the same thing, and I was hoping the MAGA movement. That's why I jumped on the train, on the MAGA train, and it was like the hope of liberation, and indeed, it was massive, and it's yeah, and then happened what happened. But what I wanted to also mention is in how devious these people are and how powerful they are in Europe. I mean, I'm of Italian origin, and so I follow politics there. I still can vote in Italy as I'm also a Swiss citizen, so I can vote in Switzerland. And during the elections, I mean, Salvini was once, going to power. He was in power. He's a very controversial figure. Very, it's a patriotic kind of figure and non-aligned. I mean, you should have seen the financial attacks on Italy. Literally, they want to get rid of somebody in power, and then they attack you financially. I mean, they were creating speculative waves of, the spread between the interest rates on your debt that influence your debt, and Italy being so indebted, if that goes out of line, I mean, you could create a crash, economical crash. They literally attacked Italy financially and almost destroyed it. And then they make political changes. I mean, I've lived through political interference in Italy since after the World War, with the terrorist attacks, the Red Brigades, because they were afraid that it was turning too communist, too leftist, and so they just killed people. I mean, my father was caught almost in a bomb attack in a bank, where hundreds were killed. I mean, it was just incredible, incredible.
Wow, 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 wow.
It's
That's
a long
crazy.
time. This thing is going on since a long time, a long time, and now people are waking up. We're waking up. I was completely, numb, and despite, went to university, master degree in international business, and worked in U.S. multinational for 23 years. You think you're intelligent, but no. I fell into the climate fraud, for example.
I mean, yeah, don't even start with that. I mean, like so many people we've all fallen into different things. Some into the climate fraud, some into political regimes and left and right, and some into the business game, and some into the monopoly, and some in so many things we've fallen into.
Smoking mirrors, yeah.
Yeah,
Keep
yeah,
them busy. Keep them busy in
exactly.
the night, Yeah.
Yeah, but I just wanted to ask, I mean, like, Beatrice, like what you guys are going through over there. I mean, from what I've realized, all the billionaires and millionaires are really leaving the UK, and that's going to even cause a bigger, bigger, bigger problem. Is that true, or is that exaggerated?
Yeah, so they have, a lot of them have left. And people were talking about it, like so the process of those people leaving started, and some people were still exploring Like I know my family were exploring like possibilities of where they'd want to go, or where would be good and stuff. And I think a lot of those people have fallen into two categories. They've either just got out of the UK completely, sold everything and gone, or they've kept a base here, at least one base here, and then gone away, to just have other homes as well, to be outside of the UK if need be. And people were kind of in that process when this Iran war started. And for those that were looking at potentially the Middle East or Dubai and stuff, we weren't looking at Dubai, but some families were looking at Dubai. The landscape's completely changed now.
Yeah.
Now they're thinking, well, we're just going to wait to the end of this. And I actually think it's going to be a much safer Middle East,
Oh
personally.
yeah.
When you look at, the beauty of some of these countries, and I'm talking more of the historical countries, not the new oil countries, but like Jordan, like Lebanon.
Yeah.
I hope that somebody goes and deposes Gilani, and it's one of maybe Hezbollah's given Syria to manage or something like that, or to run, or, so they can restore some of the beauty that was in Syria. So some of these countries, that should have been the historical center of the world. That's where it should have been. There's no history here.
Yeah.
There's no history in the West at all. So I think it's going to be a much better Middle East. I'm just really afraid of this. This is one of the things we were talking about last night, is Israel and America do not want to lose. Israel will never want to lose anything. And Oman being hit, for example, was a false flag. So I'm thinking, okay, Iran's not hitting Oman, Israel's hitting Oman. And I was explaining this to people yesterday. I was saying, look, none of these countries, none of the GCC countries have said anything to Israel or about Israel or anything. They've issued their statements with condemnation to Iran, and they've said they're going to defend themselves. I said, so what you need to understand is that they're all in it together. I said, for the first time that I can remember, all of these countries across the Middle East are united for the first time ever. And they've all joined forces against Israel. And you can tell they're united because they're not giving Israel an inch. They're not getting involved in Israel's war. They're not even calling out Israel's aggression or terrorism or anything. They're letting Israel play victim. They're giving out their statements saying, oh, yeah, Iran shouldn't be hitting us. We're going to defend our sovereignty. But not one of them has hit back against Iran. Like it would be Trump and Netanyahu's dream,
Yeah. Yeah.
the ultimate dream for Saudi to say, give us some weapons so we can actually hit Iran. But Saudi's like, no, I don't want to get involved. I'm just going to keep giving my little statements out. We'll just keep giving those out and keep making all the right noises. In the meantime, Iran's doing us all a favor by cleaning up our countries. I was like, who's providing Iran the intelligence? The intelligence of where these CIA and Mossad officers are in these hotels in the Middle East. Somebody's got to be providing them,
Yeah.
right? So, like they're all in it together, and they're all kind of towing a very fine political line, waiting for Israel to be bish bash boshed. And Israel is getting bish bash boshed every single night. Now, I think the Middle East landscape will change. I think Israel, if it remains, will probably just be whatever you call it Israel. It's Palestine, but call that whatever you want to. Jerusalem will remain, the historical facts will remain, and we will be able to go there with more ease, to visit our holy sites as well. So I think this is for the greater good. So anyway, going back to the point I was going to make is, my fear is that they will not want to lose that. There's a lot at stake for Israel. What extent will they go to? Will they assassinate Trump? What will they do? Like, I'm really thinking, what is the false flag? If Ali Larijani is tweeting about it, they're going to do something big. And I
Oh.
know we say that, they can't pull the wool over our eyes. We'd break it down. We're savvy to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But do we
Yeah.
really think?
I sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, do we really think the majority of Americans who are not on social media are not going to be afraid for their safety, for their family's safety, if there's a big false flag? Something 9/11 style, that's what he said. Aren't they going to be afraid, and they're going to want more, support the government more? I'm just really scared. I don't know. We're at the cusp of something very
Yeah,
big.
yeah, yeah. I agree.
100%. I agree. And the thing is, first of all, the first point we were talking about moving or where to relocate or where to be. honestly, I mean, like I've been thinking about the same place because I'm between right now in between mostly Turkey and Jordan because it's the safest of them all, and it's still not safe. But there is really no other choices because the West is done. Europe is very difficult for anybody to live in, even for its actual for a Britain or a UK citizen to live in there. He's having a hard time with all the looting, all the people, and all the problems, and it's only going to keep getting worse as the economy declines, as GDP. I mean, the stock market in the UK is really, really, I mean, really hard to grasp that it's at that point. So things are getting a lot harder. So you're like, where do I be? How do I protect my family? How do I protect my assets, my wealth? Even though that's the last of it, but it's family first. And what do we do? So I mean, it just goes back to not all your eggs in one basket. Like you said, you have a base here, and then you look for a Middle Eastern country or a country like Turkey. Honestly, took us in very, 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 very nicely. And I mean, Erdogan's. I've called this since 2011, and I said this guy's just. He's. What the Turks like to do is after the Ottoman Empire is they felt like it was their fault that the Jerusalem was lost, so they feel like it's their duty and it's their role, and they're the ones who are going to be the ones to liberate it. So any small thing that happens, they say, "Oh, we put troops in Palestine." For example, so I've seen the guy. He's got good ethics and morals and deals with in a lot of situations in a good way, and he's loved by a lot of people, but he goes with the flow, and anybody that goes with the flow, I mean, stands for nothing, is going to fall for anything. And he's just he's complicit. I mean, stop selling the gas to occupied Palestine, and a lot will change within a matter of days. Not even it won't even take that long. But they took us in, and they allowed Hamas, which is the resistance office and leaders and the headquartership, and then now it's treated exactly like a military force, where they're even invited. Putin invited them. They sit down. So they took us in very nicely. The people there are a little hard to deal with, but I mean, you really have to find the one place to be, and it should be your home country. But like we're all displaced in a way because it's like, where is home now after everything that we've been seeing? It's so I totally get you. I totally get you on that front.
Yeah, Omar, did you hear about the statements from some Israeli government official that Turkey is the next Iran? I mean, these guys are mad.
Yeah, they're mad. I mean, Turkey produces all of its own weaponry. They have their own car production. I mean, Turkey's like they're living in their own little bubble with an iron dome on top of it, like let's say made out of glass. And if they want to open a little piece of that glass for the missiles to go out and start doing what they got to do, they can take out anybody they want really quickly. Of course, there's going to be casualties here and there, but it's going to be so minimal compared to any other country. Because I mean, Turkey's after the since the Ottoman Empire till this day, Turkey is so united, so patriotic, and they're very hardworking citizens. So when
In
you
a
have
way,
a
it's
country,
very similar to Iran. I see it very
yeah.
similar. Yeah.
Yeah. So if they're saying it's the next Iran, then it's because they see the similarities, they see the unity, and they see the strength, and they see the advancements technologically, economically, and expats. A lot of expats have moved there, so they're seeing that all these things are changing. So they're like, all right, we got to finish on Iran first, then we got to take out Turkey, and then the greater Israel will be formed because Jordan will give things up just like that. They don't even have to
Yeah,
throw bombs
very
and.
intelligent people throughout my life. I've crossed a lot of Turkish people, and as I respect, the how culture and how instructed are the Iranians. It's similar to for the Turkish. I mean, I studied 5 years in the U.S. university, and I crossed some Turks even in the 80s. I mean, incredible, very intelligent people, also in business all over the place.
Oh yeah, man.
Let me just jump in quickly and I give the mic right back to you, Omar. Some breaking news. So Tel Aviv Red alerts in Tel Aviv, guys. Red alerts all across Tel Aviv. It's going to be boom, boom, Tel Aviv, bish, bash, bosh tonight. Um, and this is all on Suleiman's page. You can see fragment impacts in Tel Aviv now. There are red alerts all over Tel Aviv. Also, the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakshi has said Iran is ready to sit with regional countries and form a joint investigation committee to determine the nature of the targets attacked and whether they were American targets or not. Tehran has intelligence that the US and Israel are carrying out false flag attacks from specific points towards Arab countries with American copies of a drone similar to Iran's Shahid drone called Lucas. So he's basically saying he's the first one to say on the record what we've been saying on these spaces for now, 14, 15 days, that America and Israel are doing false flags on the Middle Eastern region. So that's a really important statement. Also, breaking news, Dubai Real Estate Index has now lost over a third of its value in just 9 days. The Dubai Real Estate Index has lost a third of its value in 9 days. And this is breaking news. The launch of a Sajil ballistic missile during Wave 54 of Operation True Promise 4. And it's the first time that Iran has used the Sajil ballistic missile. And there's a video of it that's on Suleiman's page, and that looks like a beast of a missile. A beast. You can see it go through. There are protests in the demonstrators in Hamadan in Iran against US-Israeli attacks. You can see it there. You can see some footage of Tel Aviv after the Iranian strikes. Tel Aviv is on fire, guys. It's on fire. And I don't know what Suleiman's already read out, so I'm just going to read this one out as well. Iran's IRGC says it launched new waves 52 to 53, targeting Israeli companies in the Tel Aviv industrial region, along with regional command and control centers and the Israeli home front management. US forces and assets at Harir Air Base, which is Erbil, Iraq, Ali Al Samel Air Base, which is in Kuwait, and Camp Arif Shan, which is in Kuwait, and Al Dhafra Air Base, which is in UAE. And attacks involved missiles, drones, and 10 Fatah and Qadr hypersonic missiles. So Iran is not going to give up on them. There's lots and lots of footage, guys, all over Suleiman's page. Also, just really quickly, I'd like everyone to go and just subscribe to Suleiman's YouTube, please, if you haven't already. It's really easy. It's free to subscribe. You just go to the link, which is in the nest. The nest is above where you can see myself and Suleiman on your screen on the space right now. If you go above there, there's a tweet pinned there. If you go to that tweet, click the link and join the YouTube, subscribe to it, press the bell icon, and you'll get all of Suleiman's update videos. People last night were telling me that, oh, we saw Suleiman's video about is Netanyahu alive? And we've seen Suleiman's video on the war with UAE. So he does these short kind of analysis videos, 8-9 minutes, where he'll break down a topic of the day. So please go and press the bell icon on his YouTube. It's free and it helps a
And
lot.
please watch it. Watch it and not just do that. So you guys, when you come in the space, we can actually discuss what he said and how he puts people in their place. Because
Absolutely. Absolutely, Omar.
If I may ask you guys something, Beatrix, you were mentioning before about how the Gulf countries are getting together; they're not reacting militarily. But my question is, and maybe Andrew, he's got also some insights on this: how sovereign and how much are militarily are these country can these countries act? Because from my experience, I mean, Italy, there's about 120 unit bases, American bases in Italy, and basically they are U.S. territory. And also there's a big debate in Switzerland with the acquisition of F-15 airplanes. Basically, if the U.S., the deep state, we're always talking about that, the deep state, CIA and Pentagon and company, if they don't want you to launch a missile or that the airplane flies, they just push a button, AI will stop you from doing anything. So really, who has the control of everything militarily in bases is the masters. So how much Dubai and the other UAE centers and bases can really be autonomous and launch potentially their own attack.
Yes, they really cannot.
Yeah.
They cannot and will not. The will not is, I'll leave that up to the geopolitical experts. But militarily, it would be a bloodbath. They have no. Their really only thing they were set up for is defense, to stop, of course, to protect Israel and the Middle East, or the American Israeli interests. Does that make sense? They really don't have really capability of really projecting any force abroad or ashore towards Iran. Iran knows that. They know that. This is and in the whole, it's asymmetrical warfare by Iran.
My point was also that, I agree with you geopolitically, absolutely. But also what I'm saying is that we, in the very recent past, there's a technological shift that also, like we don't drive anymore the new cars. I mean, that's why I drive a 2008 Lexus, 2005. I mean, unplugged analog. I mean, I just want to. I mean, if shit hits the fan and you're connected and you're driving an electric latest car, I mean, you're not going anywhere. So stock up on gas and just have an analog old car, and then you have some degree of freedom and a few gold coins in your pocket, and that's the best thing you can do.
No, seriously, you got it, brother. You're ahead of the game. It's crazy as it sounds.
And that's why also militarily, I mean, there's a big debate here in Switzerland that why the hell do we buy these sophisticated, I mean, multi-million, hundreds of millions of dollars and Swiss francs airplanes that then, at the push of a button, they just won't fly. They just won't fly.
Good point. That's a whole nother subject, but you're on it. You're on it. We're in an asymmetrical war here using AI. Were you by chance listening about 3 hours ago? I was on there with Inevitable talking about this, how the Chinese are way ahead on this. Did you hear?
No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah, we went through about an hour back and forth on this very subject, but you're on it. You understand it. Yeah, the people don't understand that the Iranian have a complete autonomous, multiple, I'm going to say hundreds, plural, of little mini bot submarines going, and no one's like, oh, no, they don't have a Navy. We blew their ships up. Okay, go sit down. Go sit down. And also their mind capability, again, autonomous, again, highly digitally controlled by AI, and their missiles, and on and on and on. Yeah, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. You got it.
Andrew, you're great. I appreciate you.
Oh, you are too, bro. God bless you and everyone on here and the whole panel. We're fighting. Get the word out. Share this space, because I'll tell you, I've shared it with my dear son. I adopted him. He's a scientist in Switzerland. And he's like, what? When I shared Suli's space with him, he's like, what? Here in Switzerland, we're hearing the opposite. I go, yeah, well, you might want to hear the other side of it. That's why we keep saying, share the space, bro. But love you, brother.
I'm a big resistance. I'm a patriot here in Switzerland, so I'm leading my.
You're Switzerland.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were in Italia. Okay.
I'm Italiano. We're not far. We're like 2.5 hours. We're in Italy. Yeah.
My grandfather. My grandfather. I know you look at us like lowlifes, but my grandfather came from the Boot Siciliano.
Yes.
Yeah, very.
I am 1/4 Siciliano, and I just spent last September, beginning of October, for the first time in my life, I went to Sicily to see my roots also.
Oh,
incredible place. Incredible place.
Wow, mi pano. Wow, that's I was in Italy many times in the Navy, Naples, and then of course we went to Rome and stuff. Yeah, man. Hey, good seeing you, mi compatria. Okay.
And what about Switzerland? You were talking about Switzerland. What's going on with you in Switzerland?
Yeah, I've adopted him. He's my adopted son. He's a brilliant scientist, PhD, molecular biologist. I have to tell him to speak English all the time. I mean, when I think he starts
Switzerland, he's in Zurich or something.
Yeah, and he's ethnically Iranian. His father was from Iran. Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's many
Yeah.
Iranians here also. Yeah.
Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt.
Yeah.
Has
Sorry.
anybody?
Sorry. I want to take the space up, but God
No,
bless you,
no,
brother.
man. You can
Hey,
take all the space you need. We love hearing from you and from your experience and everything. You're such a compassionate heart that I just want to keep listening to you. But I
nah,
just want to. I just
there's
want
good
to.
folks in here. There's great folks. Anyway, please follow me. I'll follow you back and DM me, bro. Let's stay in touch.
Will do. I just wanted. Has
After I
anybody?
already
Nice.
follow you
Did
since
you,
since day
Beatrice?
one.
Did you hear? Did you hear about the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has requested a phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky to discuss acquiring Ukrainian interceptors. The call will take place next week. Ynet reports. What an odd thing to say while everybody's wondering if he's alive or dead. That's pretty crazy.
Well, you know what? Let's break that down, right? So, because a lot of these statements that come out, it's really important to break it down. So, firstly, you're in a war situation. You don't have enough interceptors. The guy, literally, Zelensky, works for Israel. He's Israel's board, right? You don't have a call with him to request something, number one. In a wartime situation, you certainly don't delay it a week by saying we'll have the call next week. Thirdly, you'll never see, if he was alive or if he was well or if he was in command, you'd never see a statement like that come out saying, oh, he's asked for a call with South Korea to say, can we have some of those interceptors back? You just get on and do it. That kind of information wouldn't even be shared to show weakness.
Definitely.
So on so many fronts, that statement's not accurate. But here's something. Norway's prime minister has said, this is quite funny, US-Israel plan seems unclear as war in Iran appears to be escalating. The US-Israel plan seems unclear. I interpret that as him saying you're being destroyed. What's your plan? Because literally the objective of this seems unclear.
It's
So
this
that's
moment is
interesting.
ridiculous.
That's
It's
going on.
ridiculous.
That's hilarious, honestly.
And plus,
Unclear. I love it.
I
Unclear,
mean,
Vic.
they're talking of selling weapons. It's all our recycled money, our tax money that went into Ukraine with this huge money laundering, big armament industry recycling, and now they're talking this exchange with Israel. I mean, it's just incredible, incredible.
You know, did you guys know? I mean, I have a cousin that's inside. I mean, he's considered he's a Palestinian, of course, but we call them the Palestinians of 48, the ones that stayed in and got Israeli citizenships and live in Israel and have the same rights as supposedly the same rights as Israel. But there's a street there named Leonardo da Vinci, and in that street they have two twin towers of 18 stories, and under one of those two towers there's like 80 meters down. There's a huge bunker fortified in a way that's unimaginable. So that could be one plausible theory where he's hiding out if he's not in the sky or if he's not dead.
But even if he was hiding out, Omar, right, they wouldn't have to release an AI video. He'd be able to do a recording and release it. You know what I mean? Even if he wasn't hiding out.
Yeah, but maybe, I mean, yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, 100% true. But maybe he's trying to do it through the underground bunker with green screens or this or that, or maybe they're just trying to play the psychological warfare where, oh yeah, I'm dead, and then 2 or 3 weeks later, a month later, after they assassinate Trump or they do something, they escalate the war and be like, hey, I'm here, I'm alive, I tricked you guys. It's they're diabolical, and anything's plausible and anything's on the table right now.
True. Let me just go to this, right? This is interesting. Abby sent me this. So this is a Center on Conscience and War. Andrew, you'll know this, right? So they've been helping US service members for 85 years. So people in the military for 85 years. And they put a tweet out saying hundreds have called our hotline. The most common thing we hear from service members and their families is that the Minab school bombing, this is the bombing of the school in Iran, which killed over 160 little girls. So they're saying we're receiving hundreds of calls on our hotline. And the most common thing we hear from service members and their families is that the Manab school bombing was the catalyst that turned them against the war and the military as a whole. And then this guy, who is the executive director of the Center of Conscience and War, Mike Prisner, he's actually quote tweeted that, saying, I have taken a good number of these calls. You definitely hear, I don't want to die for Israel, but refusal to fight triggered by the girls' school massacre is a much more frequent refrain. The anti-war movement can and must appeal to the morality of service members in this moment. So what they're saying is that American troops have realized that they're fighting and dying for Israel and they don't want to. So hundreds of them are calling the hotline. But the actual trigger for them was the bombing of that school. So I do believe that it was deliberate. I believe that they knew it was a school and they bombed it because they have disregard for human life, especially Arab human life, especially children. And I think they thought, this is my personal belief, that it would have such a shock effect within Iran that the people would turn against what they call the regime in Iran, the leadership in Iran, and do a regime change. It backfired. It was an own goal because they underestimated that it doesn't matter what people in Iran feel about their leadership. They're actually humanity first, regardless. And they weren't going to stand by while 160 little girls got killed. So now they're having difficulty with American troops because they're saying we don't want to die for Israel, and what they did at that school was disgraceful. So quite profound. Welcome to BTC, not WW3, and Scott as well. Chime in, guys.
I will gladly chime in and just say thanks, guys. You guys are just absolutely killing this space. I mean, I know you've had to restart. I know Solomon had to restart YouTube and everything. You guys are just around the clock, and I got to commend you for that. I've never seen a space go that hard on a topic ever. I wish the Epstein files would have done a space and done something similar to what you guys are doing. But with that being said, I wanted to agree with the I think it was Omar that was speaking about the death of Bibi. Uh, how do we believe anything? Because they have psyoped us and used deception for their main weapon for centuries now, and so it's hard to believe anything. And you know, they were getting hit so hard. They were probably hoping that the death of Bibi would um, cause a slowdown from Iran, but man, they have a goal, and that goal isn't just Bibi, but it's the whole thing. And so I appreciate Iran and what they're doing. I mean, they're doing the Lord's work, according to me. And I agree that everything Trump says, it's almost you. If Trump says anything, I mean, if he comes out and makes any type of a statement as a as an American, I just believe the exact opposite of what he's saying. So that's how I feel about it. And I'm nobody, but just really enjoy the space. And thanks for letting me have the mic for a moment.
Much appreciated, man. No, you're not nobody. We're all everybody. This is how we stand together. This is how we become more powerful than them. So every word you say, everywhere anybody chimes in, it just adds more to the strength. It adds more to what Sully, Beatrice, what everybody's been doing since day one, and having a lot of problems doing it and still persevering. I mean, that's what it's about. So everybody chime in, say your piece, no matter if you feel nervous or anxious or you're going to say the right thing or the wrong thing. Everything's good here. I mean, we teach each other, we learn from each other, and it's just such an amazing space to be a part of. And I don't think there's any other space that's going to be like it. And this is just going to grow into something so big. And I truly believe Sully has a big future ahead of him. So let's keep this going. Everybody chime in.
And maybe Scott has a great idea. As soon as we will win this war, then maybe we'll turn the space into an Epstein space.
I mean, once that's done, definitely we could definitely dissect every single piece of that information and go through it. But I think by that time, Epstein cases won't matter because everything, the regime that they're saying they're going to change is going to change in the United States, not in Iran, not in Iran.
No, but
So
the real question is, what is the Epstein network right now? That's the real, because it's all the information that is just opening the eyes of more and more people. But the real question is what's going on right now, because that thing is still going on.
I mean, yeah, it's still going on. It's going to go on for years and months. I don't know how long, but the thing is, there's so many people talking about it, and there's websites that they used AI to automate it and used Jeffrey's email to basically give you so much easy access to just type in something without going through the government website and looking up what the file name is. So they made it so easily accessible for everybody to dissect, and a lot of people are just dedicating themselves to that on social media, but it's not getting the engagement that it should, because this is what's important. The like my brother said, doing the Lord's work, Allah's work. Iran's doing what the whole world cannot do right now. So this is the main focus. It'll stay the main focus once things are done and they win the war. Maybe they really won't matter anymore, and all the people that dedicated themselves to exposing pedophiles, those pedophiles are either in jail or dead whilst this war is going on. So there's a lot of pressure being put on every single political person, especially the fact that every single person in Congress is APAC and a Zionist, and says that I'm a Zionist and has kissed the wall. So Iran has all this surveillance from God knows where, but they have it all, and I'm pretty sure that if those techno rats that I call them, that are so amazing, man, I'm pretty sure they can gain access to those files of the Epstein pedophiles and unredact them or have them unredacted, or so they can do a lot. But the main front, the main important thing is let them win this war, and then let them show the world what they can do. Anybody else?
Yeah, agree. I totally agree. Oh, that BTC dropped. Oh, never mind. Yeah, and I agree with what I said to you, Scott. I don't want people coming up and saying I'm a nobody. I've literally got a fake profile called Beatrix Kiddo on a locked account. It's your voice that matters, right? So that's what's most important. Your allegiance, the fact that you speak to other people about this, and spread awareness, and that's how you build a movement. Every single person, right after October the 7th, on the 9th or 10th, we were sat here. I think it was 2 or 3 days after October the 7th, watching those first few days, remember, of those constant bombs killing children. We were like, this looks like a genocide. What should we do? What should we do? We just didn't know what to do, how to stop it. Like everyone, like on October the 9th or 10th, everyone was still wrapped up in oh my God, the Israelis suffered. They didn't know the truth. They didn't know, what the Palestinians had suffered at the hands of Israel. It was all sympathy for Israel only. So we decided, we should actually get a hashtag trending. That's the very least we can do. What should we call it? So we said, this is a genocide. This is 2 days after October the 7th. So we put Gaza genocide as a hashtag together. And we were running the spaces all through the night then as well, and all through the day. And we got everybody on this space to tweet it out and tag people in. People were tagging journalists, sports people, celebrities, politicians. By the morning, Gaza genocide was trending. It was trending number 1 in America, number 1 in the UK. Literally, that's where this came from, this space. There are countless unnamed accounts who have never even come up on the panel, who probably think they're not that important because they only have 20, 30, 40, 50 followers. They made a profound difference. They
I'm
made a
sorry.
huge
I'm sorry.
difference,
I'm
all of
sorry I
those
wasn't
people.
speaking. I had to use the restroom, so I didn't want to impose that into the space. But yeah, I agree. I had a question I did want to bring up though. Do you think Beatrice and Adam, I know you guys are across the pond. I'm pretty sure you're across the pond. do you think that the UK was kind of like a, I don't know, like a test subject for the American people? Because it just seems like everything has just migrated. It started over in Europe, and how Israel was the influence of Israel and the Rothschilds and all that, how it's continued to kind of migrate from the UK, Australia, now now American, and it's almost like we're the last stand. I don't know. I just something I think about sometimes.
So when you say test subject, what do you mean?
Did I lose everybody?
No, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah,
Can
Scott, I
nobody
just
hear
don't
me no
think you
more?
can hear. We'll have to get Scott recycled.
Yeah.
It seems as though he lost his yeah, we'll get him brought down, and hopefully Suleiman's team's on and they can take Scott down and bring
Yeah,
him back
I
up
think it was
for us,
that he was
please.
trying to kind of figure out where this deep state is center and how it works, and he's
Oh no, we're definitely not the deep state center. We in England, we're just the poodle for America. We've got no intelligence, nothing. We rely on America for everything. We're not even going to pretend to be big bad boys in this.
no, but this, I mean,
You know, like we're insignificant. We just go along and do the illegal wars and the terror as we're told to do. We're just like good little poodles for America. There's nothing, honestly, Adrian. There's not even like you wouldn't even dream to pretend that the UK had any significance. Like the only thing I agree with on Trump is when he said that island, like he called it that island, and he's right. That's all we are. We're a little island
no, but
that's
Beatrice,
dependent on everybody else
yeah,
for
but
everything.
Beatrice, no, we're referring to this, the depth, how old this is, the Rothschild, this goes back into the Napoleonic Wars. These guys were funding both sides of wars since hundreds of years. So it's a long, long, long lineage of this Zionist madman. So probably, he's trying to figure out a bit where this whole thing is developed and where it's coming from. And he has been coming from Europe. I mean, the U.S. is Europe, basically. The father of pilgrims. Australia basically was all ex-cons and prisoners from Britain. So Britain is a very old center. France is a very old center of this secluded power. Switzerland. I mean, now there's a lot of people, old families entrenched in. So this deep state is Epstein. These are like agents: Macron, Starmer, Merz, von der Leyen. These are just puppets, surface important, but surface political puppets. But behind, there's royal families. Oh, your king, talking about somebody, deep state major figure. So yeah, it's very deep, and it's rooted into very old lineage, old aristocratic and old lineage families that have ruled the banking system, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, Adrian. It's like the landed gentry here, the Rothschilds. There is really an elite class here.
Lords.
Yeah, Lords, exactly, Lords in the House of Lords, and I don't know. There is for sure, but I just don't think. I think their power comes from their network, Adrian. I think on an isolated front here, if they were left here just in the UK, they don't have that much power. They have a lot of wealth, but they wouldn't be able to do anything across the world. They are the network that America taps into. And you're right about our prime ministers. Somebody told me, right? Some years ago that when Jeremy Corbyn, who was obviously pro-Palestinian and, pro-humanity, and, I don't agree with everything that Jeremy Corbyn's done or said, but I tell you, he would have been the best prime minister for us, because he was pro-humanity. He would have spoken out massively against the genocide. He supported Palestine for decades. So when he was running for the leadership of the Labour Party, somebody said to me, and it was actually a Muslim guy, funnily enough, right? And he said to me, "Oh, it doesn't matter if Jeremy Corbyn wins the Labour Party leadership," which is, we're a two-party system as well, Conservatives and Labour. And he said it doesn't matter if Jeremy Corbyn becomes the Labour Party leader. He won't be the next prime minister. The next Labour prime minister in this country will be Keir Starmer. And I said, which Keir Starmer? The only one I know is the director of public prosecutions. And he said, yeah, him. And I said, but he's not even a politician. How's he going to be a prime minister? He's not even in politics. He said, you watch, he will be the next Labour Party prime minister.
Oh, it's all planned, all
And then
programmed, absolutely.
how long, Adrian? Look how long ago. The guy wasn't even in politics. Then Jeremy Corbyn did win Labour Party leadership. Within 2 years, they got rid of Jeremy Corbyn. Keir Starmer came into politics. And I looked up that guy shortly after this started to happen because it sent a chill down my back that, my God, they were so planned. What's the background of this guy that told me that? How would he know?
Absolutely. And
So
where did
he'd
Obama
grown
come
up.
from? Where did Macron come from? Come on, these guys just out of nowhere, out of nowhere. They're just creation.
So the guy who told me that, when I looked him up, he had grown up in an impoverished Muslim household in a certain part of London, but he'd gone to a boarding school which was funded. He'd gone to St Andrews, which is where Prince William and Catherine had gone to study. His scholarship was funded. And today he works for a top Zionist law firm in London. They pick them at school and then they fund their education right
Absolutely.
the
And
way
if
through.
they have some weakness in terms of sexual deviations or other stuff like that, or they can be bought or whatever, then it's even that's it, the icing on the cake for these guys.
Yeah, let's go to some of these people that have been brought up. Let's go to Fourth Revolution. Go ahead. Fourth Revolution Consultancy for our consultancy. Do you want to talk? If not, we can drop you down. Okay, let's drop him down, honestly. Right. You're not coming back up. Delano, go ahead.
Thank
Can anybody hear Delano?
He's a
Nope.
listener, not a speaker.
you.
Okay, we'll drop him down. And then we lost Internet Dollar. If you want to request again, Internet Dollar, we'll get you brought back up. Scott, I see your hand up. I don't know if it is up. Is it?
It was, but I seen that you was going to other hands, so I just put it back down. I didn't know what you guys heard.
Oh, no, sorry, go
I
ahead.
didn't know what you heard from me a minute ago or what. I know I dropped out or I glitched out or whatever happened. It just Beatrice, you're amazing trying to keep this thing together. I mean, you are a rock star for real. But I wanted to touch on something that someone was bringing up how far back it goes with the deception. I think it started when Jesus Christ came into this world. I mean, it started then. They started playing both sides right then. They played the Romans and the Jews. I mean, it's just been one deception after another. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is almost, I don't know what anybody else has been paying attention to, but it's almost like any humanitarian efforts, like big, oh, child saving uh, places or drug trafficking uh, operations or whatever, they seem to be covers for the actual thing that they're supposed to be uh, trying to defeat. And I don't know about anybody else, but it just seems like anytime someone comes up to be like, I'm saving the children, well, the next thing you know, they're actually being the ones that are molesting the children or the ones that say that they're trying to stop drug trade, but they're the ones actually bringing the drugs in. I mean, the intelligence agencies for every country should be completely abolished. I mean, at this point, because really all they are is secret societies with when you look at it. I mean, we can't and with no accountability.
Yeah, but the tide is turning. I have some breaking news, guys. I want to jump in, Scott, really quickly. France has officially, and I know we knew this earlier, but they've now put it on the record, rejected Trump's calls for help, saying it will not send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. Like, literally, Trump is going to be left carrying the bag for this. History will remember him as the guy who took us into all of us, the world, into this war. So France has now officially rejected Trump's call for help, saying it will not send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. There's that. Also, a shrapnel from Iranian fragmentation missiles hit a building where the American Council lives in Israel. So this is the American Council where they live in Israel. They've had shrapnel hit their building, and there was a picture there that was shared by Israeli Channel 12. It's on Suleiman's profile on X, where it shows the damage done. It looks like the ceiling is about to cave in. And if you go on Suleiman's profile, there's a video of a massive hole on the ground in the center of Israel following the latest Iranian strikes. It looks like just this huge, like, it just looks like a bomb must have dropped in the middle of it. Like, it's literally boom, boom, Tel Aviv, guys. Go and have a look at the footage. Tel Aviv is being bish bash boshed all over the place. We're going to bring some more speakers up, guys. Okay. Let me get somebody to bring someone, because I can't, when you're on Android, you can't actually see mic requests. So I have to get some more speakers brought up. What do you think of France then? I don't know who's with us. I think Andy might be having a nap, or Inevitable might be having a nap. So we'll get some more people brought up.
Beatrix,
What do you
I
think
just
of
had some
France then?
conflicting information this morning. I just relayed a post on X about France sending 10 ships. So this is just conflicting information. It's interesting about the fact that France is not sending. So it just
Where did you get that
uh,
information though,
I
Adriano?
will let me just check and I'll get back. Just check in a second.
Yeah, this space is glitching, guys. So if you get brought up, I will come to you straight away. Okay. Internet Dollar says, thanks, Beatrix. My daughter needs to be fed. I'll be back. My question was about BB. No problem, Internet. Sorry we didn't come to you straight away. We will come to people as they get brought up. Delano,
Yes,
can you hear us
yes,
now?
I can hear you. Thank you. Thanks for having me. You guys are doing an amazing job. A very, very. You cannot put any type of value on what you're doing to educate the public, especially for people in the United States, because I have a feeling like we are one of the most brainwashed um, population. But I want you to consider something. I'm a veteran myself. But I want you to consider something. I'm looking at this young kid, and I'm not trying to equivocate or make equal the victims of Iran, of Palestine, of Lebanon to this young kid, this young veteran, this young soldier, U.S. Army soldier that was killed. But you're 18 years old. Your only way out of poverty is joining the military and getting a free tuition to college, because that was how I pulled myself out of poverty. A free tuition to college and a shot at the so-called American dream, and then boom, your life is shattered. That could have happened to me from 2009 to 2013. I'm a first generation immigrant for myself in the United States, and I believe in the country that, for what is stated on the paper, for what all the ethos that is stated on paper. I believe in that. And then I put my hands up. I was one of the craziest ones. I was in the 82nd Airborne, jumping out of aircraft, conducting missions, and my life could have ended. And I'm looking at this kid. So we're dealing with a ruling class that is totally disconnected from. Because I'll tell you what, and when in basic training, when we did a survey, not a formal survey, like you just go around asking your friends, hey, why did you join the army? Um, 80% of the time it was for economic opportunity. You only had probably like 10% people that were continuing a family tradition because their uncle was in the army or their father was in the military, and that's why they were there. So what I'm trying to say, we're looking at victims across the aisle. The children in Iran, the parents in Iran, the children in Gaza, the children of Palestine, and it's really poor people. When you peel back the layers, it's really poor people versus the elites. Because if you survey the United States today, 80% of the population do not want this war. And that affects the morale of the troops, because if you're downrange, and you do not want to be fighting a war that you got no business in, your morale will be down. And in the military, when your morale is down, you're susceptible to get killed because you're not focused on the mission. It's different from when if you're in New York City and these guys like 9/11, and somebody, I mean, assuming that story is accurate, it's different from you're in New York and somebody come and attack the building. Yeah, you're amped up to go and fight to defend your homeland. It's a totally different story when you are thrust into a situation that the elites won, that the Epstein class won, and now you have to fight for your life. You know, because it's immoral, it's unethical, and these guys are criminals. And thanks to Iran for standing up for the rest of the world, because at the end of the day, we cannot let these people win. And before I drop off over here, one thing that Obama did was destabilizing Libya. He talked about it. Oh yeah, my regret. You don't just say you regret when you destroy a whole nation. And what we saw over there was the criminal NATO that got together and destroy an entire country. And my fear for Iran is, and I'm happy that I see Macron is backing down, but my fear is Iran is holding down the fort. What if NATO or that idiot Keir Starmer, whatever his name is, what if they get crazy enough to gang up on Iran? Because they're already doing it. They just have to put it in like it just has to be kinetic now, where they're actually putting in military assets, placing military assets, and actually joining in attacks. What if that happens? Would that make Russia or China, North Korea to come in and help Iran? Thank you.
Did they say that you were part of 82nd Airborne? Is that what you said
Yeah,
earlier?
First Brigade Combat Team.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what I'll say to you, Delano, is that your point about the young troops that are going out, that are signing up for various different reasons, often because they're caught young. We have talked about this at length a couple of days ago. And we often have ex-veterans. Andrew's been on here right the way through, but we have other young Marines on here, people who have been in service, who have left the service, who never signed up because they realized that actually, no, I don't want to do this, because they were post 9/11, and they realized that we're fighting for Israel. But people of all ages, of all experience. And you're right. And that's one of the reasons why we do speak up, is because these young people from our nation should not be sent to death to fight a war for Israel. And last night, I don't know if you were listening, but there was I don't know, he's standing for Congress or something. This guy came up. I think he's running as a candidate somewhere for something. He wasn't very impressive. I have experienced him on Spaces before. Javon, his name is. And I'll name him only because he came on a recorded space and spoke last night, and anyone can go and listen to that recording. Otherwise, I don't generally name people who aren't here. But he is a politician, a wannabe politician. And he was basically, to sum up, it was a long conversation, but he basically came up to say, it's the Muslims, and, you know, that's why we had to go to liberate Iran and stuff, you know, the old kind of Bush era type narrative. And you have to listen to the lecture, the speech that Suleiman gave him. It was a good 10-15 minutes where Suleiman just did a monologue at him and broke it all down. And the underlying basis of that monologue was that America and our countries are sending these young kids to fight these wars for Israel. There's nothing moral about it. There's nothing noble about it. It is for Israel. So I hear you, Delano. You know, they are victims as much as anybody else. They're going out there. Some of them are committing horrific war crimes. They have to live with those war crimes. There was when I was out yesterday, somebody showed me a headline, and I can't remember which paper it was from. Some paper in the middle in Israel, I think it was, and it said that there are a record number of suicides in Israel within the IDF. And the headline said something like, because it's not normal for a 19-year-old to have killed 25 people. And that's what they're doing. So, yes, they are victims because they're only 19. But when you kill 25 people, those 25 people are the ultimate victims because they were innocent. You know, and this is why we've got to stop this. This is why we've got to take a stand against our government. This is why, like, this is what fuels us to keep this space going. There are times where I think, God, you know what? I thought this would be over within 12 days. Like, this is not stopping. We're on 16 days. How long can we continue this? And then I think, but we have to, because if there wasn't this space, like we break down people's statements here, we debunk stuff, we talk about stuff, we explain stuff, we listen to people of different perspectives. And it's the only platform I know, and especially talking to other people, you know, who are just looking at mainstream alternatives. We have to keep it going. That's what fuels us because it has to stop. Young people cannot be sent to their deaths and they cannot go out into these countries and commit these horrific war crimes. There are a lot of young people who went in our military, the British military as well, to Iraq. And 1 million people died in Iraq. And those people that came back here, some of them came back as murderers and they murdered innocent people. Why? Because your government lied to you and sent you to a fake war. And where are they now? They're living on the streets, no homes, no family, nothing. And what does our government do? Does it help them? No. It lied to them. It sent them on an illegal invasion. They thought they were defending their nation. They ended up killing people, coming back. Their family got destroyed. They had PTSD. Some of them had physical injuries, and there was zero help for them. So it's a disgrace what our governments do to our armed forces. Our armed forces are full of brave men and women who actually genuinely think they're going out there because the nation's under threat. Except now, Delano. Now, you'll see that in America, a lot of people are woken up. And they're having difficulty. I firmly believe, you know, that whole toilet clogging system that happened on the ship, that was the guys doing it themselves because they thought we ain't freaking going out and committing this stuff and putting our lives at risk for Israel. So now the tide is turning. Omar, I know you wanted to jump in, and then we can, yeah.
Oh no, you said it perfectly. I was just gonna say about, I mean, all the troops, like he was saying, Delano. You graduate high school and then you're like, what do I do with my life? Okay, I get this opportunity and I get all these benefits, but then your CO comes, your commanding officer comes and tells you, okay, do this, and you have to abide by this order because that's how you're trained and that's how you're like indoctrinated. So you're like, okay, I have to follow my commanding officer's orders. And then most people that came back with PTSD felt bad because there was one guy that said, I thought I was shooting at the terrorists, and I killed a whole family, and and there was just a little girl left. And then besides all of that, besides all the killing and all the people that were left homeless, then you had what they were doing in the jail cells. They were tying up people and treating them like dogs, and what the exactly what the Zionist regime told them to do, they were doing. And then after that, they blew up all the ancient artifacts that prove that prove our history, humanity's history, and how it came to be. Because Iraq at Babylon, I mean, has got the richest history, a lot of literature, a lot of books, a lot of every single thing you can imagine. And then a lot of it was stolen, a lot of it was destructed. And then troops are like, all right, this is what we have to do because these are terrorists. They stole or they did, or weapons of mass destruction. And at the end of the day, they came home. They're like, some of them lost their families. Some of them got divorced. Some of them are home. Most of them are homeless. And then you see all this money going to Ukraine, and it's like not even helping the troops. So exactly like Beatrice said. I mean, I was the first one also to think they did it intentionally because they're like, if the IDF soldiers went into Gaza and couldn't do couldn't do anything against the resistance besides flatten Gaza, which they've done several times, not to this extent, of course, but they've done several times. and then they retreated. And then they asked Ukrainians and Russians and Poland, all these people to come in and U.S. troops to come in and fight their fight instead of the IDF soldiers. And then they're like, what the hell are we doing here? I mean, it's your guys' fight, and you guys are in command telling us what to do, but what you're telling us to do is not moral and it's not right, but we have to abide by your orders because Israel first, so everybody's really coming to terms. It's like, all right, we were all deceived, honestly, from us Palestinians. We were deceived because we were too nice, from Iran because they were such a threat, so they got secluded. Syria because it was such a beautiful, rich country with a lot of and it allowed all religions, and it had every single thing. And then you had Egypt. Egypt is considered like the mother of the world back then. So all these places, they wanted to destroy them slowly and have these Arab Springs and revolts just so they can get to what they have on their patches of the IDF soldiers, Greater Israel, from the Euphrates to the Nile. And it's like something you can't even fathom. So I really, my heart goes out to all the troops, all the people that lost their families and friends and sons and daughters. It's something that really bugs me to hear. And I've always thanked servicemen while I was walking in the streets, but I always felt bad because I know what they were going through. But they were a little kind of naive to see that, because it's just the way the world it's just the way the Rockefellers created the education system, where it's like you're a slave to a 9 to 5 job, and if you don't want that, at least you have the military. So pick which option you want. So I really, my heart goes out to you, and thank you for your service, Delano. And hopefully now people will learn how to really think, what am I going to do this for? Does it appease my moral and my ethics, and is it the right thing to do for my country? And I think people after this really realize that this is how they have to start thinking, and not just blindly following orders or following mainstream media.
Omar, perfect. And can I just add real super fast on that, Beatrice?
Andrew, I was gonna come to you, Andrew, because we cannot be talking about this without your kind of perspective, because you've done the most outstanding service right from Vietnam to the present day, and your perspective has changed over the years. I just want to read a couple of things, Andrew, because I think, and then I want to come to you because then you have the full context. So this is from the YouTube chat. Claire says, and I'm just going to read it as she's put it, some of the Magatard veterans were in Iraq, she says. They talked about it on Bannon's live chat. They said we would go back and do it again because they hate Muslims. And then Kitty, I may not be there, but I'm always keeping an eye out. She says Beatrix is in the chat. She says, otherwise, I would post statistics of the demographic in the military. It's only 18% to 19% of the poorest of the poor, income less than $42,000 in the military. The rest come from middle-class families. And then she says, Claire says, check out Eric Prince, a MAGA millionaire. He had private contracts in Iraq. So that's a really important point about the MAGA millionaire who had contracts, because there is somebody here. He was I can't remember. He was an ex-army colonel or something. And what you were talking about, what Adriana was talking about, the landed gentry in here, the elite. When Iraq, post-Iraq war, they gave this old army colonel a chance to set up a security company in Iraq. And he was just like, he had, I don't know, about 15, 20 people there. He was charging like hundreds of thousands of pounds a day, hundreds of thousands of pounds for this tiny little security company. And the UK government was paying him from our taxpayers' money for providing security. It was just a scam. It was just a scam to loot money. And then we looked up this guy's background. He used to hang out and go to parties with Princess Anne, who was alive at the time and stuff, and, landed gentry. So what they're saying, what these chicks are saying on Claire and Kitty on here is absolutely spot on. They did all try to divvy up the contracts and make the money, people like Eric Prince. And with that, Andrew, I'd love to hear your perspective on it, please.
Yes, Beatrice, you've summarized it so well. And for those, please follow the panel up here. Please, listeners, Omar was speaking. You heard Omar was speaking. Folks have no idea what this man suffered. His father was murdered, brutally murdered by Mossad. Anyway, but back on this, when I have so much to background on this from a rear view mirror here. We all these 16 days now, I've been compelled by the grace of God to stay on here. The last time I was so driven, and I mean morally driven, was in a one of the worst submarine patrols I ever did, where we were in a rather very complicated situation in the North Atlantic in a submarine, where we were extended, and literally we went days and days without sleep, and you just learn to take cat naps, and just you go beyond what you can imagine. And the last time I experienced this was this, and my wife was like, "What are you doing?" And I said, we are at war in the psychological operation to stop the madness. My son, a brilliant, incredible young man, I begged him not to go. And please, nothing against the Army. God bless. We have a phenomenal Army. But I knew the way his brain was wired. And I said, do not go Army. I have you an appointment to the Naval Academy with a very close friend of mine, a 4-star admiral. And he and I had talked. And I served on the staff of 2 admirals. And my son said, no, he's very athletic. He said, I need to get in the action. And Pat Tillman's unit was the same unit as my son, by the way. And my son was a commissioned officer, and he went out there and was like, I'm fighting. We have to stop this the Islamic surge. They're coming in, radical Islamic movement. And we have to stop the war on terror and weapons of mass destruction. Of course, he bought into it. He saw 9/11, of course. And he came back after his second combat tour, and he was completely broken morally. And one day, and I buried one of his sergeants, by the way, one day in a insertion point, a child in a spider hole, and the way they did it was so elaborate, inside of a room, popped out of the floor and yelled Allah Akbar and opened up with an AK, and one of the rounds blasted through my son's rucksack, and my son, highly trained, spun around and shot the combatant 2 taps in the head. And when they pulled the combatant out of the hole and they stripped him down, my son realized it was a freaking child. The child had not been trained. He was spraying and praying. And this to spray and pray is a desperate action. If they're getting anyone that they can put out there to spray and pray, meaning just open up, kill the American threat, and pray. And when my son stripped him down, my son brought the child's clothing back. And he's laying all the clothing out, and we spoke for hours and hours. And I said, and so what I'm trying to say here, anytime you hear someone say, oh, you're unpatriotic, I had a redneck from North Carolina tell me I need my ass kicked and thrown out of the country. I said, okay, all right. But you're more patriotic when you say, no, we're not going to go kill the innocent. No, this is not a war against mass. We're nowhere the weapons. We're being pulled in. We're being dog walked into a meat grinder. And my son, when I saw how broken he was, I really realized the terrible impact of it. And so I said, no, I'll talk to you. And only by finding a Marine combatant from the war in Vietnam and me reaching out to my other friends. But people have no idea how ugly it gets and how broken it is. And basically, when my son came to the full realization of, he says, what in the hell, Dad, were we doing here? And I said, what are we doing there? As when I started figuring it out, I said, we're looking for weapons of mass destruction. And I can't tell you the impact that is. So I won't keep rambling. But please, when I say I saw Vietnam, now, I did not serve in Vietnam. I was drafted at the age of 18, and then I went in the Navy at 20. But I did live in Vietnam afterwards. I saw Iraq. I saw Afghanistan. I was in the Pentagon working in the first Gulf War, and I saw the massive surge. And there was But please stop the madness. Stop it. We're being led. We're on a runaway train by a madman at the switch. Please stop blindly following this MAGA cult. Please, people, please. And I'll end it here. God bless you all.
Thanks, Andrew. We lost Delano, unfortunately. I think he's driving and maybe it was glitching. Delano, you're welcome to come back up if you wish to talk, because I think it's an important conversation to have. So I appreciate you, Andrew. Let's go to Ms. Pod.
Hello,
Ms.
yeah,
Pod?
it's my Miss Podcast.
Ms. Podcast. Yeah.
I'm from Iran. First of all, I wanted to thank you, every single one of you who have been running this space and putting out a lot of effort, a lot of good information, and different perspective to this war, and trying to make it a bit more humanized. And I can't thank you enough, because there's not a lot of voices out there for the people. The other thing I wanted to add is that the two cities or the two provinces that are being bombed right now, one today and one yesterday, have the most historical sites in Iran, and they're very ancient cities, and some of them have been damaged or destroyed. And the other thing I wanted to add is people's spirit is high. Of course, they're distressed, but they are happy to be on the streets to defend their country. Are they all in support of their governments? Most likely not. They have their, a lot of them are not in favor of the government because of the economical hardships that has been mostly due to sanctions and other, issues that we have. But people are taking parts. They take into the streets every day, every single day, and now they're taking parts to cover the streets overnight. Like some of them, they're doing hourly shifts. The next few days is very critical because we are getting towards the end of the Persian New Year, Persian calendar. So the beginning of the spring is, which is in few days, is a Persian New Year, and there is the last Wednesday of every year. People take to the streets, have big bonfires and fireworks. But in the last 10 years, it has been literally turning into a kind of a war zone because of the stuff that people like, the type of fireworks that the people use. So what is happening right now, the call for people to take to the street and go against the government is kind of overlapping with that day, and they're trying to take advantage of that day. So hopefully people don't do, because they're warning, the government is warning people not to go to the street, or at least not to attend those big gatherings and stuff. But there may be some casualties coming up because they are counting on that heavily. They have been trying to take the oppositions to the street, and that could be likely. And we see some of the I would say terrorists coming back from the UK. There's some videos that they've traveled back from Europe. They are behind the borders in Iraq and Pakistan, and they're kind of waiting for the day to come inside. They have tried before; they've failed miserably, and I hope the same thing happens. But yeah, so in few days it's a Persian New Year, and it's very unfortunate. People are out doing shoppings and their daily lives. It's a little bit, of course, it's a little bit stressful for many people, but we are hoping that we make it through these hard days, and people will prevail, and country will withstand the storm as it has for many thousand years. And again, thanks to every single one of you guys, and keep up doing the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Can I ask a
really
question?
appreciate you. Yeah, sure. I just want to say thanks to Ms. Pod. Really appreciate you. Yeah, jump in. Who wanted to ask a question?
Ali.
Ali, yeah, sure. I was going to go to Omar to see if you wanted any comments, but go ahead, Ali, and then we can go to
Sure.
Omar afterwards. And Ms. Pod, just want to say really quickly that everybody in Iran is in our thoughts and prayers. And yeah, you know what? It's if there's any, like the opposition side, if they're trying to actually take advantage of this situation to put people's lives at risk, then shame on them, because they're not patriotic. They're politicians. Then they're not caring about the country. They're caring about their own political progression. But everybody in Iran is in our thoughts and prayers. So thank you for coming on and sharing. Go ahead, Ali, and then we go to Brother Omar.
Thank you. Thanks. Ms. Podcast, first of all, like it's really sad what's happening in Iran, and you guys have been going through, all the sanctions and all that, like for 47 years, and I've been to Iran, so I know how it is, and inshallah, like you will be victorious. So, and it's sad, like the sacrifice you guys have always paid. I wanted to ask an Iranian for a long time, so I wanted to ask you this. I follow Ayatollah Khamenei, right? So I'm a muqallid of him, but I wanted to ask. I know, like there is some corruption in government as well, and of course they've been going through sanctions, so there's a lot of issues there as well. I just wanted to ask you: do people like who say who are against the government? Is it against the government or against the supreme leader, both, or there's like different people who some are against both and some differentiate between the supreme leader and the clergy and the leadership and then the politicians, the government? So can you elaborate on that a bit, if you can?
Sure, I can. You see, like every other country, I would say it's a little bit of a longer conversation, but I will try my best to make it as short as possible. What is happening, the corruption that you see in Iran, and they constantly trying to blame it on the Ayatollah or mullahs or your religion and stuff. And I'm saying this as a not a very practicing or very religious person. I'm talking this. The body of the government that is running the economy is mostly educated in the West, and I can name names, and they have been in power for a good part of the last 40 something years. At least for 40 years they have been in power. Like they have, from a government to another government to another government, they have been in power. They have been running the economy. There is corruption in that part for sure. People know about that, but because again the same people own a lot of the media and these cyber armies in social media and elsewhere. And if one of the biggest spaces in the Persian community is owned by these people. So when you see these big spaces, they are behind those big spaces. So they heavily propagandize the people in Iran. So they constantly blame all the corruption and all the hardship to on the ayatollahs and mullahs and religion. So that for many people, I would say it's not easy to understand, because you can't. I don't think that there is any country that one man runs the show.